Chapter 1. Surviving Through the Mist. What is this place? How am I still alive? Dingzhou opened his eyes to find himself lying in a drafty thatched hut, utterly bewildered. If memory served him correctly, he ought to be dead. How could he still be alive? As he grappled with his confusion, a virtual screen suddenly illuminated before him. Squinting, he found himself even more perplexed. Universal transmigration? Survival in the mist? A 3-day novice protection period? Aside from the initial thatched hut, everything else depended on his own ingenuity and resourcefulness? No way is this for real? Ding Jiao initially refused to believe it. Yet considering he had somehow returned from death, what was a mere survival scenario? Every extra day he lived was a blessing. What could he possibly complain about? Just as he reassured himself, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. The universal survival game officially begins in this world of survival. All players will start from scratch, and past knowledge will become obsolete. Listening to the omnipresent voice and gazing at the purple mist enveloping the land outside, all remnants of doubt dissipated within Ding Jiao. Ding! The ultimate home buddy system has been successfully activated. Please choose a residence to bind. Countdown 10, 9, 8. With the countdown nearing its end, Ding Jiao disregarded his surprise and opted to bind the thatched hut he currently occupied. Binding successful. From now on, for every second the host remains in the thatched hut, a wooden treasure chest will be generated. Accumulating 100 treasure chests of the same quality can be combined into one of a higher quality. Ding Jiao's thoughts returned to focus. Having lived a mundane life for 23 years, only to discover his girlfriend entangled with his best friend, he never anticipated that transmigration would grant him the privileges of a protagonist. Yi Xiaoyan and Chen Jitai, you insufferable couple, may you not meet your end too soon. Recalling the betrayals he endured, Ding Jiao felt an overwhelming urge to exact revenge. System, are these treasure chests given out for free? Yes. No additional conditions? None. So generous? Indeed. Well then, Ding Jiao could only commend the system's generosity. After mentally prompting to check, an interface resembling a game inventory appeared in his consciousness, distinguished by its infinite capacity. After a brief delay, he noticed that the first slot in his inventory already contained 17 wooden treasure chests, increasing at a rate of 1 per second. He attempted to extract one with his thoughts. In the next moment, a wooden chest materialized in his hand. Ding Jiao was instantly elated, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, he burst into hearty laughter. 1 chest per second equates to 60 in a minute, 3,600 in an hour, and 86,400 in a day. Wouldn't he open chests until his hand was sore? Moreover, every 100 chests could be combined into one of superior quality. This was no mere survival. It was akin to enjoying a retirement lifestyle. Ding, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained 150 g of bread and 100 milliliters of water. As the chest opened, it transformed into twinkling stardust and vanished. Food and water now, that's a promising start. The portions are quite meager. One can hardly say that even an adult will be satisfied, let alone child. Ding Jiao mumbled as he tentatively took a bite. The flavor was, at best, unremarkable. After just one bite, he lost all interest in continuing. He then unscrewed his water bottle and took a sip. Not bad, it was simply water. Ding Jiao proceeded to open another chest. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 150 g of bread x2. Another 2 items, but this time there were 2 pieces of bread. Ding Jiao casually set them aside and continued to open more chests. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 150 g of bread x1 and 100 milliliters of water x1. Ding Jiao raised an eyebrow this time. Why is it still bread and water? Is that all there is in these wooden chests? If that's the case, this survival game isn't too challenging. Just as he pondered this, another notification chimed. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received a stone axe x1. Finally, the third chest yielded something other than food and water. Stone axe, attack power 3, durability 20, woodcutting speed increased by 50. Not too shabby. Ding Jiao brandished the stone axe, feeling a sense of security wash over him. With food, water, and now a weapon in hand, he could afford to examine the dilapidated house around him. It measured approximately 5 or 6 squares and was primarily constructed of thatch and branches. Habitable, yet comfort was out of the question. There was no furniture, not even a bed. The interior was empty, save for him, the sole occupant. The only thing that appeared technologically advanced was the summonable virtual screen, which displayed 3 options. House attributes, communication, channel trading platform, ding, geo, selected house attributes. Name, dilapidated thatch house level, LV0 defense, 10 durability, 70,100 repair requirements, thatch, branches, wood. Upgrade requirements, 200 units of wood, 50 units of thatch, 30 units of stone. 1 level 1 house upgrade blueprint X1. No wonder it's so drafty, the durability isn't even full. Ding, Geo shook his head. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received wood X10 and thatch X5. Ding, Geo's eyes sparkled. I can actually acquire upgrade materials. This saves me the trouble of foraging for trees. Want to prosper? First, gather wood? No thanks, it'll pass. Determined to expedite the house repairs, Ding Jiu set aside his curiosity and continued to open wooden chests. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 100 milliliters of water X2. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received flint X1. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received thatch X20. Beep, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 150G of steamed buns X2. Since he could open a wooden chest every second, Ding Jiu was far from lacking in supplies. After consecutively opening 100 chests, here is what he acquired. 100G of bread X26, 100 milliliters of water X21, wood X40, stone X20, thatch X30, stone axe X2, stone hoe X1, and stone spear X3. Although he had obtained basic materials, the primary items remained water and food. He rubbed his weary hands, momentarily pausing his unboxing activities. His gaze returned to the house panel, and he opened the communication channel to check on the circumstances of others. In contrast to his initial focus on the formidable home system, others were not as fortunate to be chosen by it. Upon entering the communication channel, it was already flooded with messages from others. Some expressed confusion and helplessness, while others were filled with excitement. There were those searching for family, and many seeking to exchange information. The messages varied widely. Does anyone have food? I didn't have breakfast this morning and am starving. 5 units of wood for water. Private message me for the exchange. P.S. Don't underestimate it. I earned this with my own efforts. Wow, dude, you're incredibly brave. It's pitch dark outside, and you dare to venture out? In Mataba, if you send me food and water now, we'll help you clear your shopping cart once we're outside. Didn't expect the boss ma to be in the same district as us. One honor. Mind your own business. Chun Qian. Everyone, listen up. When exploring outside, if you find a treasure chest, don't rush to open it. First, check the surroundings to see if anything is guarding it. I just encountered a venomous snake that nearly bit me. Li Daniu. Brother Chun, did you manage to get the treasure chest? What did you find? Is there any water or food? I can trade you wood. Chun Qian. I only got a stone spear. Zhang Dalong, Chun Qian. Are you willing to trade your stone spear? I can offer you bread in exchange. Chun Qian. Not trading, I need it for myself. Tung Kang Qian, Chun Qian. I plan to form a mutual aid group. Would you like to join? Chun Qian. Let's discuss it later. Ding Jiu remained silent, quietly observing from the sidelines. Despite the majority of messages lacking substance, he managed to gather quite a bit of useful information. Currently, he was in District 1024, which originally housed 10,000 individuals. Merely half an hour had passed, and already 385 people had perished. The grim statistic instantly extinguished his desire for exploration. After all, he was not lacking in food and water, and he could easily procure base materials from others. If all else failed, he could always open hundreds or even thousands of treasure chests to gather sufficient materials. Chapter 2. Unboxing until his hands ached. He reopened the system warehouse and noted that he had accumulated 2,054 wooden treasure chests. Suddenly, Ding Jiu felt inclined to open a bronze treasure chest. After all, the exchange rate was merely 100 wooden chests, a trivial amount. System, please provide me with 1 bronze treasure chest. Beep. Bronze treasure chest exchange complete. The next moment, a bronze chest appeared in his hands. It was roughly the same size as the wooden chests, but considerably heavier. Open. Beep. You have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 10 bananas, 5 units of 100 milliliters water, and 1 lighter. Upon seeing the fruit, Ding Jio's eyes lit up, and he immediately retrieved the bananas 10 in total, their vibrant yellow hue shining brightly. The air was still infused with a lingering aroma of bananas. Unable to resist, he promptly plucked one, peeled it, and took a bite. "Mmm!" exclaimed Ding Jio, his eyes sparkling with delight. The flavor surpassed anything he had previously savored. Truly, it was a fruit from another realm. Excellent. Remarkable. Ah, and he still had a lighter. Upon retrieving it, he noticed it was a windproof and waterproof version. The flint he had obtained from the wooden chest could now be discarded. With a flick, a small flame danced into existence. Though faint, it emanated warmth and a sense of security. Were it not for the thatched cottage before him, and its limited space, he would have desired to kindle a bonfire within. Ding! You have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received 500 G of white rice X2 and a bronze sword X1. Haha, rice at last. And 2 pounds at that, if I ration it. It could last me at least half a month. This time, Ding Jio chose not to take it out, but rather stored it in the system's warehouse. Ding! You have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received 250 chicken burgers X5, 100 milliliters cola X5, and 100 G fries X5. The cola was doubled out of the Sprite. Alright, that was a jest. While it wasn't a cooking pot, having burgers, cola, and fries was indeed delightful. At least he wouldn't have to gnaw on dry bread any longer. Though, the portions remained consistently meager. He retrieved one of each item. Upon seeing the familiar old man printed on the packaging, Ding Jiu suddenly fell silent. He had assumed that only the people had been transported, but to his surprise, everything had been bundled along with them. Of course, if it had been merely this, it would not have been so terrible. The true indignity lay in the fact that this unscrupulous entity had the audacity to toss the plundered goods into treasure chests as rewards for them. No black-heart capitalist could rival such avarice. While grumbling, Ding Jio opened the trading channel to list his items. It wasn't that he couldn't advertise in the chat channel, but he preferred to keep a low profile. As the ancients advised, build high walls, amass grain, and delay proclaiming oneself a king. The trading platform was currently inundated with individuals seeking food and water. Should he announce that he had a large supply for sale, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of the unscrupulous. Human intentions are often inscrutable. One cannot traverse the river without getting their shoes wet. Rather than engage in a constant battle of wits, it would be wiser to initially conceal his identity and develop in obscurity. 3 pieces of wood for a bottle of water. 2 stones for a loaf of bread. Seeing the trade requests on the platform, Ding Jio felt a wave of incredulity. Not only was this pricing absurd now, but even before his transmigration, such rates were unheard of. While Ding Jio was not lacking in provisions, he was not inclined to suffer losses either. Moreover, one should not aid the chronically impoverished. If one lacked the courage to venture out to chop wood or mine stones, they might as well succumb to hunger rather than endure daily torment. Through the communication channel, he discovered that relying solely on manual labor, one could gather an average of 1 unit of wood every 3 minutes 20 units in an hour, while a 150G loaf of bread could stave off hunger for half a day. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a decision. A 150G loaf of bread for 30 units of wood, listing 20 portions. A 150G loaf of bread for 20 units of stone, also listing 20 portions. Furthermore, water could be exchanged for an additional 10 units of materials based on the bread exchange, .as, for whether anyone will purchase itha. Just kidding. Cultivating the land is a natural talent of the Dragon Kingdoms. People, a mere few dozen units of materials are of little consequence. Everyone, hurry to the trading platform. A distinguished individual has listed dozens of food and water supplies. Those in need should seize the opportunity. Goodness, 100 milliliters of water for 30 units of wood? It would take over an hour of chopping trees. This is rather outrageous. Who is this person, anyway? Have they no conscience? Do they not realize how many are still suffering from hunger? Not only do they refuse to donate food, but they also inflate prices. How utterly inhumane. Today's youth seem so selfish, devoid of any sense of community, unlike the past. I am Ataba, with years of experience in trading platforms. If you entrust your items to me, I guarantee you will profit and win hearts. Wow. I never imagined that Boss Ma would be in the same district as us. It is truly an honor. Mataba, I still have 6,800 in my savings. If you return me 100 units of wood, we will be even. Impressive. The commentary in the chat channel is filled with all sorts of sarcastic remarks. Yet Ding Jio is unfazed. He has made his earnings. Does he not have the right to receive a few jabs? After all, it wouldn't cost him a single piece of meat, so he has no inclination to be angry. Moreover, despite the harsh words, their purchasing speed is remarkably swift. Within a minute, all the food and water he listed were sold out. One wonders where they acquired so much wood and stone in such a short time frame. What? How has everything vanished so quickly? Did you not claim the prices were exorbitant? Why then are you still buying? Darn it. Had I known, I would have made a purchase too. I'm truly starving. To the one above, you don't even have materials. What can you buy? Brother, I address you as such. Could you possibly list a few more loaves of bread and water? I just missed out on buying. Haha, I have thatched grass outside my door. I thought it was useless. It seems there are still people willing to trade. How NB NB1, NB 10,086. Esteemed one, I was mistaken. I should not have believed those detractors. Could you list more items? I'm heading out to gather wood right now. At this moment, Ding Jio was not paying attention to the chat channel. Through the recent transactions, he had gathered enough materials to upgrade his thatched house. Now, he only needed the upgrade blueprint. I wonder if anyone is selling it, he thought, once again opening the trading channel to conduct a keyword search. He held little hope, but was unexpectedly rewarded with a find. The asking price was 999 units of wood. The seller? Chu Yushua? My goodness, how exorbitant. Even more unreasonable than I. Does she not wish to sell? But why list it then? Perhaps to show off? Ding Jio pondered, but could not reach a conclusion, so he decided to send a private message. To his surprise, she replied immediately. Chu Yushua, do you truly wish to buy the level 1 house upgrade blueprint? Have you gathered enough materials? Was it you who anonymously sold items just now? Ding Jio fell silent. How astute this woman is. Chu Yushua. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you interested in purchasing the blueprint? Ding Jio took a deep breath, ignoring her earlier inquiries. What do you intend to sell it for? 999 wood is certainly out of the question. Even if I could afford it, I would not be foolish enough to pay such a price. Chu Yoshua. What do you have? Ding Jio. Food and water. Chu Yoshua. I don't lack those at the moment. Ding Jio raised an eyebrow. To say she lacked them, she must have a supply for at least 3 days. It seemed this woman was not only clever, but also rather formidable. Ding Jio. Then what do you wish to exchange for? Chu Yoshua did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a full 10 seconds before replying. I want a source of fire and weapons. Ding Jio pondered and replied, a set of flint and a stone spear. On the other side, covered in blood, Chu Yoshua's eyes brightened. She had not expected Ding Jio to possess what she needed. However, she aimed to negotiate for more. The stone spear is easily damaged. You must add something more. Ding Jio. Just having the stone spear is quite commendable. Look at others. They are still relying on their bare fists to fell trees. Chu Yoshua. That's true, but this is the first blueprint for upgrading a house, so it surely is worth more than that. Ding Jio smirked. After contemplating, he replied, how about this? As long as you tell me where you acquired the blueprint, I will add a stone axe. Chu Yoshua. Deal, but we must complete the trade first. Ding Jio. You can adjust the price. Chu Yoshua. It's been adjusted. Ding Jio searched for the house upgrade blueprint again and found it still belonged solely to her, and the price had indeed been amended. He wasted no time and exchanged a set of flint, a stone spear, and a stone axe. Ding Jio. It's done now. Shouldn't you tell me where the blueprint came from? Chu Yoshua. It was dropped by a wolf. Ding Jio. A wolf? You? Where did you kill it? Chu Yoshua. In the mist. What? Am I not capable of killing wolves? Ding Jio. You are impressive. Chu Yoshua. Humph. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to process the wolf meat. Ding Jio secretly clicked his tongue. This woman was a bit fierce. While other men had girlfriends who couldn't even open a bottle cap, she had gone and killed a wolf. This was no mere chicken or duck slaughter. Even those who had served in the military rarely dared to provoke a lone wolf. However, the thought of wolf meat made Ding Jio swallow hard. By the way, are you selling your wolf meat? Chu Yoshua, what do you have to trade? Bread and water won't do. Besides, I have weapons now. Ding Jio. I have bananas. Too much wolf meat can be overwhelming. You need some fruit to balance it out. Chu Yoshua, how many are you planning to trade? Ding Jio, 1 banana for a pound of wolf meat. Chu Yoshua, no way. How much is a banana? This is wolf meat. You won't get a pound for a few hundred or thousand in reality. Ding Jio, you know that's reality, but here, let alone wolf meat, one might not even find bear paws. Ding Jio, I only want to try it since I've never had it before. If you don't want to trade, then so be it. Chu Yoshua, you have a point, but 1 banana is still too little. I need at least 5. Ding Jio, no way. I can add only 1 more. If you agree, we'll trade. If you still think that's insufficient, then I will have to forego it. Chu Yoshua, are you even a man, being this stingy? Chu Yoshua was displeased. Before her crossing, many men had wanted to give her gifts, and she had never accepted. Yet Ding Jio, on the other hand, was haggling over a few bananas. Not gentlemanly at all. Meanwhile, Ding Jio, sitting on the floor, rolled his eyes vigorously. You're not his girlfriend, so why should he be generous towards you? Ding Jio, has the wolf meat been put on the shelf? Chu Yoshua, why the rush? I'm not a professional butcher. How could I possibly process it so swiftly? Ding Jio, by the way, I still have some white rice. Would you like some? Chu Yoshua paused in her peeling, cautiously inquiring. You have white rice? Do you possess some kind of talent? It must be so, and it is likely related to luck, isn't it? Ding Jio's smug expression faltered, and he instinctively asked, what talent? Chu Yoshua, stop pretending. If you didn't possess a talent, how could you have acquired such an abundance of resources in such a short span of time? Chapter 3. Upgrading the thatched cottage. Developing with humility. Ding Jio was now convinced. He had not been mistaken moments ago. The forthright Chu Yoshua had truly articulated the essence of talent. However, what exactly is talent? Why was it that he lacked it? After pondering for a moment, he cautiously inquired, what is your talent? Chu Yoshua did not respond directly. Instead, she countered with a question of her own. What is yours? Ding Jio feigned ignorance, grinning. He guess. Chu Yoshua scoffed. Do you think I'll guess? Ding Jio replied. Do you think I'll guess if you guess? Chuzus zito anzai. The wolf meat is now available. You should go purchase it. This indicated her reluctance to continue their banter. Yet, Ding Jio was unfazed. With over 9,000 players in Zone 1024, he found it hard to believe that only Chu Yoshua possessed talent. Those who relished showing off would inevitably take to the chat channel to boast, and, at that time, he would gain insight into their abilities. Everyone look, wolf meat is on the trading channel. 1 pound of meat for merely 2 bananas? This woman, Chu Yoshua, is truly extravagant. Enough already, you can't envy her. Who is envious? If she were my wife, I swear I would slap her silly. Dream on. Anything is possible in your dreams. If I were you, I would apologize to Ms. Chu Yoshua. Too bad you're not me. I'm not as spineless as you. How foolish. She was merely trying to give you a friendly reminder, yet you fail to appreciate it. Do I need her reminders? Where do you think the wolf meat comes from? It must originate from the wolves, right? So, how do you suppose the beautiful Chu Yoshua procured it? Why complicate things? Just tell them that Chu, the great beauty, must have slain at least 1 wolf. The person was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Chu Yoshua seemed to be formidable. Just as he was preparing to remain silent and blend into the background, the topic abruptly shifted. Everyone look, the wolf meat has been purchased. So what if it has? It's just 2 bananas. Why the fuss? Exactly. Chen interjected. A bunch of brainless fools. Have any of you heard of anyone possessing fruit? All we receive from the boxes are bread and water. Is that true? Indeed, I have not heard of anyone having fruit. Could it be that someone is discreetly keeping it to themselves? Perhaps they have discovered a banana tree? Maybe, but if someone possesses something that most do not, they must have their own unique strengths, possibly even talent. What talent? Personal talent. It's displayed on the housing panel, but it seems not everyone has it. Why can I see it? That can only mean you lack talent. Impossible. I am a master's graduate from a prestigious university. How could I possibly lack talent? Zhang Dehai chimed in. What does intelligence have to do with it? I only have a high school diploma. Yet I possess talent as well. Dehai, what is your talent? Zhang Dehai replied, merely a modest increase of 30 in defense. Hardly worth mentioning. Fong Wenwen, Brother Dehai, you are truly remarkable. If only I possessed such talent. Zhang Dehai, No worries, Wenwen. I shall follow your lead from now on. Fong Wenwen, brother to Hai, you are such a kind person. Moi, Zhang Dehai, it's nothing much. Observing how easily Zhang Dehai was ensnared, the other charming individuals in the 1024 district began to harbor different thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the regional channel transformed into a matchmaking gathering. Witnessing Zhang Dehai being praised by a multitude of beauties, many endowed individuals could no longer restrain themselves and began to reveal their own talents. In an instant, chaos ensued, with a flurry of extraordinary abilities emerging. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ding Jiu finally comprehended the nature of the talent that Chu Yoshua had just mentioned. There were enhancements to endurance, speed, stamina, and more, showcasing a vast array of types, indeed, a veritable cornucopia. After grasping this, Ding Jiu promptly focused on accessing his character panel. Player, Ding Jiu, Attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 6, Intelligence 6, Agility 5. The panel was remarkably straightforward, revealing no indication of talent, implying that he lacked any. Though a twinge of envy stirred within him, he felt no desire to covet. Regardless of how formidable their talents might be, could they possibly rival his system? Only those with a system could truly be deemed exceptional. Closing the chat channel, Ding Jiu shifted to the housing panel. Prior to upgrading his wooden house, he intended to fully restore its durability. After all, he had sufficient materials, and leaving them unused merely occupied space. Name, Dilapidated Thatched Cottage. Level, LV0 Defense. To durability, 7100. Repair needs, thatched grass. Wood, upgrade requirements, 200 units of wood, 50 units of thatched grass, 30 units of stone, 1 upgrade blueprint for a wooden house. You consume 1 unit of wood to repair the thatched cottage, restoring 2 durability points. Current durability, 72 points. You consume 1 unit of twig to repair the thatched cottage, restoring 1 durability point. Current durability, 73 points. You consume 1 unit of thatched grass to repair the thatched cottage, restoring 1 durability point. Current durability, 74 points. Since wood restores 2 points while thatched grass and twigs restore only 1, I shall use wood for repairs. You consume 1 unit of wood to repair the thatched cottage, restoring 2 durability points. Current durability, 76 points. After consuming an additional 12 units of wood, he finally managed to repair the thatched cottage. The once dilapidated structure was now revitalized. Name, Thatched Cottage. Level, LV0 Defense. Durability, 100-100. Repair needs, none upgrade requirements, 200 units of wood, 50 units of thatched grass, 30 units of stone, 1 upgrade blueprint for a level 1 house. Ding Jiu compared the attributes of the house before and after repair, discovering that only the durability had been fully restored, while all other attributes remained unchanged. Was a repair in vain? Ding Jiu pondered, stroking his chin. It wasn't that he felt regret, but rather a sense of bewilderment. Oh well, it hardly mattered. After all, he wasn't lacking in resources. Please confirm the upgrade of the thatched cottage. Confirm. Upgrading the thatched cottage. Ding, upgrade successful. Your thatched cottage has been upgraded to a standard wooden house. A flash of white light enveloped the thatched cottage where Ding Jiu was seated, signifying the completion of the upgrade. Before he could take any action, the survival announcement echoed in his ears. Ding, as you are the first player in this region to successfully upgrade a dilapidated thatched cottage to a standard wooden house, you will receive a bronze treasure chest as a reward, along with 3 opportunities for regional announcements. Would you like to reveal your name? No announcement. Ding Jiu preferred to remain anonymous while gathering materials. He certainly would not expose himself for a mere few regional announcements. Regional announcement. Player has successfully upgraded the thatched cottage to a standard wooden house, becoming the first to complete this challenge, and is rewarded with 1 bronze treasure chest. Regional announcement. Player has successfully upgraded the thatched cottage to a standard wooden house, becoming the first to complete this challenge, and is rewarded with 1 bronze treasure chest. Regional announcement. Player has successfully upgraded the thatched cottage to a standard wooden house, becoming the first to complete this challenge, and is rewarded with 1 bronze treasure chest. Chapter 4. Constructing the workbench. Who on earth is so twisted to upgrade a thatched cottage so swiftly? I wish to lodge a complaint. Someone must be cheating. Fool. We have traversed to another realm, who possesses the ability to cheat. Rather than cheating, it is more appropriate to say they are bound to a system. Is that not how novels are typically written? You also refer to it as a novel. Where in reality do we encounter such systems? Given that global traversals have occurred, what is so peculiar about the presence of a system? This must be the individual who recently sold food and water. Does anyone know who they are? Did you not notice how they conceal their name? What do you expect to learn? Calm down, my friend upstairs. Wasn't that person S-level 1 house upgrade blueprint purchase from the enchanting Chuyoshua? Why not inquire with her? Why would she divulge anything to you? Good grief. Are you ever going to stop? If it never ends, what of it? Come and confront me. Are you the notorious outlaw Zhang-san? I shall remember you. Do not let our paths cross, or you shall await your demise. Zhang-san, oh dear, I am so frightened. Boo-hoo. I curse you. Li Daniu, esteemed one. Do you lack accessories for your legs? I am Li Daniu, 23 years old, with 2.5 years of experience in screwing. I am undoubtedly diligent, obedient, and capable of enduring hardship. Perhaps it was merely a jest, yet to those consumed by jealousy, it resonated painfully, especially for Zhang Dehai, who had just been flattered by a group of beautiful women. Zhang Dehai, you have not even confirmed anything, yet you are so eagerly wishing to be their sycophants? Chun Ziwei, indeed, your parents worked hard to raise you, not for you to serve others like dogs. Li Daniu, having changed worlds, how are these wretched individuals still around? Chun Ziwei, you pathetic loser, it is no wonder you have no girlfriend. Li Daniu, I curse you. Unlike the lively chat channel, the 3 consecutive world announcements did not sway Ding Zhio's plans. After successfully upgrading the thatched cottage, he promptly examined the property panel. Name, ordinary wooden house. Level, LV fence, 100 durability, 500. Workbench, to be constructed. Repair requirements, none. Upgrade requirements, with 700, stone 300, cement 100, iron blocks 50. Level 2 house, upgrade blueprint 1. While the recently repaired thatched cottage still exhibited signs of drafts, these minor flaws vanished upon upgrading to a wooden house, and the area expanded threefold. Notably, the upgrade also included a small courtyard of about 10 square meters, enclosed by a wooden fence, an unexpected delight. Hey, was the person mentioned in the world announcement you? Ding Zhio Chu Yoshua. I wish it were me, but alas, it is not. Chu Yoshua Ding Zhio. Is it truly not you? Ding Zhio Chu Yoshua. Truly, it is not. Chu Yoshua Ding Zhio. You deceiver. Ding Zhio Chu Yoshua. Whom are you scolding? Chu Yoshua Ding Zhio. Did you trick me? Ding Zhio Chu Yoshua. I did not. Chu Yoshua Ding Zhio. Since you did not deceive me, I was not scolding you. Ding Zhio, damn it. Chu Yoshua's lips curled into a smile. Chu Yoshua, I have things to attend to, so I can't chat. Ding Zhio, staring at the disconnected call. Ding Zhio angrily finished a bottle of cola. Burp. After letting out a long sigh, he swore to the heavens, Chu Yoshua, if I speak to you again, I'll consider myself a dog. Workbench, function, synthesize and craft various items. Construction requirements, 50 units of iron blocks, 50 units of wood. Having all the necessary materials, Ding Zhio did not delve further and chose to proceed with the construction. His colleague completed the task in mere seconds. The once empty wooden cabin now boasted a 1x1, 5 metallic workstation adorned with various tools. Some resembled pliers, while others looked like saws. As for their specific uses, he was entirely oblivious. He attempted to check the attributes. Workbench, level, currently craftable items. Wooden table, wooden chair, stone axe, stone pickaxe, upgrade requirements. Level 2 house. 20 iron plates, 100 iron blocks, 5 steel plates, 20 steel blocks, 1 beast core. To craft a stone axe without blueprints? Ding Zhio was taken aback. He decided to try making one. Ding, you have consumed 10 units of wood and 3 units of stone to craft a stone axe. In the blink of an eye, a familiar stone axe appeared on the workstation. Because its appearance was identical to the one obtained from opening a wooden treasure chest, Ding Zhio initially believed there would be no difference between the two. However, upon picking it up, he was immediately disheartened. Stone axe, durability 20. Tree cutting speed increased by 20. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, He took out the stone axe he had obtained from the wooden treasure chest for comparison. Stone axe. Attack power 3, durability 20, tree cutting speed increased by 50. It seemed he had not misremembered. But why was the one from the chest so much stronger? Given that they appeared identical? Ding Zhou pondered, but considering the pitfalls of crafting equipment in games, he began to understand. If all player-crafted gear were identical, how would game developers profit? Thus, he attempted to craft several more stone axes. Stone axe, durability 20, tree cutting speed increased by 20, stone axe, durability 20. Tree cutting speed increased by 20, stone axe, durability 20, tree cutting speed increased by 20. To his surprise, the attributes were exactly the same. He then tried crafting a stone pickaxe. Ding! You have consumed 5 units of wood and 5 units of stone to craft a stone pickaxe. Stone pickaxe, durability 20. Mining speed increased by 20. Ding, you have consumed 5 units of wood and 5 units of stone to craft a stone pickaxe. Stone pickaxe, durability 20. Mining speed increased by 20. The attributes were equally identical, yet there was still no increase in attack power. It can only be said that his previous assumption had been incorrect. The items obtained from treasure chests were indeed superior to those crafted at the workstation. Considering that others would have to rely on their bare hands to chop trees, Ding Zhou resolved to sell a batch of his crafted items ahead of time. Otherwise, once others upgraded their houses, he would lose the opportunity to monopolize. A 20 speed boost makes it simple to sell at 3 times the price. Currently, there are not many individuals capable of producing 50 basic materials, yet fortunately, the option of post-payment transactions exists. Once a trade is initiated, the resources they subsequently gather will be prioritized for transfer to Ding Zhou until all debts are settled. With the trading platform providing a safety net, Ding Zhou harbors no concerns about potential defaults. Everyone, check the trading platform. The anonymous benefactor has listed valuable items once again. Could it be that they're selling stone axes and pickaxes? Is this anonymous benefactor perhaps a craftsman? Don't be foolish. In this world, one cannot simply create items by hand. Literally speaking, go ahead and attempt to start a fire by rubbing wood together. I guarantee it will be unsuccessful. Could it be that your technique is lacking? Zhang Dalong retorted. Before my transmigration, I had live-streamed wilderness survival. Starting a fire by friction is hardly a challenge for me. You're just boasting. Instead of bickering here, it would be wiser to seize a deal quickly. If you delay, the items will be snatched away. 50 units of basic materials. Who possesses such a quantity? Did you not see? This time, one can use the items before paying. Goodness, how could it sell out so quickly? Ding Zhou need not advertise, as those monitoring the trading platform are promptly informed. However, this time they have learned from past experiences and do not merely follow the crowd as they did when purchasing food. Instead, they purchase a stone axe or pickaxe before the news spreads. During the novice period, while gathering wood by hand does not lead to injury, the exertion is still taxing. One must pause and rest every 10 minutes or so, and gradually, they manage to collect an average of 20 units of wood per hour. Upon seeing that stone axes and pickaxes are available for sale, it is only natural for them to acquire 1 or 2. As for the price, although 50 units may seem steep, it is certainly preferable to relying solely on hand tools. Furthermore, with the stone axe and pickaxe augmenting work efficiency by 20, any sensible individual would know how to make the right choice. As of now, there are still 528 individuals alive in Zone 1024, indicating a vast market. Unfortunately, due to the post-payment arrangement, the resources recovered do not sell as swiftly as those obtained through direct transactions. After selling over 100 items, his stock of wood and stone was depleted. Seizing the opportunity while others are busy gathering resources to repay their debts, he decided to step outside and assess the condition of the courtyard. Chapter 5. I can stay indoors until the end of time with the addition of a courtyard. The previously enveloping purple mist receded beyond its confines. Unhindered by the fog, he clearly discerned a wooden chest resting on the grass beside the wooden fence. Its shape and size identical to the wooden treasure chests he had acquired within the system. Truly fortunate. Ding Zhou stepped outside, eager to examine the differences between this chest and those provided by the system. However, before he could approach, the once quiet lawn erupted with a series of hissing sounds. Startled, Ding Jiao froze instinctively as a gray-black, venomous snake, as thick as 3 fingers, slowly raised its head from behind the chest. Its eerie, jade-colored eyes fixated on him, flicking its forked tongue in and out. Goodness, a venomous snake. Ding Jiao felt a chill run down his spine. While a wolf's attack might only result in injury, a snake bite could lead to poisoning. Regardless of how many treasure chests he possessed, he could not guarantee the availability of an antidote. Noticing the snake's unwavering gaze, Ding Jiao swallowed hard, retreating into the house while simultaneously accessing the system's inventory to summon a bronze sword. Bronze sword, attack power, 10, durability, 30. His observing Ding Jiao's subtle movements, the snake began to slither off the wooden chest, traversing 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, an astonishing length of nearly 3 meters. Terrifying. Just as Ding Jiao stepped halfway back into the wooden cabin, the snake sprang into action. With a sharp hiss, it lunged forward, reaching the doorway in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Ding Jiao reacted swiftly and slammed the door shut. Bang! The snake's head collided with the wooden door, producing a resounding thud. Remarkably, the durability of the cabin decreased by 1 point as a result. However, at that moment, Ding Jiao had no time to ponder the damage. Seizing the opportunity as the snake appeared dazed from the impact, he knew he could not let this chance slip away. With a swift motion, he thrust the bronze sword through the gap in the door, cleaving the snake in two. Unsure whether the creature had truly perished, Ding Jiao hesitated to exit, after spending 10 minutes opening treasure chests within the safety of the cabin. He finally tested the snake's lifelessness by prodding its head with a stone spear. Satisfied with its lack of response, he allowed himself to relax. The snake, nearly 3 meters long, must have weighed around 4 to 5 pounds. Regrettably, he had yet to obtain an iron pot. Otherwise, he would have considered preparing a snake soup. Though Ding Jiao had never cooked snake meat and was uncertain of his culinary skills, he decided it mattered little. If it was palatable, he would eat it. If not, he could list it on the trading platform and strive for improvement next time. Nonchalantly, he disposed of the 2 segments of the snake at the entrance before resuming his inspection of the courtyard. However, before delving into that, he intended to open a few treasure chests to steady his nerves. At that moment, the number of system chests had amassed to an astonishing total of 4,822. Rubbing his hands together, he cheerfully inquired, "System, can I open multiple chests at once?" "Yes." "Then grant me a 10-fold opening of bronze chests." "Ding, you have opened 10 bronze chests. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 antidote and 2 healing bandages." As soon as Ding Jiao's eyes widened in surprise, he thought to himself that had he known the antidote would be available so swiftly, he wouldn't have been so anxious earlier. "Ding, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received a bronze axe 1 and a bronze pickaxe 1. "Ding, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received iron blocks 10 and healing bandages 2. "Ding, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 500 g of rice 5 and 100 milliliters of water 10. "Ding, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received ultra-thin sanitary pads 10, toilet paper 5, and sanitary napkins 5. Cough, cough. What on earth are these? With only 1 person in a house, what use do I have for such items? Even if I wanted to engage in handicrafts, they would serve no purpose at all." Ding Jiao couldn't help but complain. "Ding, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received bread 10 and a bronze armor 1. "Bronze armor?" Ding Jiao became intrigued and immediately took it out. However, upon seeing its design, his initial excitement quickly turned into disdain. It was utterly unappealing, resembling 2 pieces of copper skin clamped together, lacking the grandeur he had envisioned. Bronze armor, defense, 15, durability, 50. Nevertheless, it was still equipment providing a sense of security compared to being unarmed. "Ding, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received an iron pot 1, wood 20, and stone 10. Haha, finally, after such a lengthy treasure chest opening session, it has finally arrived, complete with firewood. Not bad at all. The iron pot, though modest in size, only 3 centimeters deep and 15 centimeters wide, was sufficient for cooking a meal for 1. Ding Jiao certainly wouldn't complain. At that moment, he also forgot about exploring the yard. Approaching the entrance, he surveyed the layout of the yard, contemplating a suitable spot to construct a stove. Just then, the long silent treasure chest system spoke up once more. Friendly reminder, once the host leaves the bound house, the automatic continuous home reward will be recalculated. System, what do you mean by that? What is the automatic continuous home reward? The automatic continuous home reward implies that as long as you remain indoors for a day, the refresh rate of the treasure chest will double, cycling every 10 days. Dingja nodded. So if I stay indoors all day today, I can obtain 2 wooden treasure chests within 1 second after midnight? Exactly. What if I refrain from going outside for 2 consecutive days? Will I receive 3 wooden treasure chests or 4? This question was crucial. One would yield an additional wooden treasure chest every other day, while the other would double the wooden treasure chests every other day. The difference was significant. Although he wasn't in need, who would ever turn down an abundance of treasure chests? As Ding Jiao anxiously awaited the answer, the system's response echoed softly. 4. Yes. Ding Jiao leaped with excitement. What about 3 consecutive days? 8. Ha! Ding Jiao laughed heartily. Uchiha's maniacal laughter. He paid no mind to the stove and began calculating right at the entrance. 100 wooden chests could be exchanged for a single bronze chest. Furthermore, 100 bronze chests could be traded for 1 black iron chest, which equates to 100 times 100, totaling 10,000 wooden chests. How can there be so many? The smile on Ding Jiao's face vanished. Next came the silver chests. 100 black iron chests would yield 100 of those 10,000 wooden chests, resulting in 100,000 wooden chests. What? Why are the numbers so outrageous? Ding Jiao was taken aback, instinctively continuing his calculations. A golden chest would require 100 of those 100,000. How much is that? 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Goodness gracious. It takes 100 million wooden chests to exchange for a single golden chest? If it comes to the final diamond chest, would that mean 100 of those 100 million, totaling 10 billion wooden chests? My goodness. It truly is a shocking revelation. I had no idea until now. Initially, when he heard the system's promise of 1 chest per second from Lord Tongzi, he thought he had struck gold, especially since one could exchange 100 low-tier chests for a higher-tier one, which filled him with unrestrained joy, believing he would never again worry about resources. However, it now appeared that his happiness was premature. The wooden and bronze chests, indeed, could be opened at will, but those of black iron and above posed a challenge. With a day comprising 24 hours, 440 minutes, or 400 seconds, one could obtain a maximum of 400 wooden chests daily, which translates to merely 64 black iron chests. It sounds somewhat reasonable, considering they are free. However, to exchange for a higher-tier silver chest, one would require 13 days. A golden chest would take 130 days, nearly half a year. The diamond chest would demand an astonishing 300 days, equating to 3 to 4 years. Ding Jiao felt disheartened. Suddenly, the system did not seem so appealing anymore. His gaze turned vacant as he muttered to himself. Ahem. Lord Tongzi, I believe staying in a room for merely 10 days is far too short and lacking in challenge. How about removing the time limit? Allow me to push my limits? Dream on. Auhigt. Sobi. Get lost. Ding Jiao felt a twinge of disappointment. If the system were truly daring enough to agree, he would willingly remain in that room until the end of time. Then, he could achieve diamond chest freedom in less than half a month, effortlessly tossing 1 to obtain 10, without a hint of regret. Alas, there are no ifs. A 10-day cycle. On the 10th day, 1 second could yield 24 chests. 24 multiplied by 400 equals 473, 600, nearly 90 million wooden chests. At that point, reserving a mere 10 million wooden chests would suffice to exchange for a golden chest. It seems feasible. Perhaps I should try opening one? Ding Jiao pondered. Of course, opening a silver chest would also be quite satisfactory. 100 million wooden chests could be exchanged for 100 silver chests. With an ample supply of items, one can similarly exchange for valuable possessions from fellow players, much like the level 1 house upgrade blueprint acquired previously. Indeed, that is the case. By the way, esteemed leader, the courtyard should be considered a part of the house, correct? If I venture into the courtyard, does that interrupt the consecutive homebound reward? It does not, That is reassuring. Ding Jiao quietly sighed in relief. While he did not mind spending extended periods indoors, the prospect of stepping outside brought him great joy. Though merely a modest 10-square-meter courtyard, it would undoubtedly expand alongside the house with each upgrade. In due time, he envisioned erecting a charming pavilion, a serene pond, and planting an array of flowers and fruit trees. The more he contemplated it, the more delightful it became. Chapter 6. Crafting crossbow. Ding Jiao had never constructed a stove before. Yet, having never seen a pig, does that imply he has never tasted pork? For the sake of convenience and safety, he chose a location beside the entrance. The design was exceedingly simple, merely a pile of stones stacked together, which he accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. Although the appearance was rather unsightly, adhering to the principle that one cannot voice opinions without practical experience, he retrieved the wolf meat obtained from trading with Chu Yoshua, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous wolf meat feast. With a hot pan, he poured in oil, only to realize, to his dismay, that he had no oil in his inventory. Thus, he proceeded to add the meat directly. Fortunately, although the wolf meat was quite lean, it still contained some fat. After extracting the fat, he promptly tossed it into the fiery red iron pot, where it sizzled and released a fragrant aroma reminiscent of meat marinated in urine, a peculiar blend of pungency and allure. Ding Jiao found himself questioning whether this dish was truly edible. Nonetheless, this was not the time for hesitation. Once the fat was rendered, he cranked up the heat, enhancing the flavors to an explosive degree. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he cooked the meat thoroughly before cautiously sampling a smaller piece. The texture was tough, and the taste was decidedly gamey, an experience difficult to articulate. Alas, the kitchen was indeed not suited for a handsome gentleman like him. Ding Jiao lifted his gaze, staring vacantly at the two hazy suns in the sky. System, grant me a black iron treasure chest to alleviate my shock. Ding, you have consumed 10,000 wooden treasure chests to exchange for a black iron treasure chest. Ding, you have opened a black iron treasure chest. Congratulations. You have acquired 250G of salt X10, a multifunctional iron shovel X1, and a contract scroll X1. Upon hearing that salt was included, Ding Jiao instantly revived with enthusiasm. Oh, system, I knew I was your favorite. Next time, do remember to send me some seasonings such as peanut oil, scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, and star anise. Scram. He chuckled to himself, unfazed. With a sly grin, he took out a packet of salt, preparing to recook the wolf meat. Remembering that he had several bottles of cola in his inventory sparked a new idea. Cola chicken wings, cola wolf meat. Surely they would be quite similar. With a splash, he added 2 bottles, submerging the meat, and cooked over high heat until the cola evaporated completely. By then, the wolf meat had shed its prior unpleasantness, and upon sniffing a piece, he was met with a delightful cola aroma. This seems promising. As he took a bite, although still somewhat tough, it was significantly improved from before. Time to showcase this dish for others to try. Cola wolf meat. Priced at 20 units of basic materials for 100G. He listed 5 portions. Damn it, before the journey, I had to work 996, and now, after crossing over, it's still the same. How unfortunate. You could always choose not to buy. Get lost. By the way, who exactly is this person? And how do they possess so many resources? Big brother, would you like to add me as a friend? There are surprises in store. Shy face. This must be a group specifically set up to deceive everyone. Please do not fall for it. Chun Qian. Thus far, I have discovered 3 wooden treasure chests. Yet I have only unearthed a single piece of bread and 2 bottles of water. This individual is able to produce such a bounty. Perhaps there is indeed a team behind them. Chen Ziwei. I too have had my struggles. I managed to seize a treasure chest from Mouse, only to find it contained merely some stones. It is infuriating. Chun Qian. The flesh of the mouse is still edible. Did you not save any? Chen Ziwei. Ugh. That is simply too repulsive for my taste. I would never partake in that. Li Dani, in these dire times, Do you still have the luxury to concern yourself with disgust? Chun Qian. When one reaches the brink of desperation to survive, one would not hesitate to consume even urine, let alone mouse meat. Chun Ziwei gross. Li Daniu. Phew, after toiling for over an hour, I have finally repaid my debts. From now on, the timber I collect will be entirely my own. Chun Qian, brother, you are truly dedicated. I admire your tenacity. Li Daniu. I have long since grown accustomed to this level of labor. Zhang Dehai. You have become a mere beast of burden. Truly, there is no ambition in you. Li Daniu. It is merely an addition of a turtle shell. Do not act so impressed. At that moment, as Ding Jiao was engrossed in the spectacle, he was suddenly contacted by Chu Yoshua, with whom he had previously conducted transactions. Chu Yoshua Ding Jiao. I possess a blueprint. Would you like it? However, this time, you must exchange it for healing supplies. Ding Jiao raised an eyebrow. You are injured. Chu Yoshua pressed her lips together. Just tell me, will you trade or not? Ding Jiao narrowed his eyes. I do have healing supplies, but that depends on whether your blueprint is worth such an exchange. As you know, this is a survival world. There are no hospitals here, and healing supplies are invaluable. Chu Yoshua secretly sighed in relief. Do not worry. You shall not suffer a loss. Though somewhat displeased, Chu Yoshua nonetheless sent the details of the blueprint. Crossbow crafting blueprint, durability, 2-3, requirements, level 1 house, needs 50 units of wood, 10 units of rope, 5 units of stone. Upon seeing it was a crossbow, Ding Jiao felt a flicker of interest. However, noticing the durability was only 2 points, he furrowed his brow. Ding Jiao, why does it only have 2 points of durability? Surely, you have not used it already? Chu Yoshua's face flushed red. She composed herself and replied, it can still be used twice more? Is that not sufficient for you? This implied that she indeed had utilized it once. Yet, the crafting requirements for the crossbow necessitate a level 1 wooden house. Could it be that she has already upgraded her dwelling? One must not underestimate the capability of others. Wait, the crucial point is that the market for stone axes and picks may soon become competitive. Without a moment to spare, he hurriedly opened the trading platform. Upon seeing that stone axes and picks were also being sold for 50 units of basic materials, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Given the anonymity of the seller, he was uncertain if it was indeed Chu Yoshua. Ding Jiao, how much are you selling the stone axes and picks for? Chu Yoshua, rest assured, I am not competing with you. There are also 50 units of basic materials. Ding Jiao, very well, considering your agreeable nature. If you add 20 units of rope, I shall agree to the exchange. Chu Yoshua, that is unacceptable. I would be at a disadvantage. Ding Jiao, there is no alternative. You are the one in urgent need. Of course, you are free to decline. I am not pressuring you. You are well aware that I am not in need of weapons. Though the wooden crossbow is commendable, it is not a necessity for me. As for you, Chu Yoshua gritted her teeth in frustration. That despicable scoundrel, always taking advantage of me. I refrained from competing with you for the business of stone axes and pickaxes. Ding Jiao, so will you trade or not? Chu Yoshua, I will trade. I only hope you do not come begging me in the future, or else you shall not blame me for being exorbitant in my demands. Ding Jiao, haha, will I beg you? What a joke. That is utterly impossible. Ding Jiao, after acquiring the healing bandage, Chu Yoshua felt a sense of relief. Yet she was still filled with displeasure towards Ding Jiao. Standing at less than 1.5 meters tall, she forcefully kicked the corpse of the patterned leopard on the ground. Had it not been for the injury it inflicted upon her, she would not have endured such humiliation. It's all your fault. Reflecting on this, her short, blood-stained legs could not resist delivering another kick to the leopard. Ouch, that hurt. Chu Yoshua quickly set aside her anger and hastily took out the bandage to tend to her wound. One must admit, the product from this other world are truly miraculous. Just as she finished bandaging, the sharp pain at the sight of her injury dissipated instantly. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps I should seek out that scoundrel to purchase another one. Meanwhile, Ding Jiao, upon obtaining the blueprint for the wooden crossbow, did not rush to create it. Instead, he first crafted stone axes and pickaxes. During this time, those who had purchased the stone axes and pickaxes began to repay their debts. In total, He gathered 535 units of wood and 385 units of stone. He did not retain any, using all of it to produce stone axes and pickaxes. Not much, only a few dozen. For the 1024 region with over 9,000 players. This was hardly sufficient. The other party may still be fearful and hesitant, but once hunger strikes, they will inevitably make purchases. The only regret was not opening the black iron treasure chest earlier. Otherwise, using all 10,000 to open wooden treasure chests would likely yield a substantial amount of basic resources. Furthermore, bread and water can also be sold as basic commodities. Gazing at the single-digit wooden treasure chests in his warehouse, Ding Jiu wished he could sever his own hand. Alas, such impulsiveness. Blueprint for wooden crossbow, durability, 2-3. Requirements, level 1 house. Materials needed, 50 units of wood, 10 units of rope, 5 units of stone now. It seems I lack even the materials to craft the wooden crossbow. Ding, you have opened a wooden treasure chest, congratulations. You have obtained 5 units of wood and 3 units of thatch. Ding, you have opened a wooden treasure chest, congratulations. You have obtained 2 loaves of bread. Without hesitation, he placed these on the trading platform. The bread, evidently more marketable than the stone axes and pickaxes, was snatched up almost immediately. After selling the materials, Ding Jiu continued to craft stone axes for sale. This cycle persisted for 2 to 3 hours, culminating in over 2,000 pieces listed before he finally paused. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Even with a market still available, Ding Jiu had no intention of continuing. He took out a bottle of cola and took a hearty sip, feeling a slight rejuvenation from the fatigue. Reflecting on the wooden crossbow blueprint he acquired from Chu Yoshua, Ding Jiu returned to his workbench while sipping his cola. Construction, workbench, level 1, current craftable items. Wooden table, wooden chair, stone axe, stone pickaxe, current available blueprints. Crossbow blueprint, select crossbow. Crossbow crafting blueprint. Durability, 2-3. Requirements, level 1 house. Materials required, 50 units of wood, 10 units of rope, 5 units of stone. Select craft. In the blink of an eye, the workbench is adorned with a finely crafted crossbow and 10 crossbow bolts. Simultaneously, the durability indicated on the crossbow blueprint shifts from 2-3 to 1-3. This implies that the durability displayed on the attribute panel corresponds to the number of times the blueprint can be utilized. If that is indeed the case, Ding Jiu selects to craft once more. Soon, another crossbow materializes upon the workbench. However, upon glancing back at the workbench panel, the crossbow blueprint has vanished. This confirms his earlier conjecture. Blueprints possess limited uses, unlike the workbench's inherent stone axe and stone pickaxe, which can be crafted indefinitely. Chapter 7. If you steal my business. I'll turn the tables. Wooden crossbow, attack power, 5, durability, 30, effective range, 30 meters, while a range of 30 meters may not seem extensive. It proves sufficient within the visibility-challenged realm of fog. The crucial factor lies in its attack power. To his astonishment, it is only 2 points higher than that of a stone axe, far below Ding Jiu's expectations. However, upon noticing the accompanying 20 wooden arrows, he began to grasp the situation. Common wooden arrow, attack power, 15, durability. 1, are these arrows single use? Ding Jiu quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that these were not mere blueprints, and thus could not be judged in such a manner. For further clarity, one must experiment firsthand. He picked up an arrow for careful inspection. The shaft is crafted from wood, while the arrowhead is fashioned from sharpened stone fragments. When he gently scraped his finger against it, he found it to be quite sharp. Observing the wooden treasure chest in the courtyard that remained unopened, Ding Jiu placed the wooden arrow into the crossbow slot. Immediately, the attack power surged from its original 5 points to an impressive 20. Satisfied, Ding Jiu nodded. This was the lethality one would expect from a crossbow. After taking aim, he released the bolt with a swift motion. Whoosh! Bang! The arrow flew forth, striking the wooden chest 3 meters away with precision. Huh! Who would have thought I was a marksman? Ding Jiu boasted to himself, hastening to inspect the treasure. To his delight, the arrowhead had embedded itself entirely within the chest. Ding, you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 6 wood. Regrettably, once the chest was opened, it vanished leaving only a damaged arrow behind. Damaged wooden arrow. Description: cannot be used. Perplexed by the displayed attributes, Ding Jiao, undeterred, resolved to manually sharpen the arrowhead before reloading it into the crossbow to test its efficacy once more. However, the crossbow's attack power remained unchanged, lingering at the meager 5 points. Taking a deep breath, Ding Jiao raised the wooden crossbow towards his wooden dwelling. Whoosh, the bolt was released. Thud! It struck true, yet the outcome was somewhat unexpected. The fired arrow ricocheted off the wooden wall. How could it be that my house remains unscathed? Ding Jiao questioned, moving closer to inspect. He discovered only a small black mark where the arrow had struck. Rubbing his thumb against it, the mark disappeared and the wall exhibited no signs of damage. The full durability of the wooden structure further confirmed this. But why was this the case? He had just meticulously sharpened the arrowhead. Logically, even if it could not penetrate the wall, it should have left at least a small dent. Was there an issue with his craftsmanship? Perhaps he ought to affix a sharpened stone fragment to the arrowhead? With this notion in mind, Ding Jiao decided to attempt once more. He retrieved a multi-functional iron shovel and struck a stone, instantly yielding several small fragments. Multifunctional iron shovel. Attack power, durability, 100. Effect: woodcutting speed increased by 200. Mining speed increased by 200. Ding Jiao selected a suitably small piece for polishing. Once combined with the wooden arrow, it was not an exact replica of the original, yet it bore a striking resemblance. However, to Ding Jiao's astonishment, while the words indicating damage had indeed vanished from the wooden arrow, the attribute of attack power remained absent as well. The item description had transformed from unable to use to usable as a decorative piece. What was going on? Could it be true, as those in the chat channel had suggested? Was it impossible to craft items by hand in this world? Or perhaps the items could be crafted, yet were relegated solely to decorative purposes? After pondering, Ding Jiao lifted the wooden crossbow again, this time aiming at the ground. The sound was as melodious as ever. However, the resultant effect was no different from before. The wooden arrow merely bounced off the ground without inflicting any damage, and the small stone affixed to the arrowhead shattered upon impact. Should he create a stone axe for further verification? No, that seemed too cumbersome. After all, he was not a particularly industrious individual, and whether he could craft items by hand held little significance for him. Once he loaded both crossbows with wooden arrows, Ding Jiao stowed them away in the system's warehouse. He then armed himself with a multi-functional iron shovel in one hand and a bronze sword in the other. Patrolling the yard, the small courtyard was quickly surveyed. Apart from the large black snake encountered earlier, there were no other creatures to be found. After clearing away the overgrown weeds, the state of the yard became crystal clear. Even if snakes, insects, or rodents were to slither through the gaps in the wooden fence, they would be easily visible. Stowing away his weapons, he returned to the wooden cabin. Lacking a bed, Ding Jiao simply lay down on the floor. He summoned the trading platform and discovered that many had cleared their debts. The previously modest amounts of wood and stone had surged into the thousands. He reveled in the unexpected windfall. Just as he contemplated crafting another batch for sale, troublemakers emerged. As the day wore on, aside from Ding Jiao and Chu Yushu upgrading their houses, others gradually acquired upgrade blueprints. Lacking sufficient resources to upgrade their wooden cabins, they opted to collaborate with others. Once upgraded, they followed Ding Jiao's lead, selling stone axes and pickaxes to earn resources. However, they lacked Chu Yoshu's cleverness and merely sought to undercut prices. While Ding Jiao sold for 50 units of basic materials, they would sell for 40. Simultaneously, they disparaged Ding Jiao in the chat channel, accusing him of extorting exorbitant prices. Ding Jiao, believing that amiability would lead to prosperity, chose not to engage with them. He adjusted the remaining stone axes and pickaxes to 40 units of basic materials. Yet, they too altered their prices. If he lowered to 40, they would drop to 35. They were intent on squeezing his margins. After several iterations of this, Ding Jiao, thoroughly exasperated, ceased his leniency. He overturned the table in frustration. If they wished to engage in a price war, then he would sell for just 1 unit of materials. Let them try to provide tools for free. He doubted they would be so generous. Indeed, the reality is as such. Those individuals may not have anticipated Ding Zhou's ruthlessness in severing their financial lifeline, leaving them utterly exasperated. Cursed scoundrel, is this how one conducts business? If you possess courage, reveal your identity. I shall not hesitate to obliterate you. I warn you to revert the prices immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. You wretched lowlife, I shall remember you. Do not let me discover who you are, or prepare for your demise. As some mourned, others rejoiced. Those who had yet to procure tools seized the opportunity to purchase stone axes and pickaxes at such a bargain. They did not hesitate to engage in cruel banter within the chat channel, thanks to a few misguided souls for their contributions. Had you not pursued a price war with a big shot, the prices of stone axes and pickaxes would not have plummeted so swiftly. You truly are benevolent. Much love. Benevolent? These individuals were seething with rage. Although they had made some profit, the average yield per person was meager. Had they foreseen such an outcome, they would have preferred not to lower the prices at all. In a market of over 9,000 individuals, even capturing a mere tenth of the market share would suffice for ample profit. They were filled with resentment and regret. Observing the animated discussions in the chat channel, Ding Zhou whistled with satisfaction. Those who dared to compete for his business would find themselves in a shared downfall. Regardless, even in the absence of stone axes and pickaxes, he could still sell bread and water. Furthermore, he had already acquired 22 units of wood and 158 units of stone, sufficient resources for some time. Thus, with Ding Zhou's support, District 1024 could now be said to have a stone axe or pickaxe in every hand. Had these people congregated, the surrounding land would have been stripped bare. As time passed, nightfall arrived swiftly. Under the veil of darkness, visibility outside diminished significantly. It would not be an exaggeration to claim one could not see a hand in front of one's face. Hearing the occasional roars of beasts from outside, Ding Zhou hastily closed the door and built a small fire in the center of the room with stones. My goodness, it is terrifying outside. Help! There's a wild boar rooting at my wall. Love a wild boar. A tiger has come to my door. I fear my ramshackle straw hut could be obliterated with a single swipe. Use a shovel. If you slay the tiger, you need not worry about food for a month. Shovel your mother. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Xian. Have you all forgotten about our 3-day novice protection period? As long as you refrain from recklessly venturing out, the beasts outside will not attack you. Is that so? It seems so. I can hardly recall. Thank you. Brother Chun, I was nearly frightened to death. Li Daniu, do you think we could exploit this bug to eliminate one another? Qin Xian, it depends on the beast. I would not recommend engaging with tigers or wild boars. What is there to fear? We possess weapons. Qin Xian, the weapons you speak of are not the stone axes and pickaxes purchased on the trading platform today, are they? Is there a problem? Qin Xian, indeed, there's a problem. Those items, devoid of any offensive prowess, serve merely as instruments for everyday life and cannot be wielded as weapons. Qin Xian remarked, a true weapon is this, a stone spear. Stone spear, attack power, 5, durability, 18. Envy. Envy 1. Pardon my interruption, Brother Chun. Would you consider trading that stone spear? I can offer blueprints in exchange. Chinquian blade, notras. Observing this situation, Ding Zhou felt it imperative to take action. Thus, he placed the stone axe and stone pickaxe, both boasting an additional 3 attack power, on the trading platform. They were reasonably priced. One could be exchanged for a single blueprint. Quite fair indeed. Chapter 8. A night passed, trading again after a long day of setting up goods. Ding Zhou leaned against the fire, half asleep. Few could find rest that night, including Ding Zhou himself. Upon awakening the next morning, he bore the faint traces of dark circles under his eyes. The incessant noise outside had been unbearable, leaving him in a foul mood. With a yawn, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Fortunately, the previous night had yielded a bountiful harvest. He had managed to exchange a stone axe for 3 blueprints. Rope crafting blueprint, durability, 10 requirements, level 1 house, materials needed, 10 units of straw, wooden bed crafting blueprint, durability, 3 requirements, level 1 house, materials needed, 30 units of wood. For units of rope, simple campfire crafting blueprint, durability, 3 requirements, level 1 house, materials needed, 20 units of stone, 10 units of wood, 1 unit of flint. It turned out that the rope could be crafted using the blueprint, which he had now learned. Dingju nodded in understanding, but soon furrowed his brow. The main issue was that the rope blueprint could only be used 10 times, providing just enough material for 1 wooden crossbow. He wondered how Chu Yoshua had amassed so many. Was it related to her innate talent? However, after crafting a unit of rope, he realized his assumptions had been misguided. The rope crafting blueprint indeed allowed for 10 uses, but each use yielded 3 units of rope. Thus, in truth, one blueprint could produce a total of 30 units of rope, precisely enough for 3 wooden crossbows. No wonder Chu Yoshua had appeared so pained. She had exhausted her supply. Having completed the rope, he turned his attention to the wooden bed and the campfire. Wooden bed, durability, 20, effect, increases stamina recovery speed by 20. He casually placed it in a corner. Campfire, durability, 20, effect, increases cooking speed by 20. Gazing at it, he glanced at the 2 makeshift campfires he had built the night before. Dingzhou was now more convinced of his earlier hypothesis. Without a blueprint, handmade items were merely decorative. The 2 yesterday were less campfires and more like burning logs. While functional, they were rather rudimentary, as breakfast had yet to signal its readiness. He decided to test the performance of his newly crafted campfire. After rummaging through the warehouse for a while, he soon found the leftover wolf meat from yesterday and some unused snake meat. Dismissing the wolf meat, he resolved to try his hand at a simplified clay pot rice dish this time. He sliced all the meat, then proceeded to marinate it with salt and a local brew. However, upon completion, he found the dish somewhat monotonous and added a diced apple for a touch of flavor. Next came the process of washing rice and cooking. Thanks to the Campfire S20 cooking acceleration, Dingju eagerly placed the marinated meat into the pot. Just as he awaited the results with anticipation, a sudden thought shattered his expectations. If handmade items were ineffective, would his culinary skills hold any merit? With a blend of anxiety and anticipation, the simple clay pot rice dish was finally ready. He lifted the lid. Compared to the rancid odor of yesterday, the flavor of the wolf meat, after a simple marination, has indeed diminished significantly. Yet, I remain uncertain about its taste. I retrieved the chopsticks I had prepared yesterday and delicately picked up a small piece to place in my mouth. The flavor is barely palatable, though it hardly qualifies as delicious. I then sampled a piece of snake meat, which was somewhat better than the wolf meat. However, after tasting a single piece, Dingzhu lost all interest in eating a second. To avoid waste, he decided to sell both the seasoned meat and a bowl of plain white rice on the trading platform, 20 units of base materials per bowl, with a total of 3 bowls available. My heavens, who dares to sell such dreadful cuisine? Are they trying to kill someone? Some are still complaining despite having food. Do they think we are living in the past? If you don't want it, hand it over to me. I was starving all day yesterday. My stomach growled incessantly. Who says I'm not eating? Dying from poison is better than starving. Ding Zhou observed the conversation with a wry smile, bemused by their attempts at moral coercion. He had done no such thing. Just as he was finding amusement in the exchanges, a private message interrupted his thoughts. Chu Yoshua, are you awake? Ding Zhou, what is the matter? Chu Yoshua, I have a rare blueprint, but I'm not interested in exchanging it for stone axes or similar tools. Ding Zhou, rest assured, we are old customers. If the blueprint is indeed valuable, I can offer a higher price. Chu Yoshua, land transformation blueprint. Ding Zhou opened the details. Blueprint, land transformation blueprint, durability, 2-3, range, 1 effect, transformed land can be used to cultivate various plants. Ding Zhou furrowed his brow. Does this imply that even land reclamation and farming require a blueprint? Although he did not rely on agriculture for sustenance, it could serve as a pleasant pastime. He pondered for a moment before replying. What do you desire in exchange? Chu Yoshua, what do you have? Ding Zhou, I am the one inquiring. Chu Yoshua, you must first disclose what you possess. I assure you, I will not trade without an equivalent. Ding Zhou smirked, realizing she was probing for his assets. He had initially intended to keep such information to himself. However, the thought of this fellow frequently acquiring exquisite blueprints sparked an idea. Ding Zhou, bronze sword, roll of paper, sanitary napkins. Chu Yoshua's cheeks flushed as she feigned disappointment and asked, Is that all? Ding Zhou, so do you want them? Chu Yoshua, All right, considering our pleasant collaboration yesterday, I shall concede a bit this time and trade with you. Dingjio, you're daydreaming. You can only select one. If you choose the bronze sword, you'll need to offer something extra. Chuyoshua, what? Are you jesting? This is a planting blueprint. With it, you shall never again fret over food. Trading for just 3 items is a tremendous bargain for you. Dingjio, if it's truly that beneficial, why don't you keep it for yourself? Did you notice the durability rating? You've certainly used it before. Haven't you discovered its flaws, which is why you wish to sell it? My goodness, how astute this fellow is. Meanwhile, Chuyoshua, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out upon reading Dingjio's response. Just as he had stated, she indeed had cultivated a patch of planting ground in her yard. However, this endeavor did not allow for immediate planting. It required seeds, watering, and fertilization, an exceedingly cumbersome process. She rubbed her hands together and chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Ahem, given our multiple transactions, do you still doubt my credibility? Dingjio, it's not a matter of trust. Your blueprint simply isn't worth that much." Chuyoshua, infuriated, gritted her teeth and retorted, "Do you believe I would fall for your nonsense? Dingjio, it is the truth." Dingjio, first the bronze sword. This is undoubtedly the finest in our district, a treasure beyond compare. Dingjio, next, the roll of paper. How would you attend to nature's call without it? Surely, you wouldn't resort to branches. Just the thought is painful. Dingjio, the same goes for sanitary napkins. I trust you ladies understand this better than I. Chuyoshua found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 9. Cultivating Quality Fruit Trees, faced with Dingjio's mockery. Chuyoshua was both furious and indignant. If only Dingjio were present, she would have demonstrated to him what it meant to receive a proper punch to the chest. Dingjio, are you still interested? What seemed to be a mundane inquiry to others felt like a taunt from a petty person in Chuyoshua's ears. She desired to respond with resolute defiance, yet the words Dingjio had just uttered caused her to hesitate. Chuyoshua, I will take everything. Now name your price. Dingjio, if you wish for me to state a price, you must first disclose what you possess. His words mirrored those of Chuyoshua's earlier statements, turning the tables on her. Anger surged within her, causing her chest to ache, but for the sake of her dignity and the impending arrival of her monthly cycle, she endured. After rummaging through the warehouse, she reluctantly produced a yellow fruit and sent the information. Primary quality fruit. Effect: consuming it enhances certain physical attributes. Chuyoshua, I can trade this quality fruit with you, but now it's your turn to add something. Dingjio's eyes lit up, and he quickly added a healing bandage. Chuyoshua, still insufficient. Dingjio, what if I include a packet of salt? If you refuse again, then it's over. Cursing inwardly at Dingjio's apparent wealth, Chuyoshua chose not to negotiate further. The transaction was completed. Considering that Chuyoshua frequently acquired blueprints, Dingjio added, should you obtain any blueprints in the future, remember to trade with me, especially the level 2 house upgrade blueprints. I will pay handsomely for them. Chuyoshua, how much? Dingjio, I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. A night passed, doubling the refresh rate of treasure chests. Presently, the system warehouse contains 75 215 wooden chests. Converting that to bronze, chests amounted to 752, and he was confident that he would uncover valuable items. In response to Dingjio's proposition, Chuyoshua did not refuse. After numerous transactions, she realized that this scoundrel indeed possessed a wealth of good items. Rather than trading unnecessary items with others, it was more beneficial to deal with Dingjio. Ending the communication, Dingjio examined the recently traded primary quality fruit. Oval in shape and the size of 2 fingers. Its skin was a muted yellow. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled softly, detecting a faint fruity aroma. Crunch! He took a gentle bite. The flesh was crisp, sweet, and exceptionally delicious. What is this? Upon finishing, the fatigue from a poor night's sleep vanished, replaced by a surge of energy. Not only that, but when he moved his limbs and examined his body, he discovered that his previously unhealthy physique had transformed, revealing well-defined muscles. The little belly that once held excess fat had morphed into a set of 8-pack abs. Goodness, is this quality fruit truly so potent? It has transformed me into a physical powerhouse. Ding Jiu opened his character attribute panel. Player, Ding Jiu, attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 6-2, Intelligence 6. Agility 5. To his astonishment, the Constitution stat had increased by 2 points. This was merely the primary level. What would happen if he were to attain intermediate or advanced levels? Would he become superhuman? However, Ding Jiu's brief moment of joy was soon overshadowed by worry. The existence of such miraculous fruits in this misty world implied that there were deeper, more complex layers beneath its surface. If these treasures had been extracted from chests, it would have been one thing, but discovering them in the wild could pose significant risks. Who could say whether these fruits would have any effect on the beasts lurking about? It was quite daunting. He felt the need to open several chests to calm his nerves. System, I request 100 consecutive draws from the bronze chest. Ding, you have opened 100 bronze chests. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 pieces of wood, 20 pieces of stone, 50 iron blocks, 8 lighters, 5 bronze spears, 500 grams of white rice. As he continued to scan through the items, he realized that most were rather inconsequential. Just as Ding Jiu began to lament the wastefulness of these 100 draws, a golden legend appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained a basic planting skill book X1. Congratulations, you have obtained 250 grams of peanut oil X3. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 pineapples. Congratulations, you have obtained. Ding Jiu was taken aback to discover a skill book among his spoils and hastily took it out to examine. Though it was termed a book, it resembled a leather scroll, much akin to the pet contract scroll he had acquired the previous day. Although he had harbored doubts about the land transformation blueprint being a potential trap, he had not anticipated it would manifest in this manner. He retrieved the traded land transformation blueprint and cultivated 2 plots for planting in his yard. Then, he attempted to sow the leftover fruit seeds. Ding, you have not yet learned any planting skills. Thus you are unable to plant crops. Well, it was as expected. Chu Yusheng, you certainly have your tricks. You concealed such crucial information. It was no wonder she was willing to part with such a valuable item for trade. It seemed there was indeed a significant catch. Ding Jiu shook his head with a bitter smile. Fortunately, he had just unlocked the planting skill book. Otherwise, he would have been inclined to curse Chu Yusheng as a shrewd merchant. Would you like to learn the basic planting skill book now? Yes. Ding. You have successfully learned the basic planting skill. Basic planting, passive effect. None with the skill acquired. Ding Jiu attempted to plant the basic physique fruit seed in the soil. And this time he succeeded immediately. Simultaneously, an information panel materialized above the plot. Basic physique fruit tree maturation time. 5 days harvest count. 1-1 current status. Lacking water, noticing the status indicating a lack of water. Ding Jiu hurriedly produced a bottle of water and poured it onto the tree. When he saw that the water level remained insufficient, he continued to pour until he had used 5 bottles. Basic physique fruit tree maturation time. 5 days harvest count. 1-1 current status. Lacking fertilizer at this point. While water was no longer an issue, it had now transformed into a deficiency of fertilizer. Ding Jiu resisted the urge to relieve himself on the ground and proceeded to let the system conduct another round of 100 consecutive draws from the bronze chests. Ding, you have opened 100 bronze chests. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 bottles of water, 100 milliliters each, 20 pieces of bread, 150g each, a basic painting skill book X1, a multi-functional iron shovel X1, 50 pieces of wood, a collection of alluring photographs X1, 5 bronze swords, and 20 units of basic fertilizer. Just when Ding Jiu was on the verge of disappointment, the fertilizers finally arrived at the last moment, and there were as many as 20 portions. He took out a packet and scattered it onto the ground, and the previously dormant primary fruit core finally exhibited signs of change. With a pace visible to the naked eye, roots began to take hold and tender shoots sprouted forth. Primary fruit tree. Maturation time. 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Harvest count. 1-1. Current status. Growing. Chapter 10. Learning to cook upon realizing there was still an empty slot. Ding Jiu promptly reached out to Chu Yoshua. Do you have any attribute-enhancing fruits left? I am looking to acquire a substantial amount. Chu Yoshua replied. I have none left. Ding Jiu pressed on. Are you truly out? Chu Yoshua confirmed. Indeed, I have none. Ding Jiu then inquired. What about the seeds of the primary physique fruit? Do you still have those? If so, I would like to obtain them. Chu Yoshua questioned. What do you intend to do with them? Oh, you wouldn't be planning something perverse, would you? How disgusting. Ding Zhou's expression darkened, and he shouted back, I am not that depraved. Remember, I previously traded with you for some land transformation blueprints. Now that I have the land, I merely require the seeds. Chu Yoshua's eyes sparkled. Isn't planting supposed to require skills? Do you possess such a skill? Ding Zhou replied, yes. Chu Yoshua then asked, for where did you acquire it? Instead of answering directly, Ding Zhou said, give me the seed, and I shall disclose the source. By the way, how many do you have in total? Chu Yoshua contemplated. I could give you some, but I want half of the yield once they are grown. Ding Zhou flatly rejected her proposal. That is out of the question. Given the significant investment in watering and fertilizing, I would rather not plant at all if I have to share half. Chu Yoshua probed further. Then how much are you willing to offer? Ding Zhou pondered and replied, a bronze weapon. Chu Yoshua shook her head. I already possess one. Ding Zhou countered. Isn't that one I provided? Chu Yoshua insisted. A fair trade. I owe you nothing. Ding Zhou retorted. Humph. What do you desire then? Chu Yoshua answered. I want the fruits produced. Ding Zhou hesitated before asking. How many seeds do you possess? Chu Yoshua was forthright. 2. Ding Zhou mused, knowing that Chu Yoshua had 2 seeds while he had 1. Could it be that a single primary physique tree only bore 3 fruits? Ding Zhou stated, I can only offer you 1. Chu Yoshua protested. No, 1 is far too few. Ding Zhou argued. How is 1 insufficient? Do not forget, each fruit contains a seed. In essence, you are exchanging 1 seed for a complete fruit, which is quite a lucrative deal for you. Chu Yoshua countered. That is not a fair assessment. A fruit tree does not merely produce a single fruit. If, before she could continue negotiating, Ding Zhou swiftly sent her a screenshot of the sapling's attributes. Ding Zhou, screenshot. JPG Ding Zhou. This tree can only bear fruit once. How much more do you wish for? If not, then you may as well plant it yourself. Primary physique fruit tree. Maturity time. 4 days, 23 hours, and 51 minutes. Harvest count. 1-1. Current status. Growing upon viewing the attributes, Chu Yoshua finally believed him. Humph. You've on the better end of the deal. Having successfully obtained the seed, Ding Zhou paid little mind to Chu Yoshua's mild sulk. He approached another plot of land, dug a hole, buried the seed, watered it, and fertilized it. Before long, a new sapling broke through the soil. Observing the remaining primary physique seed in his possession, Ding Zhou attempted to search for land transformation blueprints on the trading platform, only to find none available. Tung Kong Qian, looking to buy weapons with attack power. Prices are negotiable. Zhang San. Who would have thought you'd be in this position? Tong Kong Qian? Truly a delightful turn of events. Li Daniu. How much did you lose to feel such resentment? Zhang San. Chun Qian. There are only 2 days left for the novice period, and you still have time to bicker? Chun Chang'an. Collecting materials requires both hands and words. It's as if you're digging for gold. Chun Qian. Be careful. You might fall prey to wild beasts. Chun Chang'an. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll be a fine man again in 18 years. Hint, player Chun Chang'an has perished. Chun Qian. Upon seeing the notification, Ding Zhou glanced at the survival count in the upper right corner. 9008. In just a day, 1/10 of the players had perished. This survival in the fog was perilously dangerous. Ding Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had bound himself to the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known if he could survive even a single day. Zhang Dehai, the Hailong gang, is recruiting. Those willing to comply with resource allocation will be prioritized, and those who contribute significantly will receive rewards in the form of housing upgrade blueprints. There are also astute individuals hoping to profit from this. Unable to make money from tools yesterday, today they switched to recruiting members. Under normal circumstances, few would fall for such tricks. However, with life and death at stake, it was a different story altogether. Ding Zhou noticed at least a dozen recruitment advertisements. There were associations like the Taobao Merchant Guild, the Money-Hungry Penguin Games, and Chun Qian's Loose Alliance, among others. Ding Zhou had no intention of joining or creating a faction. After briefly surveying the various forces, he turned to the transaction platform. Searching for blueprints, he found a total of 8. Alas, upon inspection, he discovered they were all rather useless items. He already possessed a wooden bed and had 2 crafting opportunities left. As for bronze weapons, he had no shortage, and their prices were exorbitant. Only a fool would buy them. The remaining items were equally unappealing to him. With a sigh, he closed the trading channel. System. Initiate 100 consecutive openings of bronze treasure chests. Ding. You have opened 100 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations. You have obtained 28 portions of 250g meat floss bread, 80 portions of 150 milliliters water, 60 wood, 3 bronze axes, 20 rolls of paper, 10 rolls of toilet paper, 2 portions of 250 milliliters soy sauce, 80 iron blocks, 60 copper blocks, and 1 beginner cooking skill. He wondered if there truly was a guarantee with 100 consecutive openings. As this time he had even received a skill book specifically related to cooking. The format was similar to the painting book he had learned before, though the cover was slightly different. Ding, you have learned the beginner cooking skill. Cooking speed increased by 20, deliciousness increased by 20. To his astonishment, the skill enhanced the deliciousness of his dishes. Did this mean his cooking could now be palatable? As a citizen of Longhua, Dingjio was unaccustomed to subsisting solely on hamburgers and bread. Now that he had finally acquired a cooking skill, he was eager to prepare a warm meal. The wolf meat he had traded from Chuyoshiwe had long been consumed, leaving him with only half a portion of snake meat in his storage, about a pound. While it was sufficient for a meal, a single dish felt rather monotonous. He reopened the trading platform, this time searching for various types of beast meat. Chapter 11. The surge in prices. Even cheating can't compare regrettably. After searching high and low, Dingjio found no vendors in sight. To be more precise, others did not share his discretion. They typically announced their wares in the chat channel before engaging in transactions, negotiating prices directly. Unlike him, who simply listed items on the trading platform, leaving it to fate. Never mind, he would settle for snake meat. Currently, his only seasonings were salt and soy sauce. So he decided to marinate the meat for 10 minutes with these 2 ingredients. Then, he heated the pan with oil. As the snake meat sizzled in the hot oil, a wave of mouth-watering aroma enveloped him. Listening to the gratifying hiss of the frying meat, Dingjio felt his throat stir with anticipation. It was simply irresistible. Although he had prepared it in the same manner before, it had never been this fragrant. Thanks to the acceleration effect, the snake meat cooked swiftly. He originally intended to pair it with white rice, but the tantalizing scent wafting from the pan was too much for him to resist. He hastily grabbed a hamburger and began to savor it alongside the steaming stir-fried snake meat. This is exquisite. Despite merely seasoning it with salt and soy sauce, the texture of the snake meat was remarkable. The exterior was crispy while the interior remained tender, each bite revealing the unique softness and chewiness of the meat. The juices burst in his mouth, yielding a delightful bounce and an endless aftertaste. Dingjio was acutely aware that his culinary skills were rudimentary. Thus, he credited the success to his basic cooking abilities. If this was merely a beginner's achievement, one could only imagine the wonders of intermediate or advanced techniques. Would it not be delicious enough to devour one's own tongue? Just as Dingjio pondered whether to say for 100 consecutive attempts at black iron, a sudden howl of wolves echoed from outside the courtyard. He turned to see 2 crimson eyes flickering in the purple mist. Their silhouettes danced in and out of view, with their general outlines unmistakably resembling wolves. What the hell? It's still daytime. Why do they dare approach? Dingjio was startled, but quickly summoned a bronze spear into his hand. However, recalling the dangers of close combat and his own lack of prowess, he swiftly switched to a wooden crossbow. As the 2 wolves growled menacingly at him, Dingjio took a deep breath, aiming through the gaps in the wooden fence at one of the beasts before releasing the bolt. Whoosh! The 10-meter distance was traversed in the blink of an eye, accurately striking one of the wolves. The other, startled, instinctively retreated a few steps, disappearing into the mist. The injured wolf, seeing its companion flee, attempted to escape as well, but Dingjio was determined not to let it slip away. He released the now empty crossbow and summoned another, already loaded with an arrow. Whoosh! Thud! With the experience of his previous shot, this time the bolt struck true, piercing the wolf's neck. The creature collapsed, convulsing on the ground, exhaling more than inhaling. Witnessing the ease with which he had slain a wolf, Ding Jiao felt a swell of pride within him. Initially aiming merely to scare them away, he had unexpectedly secured a kill. What a delightful surprise. However, to put another way, if he cannot leave the house, how can he retrieve it? Ding Jiao reloaded 2 wooden crossbows with bolts before carefully approaching the wooden fence. One crossbow in hand, there was a fist-sized gap between the wooden slats, ample enough for him to extend his hand. Yet, this action was fraught with peril. Should the wolf that had fled suddenly emerge from the mist, he might not be able to retract his hand in time. Thus, he retrieved a bronze spear, hoping to use it to prod the creature back. However, upon comparison, the 1.5-meter-long bronze spear proved inadequate to reach his target. Consequently, he fetched a bronze pickaxe, binding the 2 implements together with rope, and thrust it towards the wolf's carcass. After seeing the pickaxe's head firmly embed itself in the wolf's body, he began to pull it back slowly. Just as Ding Jiao managed to drag the wolf's body to the corner of the fence, the other wolf, which had been frightened away, reappeared. Its crimson eyes glinted coldly at him, sending a shiver down his spine. He was well aware of the wolf's vengeful nature. If he did not deal with this one as well, it might retaliate at any moment. With a swift motion, Ding Jiao brandished the bronze pickaxe in his hand. However, just as he raised it to throw, the wolf let out a howl and retreated back into the mist. Frustrated, he thought to himself that had he only loaded both crossbows earlier. After waiting a while without sight of the wolf, he decided to abandon the wait. He carried the wolf's carcass back to the doorstep and set a table to begin the dissection. Lacking experience, the process was somewhat clumsy, resulting in the wolf's hide being cut into disarray. Not only was making a cloak out of it now impossible, but even crafting gloves seemed a challenge. After a rough estimation, he determined that the combined weight of the bones and meat was around 30 gene, which was not too shabby, providing sustenance for several days. Contemplating the wolf that had escaped, Ding Jiao felt that his level 1 wooden house was not as secure as he had thought. Noticing the plethora of valuable items in his backpack, he attempted to submit a trade request. 1 antidote, 1 healing bandage, 1 bronze sword, and 250 grams of salt in exchange for a blueprint to upgrade to a level 2 house. A 4-for-1 trade of such scarce and life-saving items seemed enticing enough, and he could hardly believe that no one would be tempted. Glancing at the system warehouse, he noted that he had accumulated 13 255 wooden chests. His fingers itched with anticipation as he contemplated opening a high-tier chest. System, open a black iron chest. Beep. You have consumed 10,000 wooden chests to exchange for 1 black iron chest. Beep. You have opened a black iron chest. Congratulations. You have received 1 serving of braised beef noodles, 1 freezer, a complete set of seasonings, 1 egg, 10 iron plates, 30 iron blocks, and 10 stones. What? Is this all I get? Initially, Ding Jiao thought the number 1 referred to a single item, but upon checking the system warehouse, he realized that the 1 indicated an entire box. 1 box of instant noodles contained 12 cups, while 1 box of eggs held 36. A collection of 12 seasoning packets, including pepper, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, and more, each in small portions. However, what piqued Ding Jiao's curiosity the most was the freezer. Unlike those he had previously encountered, this one emphasized data functionality. Item, freezer, capacity, 100 durability, 100 effect, reduces food decay rate by 5 times. It operates without electricity, which is indeed remarkably convenient. Yet, his system warehouse is a realm where time stands still, possessing infinite space, rendering the freezer unnecessary. It appears it will only serve as a means for trade. While the freezer may be of little use to him, it holds significant value for others, especially those affluent in resources. With it, they can store an abundance of items. Chu Yoshue Ding Jiao is the anonymous buyer of the level 2 house upgrade blueprint on the trading platform you? Ding Jiao. Indeed, that is I. Have you acquired the blueprint? Chu Yoshue. Not yet. Ding Jiao. Oh, then what brings you here? Chu Yuxu. Ding Jiao. Chu Yoshue. The wooden crossbow blueprint I sold you earlier. Have you crafted it? Ding Jiao. What does it matter if I have or have not? Chu Yoshue. I have finished crafting it. Could you sell me some crossbow bolts? If not, I would like to reclaim it. Ding Jiao, there are only a few bolts. If I sell them to you, what shall I use? Upon hearing Ding Jiao's words, Chu Yoshua immediately surmised that he must have attempted to craft crossbow bolts himself, only to discover that the handmade bolts were ineffective. Chu Yoshua, I can offer something in exchange. Ding Jiao, what do you have? Chu Yoshua, beginner's agility fruit. Ding Jiao, goodness. Are you the protagonist of luck? How do such remarkable items keep appearing, even more than those I possess through my advantages? Chapter 12. The Tool of Fate. Ding Jiao, how many? Chu Yoshua, of course, just one. How many do you want? Ding Jiao, one. Then I can only give you 5 crossbow bolts. Chu Yoshua, no way, at least 10. Ding Jiao, 10 is excessive. The maximum I can offer is 6. Chu Yoshua, I can add 2 more fruit seeds, but upon maturation, you must return 1 fruit to me. Ding Jiao, agreed. But if you obtain a blueprint for upgrading to a level 2 house, you must prioritize trading it to me. Chu Yoshua, understood. With the price settled, the two commenced their transaction with practiced ease. Unlike the earthy-colored vitality fruit, the agility fruit bore a verdant hue. After consuming it, Ding Jiao felt as if his legs had been invigorated, brimming with energy. He leapt lightly from the ground, astonishingly reaching a height of 1 meter, ready for the Olympics. Player, Ding Jiao, attributes: Strength 7, Constitution 6-2, Intelligence 6, Agility 5-2. Feeling the surge of power, Ding Jiao grew increasingly satisfied with Chu Yoshua. His tool of fortune. Ding Jiao, Chu Yoshua. Did you discover some treasure while seeking crossbow bolts? Chu Yoshua, it's not about discovery. It's a standard transaction. Don't think I owe you any favors. Ding Jiao, haha, slip of the tongue. Here, have a pair to cool off. Ding Jiao handed over a pair. Though she feigned disdain, her hands moved swiftly to accept it. While eating, she murmured, this rascal truly possesses an abundance of fine items. Ding Jiao, hey, did you really come across something precious? Do you need my assistance? Chu Yoshua, what are your intentions? Ding Jiao, if you obtain the blueprint, prioritize selling it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Chu Yoshua, we'll see. Chu Yoshua neither declined nor accepted his offer, and Ding Jiao paid it no mind. Ending the communication, he resumed his box-opening endeavors. Although black iron was decent, bronze clearly offered superior value, so he proceeded with 100 consecutive draws of bronze. Ding, you have opened 100 treasure chests. Congratulations, you have obtained 25 iron blocks, 30 peaches, and 1 beginner forging skill book. Am I now capable of crafting items by hand? Upon seeing the words beginner forging skill book, Ding Jiao was utterly bewildered. Planting skills enable farming. Cooking skills allow for meal preparation. So forging skills must pertain to crafting weapons and tools, right? Ding, congratulations on successfully learning the beginner forging skill. You can now attempt to create weapons and equipment without blueprints. Ding Jiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Remembering the crossbow bolts he had previously failed to create, he prepared to try again. Unlike the simplistic operations governed by blueprints, crafting by hand required substantial manual dexterity. Impatiently, he produced it within minutes. Just as Ding Jiao was filled with joy at the sight of his creation, he was struck down by the attributes displayed. Item: inferior crossbow bolt description, a subpar product. Using it is worse than fighting barehanded. What a crushing disappointment. How could something seemingly adequate be deemed inferior? Unfazed by the skepticism, Ding Jiao retrieved his wooden crossbow, eager to test its efficacy. With a swift whoosh, the bolt veered several meters off target, bouncing off a wooden barrier and tumbling to the ground. To his dismay, it was even less precise than the one he had crafted yesterday. Upon comparing it to a true arrow, he noted that the handmade version was somewhat oversized, lacking in straightness, and marred by an uneven surface. Indeed, as his friend had suggested, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wishes to excel in his craft. Relying solely on a multi-functional spade proved inadequate for producing quality arrows. Thus, he resolved to create a woodworking lathe, adaptable from a table, with a straightforward design to secure the wood. Next, he would procure a planer for swiftly smoothing the arrow shafts. With ample materials at his disposal and countless opportunities for trial and error, he decided to occupy his time constructively. Ding Jiao received a message from Chu Yoshua. You were seeking the blueprints for upgrading to a level 2 house, correct? I've acquired them. What do you intend to offer in exchange? I must say, I find a market prices unsatisfactory. Ding Zhou was both excited and envious. He quickly inquired, what do you desire? Chu Yoshue replied, what do you have to offer? Ding Zhou, exasperated by her probing, retorted, after so many transactions, just state your demands directly. If they are reasonable, I shall purchase. If exorbitant, then I shall pass. I require food, medicine, and armor, she stated. But didn't you claim to have sufficient food? He countered. That bread hardly qualifies as sustenance, she shot back. I possess bronze armor. As for food, I have instant noodles, eggs, meat floss bread, white rice, and flour. Snacks include chips, rice crusts, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Beverages comprise cola, Sprite, Gianlibo, and Red Bull. I also have healing bandages and antidotes, he listed. I'll take it all, she demanded. Dream on, Ding Zhou replied. Are you no longer interested in the blueprints? That does not justify your exorbitant demands, he replied. Weren't you also demanding a premium from me before? Cough, cough, in any case, that is not an option. On what grounds? Because I refuse to agree. If you wish to sell, provide a fair price. Otherwise, I would prefer to wait for another seller. What if I add another blueprint? She proposed. That depends on what blueprint it is, he responded. Land reconstruction blueprint? Goodness, did you rob someone? Another land reconstruction blueprint? That is of no concern to you. Simply tell me if you will trade. Oh, and I'll need some fruit as well. Very well, I concede. Let us proceed with the transaction. To him, any items obtainable from treasure chests held little significance. Don't act like I've taken advantage of you, she replied, her eyes sparkling with newfound vitality as she surveyed the bounty of food and drink in her bag. Before her journey, she had been quite the glutton, never parting from her snacks. Had she not encountered that rascal Ding Zhou, she might have been reduced to a diet of nothing but dry bread. With an abundance of snacks, beverages, and fruits now in her possession, Chu Yoshue shed her previous wild and violent demeanor, leaping onto the bed in sheer delight and rolling about. Upon receiving the blueprints, Ding Zhou promptly decided to proceed with the upgrade. Ding, would you like to expend 700 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of cement, 50 units of iron blocks, and one house upgrade blueprint to transform the ordinary wooden house into a sturdy stone house? Yes. Ding, the ordinary wooden house is currently undergoing the upgrade. Ding, congratulations. Your ordinary wooden house has been successfully upgraded and is now a sturdy stone house. With the completion of the upgrade, the regional rewards followed suit. Ding, as you're the first player in this region to upgrade an ordinary wooden house to a sturdy stone house, you will receive a black iron treasure chest as a reward, along with 3 opportunities for regional announcements. Would you like to reveal your name? No, thank you. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player for being the first to upgrade an ordinary wooden house to a sturdy stone house, receiving 1 black iron treasure chest. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player for being the first to upgrade an ordinary wooden house to a sturdy stone house, receiving 1 black iron treasure chest. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player for being the first to upgrade an ordinary wooden house to a sturdy stone house, receiving 1 black iron treasure chest. As the regional announcements echoed, the chat channel of District 1024 undoubtedly erupted in excitement. Chapter 13. Upgrading to the stone house. Crafting iron arrows. The disparity among individuals is truly exasperating. While I am preoccupied with the simple endeavor of satisfying my hunger, others have already taken residence in stone houses. Who is this formidable figure? Their prowess is astonishing. Surely, in our district, there is only one anonymous magnate. Who else could it be? Is there anyone who knows their identity? I yearn to pay my respects. The fact that they dare not reveal their name suggests there may be something amiss. The Sea Dragon Gang is recruiting. Those interested, please reach out privately. Ding Zhou held no interest in the bustling chatter of the chat channel. After successfully upgrading his dwelling to a stone house, he promptly examined its attributes. Name, sturdy stone house. Level, LV2 defense, 1000, durability, 3000. Workbench, level 1 upgradable. Repair requirements, none. Upgrade requirements, bricks 10,000, steel rebars 2,500, iron blocks 1,000, cement 5,000, wood 1,000, stone 1,000, Level 3 House Upgrade Blueprint 1. With a defense of 1,000 and durability of 3,000, a profound sense of security enveloped him. As for the materials required for the next upgrade, it merely entailed opening a few thousand treasure chests, a matter of no concern whatsoever. Noticing the upgrade option for the workbench, Ding Jiao decided to take a closer look. Workbench, Level 1, Current Craftable Items. Wooden Table, Wooden Chair, Stone Axe. Stone Pickaxe, Upgrade Requirements. Iron Plates 20, Iron Blocks 100, Steel Plates 5, Steel Blocks 20. He had yet to acquire steel plates and blocks, likely found within the black iron treasure chests. However, unlike the bronze chests, the black iron chests required a staggering 10,000 wooden chests for exchange. Calculating the time, it would necessitate an accumulation of an hour and a half. Even with Ding Jiao's substantial resources, he knew he had to proceed with caution. Previously, during the regional announcement, he was rewarded with one. Perhaps it was time to open it. Ding, you have opened a black iron treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received Steel Plates 10, Steel Blocks 30, Contract Scroll 1, Flashlight 1, Functional Beverages 10. Well, this seems rather fortuitous. Could it be that I am indeed a child of destiny? Ding Jiao blinked. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Ding, the workbench upgrade is complete. Current level 2. New crafting templates added. Iron bucket, iron axe, iron pickaxe. Is that all? Upon seeing the required materials include steel plates, he had anticipated a more significant transformation following the workbench upgrade, only to discover it merely added 2 iron tools. Just as Ding Jiao shook his head in disappointment, he stumbled upon another feature of the workbench, the ability to switch to manual operation mode. In this mode, as long as one possessed forging skills, they could craft items without the need for blueprints. Was this not a direct reference to him? Switching to manual operation mode. Ding. The workbench has been switched to manual operation mode. With a flash of white light, the workbench transformed from a modern CNC machine into a vintage manual version. Ding Jiao was not a professional, yet having learned the forging skill, he was familiar with the tools at hand. With specialized tools, crafting crossbow arrows would become significantly more convenient. He even deemed the stone arrows inadequate in strength, opting instead for iron ones. Following a recent failure, he approached this task with much greater care, dedicating over half an hour to the creation of his first iron arrow. Prompt: you have successfully crafted a standard iron arrow. Standard iron arrow, attack power, 25, durability, 10. Upon witnessing his success, Ding Jiao promptly affixed the arrow to his wooden crossbow. Instantly, its attack power surged from the original 5 points to 30 points, a remarkable increase of 0.5 times compared to the stone arrows. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The durability had also risen from 1 point to 10 points, allowing for repeated use. Such a remarkable item could not be kept to himself, and Ding Jiao immediately shared it with Chu Yoshue. However, for reasons unknown, she did not respond right away. Ding Jiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that she was unimpressed? That seemed unlikely. He decided to focus on tilling the land instead. The land transformation blueprint obtained from Chu Yoshue remained unused. After upgrading the wooden house to a stone structure, the interior space expanded threefold, while the yard increased fivefold. What had previously felt cramped now seemed remarkably spacious. However, Ding Jiao was taken aback to find that the wooden fence remained unchanged, although it had grown. It had not transformed into a stone wall alongside the wooden house. This felt unjust. An upgrade requiring 2 sets of materials? This was more costly than he had anticipated. He inspected the wooden fence's attributes, which promptly appear before him. Wooden fence upgradable, defense, 10, durability, 50, upgrade requirements, stone 200. Cement 50. The once unremarkable fence now bore an upgrade marker and the materials required for enhancement. The demands were considerable, nearly rivaling those needed for upgrading the house. Ding Jiao shook his head, but ultimately chose to proceed with the upgrade. Ding, you have successfully consumed 200 units of stone and 50 units of cement to upgrade the wooden fence to a stone wall. Review. Stone wall, defense, 800 durability, 1500. Although the defense and durability were less than that of the stone house, the stone wall, standing over 2 meters tall, offered a far greater sense of security compared to the wooden fence, which had only been 2 meters high and easily surmountable. The only drawback was the inability to see outside the wall. Should a beast attack, he would be unable to retaliate. Yet, this was not insurmountable. Constructing a few arrow towers would suffice. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, he needed to plant the agility fruit trees. The current blueprint had yet to be utilized. Ding Jiao cleared 3 additional plots beside the previous 2 planting areas, dedicating one for the physical fruit seeds and the other 2 for agility fruit seeds. After watering and fertilizing, he would need to wait 5 days for them to mature. Ding, Chu Yoshua Ding Jiao. What is the price of the iron arrow? Ding Jiao, a blueprint or something of value. Chu Yoshua, do you need meat? Ding Jiao, wolf meat. JPG, Chu Yoshua sighed in resignation. Although she knew Ding Jiao likely had no shortage of meat, seeing him possess it still left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Chu Yoshua, I currently do not have the blueprints. Ding Hu, no ruse. You can owe me for now and provide them later when you have them. Chu Yoshua, I will need 10. Ding Jiao, no problem. But you will have to wait 2 hours for delivery. Chu Yoshua, that works. After concluding the transaction, Chu Yoshua hurriedly hung up, her current preoccupation unknown. The reason behind Ding Jiao's generous demeanor this time was primarily due to Chu Yushua's extraordinary luck. She consistently managed to procure items he was in desperate need of. If he did not cultivate their relationship now, how could he expect her to remember him in the future when she stumbled upon more valuable goods? Chapter 14. The Contract with the Wolf King. In light of this, Ding Jiao cast aside any thoughts of inspecting the courtyard and returned to his workbench to continue crafting iron arrows. Having gained experience from a previous endeavor, he found himself considerably more adept at the task. Particularly towards the end, he could complete an arrow in mere minutes. Thus, the 2-hour estimate was reduced to just an hour and a half for the entire production. Once he delivered the goods, the time had already advanced to midday. As the rumbling of his stomach reminded him of his hunger, Ding Jiao recalled the stir-fried snake meat, causing his mouth to water. With the addition of various seasonings, even the notoriously gamey wolf meat should turn out delectable. Following the customary procedure, he marinated it for 10 minutes, remembering that there were still eggs in the warehouse. He retrieved 2 to prepare fried eggs. Oh, what a luxury, Li Daniu remarked. Have you noticed that resources outside are dwindling? We now have to venture further to collect large trees and stones. Chun Xian replied, That's because the nearby ones have all been harvested, and unlike in games, they do not respawn. Zhang San exclaimed. So, does that mean we'll have to travel quite a distance to gather resources? That sounds perilous. Li Daniu confessa. I've never had a good sense of direction. If I wander too far, I fear I might lose my way. Zhang Dalong laughed. Haha, you're in for a rough time. You'll surely end up as prey for the beasts. Li Daniu retorted. Even if you die, I shall remain unharmed. Chen Qian advised, everyone should prepare more weapons. Once the newbie protection wears off, it will undoubtedly become dangerous. Chen Ziwei commented, if only we could form teams. It would enhance safety and conserve resources. Zhang Dehai offered, Ziwei, if you wish to team up, come to me. I'll ensure your protection. Chen Ziwei scoffed. At this moment, after satisfying his hunger, Ding Jiao took a stroll around the courtyard. Unlike his previous exploration, he did not discover any treasure chests this time. After a brief clearing of weeds and stones, he began selecting a location to construct a tower. It did not need to be excessively tall. It simply had to provide a view over the stone wall. The complexity of the task was minimal. He dug several holes in the ground to insert wooden posts. Then, using the iron nails he had crafted, he stacked them layer by layer until a rudimentary structure began to take shape. Admittedly, the appearance was somewhat unsightly, loose, and rickety. Moreover, lacking carpentry skills, it resembled a product devoid of any quality. There were no attributes to speak of. However, Ding Jiao was indifferent to these imperfections. A gentle push confirmed its stability, allowing him to ascend without worry. The tower now stood 2 meters tall, affording him a commanding view. The site previously obscured by the stone wall was restored. Although the mist still concealed much, he derived satisfaction from having visibility. The only drawback was the limited range. He could only see 1/5 of the area. This implied that he would need to construct at least 4 more such towers to achieve comprehensive coverage of the stone wall. Furthermore, being alone, even if he succeeded, he could not simultaneously guard all those locations. Perhaps it was better to abandon the idea? No, this was a matter of life and death. He would persevere, regardless of the difficulty. Ding Jiao shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts. Time drifted on. As Ding Jiao busied himself with the tower construction, he was oblivious to the encroaching darkness of the evening. The once tranquil atmosphere, filled only with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, was abruptly pierced by the distant howls of wolves, drawing ever closer. Instinctively, Ding Jiao paused his work and swiftly ascended one of the towering structures to glimpse the source of the ominous cries. 1, 2, 3, 4 indeed. More than 10 wild wolves emerged from a fog. Goodness, it was only the second night, and already the monsters were launching an assault? Wait a moment. Why does that wolf appear to bear the marks of an arrow wound? Could it be the very creature that had escaped previously, returning with its pack for vengeance? Although tales of wolves holding grudges were common, Ding Jiao never anticipated such relentless retribution. They don't even allow for a night's grace. Furrowing his brow, Ding Jiao instinctively drew his wooden crossbow. With a commanding howl from the Wolf King, the surrounding pack lunged toward the stone wall. A series of notifications rang out, alerting him that his stone wall was under attack, suffering durability loss with each strike. For a moment, he feared the wall might crumble, but upon closer inspection, he realized the wolves were merely gnashing their teeth in vain. The house remained unscathed thanks to the new player protection period. A sly grin spread across Ding Jiao's face. What a generous offering of wolf meat. My dear wolf, I shall not be polite. With swift precision, he loosed 2 arrows from his crossbow, claiming 2 kills. However, the time-consuming task of reloading compelled him to switch to a spear. With only 3 to 4 meters separating them, he was confident in his aim. The dull whoosh of the spear, slicing through the air, signaled success as it pierced a gray wolf that was gnawing at the wall. Huh, is that all you've got? Ding Jiao laughed heartily. Yet, after 5 wolves fell to his prowess, the concealed Wolf King could no longer remain hidden. It surged forth from a mist with astonishing speed, leaping powerfully into the air, effortlessly vaulting over the 2-meter-high stone wall and landing in the courtyard before Ding Jiao. Good heavens, is that even allowed? There must be a bug in this protection period. Startled, Ding Jiao quickly donned a suit of bronze armor from his storage. Just as he finished, the Wolf King charged toward him. Without hesitation, Ding Jiao seized a bronze spear and thrust it with all his might. The Wolf King, caught off guard, yelped in pain as the spear struck its shoulder. The pack outside, hearing their leader's anguished cry, grew increasingly agitated. They attempted to replicate the Wolf King's leap, but lacking its strength, they were thwarted midway by the stone wall. Ding Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and turned his full attention to the Wolf King. Having learned from its previous misstep, the Wolf King approached with caution, circling the arrow tower in an attempt to flank Ding Jiao. However, he was not so easily outmaneuvered. With a swift pivot, he hurled another spear, but the Wolf King dodged with a leap. Undeterred, Ding Jiao seized the opportunity as the Wolf King's balance faltered, launching yet another spear with precision. This time, the Wolf King was far less fortunate, as the stone spear pierced deeply into its body. What a splendid opportunity! With a successful strike, Ding Jiao retrieved another spear. However, just as he was about to hurl it, a sudden thought struck him. There were still 2 contract scrolls within his backpack. A surge of excitement coursed through him. If he could bind the Wolf King, he would gain a companion. With this in mind, he no longer rushed to slay the beast. As Ding Jiao approached, the Wolf King struggled to rise. Unfortunately, its injuries were too grave. It managed to stand for but a moment before collapsing once more. Ding Jiao's eyes sparkled with realization, yet he remained vigilant. With the sharp tip of the spear pressed against the Wolf King's throat, he finally began to utilize the contract scrolls. Chapter 15. The Trade of Drugs Beep. The current creature has not yet met the contract conditions. Not yet met the conditions? What does that mean? Surely it cannot be akin to a video game, where one must reduce the foe to the brink of death or incapacitate them first. Ding Jiao felt a pang of doubt. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. He retrieved a multi-functional spade and brought it down upon the Wolf King's forehead. Bang! Not dazed? Then let us try again. Bang! This time, he exerted significantly more force, causing the Wolf King to bleed profusely from head injury. Beep! The current creature is gravely injured and unconscious. The contract scroll has been successfully utilized. Congratulations, you have acquired the ordinary pet, the Gray Wolf King. Pet: Gray Wolf King. Quality: white. Attributes: Strength 12, Constitution 9, Intelligence 5, Agility 15. Status: gravely injured, near death. Haha, I never expected to succeed. And its attributes even surpass my own. Dingjio burst into an excited laugh. However, upon noticing the dire status of gravely injured and near death, his exhilaration quickly turned to concern. No, I have acquired a pet. I cannot allow it to perish. Dingjio hurriedly retrieved a pile of healing bandages from the system warehouse to tend to its wounds. Fortunately, the healing bandages proved effective, halting the bleeding from the injuries. The status of gravely injured and near death transformed into simply gravely injured. How are you feeling now, Little Gray? Little Gray? The Gray Wolf King wearily rolled its eyes. Smack! Do you have any objections? Gray Wolf King. No, it should now be called Little Gray, immediately ingratiated itself by sticking out its tongue toward Dingjio. As long as you recognize your mistake. Dingjio nodded in satisfaction. By the way, can you still command your subordinates? If so, instruct them to cease their attacks. Little Gray raised its head and let out a howl toward the yard. The few gray wolves that had been fiercely attacking the stone wall immediately ceased their efforts. Although there remained a palpable hostility in their eyes, Dingjio paid it no mind. Have you heard of the phrase, controlling the emperor to command the feudal lords? As long as Little Gray obeys him, what difference does it make whether the ordinary gray wolves heed Little Gray or him? Little Gray, you truly are a treasure. With such a precious companion, Dingjio felt a deeper sense of responsibility. He promptly contacted Chu Yushue to purchase meat, buying half a cow at once. Observing Little Gray devour the food voraciously, Dingjio recalled that there were still several more outside the yard and proceeded to cut off some scraps to toss out. Initially, the wolf pack did not partake in the food. Only after hearing Little Gray's command did one wolf pick up a small piece and begin to gnaw on it. Having eaten their fill, and thanks to Dingjio's generous use of medicine, Little Gray's injuries healed rapidly. It was even able to stand and move about. As it made its way toward the planting area, Dingjio, concerned about the potential destruction of the seedlings, quickly stepped forward to restrain it. Little Gray, this is not a place for play. If you wish to stroll, go elsewhere. What? You wish to make a nest here? Absolutely not. Ingyist, did you truly believe I was oblivious to your gaze upon these saplings, glowing with vitality? Should you truly settle here, would it not be akin to the Monkey King guarding the peaches of immortality, leaving none behind? Away with you, if idleness be your companion. Take your little minions and retrieve the remains of your fallen comrade. How enough of that? It is not for consumption, but rather to seek a refuge. For if left exposed, they shall surely fall prey to other beasts. Howl after escorting the Little Gray one out of the yard, Dingjio returned to the planting grounds. In curbing the Little Gray one's mischief, he noticed several saplings were once again parched. Beginner fruit tree, maturation time, for days, harvest count, 1-1. Current status. Thirsty, he produced a bottle of water to nourish them. The state of thirst promptly transformed into a need for fertilizer. There was nothing to be done but apply another round of nutrients. Soon, he observed the maturation time adjust. Beginner fruit tree, maturation time, 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Harvest count, 1-1. Current status. Growing given the situation, it appeared he would need to attend to them daily. How naive he had been to think them easy to cultivate. They were, in fact, voracious consumers of resources. One by one, he watered and fertilized each sapling, ultimately expending 6 bottles of water and 6 packets of basic fertilizer. Howl, they have arrived. Upon hearing the Little Gray one's calls, Dingjio ceased his musings. Turning towards the yard entrance, he beheld not only the Little Gray one, but also 7 wolves encircling the area, their gazes fierce. Had the Little Gray one not been at his side, they likely would have pounced long ago. They had indeed brought him ample offerings, a total of 6 wolf carcasses, piled to the left of the entrance. Dingzhou did not dissect them, but rather stored them whole in the system's repository. Little gray one, let your kin remain outside the yard to guard for me. I shall take care of their provisions. How the little gray one nudged its head against Dingzhou's foot, though he did not comprehend its intent. He took it as an agreement. As night fell, Dingzhou kindled a bonfire in the yard, commencing preparations for his evening repast. Through the long, lingering night, he resolved to indulge himself with a sumptuous feast, red wine and steak. Although there were but 2 items, the quantity was ample. Under the enhancement of basic cooking skills, even the satiated little gray one could not resist gazing longingly at the iron pot, its tongue lolling out in anticipation. Observing its eager demeanor, Dingzhou offered it a few morsels, prompting the little creature to excitedly howl in delight. The wolf pack outside the yard caught the enticing aroma of the searing steak, particularly agitated upon witnessing their alpha indulging alone, pacing anxiously in circles. However, this time, Dingzhou refrained from sharing his meal. What a jest! With so many of them, how long would it take to prepare their portions? Once sated, Dingzhou, now at leisure, opened the regional chat to check for updates. 6,522. This was the total number of survivors in District 1024. The death toll had surged to 3 times that of the previous day. It seemed that, apart from himself, others had similarly encountered wild beasts. Lacking the advantageous circumstances that Dingzhou enjoyed, they had succumbed to their fates, some dead, others wounded. The atmosphere in the chat channel felt somewhat oppressive for this very reason. Many individuals were seeking medicine. Dingzhou glanced at his inventory. 27 detoxifiers, 28 healing bandages, and 12 healing potions. While not in abundance, selling a few was certainly feasible. With little desire to employ any tricks, he anonymously listed 20 detoxifiers, 20 healing bandages, and 10 healing potions. He was open to trading for special blueprints or extraordinary fruits, among other items. Wow, the anonymous master has struck again, and all with medicine. The anonymous big shot is truly legendary. Master, could I exchange some basic materials for a healing bandage? I beg you, get lost, you pauper. There are plenty of buyers. Seriously, you aren't even injured. Why are you buying medicine? Can't you leave some for those in need? What's wrong with being prepared just in case? Even if I'm not hurt, there were those who expressed excitement and those who hurled insults. Zhang Dalong remarked, you all truly lack dignity. This fellow is profiting from national calamity, and yet you choose to idolize him? Zhang Dahai added, exactly, humanity is currently teetering on the brink of survival. Not only does he neglect to unite everyone to weather this crisis, but he also seeks to profit from it. Such a heartless individual. Zhao Hu commented, no wonder he dares not reveal his name. Even he must realize his actions are inhumane. Of course, where there are detractors, there are also ardent supporters. Upon witnessing their idol being morally condemned, they eagerly jumped into the fray to defend him. Chapter 16. Earning another windfall. Ah, behold a lemon spirit. Everyone come and take a look. It seems these individuals are merely afflicted by envy, jealous of the abundance possessed by the esteemed. Indeed, regardless of the realm, there will always be those who cannot bear to see others thrive. The brothers above have erred. Although the worlds may differ, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. Those who are inherently wicked will continue to be so, regardless of the world they inhabit. How dare you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? When the path is uneven, some will tread upon it. When matters are unjust, others will intervene. You had best pray that our paths do not cross. For if they do, you shall face the consequences. If you possess the courage, come forth. Amid the rising clamor in the chat, Dingzhou, the subject of the discourse, cast a casual glance before losing interest. Instead, he found himself far more preoccupied with the fruits of his recent endeavors. Initially believing that a mere 50 doses of medicine would sell swiftly, he was surprised to find that after half an hour, only 26 had been sold. It appeared that the entire district was devoid of funds, except for Chu Yoshua. Esteemed one, do you require additional attendance? I am both regal and delightful. My credentials can be verified through correspondence. Esteemed one, my sister has mastered the art of romance, and is well-versed in a multitude of skills. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Esteemed one, could you offer a discount? Otherwise, it is beyond my means. Esteemed one, the pressure of allure and coercion. Sweetened temptations. Were it not for Ding Zhio's resolute will, he might have fallen prey to these advances, just as he prepared to open the messages to chastise those shameless women. The overwhelming number of 999 dissuaded him from such a course. With no search function, how long would it take to sift through them all? Never mind. I shall inspect my gains instead. Land Transformation Blueprint X3, Fishing Rod Blueprint X1, Fireplace Blueprint X1, Torch Blueprint X3, Backpack Blueprint X1, Iron Fence Blueprint X2, Beginner Strength Fruit X2, Beginner Constitution Fruit X1, Beginner Intelligence Fruit X2. In total, he exchanged for 11 blueprints and 5 special fruits. The others could wait. The special fruits must be planted immediately. The sooner they are sown, the sooner the harvest. As Ding Zhio held a beginner strength fruit in his hand, Xiao Hui, sensing a remarkable treasure, disregarded its wounds and leaped before him. Its eyes shimmered with anticipation, drool escaping from its open mouth. Do you wish to eat? Ding Zhio inquired tentatively. Oh, Xiao Hui no dedi goli. This. Ding Zhio hesitated. This was a precious item capable of enhancing one's strength, and he felt reluctant to part with it. However, considering that Xiao Hui was his contracted beast, the stronger it became, the greater its assistance to him. Moreover, it could replace him in exploring the misty world, making the decision seem worthwhile. Enough of the licking. Here, take it. The greatest strength of a wolf pack lies in their teamwork. As their alpha, Xiao Hui's intelligence would enhance its command abilities. Thus, Ding Zhio resolved to provide it with an intelligence fruit to elevate its mind. However, the thought that the Wolf King must possess sufficient strength to intimidate the pack led him to bestow upon it a primary strength fruit. Do not consume the seed as well. I require it for planting, he cautioned. Oh, with the acquisition of 2 primary fruits, Little Gray, overjoyed, wagged its tail like a whirlwind. Ding Zhio, with a hint of exasperation, ruffled its fur before indulging himself. The outcome mirrored that of previous consumptions, resulting in an increase of 2 points each in strength, constitution, and intelligence. Player, Ding Zhio, attributes, strength 7-2, constitution 6-4, intelligence 6-2, agility 5-2. I feel capable of vanquishing a bull now, Ding Zhio proclaimed, clenching his fist with an air of confidence. A Little Gray, unwilling to be outdone, lifted its head and howled. Pet, Gray Wolf King, quality, white. Attributes, strength 12-2, constitution 9, intelligence 5-2, agility 15, perhaps due to the enhancement in intelligence. Ding Zhio observed a newfound clarity in its eyes. Never mind, he thought, cultivating the land was of utmost importance. Armed with 3 land transformation blueprints, he was eager to commence without delay. Upon reaching the planting area, he utilized them, successfully cultivating 9 plots of arable land, including the previously vacated plot. He now had a total of 10 cultivable lands. However, with only 5 seeds, half of the plots remained barren. Certainly, he possessed an abundance of fruit seeds, yet he was reluctant to squander them on mere planting. Besides, treasures could be unearthed from chests, so what purpose did planting serve? Having experienced the effects of special fruits, Ding Zhio found little interest in ordinary fruits. Gazing at the pitch-black courtyard, he recalled the blueprint for torches he had acquired. Torch crafting blueprint. Durability. 3-3. Requirements. Level 1 house. Materials needed. Wood X2, stone X3, rope X2, oil X1. The initial materials were manageable, but the crucial oil seemed to elude him. What should he do? Naturally, open chests. Having scarcely opened any chests throughout the day, his collection of wooden chests had amassed to 120,000. He was determined that anything obtainable from bronze chests would be within his reach. System. Execute 100 consecutive draws from the bronze chests. Ding. You have opened 100 bronze chests. Congratulations. You have received the Spring Festival Comedy Collection X1. 250G High Tion Soy Sauce X5. Healing Bandages X6. Antidotes X3. Oil X10. Beginner Mining Skill Book. Well, the system continued to be remarkably generous. Whenever he found himself in need, it always provided just in time. Due to his inability to venture outside, he did not rush to learn the beginner mining skill. Observing the newly crafted torch's attribute panel, Ding Jiu felt he had struck gold. Torch, durability, 20 effect. Upon ignition, it dispels fog within a 5-meter radius. Chapter 17. All professions and life skills do not underestimate the mere 5-meter radius. In this realm of almost impenetrable fog, it is akin to a treasure, particularly during the night when visibility is reduced to nothingness. Possessing such a tool might very well preserve one's life in times of peril. Observing the utility of the torch, Ding Jiu found himself reluctant to use it. With no pressing matters at hand, he pondered for a moment before retreating into his dwelling. Before closing the door, he took the liberty of instructing Little Gray to keep watch over the yard. Little Gray evidently wished to enter the house. Yet Ding Jiu was steadfast in his refusal. Given the prior incident where Little Gray had leapt into the yard, he harbored concerns about flying creatures invading and disrupting his cultivated land. After all, Little Gray was accustomed to life in the wild and could find a place to rest elsewhere. Moreover, outside the yard, its companions awaited. What if it wandered off while he was not around? Such a splendid guardian should not be allowed to escape. Very well, you shall keep watch tonight. Tomorrow, I shall construct a cozy nest for you, he assured. Rest assured, I promise not to deceive you. Blueprint for fireplace. Durability. 1-1 requirements. Level 1 house. Materials needed. Wood 10, stone 30, cement 10, iron blocks 5. The materials required were quite modest. And considering the previous makeshift campfire was less than secure, Ding Jiu decided to dismantle it in favor of a new one. Notification. You have successfully crafted 1 fireplace. Fireplace, durability, 30, effect, provides warmth and safeguards the house from low-level malevolent creatures. Malevolent creatures? So, this fog-laden world harbors extraordinary beings? It seems plausible. If extraordinary fruits exist, then the presence of such entities is hardly surprising. Subsequently, he also crafted a fishing rod and iron fence. Fishing rod, durability, 20 effect, enhances fishing efficiency by 10. Iron fence, defense, 500 durability, 500 effect, can be affixed to various walls, augmenting their attributes by half. Upon witnessing the effects of the iron fence, his desire for rest dissipated. Although the 3-day novice protection period had yet to conclude, any additional security fostered a greater sense of safety. Upon opening the door, Little Gray, mistakenly believing Ding Jiu had changed his mind, joyfully approached him. Worried you might catch a chill, I ventured out to start a fire for you. Little Gray believed him wholeheartedly, and its affection blossomed. Ding Jiu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the fur atop its head, then led it to the center of the yard. As they were not inside the wooden cabin, he felt no need for formality. With wooden planks and straw, he ignited a blaze. In the absence of the fog, this small fire was sufficient to illuminate the entire yard. Hey, don't get too close. It might singe your fur. Burn your... Just as Ding Jiu intended to caution, he was a moment too late. Little Gray's fur had already curled from the heat, and he could even detect a faint scent of singed hair. Howling with laughter, Ding Jiu reassured, it's nothing serious, just a little singed hair. In a few days, it will grow back. With that, he gently helped Xiao Huihui remove the burnt fur before making his way to the stone wall. Upon inspecting the wall, he discovered a new modification option available. Upon selecting it, he found only one enhancement: the installation of an iron fence. Without hesitation, Ding Jiu initiated the modification. Ding, you have consumed 3 iron fences to upgrade the stone wall. Ding, the modification is complete. The stone wall has been upgraded to an iron fence stone wall. The once smooth top of the stone wall was now adorned with a sharp iron fence rising half a meter high. Had this fence been installed earlier, Xiao Huihui would likely have been deterred from jumping over it, or worse, injured by the iron spikes had it managed to leap over. Iron fence stone wall, defense, 800-250, durability, 1500-250. Although the enhancement was a mere 250 points, Ding Jiu felt immense satisfaction. Perhaps due to the presence of a wolf pack safeguarding his domain, he found himself sleeping soundly until dawn. In a generous mood, he decided to reward them with several dozen pounds of meat. Naturally, he He didn't forget about the Wolf King, Xiao Huihui. However, it seemed this creature had indulged itself the previous day, showing no appetite for raw meat. Thus, he had no choice but to prepare its portion alongside his breakfast. Today marked the third day of survival. The treasure chest refresh rate had doubled, increasing from 2 chests per second to 4. By day's end, there would be a staggering 600 chests available. It was safe to say that bronze chests were now plentiful, while black iron chests were within reach. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ding Jiao, eager to test his luck, decided to go for 10 consecutive draws of black iron chests. Ding, you have consumed 100,000 wooden chests to exchange for 10 black iron chests. Ding, you opened 10 black iron chests. Congratulations, you have acquired 20 iron plates, 20 steel plates, 50 iron blocks, 30 steel blocks, 50 bricks, 1 iron spear, 1 steel knife, 30 cement, 1 intermediate carpentry skill book, 50 corn, 5 bags of 500g flour, and 5 bottles of basic nurturing liquid. Attempting to utilize the intermediate carpentry skill book, he was met with disappointment. Ding, learning failed. Hint, you have yet to master the prerequisite skill, basic carpentry. It seemed these skills required a stepwise learning approach. Resigned, Ding Jiao set aside the intermediate carpentry skill book for now. Item, basic nurturing liquid. Effect, accelerates the growth rate of low-level plants. Ding Jiao immediately thought of the few special fruit trees. A day had passed, and they were due for watering and fertilizing. After completing the necessary steps for one of the trees, he applied a bottle of basic nurturing liquid. Ding, you have used 1 bottle of basic nurturing liquid on the basic physique fruit tree. Growth time reduced by 1 day. Then, a delightful surprise unfolded before him. The once knee-high sapling had suddenly grown to waist height. Most importantly, 3 small fruits had sprouted on top, each the size of a thumb and a vibrant green. Basic quality fruit tree. Maturation time, 2 days. Harvest count, 1-1. Current status, lacking water. Upon noticing the need for watering, Ding Jiao promptly retrieved a bottle of water to nourish the tree. However, after this first watering, the status still indicated a lack of water. Ding Jiao raised an eyebrow and took out another bottle. Still, the tree was reported as lacking water. He added yet another bottle. After 3 consecutive bottles, the status finally changed from lacking water to lacking nutrients. Having learned from the watering experience, Ding Jiao was mentally prepared when it came to fertilizing. After applying 3 bags of fertilizer, he successfully completed the watering and fertilization process. Basic quality fruit tree. Maturation time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Harvest count, 1-1. Current status, growing. Chapter 18. The end of the novice protection period now. The question arises, can the primary cultivation solution be reused? It is of little consequence if there is none, but since I possess it now, Ding Jiao is genuinely eager to explore whether it can hasten the maturation of fruit trees in a single application. Ding, you have applied 1 bottle of primary cultivation solution to a primary physique fruit tree, reducing the growth time by 1 day. Upon witnessing the transformation of 3 physique fruit trees from green to yellow, he could hardly contain his excitement. He promptly poured 3 more bottles of water and 3 packets of fertilizer onto them. Ding, you have applied 1 bottle of primary cultivation solution to a primary physique fruit tree. Your primary physique fruits are now fully matured. They are ripe, truly ripe. Ding Jiao gazed in delight at the 3 familiar yellow fruits adorning the tree. Oh, equally enthusiastic was Xiao Huihui, the glutton, whose drool was nearly forming a river. I can only give you 1. Remember to spit out the pit after you finish. Oh, Xiao Huihui eagerly nodded in agreement. Ding Jiao offered 1 to Xiao Huihui and kept 1 for himself, reserving the last for Chu Yuxue, as was previously agreed upon during the trade of the fruit pits. Indeed, the primary physique fruit tree could only be harvested once. After collecting the 3 fruits, it withered away immediately. Currently, there remain 3 bottles of primary cultivation solution in the warehouse, indicating the possibility of ripening another fruit tree. However, which one should he choose? Ding Jiao surveyed the fruit trees in the planting area. 2 days, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 4 days. The 4-day option was promptly dismissed. The decision lay between the 2-day primary physique fruit and the 3-day primary agility fruit. After some contemplation, Ding Jiu ultimately opted for the primary physique fruit. Though possessing a robust physique is commendable, swiftness is paramount. If one can run fast enough, danger cannot keep pace. Given that Ding Jiu's system is designed for home-based activities, there is no necessity for venturing out into the wild, thus making the primary physique fruit a more cost-effective choice. Watering, fertilizing, and applying the cultivation solution. He diligently repeated this process twice, soon reaping another 3 primary physique fruits. Xiao Hui Hui, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood, eagerly approached, wagging his furry head. Ding Jiu rolled his eyes in exasperation, but still conceded and gave him 1 fruit. Player, Ding Jiu, attributes: Strength 7-2, Constitution 6-10, Intelligence 6-2, Agility 5-2. With 3 primary physique fruits consumed consecutively, Ding Jiu's total constitution soared to an astounding 16 points. Of course, Xiao Hui Hui was not to be outdone. Pet, Gray Wolf King, quality, white. Attributes: Strength 12-2, Constitution 9-4, Intelligence 5-2, Agility 15, in comparison to Ding Jiu, who only gained muscle without height. Xiao Hui Hui astonishingly grew in stature after consuming 2 primary physique fruits. What had once reached only his thigh now leapt up to his waist. Seeing him strut with pride, Ding Jiu playfully smacked him, reminding him it was time to get to work. "Oh, take your little brother out to hunt some game. Otherwise, you will have nothing but the wind to feast upon today." Consuming dozens of pounds of meat at a time, even the lord of the land could not withstand their appetites. "Oh, rest assured, once you bring back the prey, I shall ensure it is cooked to perfection." With a howl, upon hearing Ding Jiu's words, Xiao Hui Hui finally released its claws from the ground. After sending Xiao Hui Hui away, Ding Jiu planted the remaining plots of land with primary physique fruit trees. In total, there were 14 plots, 7 primary physique fruit trees, 3 primary agility fruit trees, 2 primary strength fruit trees, and 2 primary intelligence fruit trees. System: Initiate 100 consecutive draws for bronze. Ding, you have opened 100 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations. You have obtained. Perhaps it was indeed a basic guarantee. After the 100 draws, aside from some commonly used materials, he received a book on primary architectural design skills. Upon completing it, his mind brimmed with numerous insights into architectural design. Glancing at the arrow towers he had previously constructed, he felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Was this truly his former standard? It appeared rather unsightly and lacked scientific elegance. No, it must be improved. System: Give me another 100 consecutive draws for bronze. Ding, you have opened 100 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations, you have obtained. This time, he received a book on primary carpentry skills, which Ding Jiu promptly learned. Afterward, he recalled the intermediate carpentry skill book he had previously acquired and quickly retrieved it to study as well. Ding, congratulations on successfully learning intermediate carpentry. Passive: Your crafting speed for carpentry tools or buildings is increased by 100, and the basic attributes are enhanced by 30. Upon reading the skill description, Ding Jiu smiled with excitement. He had not anticipated that intermediate skills would be so much stronger than primary ones, capable of enhancing the attributes of his products. Just as he contemplated putting this knowledge to the test, a private message from a friend chimed in. "Beep, do. Hey, do you have any iron arrows left? Send me 100. Ding Jiu Chu Yoshua. That many? Do you even need that many? Chu Yoshua. That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you have them. Ding Jiu. Don't mention 100. Even if I had 1,000, the question is, can you afford them? Chu Yoshua. Chu Yoshua. Take a look at this, a blueprint for a small water well. Ding Jiu's eyes widened as he immediately checked the specifics of the water well construction blueprint. Small water well blueprint, durability, 1 requirements, level 1 house, materials needed, 50 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 200 units of cement, 50 units of iron blocks. The blueprint was excellent, especially in this current period. If constructed, merely selling water could lead to wealth. Ding Jiu, you truly intend to trade such a valuable item? Unless Chu Yoshua has already achieved water freedom, he suspected she might have ulterior motives. Chu Yoshua, as long as you agree to 1 more condition, I will consent to the exchange. Ding Jiu understood. Let us hear your condition. Chu Yoshua. After the exchange, you must provide me with my daily water needs for free. Ding Jio, is that all? Chu Yoshua, that's it. Ding Jio. All right, but I must impose a limitation. You can't just say you need 10 or 100 tons of water each day and expect me to provide that without question. Chu Yoshua. Then it shouldn't exceed 1 ton per day at most. Ding Jio. That's too much. At most 1 liter. Chu Yoshua, irate, with the well now available. You can access water freely, yet you offer me so little. Ding Jio. Did you not notice the prefix on this small well blueprint? We have no idea about the output of the well. If it yields less than 1 liter, I would incur a significant loss. Ding Jio, no. We should refrain from discussing compensation until I have constructed the well and assessed its output. Chu Yoshua, are you trying to deceive me? Ding Jio, you are far too clever for me to pull a fast one on you. Chu Yoshua, I have confirmed it. You scoundrel not only intend to trick me, but also regard me as a fool. Ding Jio, so will you trade or not? Chu Yoshua, 1 liter is far too little. It is utterly insufficient. Ding Jio, 1 liter is not insignificant. Look at others in the area. They have no water, not even a drop to drink. Chu Yoshua, I am unconcerned with that. Ding Jio, Chu Yoshua, all right, I'll compromise. If the well's daily yield is truly limited, then you shall give me half of it. Ding Jio, at most 1/10. Chu Yoshua, 4/10. Ding Jio, 1/10. Chu Yoshua, surely 3/10 is agreeable. Ding Jio, 1/10. Chu Yoshua, do not push your luck. Ding Jio, I could offer you 50%, but you must forfeit those 100 arrows. Let us consider this well as a joint venture. You provide the blueprint, and I will supply the materials. Chu Yoshua, ultimately, Chu Yoshua was persuaded and agreed to the 1/10 condition for the small well. Ding Jio ceased further argument and immediately began crafting iron arrows. With his intermediate woodworking skill, he found himself producing arrows with remarkable speed, notably with the dual enhancement of his woodworking and forging skills. The arrows he fashioned boasted an additional 30% attack power compared to his previous creations. Good iron arrow, attack power, 32. Furthermore, their speed had greatly improved. In just over an hour, he completed the 100 crossbow bolts requested by Chu Yoshua. Considering he possessed 2 wooden crossbows, he took a brief respite before preparing an additional 200 iron arrows for himself. Just as he began to relax, he recalled that the newbie protection period would soon end that night, making him reconsider the safety of merely 200 bolts. Thus, he crafted another 200, totaling 400 arrows, ensuring a sense of security. Just then, Ding Jio's stomach growled, reminding him that he had been so occupied since waking that he had neglected breakfast. After a day of labor, it was no wonder his stomach was protesting. What should he prepare? Ding Jio opened the system warehouse and discovered only a few wolf carcasses remaining. As he contemplated whether to dissect one, while Little Gray was away, he heard Little Gray's howls outside. Howl, they've returned. Oh, quite a haul today. They managed to hunt 2 wild deer. Have you eaten? Howl, all right. I shall prepare a meal. He stored the 2 wild deer in the system warehouse, ushered Little Gray inside, and closed the courtyard gate. Ding! Regional announcement. The novice protection period will conclude in 8 hours. At that time, the top 10 players in the housing level rankings of this region will receive treasure chest rewards. Chapter 19. Misguided by the mischievous dog as Ding Jio was preparing to cook, he was interrupted by 3 consecutive regional announcements. He paused his actions, pondering whether his level 1 wooden house would yield any rewards. There should be a chance, he mused. Currently, we know that the anonymous player possesses a level 2 stone house. That is not entirely accurate, another voice interjected. Only the first upgrade to a house comes with an announcement. Subsequent upgrades do not. And it's possible that more than 10 players have already elevated their houses to level 2. Indeed, someone agreed. The anonymous player, Chun Qian from the Soloist Alliance, Zhang Dahai and Zhang Dalong from the Sea Dragon Gang, Ma Taobao from the Taobao Chamber of Commerce, and others have all achieved level 2 houses. And that is just the known players. If we consider those who remain hidden, the number of level 2 houses might be even greater. But what if everyone has reached level 2? Then the ranking would likely depend on the time of upgrade. The earlier the upgrade, the higher the rank. At that point, the anonymous player might have to reveal their name. Perhaps they will continue to keep their identity secret. How cautious. Buying level 2 stone house blueprints. The price is negotiable. Does anyone have level 1 wooden house blueprints? I'm willing to pay handsomely. Didn't someone just analyze that? Even upgrading to level 1 1T place you on the leaderboard. Why would you offer such a high price? Fool, no one is that foolish. After midnight, the novice protection period will end. A thatched house might not withstand the beast attacks. Indeed, mine is still a thatched house as well. This 1T do. I need to acquire a wooden house upgrade blueprint too. Offering a high price for wooden house upgrade blueprints. Message me if you have one. Looking to purchase weapons with attack power. The higher the attack, the better. Buying potions in bulk. If you have them for sale, remember to message me. Dingzhou observed the chat channel for a while. Despite the discussions surrounding the rewards for level 2 stone houses, he felt uneasy. Consequently, he reached out to Chu Yoshua, inquiring if she possessed any level 3 house upgrade blueprints. You think I'm Doryman, having everything you desire? She retorted. Unconvinced, Dingzhou pressed on. You're not planning to keep it for yourself, are you? With a roll of her eyes, Chu Yoshua replied, 10,000 bricks, 5,000 cement. Along with rebar and iron pieces. Who could gather all that so quickly? Wait, she continued. You're asking for blueprints. Don't tell me you've already gathered enough materials? Wow. I used to doubt those who said you were cheating, but it seems you truly are a cheat. You're a girl. Can you refrain from using such language? Dingzhou shot back. Am I to blame? Have you finished crafting the crossbow bolts I requested? I made them long ago. I'm just waiting for you to return home for the trade. I'm home now. Please list them. Before we trade, I need to mention something. What is it? Due to my skill upgrade, the attack power of the iron arrows I crafted is significantly higher than before. So you understand. Chu Yoshua's expression darkened as she asked. So, does that mean I need to pay more? Dingzhou smiled gently. Discussing money can be quite disheartening. Dingzhou, how about this? Whenever you venture out and acquire any blueprints, you must prioritize selling them to me. Chu Yoshua, is that all? Dingzhou, just that. Chu Yoshua let out a sigh of relief. No problem. Anything I don't need will be sold to you. Upon obtaining the blueprint for a small well, Dingzhou could hardly spare the time to prepare a meal. After surveying the layout of the courtyard, he ultimately decided to construct it beside the stove. Convenience was his sole consideration. Beep, the small well has been successfully constructed. As the materials and blueprints vanished, a quaint little well, built of stone, soon materialized before Dingzhou. Dubbed small for its modest dimensions, it measured merely 0.5 meter in width and height, akin to a water bucket. Filled to the brim with exceptionally clear water, revealing the bottom with ease, and seemingly disconnected from any subterranean river. Dingzhou took a sip. It was pleasantly sweet, a stark contrast to the blandness of bottled water. Building, small well, durability, 100, capacity, 10L, recovery rate, 0. 1 LH, with a mere capacity of 10 liters and an agonizingly slow recovery rate of only 100 milliliters per hour, it would take a staggering 100 hours to replenish completely. Thankfully, he had not acquiesced to Chu Yoshua's request. Otherwise, he would have incurred a substantial loss. Dingzhou messaged Chu Yoshua. Take a look. This is the attribute panel of the small well. JPG. Chu Yoshua. Why is it so low? What kind of well is this? With a mournful expression. Dingzhou. Such is the circumstance. Based on our agreement, it can only provide you with 240 milliliters of water daily. Chu Yuxu. Dingzhou. If you find it insufficient, you are welcome to forego it. Chu Yoshua. Who said I would refuse? 240 milliliters of water can be exchanged for quite a lot. Hurry and give me today's share. Dingzhou generously handed her 2 bottles of 100 milliliters bottled water. Dingzhou, do not accuse me of being stingy. 2 bottles a day is certainly enough for you. Chu Yoshua sends middle finger emoji. Dingzhou, his expression darkening, silently closed the chat window. Oh, I'm off to prepare a meal. I've heard deer meat is quite nourishing. I wonder if that is true. Dingzhou had never cooked deer meat before, but with the gluttonous little Gui around, he could take his time honing his skills. Moreover, with the basic cooking skill offering a deliciousness bonus, as long as he didn't overdo the seasoning, the flavor should be quite satisfactory. Braised deer meat, stir-fried deer meat, deer meatballs, pan-seared deer steak, charcoal-grilled deer leg, and deer bone soup. After pondering for over an hour, he managed to prepare 5 dishes and a soup. Awu, haha. Don't be impatient. I'm bringing it to you now. Ding Jiao poured all of Gui's share into a large basin, and with the addition of rice, it amounted to a hefty dozen pounds. Watching little Gui indulge in the feast, he began his own lunch. It must be said, deer meat was indeed delectable. Not only was it tender and flavorful, but it was also succulent and juicy, even with just 5 dishes and a soup. He could easily consume twice that amount without hesitation. Chapter 20. Ideals and reality. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Ding Jiao suddenly recalled that he had not bathed in 3 days, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. In the past, he had no means to do so, but now that he had access to a small well, was it too much to ask for a little enjoyment? System. Grant me 100 consecutive openings of the bronze treasure chests. Ding. You have opened 100 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 milliliters of water x35, 150 g of bread x50, clothes x5, 300 milliliters of shower gel x2, towels x5, a water heater x1, and a beginner's planting skill book x1. Upon discovering that he had received a planting skill book he had already mastered, Ding Jiao felt a tinge of disappointment. However, his spirits lifted upon seeing the bathing set. The water heater, though, seemed somewhat superfluous. Without electricity and no water supply, it was less convenient than simply boiling water. After boiling water, 30 minutes later, he meticulously washed his body and felt rejuvenated. He heated a cup of milk for himself and began sipping it while browsing the chat channel. Due to the recent world announcement, others were fretting over upgrading their houses. The materials were manageable. With stone axes and picks at his disposal, a few hundred materials could be gathered with relative ease. The true source of their anxiety lay in the blueprints for upgrading to level 3 houses, which could only be obtained by hunting beasts, making them a scarce commodity among the thousands of players in the area. Moreover, Ding Jiao noticed Zhang Dehai and Ma Taoba were purchasing level 3 house upgrade blueprints. Were they trying to compete for the first prize? Although Ding Jiao was not in need of treasure chests, one could never have too many. Ding Jiao messaged Chu Yushue. Hey, beautiful. Have you found a level 3 house upgrade blueprint? Chu Yushue replied. Not yet. Ding Jiao continued. Has anyone upgraded their house to level 3? Chu Yushue. ISNT, that's something you're experienced in? There hasn't been a related area announcement. So it seems unlikely anyone has reached level 3 yet. Chu Yushue added. Besides, upgrading to level 3 requires so many materials that 3 days is hardly enough time to gather them. Ding Jiao acknowledged her reasoning. His abundance of materials stemmed from opening tens of thousands of wooden treasure chests and over 1,000 bronze chests. He had enjoyed several bountiful rewards. Others did not share his fortune. Unless they were also using hacks or the entire server collaborated, it would be a pipe dream. Chu Yushue, wait a moment. Do you still have bronze weapons? I'd like to buy a few. Ding Jiao, didn't you already have some? Chu Yushue, I'd like to have a few more. Better safe than sorry. Ding Jiao, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Chu Yushue, don't worry. I want to let you suffer a loss. Chu Yushue sent. Arrow Tower Blueprint. Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint. Durability. 1-1. Range. 30 m. Requirement. Level 1 house. Effect. Upon use. Allows the construction of an arrow tower on allied land. Firing every 5 seconds. Requirements. Wood X100. Stone X20. Arrows X100. Ding Jiao, such a valuable item. Aren't you going to use it yourself? Chu Yushue, I can't afford to maintain it. Ding Jiao, what do you mean? Chu Yushue, the arrow tower consumes a considerable amount of arrows, and I am unable to craft them, so constructing it would be futile. Ding Jiao, you wouldn't have already built one, would you? Otherwise, why did you seek me out to purchase so many arrows earlier? Chu Yushue, indeed, so will you trade? Chu Yushue, I am open to negotiation. Very well. Chu Yushue clearly anticipated his response. Casting a glance at the dozens of bronze weapons in his system warehouse, Ding Jiao chose not to contest her further this time. Notification, you have lost 4 bronze spears. Notification, you have acquired 1 arrow tower blueprint. Upon obtaining the blueprint for the arrow tower, Ding Jiao began selecting a location in the courtyard. The range of the arrow tower is 30 meters, which is sufficient to cover the entire house. As for the courtyard, priority would certainly be given to the planning area. Therefore, he chose a position between the planning area and the house. Buildings with blueprints can typically be constructed instantly. Within mere moments, a wooden arrow tower, 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, emerged. Arrow tower, attack power, 50, defense power, 100 durability, 500 effective range, 30 meters capacity, 100 rate of fire, 5 seconds, current status, closed, ding, an unfamiliar creature has been detected within range. Would you like to activate automatic attack mode? Ding Jiao raised an eyebrow. He did not expect the arrow tower to be so swiftly effective. Just as he was about to agree, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. The notification must be referring to those minions of Little Gray, right? Better not to activate it yet. Ding Jiao stood up and took Little Gray for a walk around the inner side of the stone wall. He discovered that aside from Little Gray's few subordinates, there were no other creatures outside the courtyard. This meant that the intruders detected by the arrow tower were indeed them. Thank goodness. Upon realizing this, Ding Jiao let out a sigh of relief. While he was eager to witness the power of the arrow tower, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of using the pack of gray wolves as targets. Just as he contemplated drawing the 7 gray wolves into a friendly formation, he discovered that the arrow tower lacked that functionality. Ding Jiao opened the system warehouse. After a careful search, he found that there was only one contract scroll remaining, thus postponing his plan to contract them for the time being. The treasure chests were still insufficient. If only there were enough treasure chests, he could easily open numerous black iron chests, and in due course, he would acquire enough contract scrolls. Chapter 21. The first place and the beast attack time passed swiftly. Without the need to venture out for resource gathering, Ding Jiao devoted his efforts to crafting arrows. From the moment he constructed the arrow tower, he took a break for dinner and continued until midnight, ultimately producing a total of 2,000 arrows. It was safe to say that even if the arrow tower fired continuously, it would suffice for nearly 3 hours of relentless shooting. By that time, not only would a pack of gray wolves be vanquished, but even an ant nest would be obliterated. Ding! Regional announcement. The novice protection period has concluded. Ranking rewards are now being distributed. Here it comes. Ding Jiao paused his actions, immediately focusing on the contents of the announcement. First place, Ding Jiao, House Level 2, Reward, Silver Treasure Chest X1. Second place, Yi Zi, House Level 2, Reward, Black Iron Treasure Chest X3. Third place, Tung Qingxian, House Level 2, Reward, Black Iron Treasure Chest X2. Fourth place, Ma Ba, House Level 2, Reward, Bronze Treasure Chest X5. Fifth place, Chu Yoshue, House Level 2, Reward, Bronze Treasure Chest X4. Sixth place, Zhang Dehai, House Level 2, Reward, Bronze Treasure Chest X3. Seventh place, Zhang Dalong, House Level 2, Reward, Bronze Treasure Chest X2. Eighth place, Chen Xian, House Level 2, Reward, Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Ninth place, Fong Xin Hong, House Level 2, Reward, Wooden Treasure Chest X10. 10th place, Chen Ziwei, House Level 2, Reward, Wooden Treasure Chest X5. Ding Jiao was taken aback. He had anticipated that this reward would include a concealed name option, only to find his identity exposed after waiting for so long. It seemed that everyone would soon be aware of him, while he held no fear, who desires to be a conspicuous figure among the crowd. And indeed, that night, few in District 1024 found rest. All were preoccupied with the uncertainties that would arise following the end of the novice protection period. Upon seeing Ding Jiao's first place ranking and house information, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that he was the anonymous powerhouse who had appeared in the regional announcements twice. You've been revealed. The only one privy to this information, Chu Yoshue, sent a teasing message. Ding Jiao's expression darkened. After mentally rating the reward poorly, he replied with a forced smile, "Yes, I've been exposed. However, if you wish to purchase items from me in the future, you shall have to wait in line. I will compare prices, so I hope you won't take offense." Chu Yoshue opened her mouth, her expression as complex as someone who had just ingested a fly. Was this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Ding Jiao, great one, can we be friends? Ding Jiao, great one, do you need any lackeys? I have over 2.5 years of experience in collecting debts, and my skills are both refined and passionate. You won't regret it. Brother Dingjio, it's quite dark outside, and I'm feeling scared. Could you protect me? Dingjio, great one. You were the one selling weapons that enhance attack power, right? Could you sell me one at a discount? Master Dingjio, would you be interested in becoming the deputy leader of our Sea Dragon gang? The Taba Chamber of Commerce is hiring, and the benefits will surely satisfy you. TSK, a great one indeed. You arrive and immediately become the deputy leader. Upon witnessing the myriad of accolades in the chat channel, even a modest individual like Dingjio could not suppress a flicker of delight. However, he refrained from responding, as the overwhelming influx of over 999 private messages rendered it impossible for him to keep up. Glancing at the incessant notifications, he furrowed his brow and ultimately opted to receive alerts solely from friends. After indulging in the flattery directed towards others for a while, he redirected his attention to the silver treasure chest he had recently acquired. This chest, valued at 1 million wood, was one he had yet to open. He pondered what treasures it might yield. Beep, you have opened a silver treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received Bloodsucking Vine 1, Magic Drone 1, Low-Level Magic Core 10, Magic Ice Tower 1, Arrow Tower Blueprint 1, Delicious Bread 2, Functional Drink 2. Item, Bloodsucking Vine. Description, a magical plant that, when transplanted to a wall, will adhere to it and autonomously attack all non-friendly creatures nearby. Excellent. A fine acquisition. Item, Magic Drone Defense. 300, Durability. 1000, Energy. 100. Description, a magical machine controlled by thought, capable of synchronously monitoring images, with a maximum flight distance of 5 kilometers. This is even better. He could send it along with Little Gray on the next hunting expedition. Thus, even if he remained indoors, he would still be informed of the events outside. However, what kind of energy does it require? Surely it won't depend on the recently obtained magic cores? Magic Ice Tower, attack power, 30 with a slowing effect. Defense, 150, durability, 800, effective range, 50 meters, energy, 100, fire rate, 3 seconds. Effect, increases visibility within the house by 10, current status. Off, another item that requires magic cores. Dingjio glanced at his current stock of wooden treasure chests, 185, 528. While 180,000 seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the 1 million required to exchange for a silver chest. He had not even amassed 1/5 of that amount. Clearly, he would need to exercise caution in using these two items for the time being. Dingjio felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was not overwhelming. If he felt this way, one could only imagine the sentiments of others, especially with the impending end of the 3-day novice protection period, during which some unfortunate souls had already begun to face attacks from wild beasts. Lastly, he examined the Arrow Tower blueprint, which was the first blueprint he had ever obtained from a chest. Arrow Tower blueprint, durability, 1 range, 50 m, requirements, level 2 house, effect, upon use, allows the construction of an arrow tower on the designated wall with a shooting frequency of every 5 seconds. Requirements, wood 50, stone 100, cement 50, arrows 300. It required an astonishing 300 arrows. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, or he would have been forced to craft them on the spot. What should I do? There is something outside gnawing at my house. Do you know what it is? How can I dare to go out and see? The house possesses durability. Should it entirely collapse, your peril would only increase. Is it not reparable? Let us examine whether it can be mended after sustaining an attack. Indeed, let us hasten to test it. Haha, I can be repaired. I am saved, my gratitude to all. It appears that one must stockpile more materials in the future. Gather wood and thatch in abundance. It seems quite challenging to collect them now. I believe that offense serves as the best defense, rather than amassing materials. It would be wiser to procure a weapon to eliminate the adversary. Weapons that enhance attack power are exorbitantly priced and unattainable. Are they truly expensive? Have they not always been at this rate? Reflect on whether you have exerted sufficient effort these past days. Consider whether you have been diligent in your work, and refrain from wallowing in self-pity. My goodness, where did such an expert emerge from, unafraid of leading others to ruin? Indeed, A weapon that boosts attack power is currently being sold for several hundred resources. Is that not steep? What is there to argue about with these individuals? Let us focus on how to address the beast assaults instead. It is unfortunate that handcrafted items do not possess any attributes. Otherwise, one could easily sharpen a few wooden sticks into spears. Item: delicious bread. Description: consuming it not only increases satiety, but also accelerates wound recovery speed, lasting for 5 minutes. Item: functional beverage. Description: drinking it temporarily enhances all attributes by 30, lasting for 5 minutes. One can only commend the silver treasure chest. Just one has yielded such an abundance of fine items. Awoo. Just as Ding Jiao was preparing to investigate the operation of the magical drone, the 7 gray wolves stationed outside suddenly began to howl fiercely. Upon hearing their howls, the previously languid little gray wolf lying by Ding Jiao's feet sprang up alertly. The once playful demeanor shifted to one of vigilance and ferocity, baring its teeth at the stone wall bordering the planting area. What is amiss? Ding Jiao inquired, frowning. Awoo. Are you indicating that enemies have approached from outside? Ding Jiao's expression shifted. Let's go and see. Under Ding Jiao's guidance, man and wolf swiftly ascended the corresponding tower. There, they beheld a striped tiger exceeding 3 meters in length emerging from the mist, its fierce presence compelling the 7 gray wolves to retreat. Good heavens, a formidable beast has indeed arrived. Chapter 22. The striped tiger's assault, a roar reverberated with immense power. The tiger's eyes devoid of any emotion. Even with the stone wall separating them, Ding Jiao felt a chill run down his spine. It was no surprise that the king of the jungle commanded such fear. Had this been before his transmigration, he would have hastily retreated to the stone house without a second thought. However, in the present circumstances, with Little Gray and its pack of wolves at his side, he felt a flicker of courage to confront the beast. If the situation became dire, he could always activate the arrow tower. Its automated assault far surpassed his meager archery skills. As Little Gray seemed poised to leap into action, Ding Jiao swiftly reached out to halt its advance. What folly it would be to confront a tiger head-on. Testing the waters, he loosed an arrow, only to witness it effortlessly dodged by the formidable creature. He quickly switched to a spear, but instead of evading this time, the great tiger leaped into the air, swatting the spear aside with a single paw, bending the bronze tip in the process. Such strength! Ding Jiao's expression shifted. If only the tiger had delayed its arrival, he could have activated the magic energy ice tower and the blood-sucking magic vine first. Little Gray, come, drink this. He disregarded any concerns about wastefulness, presenting a delicious bread and a bottle of energy drink for Little Gray to consume. Feeling the surge of power coursing through its body, Little Gray's eyes blazed with determination, its front paws clawing eagerly at the floor of the arrow tower. Go, just restrain it, but do not engage head-on. With permission granted, Little Gray sprang from the arrow tower with vigor. The moment the Wolf King joined the fray, the previously hesitant pack surged forward with newfound ferocity, growling defiantly at the tiger. Provoked, the striped tiger shifted its focus from Ding Jiao to the wolves. With a fearsome roar, it opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Little Gray. Be careful, Little Gray. Ding Jiao's heart tightened as he launched another crossbow bolt, yet the striped tiger evaded it once more. Clearly, he needed to practice shooting at moving targets. In an instant, the tiger was engaged in a chaotic melee with Little Gray and the pack. The tiger, relying on its superior physical prowess, charged through the wolves, finding no worthy adversary save for Little Gray. Is the tiger truly this formidable? Ding Jiao had watched nature documentaries. He believed it could prevail, but to utterly dominate seemed excessive. Just as his anxiety peaked, Little Gray made its move. Heeding Ding Jiao's command, it refrained from a head-on clash, instead circling behind the tiger to launch a surprise attack, inflicting several deep gashes upon the tiger's rear. Yet, the tiger's reflexes were swift. In the instant of its injury, its tail lashed out, sending Little Gray sprawling several meters away. Ding Jiao suppressed his rising concern and swiftly fired another arrow. This time, the striped tiger did not evade entirely. The bolt grazed its side, leaving a shallow wound. The damage was minimal, yet it ignited the tiger's fury. The fierce, penetrating gaze of the striped tiger fixed upon him. Behold! Ding Jiao raised his middle finger defiantly. The patterned tiger, seemingly discerning the challenge, abandoned its pursuit of the small gray creature and crouched toward Ding Jiao. However, the elevated stone wall proved insurmountable for a beast of its stature. It barely leaped halfway before being thwarted by the barrier. Alert! Your stone wall has been attacked by the striped tiger. Durability -3. The stone wall bore the brunt of the assault, marked by a distinct paw print, its durability diminished by 3 points. If left unchecked, even with a durability of 1800, it would not withstand for long. At that moment, the small gray creature, having recovered from its earlier tumble, sprang back to its feet. Upon witnessing Ding Jiao in peril, it promptly howled to rally its comrades for a charge. Ding Jiao, too, readied his bow and aimed at the striped tiger. Yet, with the beast now cornered by the stone wall, even from his vantage atop the tower, he could not discern its position, rendering his efforts futile. Damn it! Ding Jiao muttered under his breath. He dared not delay and hastily descended from the tower, sprinting toward the stone wall directly opposite him. He began to extract stones from the system repository, rapidly accumulating a mound that surpassed the height of the wall. With this makeshift platform, Ding Jiao finally gained a clear view of the situation below. Perhaps sensing Ding Jiao's distress, the small gray creature brazenly confronted the striped tiger. You bite me, I'll claw you. Despite being at a disadvantage, with the assistance of its comrades, it managed to withstand the tiger's onslaught. Seeing the small gray creature bloodied, Ding Jiao's heart swelled with rage. He immediately drew his crossbow and fired. At a distance of less than 3 meters, the striped tiger had no means of evasion and was struck by an arrow. Roaring in pain, though not mortally wounded, it howled in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, the small gray creature fiercely tore a sizable chunk from the beast, its fur drenched in the spouting blood of the tiger. Realizing the tide was turning against it, the striped tiger attempted to flee. Yet Ding Jiao would not allow it to escape. With a swift motion, he exchanged his wooden crossbow for a bronze spear and hurled it with force. A dull thud echoed as the spear cut through the air. Sans signe imminent danger. The striped tiger hesitated mid-charge, its claws digging into the ground as it reared up. In that moment, the small gray creature, fueled by ferocity, launched itself forward, colliding with the tiger and forcing it back to the ground, instinctively pushing forward a half-length of its body. This slight movement exposed it to the reach of the bronze spear. With a piercing thrust, the spearhead penetrated deep into the striped tiger's flesh, causing it to convulse in agony. The small gray creature, seizing the moment, let out a fierce howl and pounced upon the striped tiger, mercilessly assaulting it while it was down. Observing that the once mighty king of the mountains was on the brink of being overwhelmed, Ding Jiao urgently called out, "Wait, small gray creature, spare its life. It may yet serve a purpose. You dragged it to the gate of the yard, and I shall provide you with a companion in due time." How? You claim you cannot manage to pull it? That presents quite a dilemma. Ding Jiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. He did not doubt the veracity of Little Gray's words. After all, the striped tiger was nearly twice its size, making it understandable that it could not be moved. Moreover, given the current condition of the striped tiger, even if it were possible to drag it back, it likely would not endure until that moment. Allow it to walk on its own? That is preposterous. In its current state of near death, merely standing is a formidable challenge, let alone walking. It appears that the only option left is to dismantle the wall. In his determination to successfully contract the striped tiger, Ding Jiao was resolute, wielding a bronze pickaxe against the wall with fervor. Since it was his own home, the stone wall's durability remained intact. However, the wall was soon marked by a small hole created by the bronze pickaxe. As time passed, the small hole gradually expanded, until it became large enough to permit the passage of Little Gray and the others. Chapter 23. The contracted striped tiger. Ding Jiao's face lit up with joy as he bent down, peering through the large hole, calling out to Little Gray, "Little Gray, quickly drag that tiger over here. We mustn't let it perish." "Oh, well," Little Gray responded, circling the striped tiger before sinking its teeth into its hind leg and exerting all its strength to pull it towards Ding Jiao. Given a short distance of merely 2 or 3 meters, Little Gray managed to drag it with a Herculean effort. Once the striped tiger was brought close, Ding Gio took out the remaining contract scroll and pressed it against the tiger. Ding, do you wish to contract the striped tiger now? Yes. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully contracted the striped tiger. Pet, striped tiger, quality, white. Attributes, strength 30, constitution 22, intelligence 6, agility 13. Condition, severely injured. Dying, seeing that the striped tiger was on the verge of death. Ding Gio hastily set aside the details of its information and produced healing bandages and potions to tend to its wounds. Witnessing this scene, Little Gray could no longer remain still, repeatedly howling in distress. Rest assured, I have not forgotten your subordinates. Once I stabilize the injuries of De Huang, I will attend to them. However, you must ensure they remain calm during their treatment. Oh, all right, I shall trust you this once. Compared to the striped tiger, the injuries of the 7 gray wolves were equally grave. Fortunately, Ding Gio had ample medicine at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have been left helplessly watching. The only one unscathed was Little Gray. Thanks to the special effects of the delicious bread, it healed itself without needing his assistance. While treating Little Gray's subordinates, Ding Gio prioritized his safety by binding their mouths with ropes before proceeding with the healing. Minor wounds required 1 potion, while severe injuries necessitated 2 or 3. In just a short while, the previously lethargic 7 gray wolves sprang back to life, full of vigor. Roar at this point, the striped tiger had also recovered significantly. Once it stood again, the ferocity in its eyes had vanished, replaced by a gentle demeanor akin to that of a kitten, nuzzling Ding Gio affectionately. Henceforth, you shall be named De Huang. Remember to get along well with Little Gray and the others. Do you understand? Roar very well. Your injuries are not yet fully healed, so lie down and rest properly. Roar, are you hungry? Very well. Let me see what food I can find. Oh, will you wish to eat as well? All right then. I will check the trading platform for available provisions. Ding Gio accessed the trading platform and searched for meat products, instantly confronted with several pages of listings. There were wolf meat, snake meat, but predominantly chicken and rabbit. However, the prices were exorbitant. Either 1 pound of meat exchanged for 100 units of basic materials, or 5 pounds for a weapon with attack attributes. Although Ding Gio was financially comfortable, he was not one to squander his resources. As there were several hundred pounds of rice in the warehouse, he contemplated preparing a meat sauce to accompany the rice, which would be both convenient and economical. Fortunately, he had half a deer left. He deboned and chopped it finely, then mixed it with various seasonings and marinated it until the rice was cooked. At last, the broth simmered from deer bones was used to cook minced meat until it reached a thick, luscious consistency. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the pot made it impossible for De Huang to resist. He stumbled eagerly to Ding Gio's side, saliva dripping from his mouth. Xiao Hui was slightly better, yet he too was panting with his tongue lolling out. The other 7 gray wolves longed to join the feast, but they were deterred by Xiao Hui's authority and De Huang's imposing presence, resorting instead to stretching their necks and drooling from a distance. Finally, the late-night meal was ready. This portion is for you, Xiao Hui, and this one is for you, De Huang, and this one is for all of you. This time, Ding Gio did not forget the 7 little brothers of Xiao Hui. After filling a bowl to the brim with rice, he generously drizzled it with a hearty helping of meat gravy. The combination of the savory meat and fragrant rice was a divine pairing, instantly filling the courtyard with the sounds of their voracious feasting. Witnessing their joyful consumption, Ding Gio felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, he did not join them. Instead, he approached the small hole he had just excavated. Iron Great Stone Wall, Defense, 1050, Durability, 1721, Status, Damage can be repaired with stone, cement, or iron blocks. Repair. Notification. The stone wall has been successfully repaired, consuming 78 units of stone. Gazing at the restored stone wall, Ding Gio could only marvel at the adage that you get what you pay for. As long as one is willing to invest resources, it truly facilitates immediate repairs. Remembering the vampiric vines he had discovered earlier, Ding Gio promptly planted them. As the vines took root, the surface of the stone wall sprouted dark tendrils adorned with sharp barbs. Notification. Vampiric vines successfully planted, upgrading the iron great stone wall to a vampiric vine wall. Vampiric vine wall. Defense 1100. Durability 2000. Special attribute vampiric. Self-repairing. Description: the durability of the vampiric vine wall can be restored not only by construction materials, but also by absorbing blood when not at full capacity. Curiously, it possessed a self-repairing function through blood absorption. Quite intriguing. Ding Jiu reached out to touch the vines and found that they posed no threat to him. He then attempted to draw a gray wolf closer. Instantly, the previously inert vampiric vines sprang into action, ensnaring the wolf as if they had caught the scent of blood. Within mere moments, the gray wolf was thoroughly entwined. Goodness, how effective! Ding Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What pleased him most was that the vines could discern friend from foe, a capability he could dictate as their master. After designating 5 gray wolves as allies, the one previously ensnared was finally released. Although it bore no visible wounds, Ding Jiu noticed it appeared to have lost several pounds, exuding an air of lethargy and despondence. Upon seeing Ding Jiu's hand reach toward him again, the wolf bolted away, scampering back to its pack. Is it really that terrifying? Ding Jiu was left speechless. However, the vampiric vine wall was not without its drawbacks. The entire stone wall was not uniformly covered. The 2 large wooden doors at the entrance and exit remained unchanged. To this end, Ding Jiu constructed the Arrow Tower at that location. Ding! The Arrow Tower has been successfully built. Current visibility 10. The enhancement of visibility was unexpected. Had I known earlier, well, there's nothing to be gained from hindsight. The courtyard space is limited, and since the Arrow Tower can only be erected upon the walls, the entrance was indeed the most suitable location. Observing the previously scant visibility of merely 2 to 3 meters at the doorway, now expanded to a remarkable 12 to 13 meters, Ding Jiu felt an overwhelming sense of security. Arrow Tower attack power, 50 durability, 500 effective range, 50 meters capacity, 300 rate of fire, 5 seconds visibility, 10 current status, close with 300 arrows combined with the Arrow Tower's 200. Would he be relegated to merely crafting arrows? If only he had someone to assist him. Ding Jiu's gaze unconsciously drifted to Xiao Huihui and to Huang. Xiao Huihui, can you make arrows? Oh woo. Xiao Huihui innocently raised its 2 paws. Indeed, Ding Jiu realized he was overthinking. Xiao Huihui and the others were not orc-like beings. With merely a few paws, how could they possibly craft crossbow bolts? Ding Jiu shook his head. Subsequently, he retrieved the magical energy ice tower. This object was not merely a blueprint, but a miniature model of the actual structure. By placing it in the desired location, it would generate the corresponding building on site. Given its effective range of 50 meters, which surpassed the size of the entire house, Ding Jiu positioned it beside the Arrow Tower. Originally no larger than a palm, upon touching the ground, it immediately surged to a height of 10 meters, adorned with various enigmatic runes, exuding an air of mystery. Ding! The magical energy ice tower has been successfully placed. The visibility of the House 10. Unlike the Arrow Tower, which only augmented its own attack visibility, the magical energy ice tower offered a comprehensive enhancement of visibility. The previously limited 2 to 3 meters of clear visibility beyond the courtyard now expanded to a remarkable 12 to 13 meters, instilling a profound sense of safety. Magical energy ice tower attack power, 30, with a slowing effect, defense power, 150 durability, 800 effective range, 50 meters energy, 100 rate of fire, 3 seconds visibility, 10 current status. Close chapter 24 as the night passed. The number of people had dwindled by half. Ding Jiu glanced at the clock. It was already past 3 in the morning. Considering that he needed to add a walkway to the stone wall the following day, he resolved to return to his room and rest. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he was suddenly jolted awake by a series of alarming notifications. Warning! The blood-sucking vine wall is under attack. Durability -1. Current durability 1999. Warning! The blood-sucking vine wall is under attack. Durability -1. Current durability 1998. Warning: the blood-sucking vine wall is under attack. Durability -1. Current durability 1997. Losing 1 point of durability every 3 seconds meant that the 2000 durability would diminish in just over an hour. Ding Jiao did not dare to linger. He immediately sprang from his room and commanded Xiao Huihui and De Huang to venture out and confront the enemy. Meanwhile, he ascended the tower in search of the adversary's whereabouts. However, he was perplexed. Despite changing towers several times, he could not locate the enemy. Where were they attacking the stone wall from? Hint: the blood-sucking vine wall's blood-sucking characteristic has been activated, durability 1. As Ding Jiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, the wall's blood-sucking trait also took effect. Although it would only restore 1 point every 10 seconds, he felt a sense of satisfaction. How? Had Xiao Huihui and others discovered the enemy? His eyes brightened at the thought, and he immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. Yet, upon approaching, he found himself momentarily stunned. Was it here again? Indeed, the area where Xiao Huihui howled was the same location where De Huang had previously launched an attack. This was evident, as the pile of stones had not yet been reclaimed. Climbing atop the stone mound, Ding Jiao gained a vantage point and spotted Xiao Huihui and De Huang. The only mystery remained: where was the enemy? Could they be invisible? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. If the enemy could indeed turn invisible, how could Xiao Huihui and the others have detected them? Could it be that the enemy was simply too small, obscured by the blood-sucking vine wall, much like De Huang had been previously? The more he pondered, the more plausible this seemed. He promptly grasped the iron railing and leaned his head out over the stone wall. Hisses then, a multitude of black poisonous snakes came into view. Good heavens! The assailants were not a wild beast, but rather a swarm of serpents, hundreds or even thousands of them, swarming across several meters of the wall's corner. No wonder the blood-sucking vine wall's durability had plummeted so rapidly. It was a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Compared to the striped tiger, this horde of black snakes was evidently beyond the capabilities of Xiao Huihui and De Huang to handle. However, for Ding Jiao, they were considerably easier to deal with. Xiao Huihui, De Huang, stand back. Allow me to incinerate them. He tossed down several bundles of straw, igniting a fierce blaze at the wall's corner. In no time, accompanied by thick black smoke, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Hint: you have successfully slain a black-striped poison snake. Hint: you have successfully slain a black-striped poison snake. The moment you successfully vanquished a black-striped viper, a cacophony of hissing erupted as a torrential blaze descended, igniting the dense congregation of serpents into a frenzied chaos. Observing a black snake attempting to flee, the ever-prepared De Huang swiftly struck with a paw, reducing the serpent to a mere pulp. Not to be outdone, Xiaoyi unleashed a flurry of strikes with its razor-sharp claws, tearing through the retreating black snakes with ferocity. While the other gray wolves lacked such prowess, they too managed to effortlessly dispatch the black serpents. Devoid of their numerical advantage, the black snakes were swiftly eradicated. Driven by a disdain for waste, Ding Jiao discarded both charred and unscathed remains onto the trading platform, hoping to glean even a modicum in return. However, not a single blueprint was recovered. The black snakes proved to be quite impoverished. After the battlefield was cleared, only a few hundred serpent carcasses remained, leaving Ding Jiao somewhat disheartened. He returned to his quarters for a restful slumber, only to awaken at the break of dawn, feeling rejuvenated. The following day, after a refreshing sleep, Ding Jiao rose with renewed vigor. Upon checking the chat channel, he was astonished to find that the survivor count had dwindled to a mere 655, an alarming reduction of nearly half compared to the previous day. Perusing the chat history, he discovered that all had been besieged by feral beasts the night before. Those who had been cunning and indolent had nearly all perished, leaving many in a state of distress throughout the night. Yet, this calamity compelled those who had initially hesitated to join groups for survival, causing the previously small collectives of a mere dozen or 20 to expand exponentially. Many even mentioned his name, expressing a desire to join the group he led. However, his lack of response ultimately left their hopes unfulfilled. As the dawn and new day broke, the system's treasure chest refresh rate had doubled, yielding 8 bronze chests per second, amounting to nearly 700,000 wooden chests in a day, while converting them into silver chests proved futile. The exchange for black iron chests was limited. After much contemplation, Ding Jiu resolved to open a greater number of bronze chests to acquire all primary skills. Hunger strikes? Then venture forth and seek your own sustenance, he declared, eager to witness the wonders of the outside world. With a magical energy drone affixed to Shall We, he meticulously adjusted the camera angle before releasing them. As they burst forth from the courtyard, they galloped away like untamed stallions. Watching through the surveillance feed, the mist-laden world beyond the yard unveiled itself. However, due to Shall We's rapid pace, Ding Jiu barely caught a glimpse before the scene shifted elsewhere. The thick fog limited visibility to scarcely a meter or two, quickly revealing the folly of his earlier assumptions. Relying solely on one drone was insufficient for exploration, unless he procured additional torches or other items to enhance visibility. Such endeavors were futile. After squinting for a moment and seeing nothing but trees and grass on the screen, Ding Jiu decided to redirect his focus. System, procure me 1,000 bronze chests. Upon the opening of 1,000 bronze chests, a delightful array of rewards was bestowed upon you. 100 milliliters of Sprite, 60 units. 100 units of basic fertilizer. 30 units of basic nurturing liquid, 15 lighters. 180 pieces of wood, and a plethora of other items including 50 rolls of paper, 30 servings of milk tea, and 20 durians, alongside various skill books. Despite the extensive nature of this treasure trove, only 10 books of primary skills were acquired, 3 of which were previously learned, and 2 were duplicates, leaving only 6 truly novel skills to be gained. Nevertheless, Ding Jiu harbored no disappointment. With a mere 1 skill book emerging from every 100 openings, it was evident that these tomes of knowledge were indeed rare commodities. Though he could not utilize them himself, they held great potential for trade in valuable blueprints. Congratulations on mastering the basic gathering skill, enabling you to collect items with a single command. Congratulations on acquiring the basic dissection skill, allowing for the rapid decomposition of corpses. Congratulations on achieving the basic mining skill, enhancing your mining speed by 20 and increasing yield by 10. Congratulations on learning the basic tailoring skill, permitting you to craft fabric into garments, backpacks, and other items. Congratulations on attaining the basic alchemy skill, enabling the transformation of herbs and spiritual fruits into medicinal concoctions. Congratulations on mastering the basic hunting skill, which increases your attack power by 10 when engaging wild beasts. Chapter 25. Refusing the Alliance having acquired a new skill. Ding Jiu was eager to put to the test. He opened the trading platform and removed several black snakes he had listed for sale the previous night. Then, he silently invoked his gathering skill on one of them. Notification, congratulations, you have obtained 1 snake meat, 1 snake skin, 2 poison fangs. Notification, congratulations, you have obtained 1 snake meat, 1 snake skin, 2 poison fangs. Notification, congratulations, you have obtained 1 snake meat, 1 snake skin, 2 poison fangs. Regardless of whether the snakes were charred or flattened, as long as the carcass remained intact, he could acquire 1 portion of snake meat, 1 portion of snake skin, and 2 portions of poison fangs. This method not only proved efficient, but also hygienic. The sole drawback was a slight deficiency in quantity. The snake meat obtained was of a fixed size and smaller than the original body. For others, the prospect of manually dissecting a snake might seem preferable. But Ding Jiu was not lacking in resources. The instantaneous efficiency of the gathering skill was nothing short of miraculous, saving him considerable effort. Most importantly, the materials obtained through disassembly could be utilized for crafting tools, such as the poison fangs. If he were to embed them in a spear or an iron arrow, would it not bestow a poisoning effect upon them? With this thought in mind, he decided against selling the black snakes, swiftly removing all remaining listings and methodically disassembling them into snake skin and meat. Ding dong, Chu Yoshua Ding Jiu. Are you awake? Ding Jiu Chu Yoshua, what is the matter? Chu Yoshua, please bring me 200 arrows. Ding Jiu, you know the rules. Chu Yoshua, trap crafting blueprint, durability, 3-3, crafting requirements, iron blocks x30, wood x100, rope x20, description. Once set up, It generates a trap at the location, capable of ensnaring prey. Chu Yoshua, how about this? Is it sufficient to exchange for 200 iron arrows? Dingjio, this blueprint is worth only 50 arrows. Chu Yoshua, then let us settle for 50. Dingjio rolled his eyes, realizing she was aware of its true value. Nevertheless, having already countered her offer, he felt compelled to proceed, sending her the agreed-upon items along with the well water for the day. Just as Dingjio presumed their conversation had concluded, Chu Yoshua sent another message. Chu Yoshua, by the way, do you have a team? Dingjio, why do you ask? Chu Yoshua, so many perished as soon as the novice protection period ended. I believe the days ahead will only grow more arduous. Dingjio and Chu Yoshua thus. A larger group can leverage their strength, allowing for a more efficient and rational allocation of resources. Dingjio rolled his eyes again. Speaking of resources, not only in District 1024, but across all districts, none could rival his wealth. To rationally allocate resources would equate to carving a piece out of his own flesh. It was absurd to expect his agreement. After a prolonged silence on Dingjio's part, Chu Yoshua continued to entice him. I have a team of stunning female warriors, each one exceptionally beautiful and endowed with unique talents. If you sign a mutual assistance contract with us, I assure you, you will not suffer any losses. Dingjio, signing the contract is sufficient. If you ever require something in the future, feel free to seek me out for an exchange. Chu Yoshua, that method is far too inefficient and squanders resources. Dingjio, it matters not. I am indifferent. Chu Yoshua, do you not desire to grow stronger more rapidly? Dingjio, am I not the best in the region? Chu Yoshua, very well, you are impressive. I hope you never find yourself in need of my assistance. Dingjio chuckled and promptly sent over a skill book, beginner carpentry skill book. Chu Yoshua, momentarily setting aside her irritation, immediately examined the details of the skill book. Beginner carpentry skill book. Description: upon learning, one can craft various utility items from wood, with a chance to add certain attributes. The higher the skill level, the greater the attributes that may be added. Chu Yoshua, how do I exchange for it? Dingjio, a level 3 housing upgrade blueprint. Chu Yoshua, I do not possess that at the moment. Can I offer something else? Dingjio, I have no interest in ordinary items. Chu Yoshua, wait a moment. After a lengthy wait of over 5 minutes, likely for her team members to confer, Chu Yoshua finally responded. Chu Yoshua, random summoning scroll. I will trade you this. Random summoning scroll, level, and durability, 1 with description, 50 chance to summon a merchant, 50 chance to summon a monster. Chu Yoshua, what do you think? It's not inferior to yours, is it? Dingjio, do you take me for a fool? My skill in carpentry allows for the crafting of various tools and structures, while your summoning scroll has only a 50 success rate. Even if a merchant is successfully summoned, it remains uncertain whether the transaction will be barter or currency-based. Do you truly believe this is an equivalent exchange? Chapter 26. The Transaction of the Divine Statue. Chu Yoshua. One must not speak in absolutes. What if the merchant is willing to barter? With your plethora of exquisite items, perhaps you could exchange them for many treasures from him. Dingjio, I must apologize, but I cannot condone dealings with gambling or drugs. Chu Juice. You are not even going to mention it? Chu Yoshua. Ahem. In fact, our team comprises several stunning elder sisters. Should you consent to the exchange, I could discreetly send you some cherished photographs of theirs. Dingjio, get lost. Realizing Dingjio was not easily swayed, Chu Yoshua decided to inquire directly. What do you require? Dingjio, a level 3 house upgrade blueprint. Chu Yoshua, I have already stated that none are available, but I could take note of it and provide you with one at the earliest opportunity once we acquire it. Dingjio, perhaps it would be more efficient for me to simply ask in the chat channel. Chu Yoshua, oh, come on, you had previously agreed. Dingjio, at that time, I wish to remain incognito. Now that my name has been disclosed, it is no longer the same. Chu Yoshua, very well. While I do not possess a level 3 house blueprint, I do have this item. Chu Yoshua, Statue of Demeter, quality. White. Effect. Under the protection of Demeter, the goddess of the earth and harvest, the growth rate of crops within its vicinity is significantly enhanced. The ability to accelerate crop growth piqued Ding Zhou's interest, as Chu Yoshue had indeed struck a chord with him. Chu Yoshue, what do you think? This is something you would need, right? Smiling face, Ding Zhou rolled his eyes. He was aware that she was cognizant of his extensive cultivation of unique fruit trees. However, this did not imply that he would allow her to manipulate him. Thus, he sent her the panel image of his primary growth solution. Ding Zhou, primary growth solution. Item, primary growth solution. Effect, accelerates the growth rate of low-level plants. Chu Yoshue was taken aback. She had anticipated that the statue of Demeter would give her leverage over Ding Zhou, but she did not expect him to possess a similar item. Nevertheless, one was a single-use consumable, while the other was a sustainable tool. The distinction in their value was clear. Chu Yoshue communicated this situation to Ding Zhou. He did not contest it and simply sent a screenshot of the quantity of growth solution he had in his inventory, an impressive 35 bottles. It was simply extravagant. Yet, Chu Yoshue remained obstinate. That is merely 35 bottles. They would be depleted in less than half a month, whereas my statue has a permanent effect. Ding Zhou, enough of the empty boasting. Including the previous random summoning scrolls, I will exchange with you. Ding Zhou, oh. And do keep an eye out for that level 3 house upgrade blueprint. I assure you the trade price will be to your satisfaction. Chu Yoshue, no problem. She did not particularly value the house upgrade blueprint, primarily because the materials required for it were exceedingly abundant, making it impossible to gather them in a short period. Ultimately, if she managed to acquire one, it would be more advantageous to sell it to Ding Zhou for other items. Upon obtaining the statue of Demeter, Ding Zhou constructed a round platform in his planting area specifically to display it. The statue of Demeter, crafted in exquisite white, boasts the remarkable effect of enhancing the growth rate of crops within its domain by 20%. With its protection, a unique fruit tree that would typically require 5 days to mature now flourishes in just 4. Although it may seem like a mere day's difference. The cumulative effect on 13 fruit trees translates to a savings of 13 bottles of basic nurturing solution. An undeniable bargain. Had it not been for the clever persuasion of Chu Yoshue, acquiring such a treasure would likely have demanded a far greater cost. Chapter 27. The Limit of Primary Special Fruits, Chun Xian. Have you noticed that the weather has turned colder today? Li Daniu, really? I don't feel anything, picking his nose. Chun Xian, of course, you wouldn't feel it, being as robust as an ox. What about the rest of you? Is anyone sensitive to the temperature? Zhang Dahai. So what if it's colder? The weather can't possibly be the same every day. Zhang Dalong, exactly. Ma Ta Ba. Chun Xian, have you discovered something? Chun Xian. No, I just hope it's merely my imagination. Zhang San. I find it most annoying when you speak in half measures. Chun Xian. The scene shifts back to Ding Zhou. After casually consuming a few morsels, he began constructing a walkway on the stone wall, making it easier to traverse. Though seemingly simple, the task was quite labor-intensive. Moreover, the materials required far exceeded those needed for constructing wooden walls, according to blueprints. Merely spanning 5 meters cost him 100 units of wood. If he were to complete the entire project, it would likely require several thousand units of wood. TSK. Even with substantial resources at his disposal, he could hardly sustain such an endeavor. How he wished he had someone to assist him, alleviating the burden of handling everything personally. As Ding Zhou pondered this, he suddenly recalled the random summoning scroll he had exchanged from Chu Yoshue earlier, and his heart stirred with anticipation. Random summoning scroll, level 1, durability, 1-1, description, 50 chance to summon a merchant, 50 chance to summon a monster. Gazing at the scroll's description, Ding Zhou furrowed his brow. He was not one to tempt fate. Yet, misfortune occasionally befalls everyone. There was no need to place himself in danger for the sake of pride. Thus, he resolved to wait for Xiao Huihui and De Huang to return before activating it. He also wondered how formidable the summoned monsters might be. Just to be safe, he decided to use all 35 bottles of cultivation fluid stored in his warehouse. Oh, and the treasure chests. Over 2 hours passed, and the quantity of wooden treasure chests increased by more than 60,000, allowing him to perform 10 consecutive openings of bronze chests. Ding, you have opened 1,000 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations, you have obtained copper pieces X120, iron pieces X100, primary gardening skill book X1, primary fertilizer X210, primary cultivation fluid X20, primary swimming skill X1, kin fruits X10, medical kits X3. From 1,000 bronze treasure chests, he received 10 primary skill books, yet only 2 of them were unlearned. It seemed that his quest to collect all skills would be a long and arduous journey. Ding! The current primary physical fruit tree is less than a day away from maturity. Would you like to use cultivation fluid to hasten its ripening? Yes. Ding! The primary physical fruit tree has matured and is ready for harvesting. Tip! You have successfully harvested a primary physical fruit tree. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 primary physical fruits. Seeing the 3 primary physical fruits added to his inventory, Ding Jiu wasted no time in consuming them. Player, Ding Jiu, attributes, Strength 7-2, Constitution 6-16, Intelligence 6-2, Agility 5-2, Skills, Basic Planting, Basic Forging, Intermediate Carpentry, Basic Gathering, Basic Anatomy, Basic Tailoring, Basic Mining, Basic Hunting, Basic Alchemy, Basic Swimming. Basic Gardening. The personal attributes panel has become significantly more splendid compared to the beginning. The only lamentable aspect is that the skills acquired are primarily mundane, contributing little to the enhancement of one's prowess. Closing the panel, Ding Jiu replants the basic constitution seed. After expending a certain quantity of water, fertilizer, and nurturing solution, he promptly harvests another 3 basic constitution fruits. Lacking in resources, he decides not to retain them and consumes them immediately. The first 2 fruits yield an increase of 2 points each in his constitution. However, upon consuming the third, he is informed that he has reached the limit for consuming basic constitution fruits, and further consumption will yield no additional benefits. Gazing at the bright orange fruits in his hand, Ding Jiu grits his teeth and swallows it down. Player, Ding Jiu, attributes, Strength 7-2, Constitution 6-20, Intelligence 6-2, Agility 5-2, Skills, numerous. Upon revisiting his personal panel, the Constitution attribute remains unchanged, just as indicated. A single special fruit can augment a basic attribute by 2 points, thus 20 points correspond to 10 fruits. This implies that each individual can consume only 10 of each type of basic fruit. If this is indeed the case, his dreams of invincibility would be shattered, as he cannot rely on cyclical planting to max out all attributes. With the basic constitution fruits exhausted, Ding Jiu shifts his focus to other fruit trees. The utility of the intelligence attribute has yet to manifest, allowing him to postpone its enhancement. As for agility, given that he cannot leave the confines of his dwelling, its benefits would be significantly diminished, thus he passes on that as well. Ultimately, only the strength attribute remains. Were it not for the presence of Xiao Hui Hui and the others, he would likely prioritize its enhancement. Ding! The basic strength fruit tree has matured and is ready for harvest. Notification: you have successfully harvested a basic strength fruit tree. Congratulations on obtaining 3 basic strength fruits. After burying the seed, watering it, applying fertilizer, and spraying the nurturing solution, he repeats this process 5 times, acquiring another 3 basic strength fruits. Checking the remaining supply of basic nurturing solution, he finds 21 bottles left, allowing for 4 more rounds of cultivation. However, he has already consumed 7 basic strength fruits. Consuming 3 more would reach the limit. Ding Jiu calculates and decides to plant the basic strength fruit tree for 2 more rounds to verify whether the limit is indeed 10 fruits. Ding! The basic strength fruit tree has matured and is ready for harvest. Notification: you have successfully harvested a basic strength fruit tree. Congratulations on obtaining 3 basic strength fruits. Ding! You have successfully consumed a basic strength fruit. Congratulations on increasing your strength attribute by 2 points. Ding! You have successfully consumed a primary strength fruit. And congratulations, your strength attribute has increased by 2 points. Ding! You have successfully consumed another primary strength fruit. And congratulations, your strength attribute has increased by 2 points. Ding! Notice, you have reached the limit for the primary strength fruits. Consuming more will yield no further enhancement. Well, this confirms it. One can indeed consume only 10 of each type of primary special fruit. After 2 more rounds, Ding Jiao will choose to hasten the ripening of the primary agility fruit tree. After ingesting 6 primary agility fruits in succession, his foundational attributes now surpass even those of De Huang. Player, Ding Jiao attributes: Strength 720, Constitution 620, Intelligence 62, Agility 514, Skills, numerous. If one were to also consider his weaponry and armor, even a duel with De Huang would pose no challenge. Chapter 28. The stage of extreme cold calamity, what a pity it is. If only De Huang had arrived a day later, he could have witnessed the terror of the bipedal beasts. Speaking of which, Xiao Hui and the others have been out for quite some time. I wonder if they have managed to catch anything. Ding Jiao took out the magical energy drone remote control. Once the signal was connected, he faintly discerned several wolf-like figures in the dim interface. Just as Ding Jiao was curious about what they were doing, a roar resounded. It was De Huang. Who knows whom he was battling with? From the mist, a chilling wail echoed intermittently, and soon De Huang appeared, dragging a young wild bull towards the screen. With a mighty roar, De Huang stepped onto the young bull and bellowed at Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui promptly shook his head, resolutely refusing to eat raw meat. De Huang, with a disdainful snort, could only summon the other gray wolves to partake. Since the 7 gray wolves had feasted on the meat stew Ding Jiao prepared last night, they had lost their appetite for raw flesh. However, unlike Xiao Hui, they held no bond of contract with Ding Jiao. Faced with De Huang's inherent dominance, they could not entertain the thought of refusal and approached the meal with reluctant expressions. In no time, the young bull, weighing over 200 pounds, was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Ding Jiao was taken aback by the scene before him. Had they really not had a proper meal during these past few days? Ding regional announcement. Attention all players. First, congratulations on safely passing the 3-day novice protection period. Each of you will be rewarded with 3 days' worth of basic living supplies. Next, the survival world will enter a phase of extreme cold calamity lasting for half a month, with temperatures plummeting to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Thus, it is advisable to prepare adequate heating supplies before the temperature drops. As the temperature continues to fall, the creatures within the mist will enter a frenzied state in their quest to gather sufficient food for the winter. Therefore, exercise extreme caution when venturing outside to collect supplies. Finally, we hope you can survive once more. After a moment of silence, a frenzy of commentary ensued. Oh my goodness, it's so cold. Is it even possible to survive this? Does anyone know how frigid minus 100 degrees really is? I'm just a small potato from the south and have never been to the north. To put it bluntly, sustained temperatures of minus 100 degrees for half a month could collapse an entire nation, even under conditions before the crossover. Is it really that exaggerated? Don't scare us like that. Huh? Are you not aware that machines have environmental limitations? At minus 100 degrees, most machines would likely fail. Power plants may even have to cease operations. What on earth do we do now? Are we expected to burn wood continuously? How much wood would we need to collect to last a month? Zhang Dehai, Chun Qian, this is all your fault for being a jinx. If it weren't for your reckless words, we wouldn't be facing this predicament. Li Daniu, that's unreasonable. If Chun Qian had such abilities, would he still need to struggle alongside us for survival? Zhang Dalong, that's debatable. Who knows if he's a fated lone star? In the midst of a heated discussion, Ma Taobao remarked that instead of bickering, they should contemplate how to survive the impending harsh winter disaster. Zhang San cynically noted that everyone was in the same plight, merely observing who could withstand the cold better. Tung Qingqian emphasized that relying solely on individual efforts was futile. Unity was essential for hope. Zhang Dehai provocatively questioned Qin Qian, who was previously quite vocal about his sudden silence. Qin Qian asserted he was not being silent. Zhang Dehai disparaged him as a timid turtle, to which Li Daniu retorted, challenging Zhang Dehai's assumption that everyone feared him. Zhang Dehai dismissed Li Daniu as foolish, asserting that someone without a faction had no right to speak boldly. Li Daniu defiantly claimed he would eventually join Boss Ding's gang. Zhang Dehai scoffed, suggesting only a fool would consider Ding a good person. Ding Jiao, unexpectedly called out, was momentarily speechless. He was unaware of any gang affiliation. Chu Yoshue reached out to Ding Jiao, inquiring if he had heard the recent announcement and if he had any thoughts. Ding Jiao replied he had none. Chu Yoshue pressed him about his indifference to the risk of freezing to death. Ding Jiao quipped about the existence of a fireplace, to which Chu Yoshue expressed envy and requested he craft a few for her. Ding Jiao lamented his lack of blueprints. Chu Yoshue then suggested trading meat for wood. But Ding Jiao countered by stating wood was now a valuable commodity, questioning her willingness to offer a fair price. Chu Yoshue, knowing they were familiar, protested against being overcharged. Ding Jiao insisted on a fair transaction, emphasizing that wood was a life-saving resource, and questioned her integrity in trying to take advantage of him. As Ding Jiao prepared lunch, he monitored the chat channel, observing the discussions. Despite rarely participating, he recognized that Chun Qian possessed considerable intellect. Unfazed by Zhang Dehai's aggressive demeanor, Chun Qian calmly analyzed the situation, reassuring everyone that there was no need for panic. He acknowledged the despair of temperatures plunging to minus 100 degrees, but reminded them that this was not their home planet, and many heat sources available here surpassed the efficacy of electric blankets and heaters. He cited campfires and fireplaces as examples, explaining that 1 unit of wood could burn for an hour, while 360 units could sustain warmth for half a month. Furthermore, he highlighted the abundance of natural frost in the extreme cold, suggesting that if they could hunt at least one prey and ration their food, they could survive for 2 weeks. Ding Jiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chun Qian as the intellectual pillar of their district. Remarkably, within 10 minutes of the announcement, Chun Qian had already grasped the critical points, though his overly altruistic nature contrasted with Ding Jiao's more cynical outlook. Fang Wenwen then posed a question about how to defend their homes against wild animal attacks. Chun Qian replied that they would need to arm themselves and fight back. Li Daniu humorously remarked that they wouldn't simply offer themselves as snacks. Chun Qian's remarks alleviated some of the despair that had permeated the chat channel. However, not everyone possesses heating devices, such as bonfires or fireplaces, and thus the chat channel suddenly erupted with bidding and acquisition information. Prices, which were once overlooked, transformed into sought-after commodities. The cost of fire-starting tools soared dramatically as well. Initially, Ding Jiao found this perplexing, but after observing their conversations, he recalled the reality of this survival world. It was far removed from the former Blue Star, where everything revolved around skills or blueprints. Relying solely on the fire-starting technique taught by Dagu would not suffice to ignite a flame. The reason fire-starting tools were undervalued in the previous days was that the vast majority had been subsisting on bread and water, rendering fire unnecessary. With no market demand, the prices of fire-starting tools naturally remained low. Chapter 29. The sale of a heater. As Ding Jiao pondered whether to earn another profit, Chun Qian, that overly kind-hearted individual, leaped forward to offer everyone some advice. Chun Qian, the source of fire is easily resolved. You can find acquaintances to exchange lit wood for regular wood. Chun Qian, if you truly cannot find anyone to barter with, feel free to contact me or any members of our free alliance. I assure you they will be willing to trade. Brother Qian, you are remarkable. With this, we won't have to purchase overpriced igniting tools from unscrupulous merchants. Brother Qian, is your free alliance still accepting new members? I wish to join. I used to cherish freedom, but now I realize how challenging it is to navigate alone. Brother Qian, I seek refuge. Zhang Dehai, our Sea Dragon gang provides free fire sources to our members and lends weapons when they are attacked by beasts. Interested parties may contact me. With their income curtailed, Zhang Dehai grew increasingly resentful of Chun Qian. To undermine Chun Qian's free alliance, the Sea Dragon gang decided to offer fire sources as well. Witnessing such actions, other organizations seized the opportunity to promote their own factions. Ding Jiao remained unperturbed. Flint and lighters may not fetch high prices, but they could still be sold. Moreover, with his diverse skill set, he could effortlessly craft heaters for sale. After all, his makeshift fire pit consumed several units of wood per hour, while the heater would only require a fixed unit of wood per hour, resulting in significantly lower resource consumption and providing warmth. It undoubtedly had a market. After lunch, leaving some food for Xiao Huihui and a Huang, he hurried to his workbench to attempt crafting a simple heater. However, lacking a welding machine, made securing the body of the heater quite laborious. Yet, he eventually succeeded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully crafting a simple heater. Upon seeing that familiar notification, Ding Zhou's eyes sparkled as he quickly examined the attributes of the simple heater. Simple heater, durability, 20, effect, can maintain warmth within a 1-meter radius. Unlike a fireplace, which can warm an entire room, this simple heater's effect is limited to a 1-meter range. In extreme cold, would he have to embrace it to survive? The mere thought of such a scenario made him chuckle. Ding Zhou, selling simple heater, priority given to the highest bidder. Custom orders are also welcome. Reservation fee of 20 units of iron and 20 units of wood. As his name was already revealed, he chose not to hide it this time and directly shouted in the chat channel. This was his first time speaking in that forum. As everyone expressed their astonishment, they eagerly scrutinized the item he was offering for sale. My goodness, the big shot is indeed remarkable. He even has surplus heaters for sale. Did you not see that he mentioned accepting reservations? Perhaps this heater was crafted by him personally. Indeed, but isn't the custom fee a bit steep? So far, I have yet to encounter any metal sheets. Chun Xian, you can obtain them from treasure chests, but you need at least a bronze-level chest to have a chance. Who can afford that? I have yet to behold the appearance of a bronze treasure chest. Might you consider offering a more reasonable price? What they say holds truth. 20 units of iron blocks are indeed a burden for many. Alas, there is no alternative. To craft a simple furnace, I require iron blocks. Without your provision of materials, my intentions remain unfulfilled. Is it truly necessary to demand such a quantity? With 20 units of iron blocks, we could forge it ourselves. Then by all means, proceed with your creation. I am not hindering you. This left the other person momentarily speechless. In this survival realm, is it not possible to craft items by hand? How did you manage to create the furnace? Did I not just receive a silver treasure chest as a reward? Upon opening it, I obtained a skill book for forging, which enabled me to craft by hand. I see now. It appears that crafting is indeed possible, but one must possess the requisite skills. In any case, this is the situation at hand. If anyone wishes to trade, feel free to message me. There is no need to discuss price reductions or complimentary offers. I cannot afford such luxuries. Wait a moment. Boss, is your guild still accepting members? I wish to join. I do not have a guild, nor do I intend to recruit. Why is that? Chose not to respond. Scammer, let us keep our discourse relevant. Should you continue to provoke, I may have to place you in the black room. Do you have any matters to discuss? I request 10 simple furnaces. That will require 200 units of iron blocks and 200 units of wood. If I purchase such a quantity, could you possibly lower the price? This is a modest business. We do not engage in haggling. You remain as miserly as ever. When will you provide the payment? Without receiving funds, I cannot procure materials for new creations. As countenance darkened, you may begin crafting. I shall seek materials for my sisters. Not long after severed communication, also reached out to him. Young brother, I hear you are alone and likely lack the time to sell goods. Our Taobao merchants are willing to assist in selling on your behalf, without charging any fees. There is no need for that. Are you concerned about being deceived? We can establish a consignment contract. Are you still there? Should you have any other conditions, feel free to propose. We can surely discover a mutually beneficial solution. Faced with the barrage of messages from, merely glanced and then closed the conversation. He was not naive. Such offers rarely came without ulterior motives. While uncertain of his intentions, he knew that as long as he did not follow their lead, he would not suffer loss. As for whether he could successfully sell his goods, was rather indifferent. To expedite the production of the 10 simple furnaces ordered by, resumed his diligent work. Fortunately, having experienced success once, he now needed only to follow the established procedures to craft the furnaces. Chapter 30. The slave trader Remei Hao Hao. The sound of wolves echoed from outside, and Ding Zhou realized that Xiao Huihui and the others had returned from their hunt. He promptly set aside his work and went out to open the door for them. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Unlike the previously crafted stone axes and picks, which could be effortlessly produced at the workbench, this simple furnace required meticulous effort to construct. A few were manageable, but when a number reached dozens or even hundreds, It bore no difference to assembling screws in a factory. Resources were abundant. Why must he showcase his prowess so ostentatiously? Sighing, Ding Jiao shook his head and dismissed his discontent as he approached the yard. At this moment, Xiao Huihui and Huang had already laid their respective prey before him. Wild chickens, hares, mountain goats, and wild boars. An impressive variety. It was no wonder they had returned so late. Upon seeing Ding Jiao, Xiao Huihui transformed into an eager glutton, panting eagerly at him. Your share has long been prepared. Feel free to go in and eat, Ding Jiao smiled, gesturing towards the stove. With a howl and a bark, the two beasts dashed into the yard. Notification. You have successfully dissected a hare. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 pieces of chicken meat. Notification. You have successfully dissected a hare. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 pieces of hare meat and 1 hare skin. Notification. You have successfully dissected a wild boar. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 pieces of wild boar meat, 1 wild boar skin, and 2 wild boar tusks. Where are the bones? Such a large pig skeleton. And they left it behind? Ding Jiao immediately examined a piece of wild boar meat. It was approximately the size of 2 palms, weighing around 2 pounds. The bright red hue and firm texture indicated its superior quality. If all 100 pieces were of this caliber, he could certainly overlook the absence of bones. Without hesitation, Ding Jiao proceeded to dissect the remaining prey, yielding nearly 300 units of raw meat, all of exceptionally high quality. Had he not already dined, he would have been tempted to fry a piece for himself. 15 minutes later, after Xiao Huihui and Huang had their fill, Ding Jiao gathered all his pets around him and retrieved the random summoning scroll. Whispering the incantation in his mind, the scroll immediately transformed into a series of dark portals before his eyes. Howl! Bark! Without needing a command, Xiao Huihui and the others instinctively positioned themselves in front of him, vigilantly watching the portal. Ding! Random summoning scroll activation successful. Congratulations. You have successfully summoned a level 1 merchant, Remei. A merchant? Ding Jiao's eyes brightened. However, before he could relish the moment, a diminutive figure, standing merely 4 meters tall, emerged from the portal. A human? No, you are. A survivor? Ah, you are indeed fortunate to have summoned this queen. As Remei assessed Ding Jiao, he too scrutinized her. Clad in a short skirt adorned with golden threads, sporting a single golden monocle, and radiating a shimmering golden aura, she was undeniably ostentatious. Certainly, this is not the most significant aspect. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this maiden, despite her human appearance, possesses violet slit pupils and bears 2 small golden horns atop her head, unmistakably indicating her non-human nature. Who are you? I am Lady Lemay, the future empress of the Evernight Mountains. The Evernight Forest? Indeed. Yet, that is beyond your current comprehension. Now do tell, what is it that you wish to procure from this empress? That depends on what you have to offer. This empress possesses an abundance of exquisite items. My only concern is whether you can afford them. Words alone are insufficient. Let me see what you can present. A feeble attempt at provocation, yet I shall indulge you. With a flick of her wrist, Lemay conjured a virtual interface resembling a trading platform before Ding Jiao. The array of items was considerable, albeit somewhat unsettling. Catfolk's Servant, priced at 1,000 survival coins. Catfolk Servant, priced at 1,000 survival coins. Tree Spirit Servant, priced at 2,000 survival coins. Stone Dragon Servant, priced at 100 million survival coins. All items for sale were servants, ranging from 1,000 to 100 million survival coins. Chapter 31. The arrival of a gluttonous merchant. Why is it all servants? Is there nothing else, like equipment or weapons? Ding Jiao inquired. None at all, came the reply. What then is the survival coin? How can one acquire it? Ding Jiao pressed on. Are you not aware? Am I supposed to know? Ding Jiao blinked, questioning. Lemay did not respond, but regretfully closed the merchandise screen. Since you lack survival coins, this transaction must conclude here. Ding Jiao, unwilling to concede, hastily asked, do you accept items? Could we perhaps trade through barter? Lemay shook her head. You do not even possess survival coins. How could you have anything I desire? Seeing an opportunity, Ding Jiao quickly rummaged through a system warehouse. Stones and wood would surely be of no interest. As for bread and water, well, it would be best not to present those and offend anyone. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the primary strength fruit. Observing the fiery red fruit in Ding Zhio's hand, Lamai instinctively licked her lips. What is this fruit? I have never seen it before. It's a primary strength fruit, which can enhance strength attributes by 2 points. And the taste? How does it fare? Though puzzled by her inquiry, Ding Zhio answered honestly, it's quite passable. No sooner had he finished speaking than the fruit vanished from his hand. Upon glancing again, he found Lamai had already consumed it. Wow, that was fast, Ding Zhio thought. Realizing why the little girl had caused Xiao Huihui and Huang to cower behind him, he had assumed they were merely startled. It appeared she was genuinely formidable. With a smacking sound, Lamai finished the fruit and, devoid of any delight, remarked calmly, the taste is indeed lackluster. I can only offer 1 survival coin. Though the flavor may be poor, it enhances strength by 2 points, which is its true value, Ding Zhio contended. Is it? I feel nothing, she replied. Are you a swindler? Ding Zhio shot a glance toward the nearby Arrow Tower and the Mana Ice Tower, uncertain if those 2 structures could intimidate her. Are you attempting to pull a fast one on me? Lamai chuckled, a sly smile gracing her lips. Ding Zhio's heart skipped a beat. He quickly waved his hand. How could that be? We, the people of Longhua, are the most sincere. Whatever the case, it is not I who will ultimately suffer, Lamai said, planting her hands on her hips. Seeing her audacity, Ding Zhio felt a sudden urge to test her resolve. Ow, ow, ow. Perhaps sensing Ding Zhio's intentions, Xiao Huihui tugged at his pant leg, pulling him back. Was she warning him against taking action? It is said that beasts possess a keen 6th sense. Could it be that this flamboyant girl was truly not to be trifled with? Recalling her previous explanations, he quickly retrieved a banana from his warehouse. Then try this, and see how much it is worth. Lamai sniffed the air. Compared to the primary strength fruit, the aroma of the banana was far more enticing. In a flash, the banana transitioned from Ding Zhio's grasp to Lamai's hand. Upon witnessing Remei's eager desire to devour the banana, he quickly interjected, Wait, this banana must be peeled before it can be savored. Peel it? Remei gazed at the banana in her hand, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Ding Zhio, therefore, extended his hand to assist her. After a few moments of hesitation, Remei reluctantly relinquished the banana. Ding Zhio had barely managed to peel a small portion when, in a flash, Remei snatched it back. Staring at his empty hands, Ding Zhio was left speechless, utterly astonished. While the first and second instances could be attributed to mere accidents, by the third, his full attention was devoted to the banana. The fact that she could so stealthily seize it could only be attributed to the remarkable prowess of this audacious little girl. Fortunately, Xiao Huihui had alerted him. Otherwise, he might have resorted to force, and his dilapidated abode would surely not withstand her wrath. Munching away, she exclaimed, delicious. Is this what they call a banana? It is far tastier than that previous fruit. How much is it worth? Remei inquired, extending her palm, 5 survival coins. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhio felt a surge of delight within, though his expression remained one of feigned discontent, frowning. How can it possibly be valued at such a meager amount? 5 survival coins is not an insignificant sum, but had I not been inexperienced, the price would surely be lower. Then allow me to present this for your consideration. Ding Zhio produced an apple. After tasting it, Remei assigned it the same value of 5. Subsequently, he offered cherries, pears, watermelons, peaches, and other fruits. Remei relished each bite, assigning prices ranging from 3 to 8. Ding Zhio, having an ample supply of fruits, decided to sell his entire stock, ultimately acquiring 925 survival coins. With her newfound bounty, Remei's smile radiated even more brightly. While enjoying her feast, she inquired, Now that you possess wealth, what shall you purchase? Ding Zhio replied, Purchase, indeed. However, once I acquire those servants, will they truly heed my commands? Would they not rebel? Remei reassured him, Rest assured, I have bound them to a servant contract. Even if you commanded them to take their own lives, they would comply without question. Chapter 32. The addition of 2 new servants upon hearing Rama Yi's words. Ding Zhio immediately felt a sense of relief. However, with only a little over 2,000 survival coins, he could afford a maximum of merely 2 servants. Recalling the icons he had previously seen, he turned to Rama and inquired, "Do your servants come with detailed descriptions?" "While there are no detailed descriptions available, I can summon them for you to see," she replied. "That works," Dingzhou nodded. After consuming a strawberry, Rama snapped her fingers, summoning over 10 distinct members of the beast folk. Among them, the cat-eared and rabbit-eared girls comprised the majority, along with 2 tree men. The impact of seeing these 2-dimensional beings materialize into 3 dimensions was quite striking, especially as the beast-eared girls wore little more than a few pieces of fur to cover their essential areas, leaving Dingzhou utterly astonished. "How do you find them? Are you satisfied? I have meticulously selected these, and they are within your budget. Take a look and see which ones you fancy." Coughing slightly, he asked, "Why are they all female?" To Dingzhou's surprise, Rama seemed taken aback by his question. "Do you prefer males?" Dingzhou's expression darkened, realizing that this little girl was not only flamboyant, but also quite sharp-tongued. He chose not to pursue the matter further, instead scanning the various beast-eared girls. Unfortunately, as they were not his contracted servants, he could not directly view their attributes as he could with Xiao Huihui and De Huang. In that case, he would have to select the most visually appealing ones. This decision was certainly not driven by any lecherous desires. "I will take this one and that one," he finally decided, choosing a cat-eared girl and a rabbit-eared girl. Without a word, Rama withdrew the 2,000 survival coins and transferred the contracts for the 2 servants into Dingzhou's possession. With the contracts in hand, the attributes of the 2 girls were instantly revealed. Pet, Annie, race, catfolk, talent, white, attributes, strength 28, constitution 33, intelligence 16, agility 43. Pet, Agatha, race, rabbit folk, talent, white, attributes, strength 22, constitution 38, intelligence 18, agility 39. Both girls possessed attributes superior to the Huang's. Yet Dingzhou felt a twinge of disappointment after reviewing them. Having consumed a plethora of Western fantasy novels and anime prior to his transmigration, he subconsciously believed that beast-eared girls would be exceptionally powerful. The reality, however, was this. It was no wonder they were the cheapest on offer. Well then, the transaction is complete. Until next time, Rama declared, preparing to depart. "Wait, I still have." Dingzhou was taken aback by her abrupt departure. Before he could gather his thoughts, Rama had become ethereal, vanishing along with the summoning portal. He barely had time to inquire further. Master, are you all right?" A timid voice emerged, belonging to the rabbit-eared girl, Agatha. Upon catching Dingzhou's gaze, she quickly hid behind the cat-eared girl, Annie. Annie, however, displayed a bit more boldness, baring her small fangs as she locked eyes with Dingzhou. "Cough, from now on, I shall be your new master. To you, I have but a singular request, obedience. As long as you fulfill the tasks I assign in a timely manner, I shall grant you everything except for freedom." The 2 women remained silent, yet their gazes toward him softened considerably. "Now, follow me inside. I shall teach you how to construct a simple stove." "Understood, Master," they replied. "We shall learn diligently." Without engaging in any division of labor, Dingzhou directly presented 2 volumes of basic forging skill books for their study, subsequently guiding them through the process of crafting the simple stove, step by step, to win their favor. He even produced a bounty of bread and water for them to consume. "Master, can we truly eat this bread freely?" Ashura inquired, swallowing hard. "Do not concern yourselves with mere bread. If you work earnestly in the future, you shall have meat at every meal." Ashura's mouth watered at the prospect. Meanwhile, Annie had already seized a loaf and began to eat with gusto. Though bland and tasteless, she savored each bite with a look of sheer enjoyment. "You should eat as well. How can you work if you do not fill your stomach?" Annie handed a piece to Ashura, then resumed her feast with fervor. Observing their situation, Dingzhou found himself curious about the lives they had previously led and inquired further. Unfortunately, the 2 women had little knowledge to share, only that they resided in the Evernight mountain range, home to their clan. Yet, due to fierce competition and their own lack of strength, they often found themselves going hungry, having not had a full meal in quite some time. They knew nothing of the Evernight mountain range's location or size, nor of the person named Lamai. Disappointed by their lack of information, Dingzhou felt no resentment towards them. After instructing them on the stove's construction, he returned to the chat channel to resume taking orders. Have you noticed that the temperature seems to have dropped again? It must be around 10 degrees now, a drop of several degrees from yesterday. And this is still before nightfall. If it gets colder at night, we might freeze. Too bad we can't rub our hands together. Burning some charcoal would save a lot of wood. Come on, in extreme cold, burning charcoal won't provide warmth. What if we added a fire pit? Can you make one? No. Then why are you even talking? Surely among the thousands in the district, someone must know how. We can ask them to teach us. But won't we have to pay a learning fee? You hit the nail on the head. Isn't it said that in times of trouble, help comes from all sides? Yet when the end is near, everyone only looks out for themselves. Such is human nature. Otherwise, how would there be so many wars on Blue Star? Once you experience society, you'll understand. You should all stop talking. You might make someone cry. Has anyone purchased the simple stove made by the esteemed Dingzhou? How is it? Is it effective? I was too slow and missed out. Me too. I even sent a private message, but received no reply. Do you think he might be deceiving us? If no one can craft anything, how can he? Did he not claim to have acquired a skill? He said you would believe it. Ask others and see if anyone else has obtained the skill book. Surely, it cannot be that among so many of us, only he has succeeded. Luck is a fickle thing. Otherwise, why is winning the lottery so challenging? Ahem, those who understand the lottery know the truth. If you're not part of the inner circle, even if you win, you might still miss out. Chen Qian, portable heater. Wow, as expected of our societies, Chen Ge. He managed to snag a heater. Chen Ge, quickly tell us about the heater. Is it worth purchasing? Indeed. Chen Ge, we eagerly await your review. Everyone, please quiet down. With all this noise, how can Chen Ge speak? Absolutely. Chen Qian. Ahem. Then I shall provide a brief overview. Chapter 33. Reselling the heater Chen Qian. The heating range of the simple heater indeed extends only 1 meter. Beyond that distance, it becomes quite challenging to feel its warmth. Chen Qian. Nevertheless, I still recommend that those without any heating devices acquire one. Chen Qian. Firstly, it is remarkably efficient in terms of materials. Operating continuously for 1 hour requires merely 1 unit of wood. Chen Qian. Secondly, the heating effect is stable, even if the indoor temperature drops significantly. Anyone within its heating range can still enjoy its warmth, and the efficacy remains commendable. Chen Qian. Thirdly, aside from providing warmth, it can also boil water and cook food by placing a flat iron pot on top, leveraging its thermal conduction properties to bring the water within the pot to a boil. Chen Qian. I have personally tested it, and it works exceptionally well, allowing me to savor meat broth for the first time in days. Thumbs up. JPG. My goodness, Brother Qian, you aren't getting paid for this, are you? Drooling. JPG. Haha, I wish I were, but unfortunately, Brother Dingzhou doesn't think highly of me. Seeing himself become the topic of conversation in the chat channel, Dingzhou felt exasperated. Despite his best efforts to remain low-key, he could not escape their attention. After much hesitation, he decided against advertising in the chat channel and opted instead to list the heater for sale directly. One simple heater could be exchanged for either 20 units of iron blocks plus 20 units of wood or stone, or for special blueprints. Oh, and also raw meat. With 2 more mouths to feed at home, the amount required for each meal would surely increase significantly. Without sufficient reserves of raw meat, they would likely face a vegetarian diet during the harsh winter. Look at the trading platform. Brother Dingzhou has finally listed heaters for sale again. Though the price remains notoriously high, it's a seller's market. The fact that he hasn't sold out yet is already quite good. Exactly. Everyone's greed is insatiable. Do they expect him to give it away for free? Chen Qian. Iron blocks can only be obtained through opening crates, which is indeed difficult to manage. However, raw meat and blueprints differ. These can be acquired by hunting wild beasts, and those with strength can gather more. For those lacking strength, they can gather wood. During the severe cold, wood will undoubtedly be in high demand, and even if they gather plenty, it will still sell well. While that may be true, hunting is clearly far more perilous than logging. Unless one is indifferent to their own life, who would willingly take that risk? Chen Qian. High risks often yield high rewards. If one were to acquire something valuable while hunting, it could lead to overnight wealth. Chen Qian. Moreover, If one does not venture out to hunt now, will they wait until prey runs out of food to go? The difficulty of hunting will increase exponentially by then. Brother Chien is right. The weather is growing colder, and we must stock up on food and water promptly. True enough, but delving deeper into the fog is far too dangerous. I will continue to chop wood around the house. When the time comes, you all must sell me some food and water. Coward. This is called clear division of labor. Ding Jio shook his head and closed the chat channel. Returning to reality, he found that Asha and Annie had already eaten their fill and were busy crafting a simple heater. Ding Jio chose not to disturb them and instead lay down on the bed, preparing to indulge in a beauty sleep. However, it was not long before Annie shook him awake. The sound of the howls from Little Gray and Big Yellow echoed in his ears, mingling with the effects of the tranquilizer. Could it be that enemies were approaching? Master, a pack of wild dogs has arrived outside the courtyard, and they are relentlessly assaulting the wall of blood-sucking vines, meowed Annie. How many are there? Ding Jio inquired with a glimmer of excitement in his heart. Annie immediately shook her head, stating, "It's too dark to see clearly, but there are at least a dozen. Let us venture outside and assess the situation." Once outside the house, Ding Jio swiftly located the pack of wolves howling at the vine wall. As night had fallen, he ignited a torch and hastened towards the vine walkway. Annie and Ashaga exchanged a glance, each seizing a piece of wood to accompany him. Compared to serving Lord Remei as a subordinate, Ding Jio was far more amiable as a master. Not only did he refrain from violence, but he also ensured they were well fed. They had no desire to return to their previous lives. Seeing the two women approaching with their makeshift clubs, Ding Jio smiled and handed them each a bronze spear in exchange. "Master, do you require us to chase them away?" Annie asked earnestly. Chapter 34. The slaughter of the spotted dogs driving them away was far too lenient. "I command you to eliminate them all. Fear not, for I shall enlist the aid of Xiao Hui and Huang. By the way, I also possess 2 sets of bronze armor. Don them before you venture forth." Though the design may be somewhat unappealing, the 15 points of defense are undeniably effective. Although it may slightly hinder your movements, neither Annie nor Asha declined. Eagerly, De Huang was the first to leap forward, delivering a resounding slap to the head of a target spotted dog, causing its brain to burst forth. Not to be outdone, Xiao Hui, accompanied by his 7 loyal subordinates, swiftly followed, plunging into the fray with the spotted dogs in a matter of moments. The 2 women, fully equipped, emulated their example, effortlessly dispatching 2 hyenas with the force of gravity, akin to wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep. The bronze spears, weighing several dozen pounds, were wielded in their hands as though they were mere feathers, leaving behind a trail of residual images. The moment they made contact, death ensued, and the destructive power they exhibited surpassed even that of De Huang. Within mere seconds, the courtyard was littered with the lifeless bodies of spotted dogs. Even Ding Jio, who had anticipated victory, was taken aback by the display of their formidable prowess. Fortunately, he had refrained from engaging in a reckless confrontation with the Black Eaters, lest he suffer defeat before achieving success. "Master, we have triumphed. I see it. Now, let's bring back their corpses." "Understood, Master." With the addition of 2 beast-eared maidens, the task of transporting the bodies proceeded remarkably smoothly, as they swiftly returned with 23 hyena carcasses in just 2 trips. Utilizing his disassembly skill, Ding Jio meticulously dismantled each one, yielding a total of 690 pieces of spotted dog meat and 23 hides. However, the true highlight for Ding Jio was the blueprint that emerged from their remains. Storage backpack blueprint, durability 3 requirements, level 2 house, crafting requirements, beast hide 10, magic core 1, description. The higher the quality of the beast hide, the greater the storage capacity of the backpack. Ordinarily, Ding Jio, possessing an infinite space system warehouse, would have no need for an additional storage backpack. The issue lay with Xiao Hui and his companions. Unlike Ding Jio, they lacked a system warehouse and did not possess the inherent 8-slot backpack feature. Thus, during their hunting excursions, they would typically consume their fill before bringing back whatever prey they could manage. Although their catch may seem plentiful, it barely sufficed for a day's sustenance. This necessitated their daily forays into the wild. Now, with the storage backpack, They could return with enough prey to sustain them for several days or even half a month in one outing. This ensured ample food supply while allowing for more time to remain at home. Moreover, even if Xiao Hui and his companions had no use for the storage backpack, he can trust it to Annie and the others. After all, their strength surpassed even that of De Huang, eliminating any concerns for their safety. The only lamentable aspect was that he currently possessed only spotted dog hides and black snake hides that met the crafting requirements. Following the guidelines provided, Ding Zhou ultimately opted to utilize the spotted dog hides for the creation. Ding. Spotted dog backpack successfully crafted. Congratulations on acquiring a spotted dog backpack. The houndskin backpack is crafted from the hide of hounds, featuring a pristine white quality, a durability of 100, and a capacity of 6 compartments. Each compartment can accommodate up to 99 identical items. It is worth noting that once items are stored in this backpack, no other bags or storage spaces may be utilized for additional items. The 6-compartment storage means that only 6 distinct types of quarry can be stored. Considering the varying sizes of each type of prey, it would be prudent for Annie and her companions to also acquire disassembly skills. This way, whenever they capture the same type of quarry, they can break them down into uniformly sized raw meat portions. Chapter 35. Iron Plate Barbecue. Contemplating the advantages of the hyena backpack, a jubilant Ding Zhou resolved to treat everyone to a feast. However, the previously constructed stove was far too diminutive. Thus, he decided to erect a larger barbecue grill using cement with dimensions of 2.0.5.1.3. When fully ignited, it could roast dozens of pounds of meat at once, significantly reducing cooking time. Master, I shall assist you in your endeavor. Asha eagerly volunteered upon hearing Ding Zhou's intent to construct the grill. However, Ding Zhou politely declined her offer. Lacking relevant skills, her help would likely prove counterproductive. This time, he intended to create a grill endowed with additional attributes. If Asha's influence thwarted his enhancements, his efforts would be in vain. After sending the 2 women back inside to continue crafting the heater, he busied himself in the yard. Fortunately, the survival world did not adhere to scientific principles. After pouring the cement, it hardened in a remarkably short time, an impressive time saver. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Zhou commenced work on the grilling net. Lacking stainless steel, he opted to use an iron plate instead. Consequently, the culinary style shifted from barbecue to iron plate grilling. Ding, congratulations on successfully constructing a concrete barbecue grill. Concrete barbecue grill. Durability, 500. Special effects, barbecue time reduced by 10, flavor enhanced by 10. Mode, automatic manual. Upon discovering the automatic mode, Ding Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he could assign one of the beast-eared girls to take on the role of cook, the convenience of a self-operating grill was unparalleled. Following the prompts, he added firewood and meat chunks, then selected the automatic mode, which initiated a countdown for the grilling process. For 59, for 58, for 57, 5 minutes in total. As the aroma of sizzling meat wafted from the iron plate, Ding Zhou unconsciously swallowed. The scent was intoxicating, remarkably delightful. Although he had previously cooked meat, he had never encountered such a captivating fragrance, especially given that this meat had not undergone any marination. The foul odor typically associated with hyenas was entirely absent. If all the obtained meat possessed this quality, the loss incurred was indeed trivial. During the grilling interval, Ding Zhou retrieved seasonings to prepare a dipping sauce. A spicy and numbing flavor was essential, along with a hint of garlic. A soy sauce variant would also be delightful. Regrettably, he had not found peanuts. Otherwise, he would have relished the idea of crafting a peanut sauce. As the tantalizing scent permeated the air, the keen-nosed Xiao Hui and De Huang rushed over. With their paws resting on the edge of the grill, their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they fixated on the steaming meat. All right, you two, pay attention and be careful not to drool. A wooger meanwhile inside the house. Commotion ensued as well. Master, what delectable dish are you preparing? It smells heavenly, Aniel exclaimed, tugging Asha along as they hurried outside. Though Asha was equally curious, she worried that Ding Zhou might be displeased and attempted to restrain Aniel. However, she clearly lacked Aniel's strength and was unable to hold her back after several attempts. Ding Jiu, unfazed, waved his hand, and 2 wooden chairs were produced. The work can wait for a while. We shall attend to it after our meal. Asha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly released her grip on Annie's hand and bowed to Ding Jiu, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Noticing Annie's lack of response, she tugged at her again, urging, "Annie, do not forget to express your gratitude to the master." "Oh, right. Thank you, master," Annie mumbled, her gaze fixated on the roasted meat. Realizing that drool was escaping from the corner of her mouth, she hastily wiped it away, resembling a little greedy kitten. Observing her endearing demeanor, Ding Jiu felt a mix of amusement and irritation. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved several bottles of cola. After all, indulging in barbecued meat without the joyous accompaniment of fizzy soda would diminish the experience significantly. Chapter 36. Hosting a banquet in the survival world soon. 2 minutes had elapsed. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 humans and 9 beasts, the roasted meat was finally completed. The aroma wafting from the grill grew even more intense. Ding Jiu was the first to sample it, drawing forth a small knife to slice off a tender piece. The surface gleamed with oil, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance. Even before taking a bite, the sound of eager gulping resonated around him. Annie and Little Gray were nearly overwhelmed with drool. However, Ding Jiu paid them no mind, for he was equally tempted. With one hearty bite, the succulent texture danced upon his palate, and the primal flavor of the meat erupted on his taste buds. Though he had never savored Kobe beef, to him, it paled in comparison to this delight. He cut off another small piece, this time opting for a spicy flavor. The raw wildness combined with a fiery burst delivered a flavor even more impactful than the last, as if he were transported to a vast wilderness. Celebrating the tenacity of life, he wondered how the garlic flavor would fare, just as Ding Jiu prepared to take a 3rd piece. The assembled spectators, both human and beast, voiced their discontent. "Whoa, how? Master, is this roast delicious?" Ding Jiu paused momentarily, offering an awkward smile. "Ahem, well, I've tasted it, and it's quite good. If you're hungry, feel free to help yourselves." "Hooray! Long live the master!" Annie was the first to cheer. However, Little Gray was the swiftest. The moment Ding Jiu's words fell, its paws had already snagged the desired piece. Without a care for the heat, it bit down on a substantial portion and began to chew with delight. The explosion of flavor transformed its once fierce gaze into that of a crescent-eyed fox. Next came Big Yellow, who, having arrived later, lacked Little Gray's experience with cooked food. It struggled for a while before managing to pull a chunk of meat closer, then mimicked Little Gray's actions to take a bite. Annie, lacking utensils, resorted to using her hands, displaying a bold appetite that rivaled Big Yellow's. Poor Ashaga, the timid rabbit girl, hesitated, shy about joining in. Observing her reluctance, Ding Jiu offered her a set of utensils. "Thank you, master," Ashaga expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, the other 7 wolves began howling, their eyes pleading as they looked at Ding Jiu. Having spent so much time together, they understood who held the authority here. Rather than settle for the scraps of the Wolf King, they preferred to beseech Ding Jiu for a morsel. Seeing the tame pack, Ding Jiu chose not to discriminate and distributed a piece to each wolf. This left only a modest amount of roasted meat remaining. Concerned there might not be enough, he decided to grill another batch. The campfire flickered, accompanied by the gentle sounds of nature, despite the temperature dropping to several degrees. The atmosphere around Ding Jiu felt as lively as a banquet. In this moment of camaraderie, the howls of wolves and roars of tigers resonated, masking any semblance of survival. Burp. Annie sat right beside Ding Jiu. Upon witnessing Ding Jiu savor the effervescent black liquid and subsequently release a contented belch, curiosity enveloped me. The concoction appeared reminiscent of poison. However, my master was not foolish enough to consume such a perilous substance. Therefore, it must be. The more I pondered, the brighter my eyes gleamed. After gulping down the morsel of roasted meat in my mouth, I inquired, "Master, what is it that you are drinking? Is it delightful?" "It's cola." "Cola? Do you wish to try it?" "Indeed, yes." Chapter 37. The pet house. Ding Jiu handed her a bottle. Noticing Asha's eager gaze from the other side, he offered her one as well, as they held the fizzy drink in their hands. Both women hesitated momentarily before taking a sip. The unique flavor instantly captivated them, prompting them to gulp down a generous mouthful. "What is this delightful beverage? It is simply exquisite," they exclaimed, followed by a satisfied burp. Delightful." Dingzhou poured a bottle for Xiao Huihui and a Huang as well. The two beasts eagerly began to drink. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the roasted meat that lingered in the air, but even before dinner was completed, a sudden grunt of a pig echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by a resounding crash. Notification: your blood-sucking vine wall is under attack by a wild beast, durability -7. The drop rate was more ferocious than Huang's, and Dingzhou, disregarding his meal, swiftly grabbed his spear and rushed toward the source of the sound. Bang! Notification: your blood-sucking vine wall is under attack by a wild beast, durability -7. Another loud crash reverberated, accompanied by a slight tremor. "Master, it is a herd of wild boars." Annie, the swiftest among them, dashed up the stone wall, gazing below at the 7 or 8 hefty black wild boars, each weighing over 500 pounds. Her mouth nearly watered with anticipation. Not only her, but even Asha's eyes sparkled with desire upon seeing them. The aroma of the roasted meat was simply irresistible, and she yearned for more. Observing the incessant battering of the wall by the wild boar herd, Dingzhou began to question his fortune. While others might face a wild beast attack once a night at most, why was it that he seemed to be under constant siege, having just dealt with a pack of hyenas? How was it that another herd of wild boars had appeared before dinner was even finished? Did they mistake his place for a convenience store, arriving whenever they pleased? "Master? Cough. Arm yourselves with weapons and armor, and let us deal with them." "Yes, master." Despite the boars' eyes and their formidable tusks, which were as thick as an arm, they paled in comparison to the fully equipped beast-eared girls, not to mention the added support from Xiao Huihui and Huang. In less than a minute, all 8 black wild boars were dispatched. Not only did Dingzhou receive over 1,800 pieces of wild boar meat, but he also obtained 2 blueprints. Notification: successfully killed the black wild boar. Congratulations on acquiring Pet House Construction Blueprint X1. Notification: successfully killed the black wild boar. Congratulations on acquiring Leather Armor Construction Blueprint X1. Pet House Construction Blueprint. Durability: 1-1 requirements. Level 2 house. Materials needed: 200 wood, 100 stone, 100 thatch, 30 iron blocks, 30 cement. Description: has a certain probability of taming wild creatures, turning them into loyal pets. Leather Armor Construction Blueprint. Durability: 3-3. Requirements: Level 1 house. Materials needed: 5 animal hides, 10 ropes, 1 iron block. Note: the better the quality of the animal hides, the higher the quality of the leather armor that can be crafted. Upon reviewing the blueprints, Dingzhou proceeded without hesitation to construct the pet house. It required the consumption of 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 100 units of thatch, 30 units of iron blocks, and 30 units of cement. The notification chimed. The pet house has been completed, currently capable of accommodating 10 pets. Although referred to as a pet house, it is essentially a wooden shelter constructed from timber, stone, and thatch. Nevertheless, it boasts a considerable space, nearly occupying half of the yard. Chapter 38. Everyone returns to position. Automatic mode of the Arrow Tower. Pet house. Durability: 200. Capacity: 0-10. Effect: taming beast. Description: when a beast's loyalty exceeds 60 points, it can be released for use as a pet. Upon finishing the introduction to the pet house, Dingzhou promptly instructed the 7 gray wolves to enter. Instantly, their attributes transformed to resemble those of Little Gray, allowing him to examine them. Gray Wolf. Quality: white. Attributes: Strength 7, Constitution 6, Intelligence 2, Agility 11, Loyalty 80. Gray Wolf. Quality: white. Attributes: Strength 5, Constitution 7, Intelligence 3, Agility to Loyalty 82. After reviewing each one, he noted that all attributes, aside from agility, remained in the single digits. The only distinction from Little Gray was the addition of a loyalty bar, all exceeding 80. This indicated that their taming was successfully completed on the spot, marking them as entirely his own. Ding Jiao smiled, ruffling little Gray's head, expressing gratitude, as he realized that without this Wolf King, his subordinates would not heed his command, as everyone had not yet satiated their appetites from the earlier barbecue feast. They transformed into fervent grillers, continuously roasting meat. That night, everyone indulged to the point of excess, retiring early with full bellies. In the dead of night, there were indeed some reckless beasts attempting to assault the house. However, with the 7 gray wolves now firmly on his side, even activating the autonomous attack mode of the Arrow Tower, Arrow Loft, and Magic Ice Tower would pose no threat to them. Moreover, residing within the pet house, should any enemy intrude, the wolves would naturally rise to the occasion. Thus, Ding Jiao slept soundly, experiencing for the first time since arriving in this world a restful slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, he found the 2 beast-eared girls already up, tidying the yard of the several beasts slain the previous night. Ding Jiao was nearly repulsed at the sight, compared to the hyenas and wild boars they had dispatched. These beasts were truly a gruesome sight. Having been drained of blood by the blood-sucking vines all night, their bodies were withered and desiccated, resembling mere bags of bones. Fortunately, he had procured 2 beast-eared girls. Otherwise, his courtyard walls might have become skeletal in appearance. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Ding Jiao returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After indulging in a lavish barbecue feast the night before, he resolved to opt for something lighter this morning. Glancing at the ingredients in his backpack, he ultimately decided to make a pot of lean meat porridge. Just as he set the large pot over the fire, Little Gray bounded over eagerly. Ding Jiao, slightly exasperated, swatted at him, saying, "What do you want? If you wish to eat, go out and hunt. If you don't bring back some game, how can I afford to feed you? Wouldn't you feast on what you hunted yesterday? If you don't hunt today, where will the meat come from? Indeed, it is true. Look, I can't even afford a proper meal now, and can only drink porridge. That's right. If you don't hunt, and I don't hunt, who will provide you with meat to eat?" Little Gray was deceived and abducted, promptly calling upon his subordinates to venture forth. In order to ensure they could bring back ample prey, Ding Jiao instructed Annie and Asha to accompany them, providing each with a backpack, one a hyena pack with a capacity of 6 compartments, the other a boar pack with 8. "I have already placed bread and water inside. Should you grow hungry along the way, feel free to partake," he said. "Understood, meow." As he watched the 2 girls and 9 beasts depart, Ding Jiao returned to the stove to prepare porridge and opened the chat channel to check the day's messages. It was undeniable that after a night of biting cold winds, many stubborn individuals began to shift their attitudes, eager to procure the simple heaters from him. The majority sought to exchange blueprints. However, regrettably, most of the offerings were mundane items that held no allure for him. The temperature has plummeted again. If it continues to drop like this, it won't be long before we can no longer venture outside. Alas, I haven't even stored enough wood, let alone trade for a heater. Does anyone have warm clothing? I am willing to pay handsomely. Just go to Ding Jiao. It seems he has everything. Ding Jiao is undeniably our district's legend. Ding Jiao was left speechless. Did they truly view him as a miraculous figure? Yet, he soon considered trying his hand at crafting. After all, he possessed sewing skills. Perhaps he could indeed create warm garments. As for the fabric, beast hides might suffice. Upon noticing someone had genuinely tagged him, he chose once more to ignore it. Turning to the trading platform, he discovered that the dozens of simple heaters he had consigned the previous night had sold out entirely. In total, he received 320 units of iron, 180 units of wood, 150 units of stone, and 8 special blueprints. Among these were 5 land transformation blueprints, 1 crossbow blueprint, 1 watchtower blueprint, and 1 restroom blueprint. Upon seeing those 5 land transformation blueprints, Ding Jiao nearly fainted from joy. However, when he noted that their durability had dwindled to a mere 1 point, he realized he had been deceived. The land transformation blueprints required the cultivation skill to be effective. If they still had 2 points of durability, it would indicate that the previous owner lacked the necessary skill and merely attempted to experiment with a plot, only to discover they could not plant. Conversely, had they possessed the cultivation skill, the blueprints would have been fully utilized. allowing them to sustain themselves and even sell food for resources at a premium. The fact that their durability was reduced to 1 point suggested a deliberate ploy. Even if they could not cultivate, they did not wish for him to benefit. Ding Jiao felt powerless regarding such dealings. He could only jot down the names of these individuals in his notebook, awaiting an opportunity to repay them in kind. With the pet house occupying nearly half of the yard, little space remained. A glance at the planting area revealed sufficient room for only 3 plots, while the remaining 2 could only be located at the entrance of the yard, under the blessing of the Demeter statue. The dozen fruit trees in the planting area thrived splendidly, with 2 reaching harvest time. Ding Jiao did not dare to delay and promptly chose to gather the fruits. Congratulations! You have received 1 basic intelligence fruit. Congratulations! You have received 1 basic intelligence fruit. Congratulations! You have received 1 basic intelligence fruit. Congratulations! You have received 1 basic agility fruit. Congratulations! You have received 1 basic agility fruit. Congratulations! You have received 1 basic agility fruit. You have consumed a basic intelligence fruit, increasing your intelligence attribute by 2. You have consumed a basic intelligence fruit, increasing your intelligence attribute by 2. You have consumed a basic intelligence fruit, increasing your intelligence attribute by 2. You have consumed a basic agility fruit, increasing your agility attribute by 2. You have consumed a basic agility fruit, increasing your agility attribute by 2. You have consumed a basic agility fruit, increasing your agility attribute by 2. As a result, aside from intelligence, all other attributes have reached the limit of basic fruits. Player, Ding Jiao. Attributes: Strength 720, Constitution 620, Intelligence 68, Agility 520. Life skills: Basic planting, Basic forging, Intermediate carpentry, Basic gathering, Basic anatomy, Basic tailoring, Basic mining, Basic hunting, Basic alchemy, Basic swimming, Basic gardening. Chapter 39. The Flamboyant Lowly returns. Trading cuisine for survival coins. Having successfully established a planting area, the next steps involve constructing a watchtower and a restroom. However, it was evident that there was insufficient space in the yard for such expansions. Although the materials to upgrade the house to level 3 were available, the crucial blueprints for the upgrade were conspicuously absent. Ding Jiao had been placing orders on the trading platform for 2 days, yet not a single response had been received. It remained uncertain whether it was simply not the right time, or if something else was amiss, as even Chu Yoshua, the fated maiden, had not been acquired. Ding Jiao meticulously assessed the layout of the yard, taking note of the several precarious towers standing awkwardly. He suddenly realized that they were somewhat superfluous. Thus, he retrieved his axe and began dismantling the structures. Due to their resemblance to furniture, these towers lacked durability. With just a few strikes, they crumbled, yielding only 1/10 of the materials consumed during construction. Regrettably, since the towers were scattered, the cleared space was not substantial when measured individually. Ultimately, only one area proved adequate for erecting the watchtower. Watchtower, quality, white, durability, 500 effect, house visibility. To know he had speculated about the enhancement. Witnessing the increase in visibility firsthand brought an undeniable delight to Ding Jiao. The prospect of extending visibility by an additional 10 meters was nothing short of miraculous. Ascending the vine-covered walkway, the previously limited view of less than 3 meters now expanded to over 10. The landscape, once shrouded in mist, now revealed itself in vivid detail. There were trees to fell, stones to mine. Everything was crystal clear. And of course, there were treasure chests to discover. Despite the 10-meter outward expansion, the overall area was considerable. As Ding Jiao strolled along the walkway, he unexpectedly spotted 3 wooden treasure chests. However, as they were situated outside the yard and Annie and the others were out hunting, he could only wait for their return to retrieve them. Thinking of the beast-eared girls, Ding Jiao couldn't help but wonder what they were currently engaged in. He took out the drone controller to check. As the screen connected, Ding Jiao was astounded to see the previously dull view transformed into a vibrant tapestry of fiery hues. How many torches had been lit to illuminate such a vast expanse? Wait, something was amiss. There were creatures in the trees, monkeys, to be precise. No, a multitude of monkeys. Annie and her companions had encountered a troop of monkeys, and a skirmish had ensued. Judging by their numbers, there must be over 30. If it were just Annie and Asha, it might have been manageable. However, their team included the formidable Xiao Huihui and a Huang. How could the monkeys dare to assault them? Were they merely defending their territory, believing their domain was under siege? Alas, good intentions were futile without the strength to back them up. Observing Xiao Huihui and a Huang being outmaneuvered by the monkeys while the two beast-eared girls fought valiantly amidst the chaos, Ding Jiu felt a rush of relief. It was fortunate that he had spontaneously decided to let them accompany him. Otherwise, the tree-climbing Xiao Huihui and a Huang would have faced dire consequences. Just when Ding Jiu thought the matter would come to a close, a sudden cacophony of monkey screeches erupted from the mist. Reinforcements had arrived. Moments later, a dozen monkeys charged forth from the fog, led by one significantly larger than the others. Upon witnessing the numerous casualties among its kin, the leader let out a frantic cry. Under the guidance of their monkey king, the once chaotic attacks transformed. The monkeys began to hurl various objects toward Annie and her companions. In an instant, the sound of projectiles slicing through the air echoed ominously, injuring several gray wolves. Roar! The mighty Huang was enraged. His thunderous roar commanded attention, instilling fear throughout the area. Seizing the opportunity, Annie darted forward, confronting the Monkey King directly. In its moment of terror, she pierced its heart with a single shot. With the demise of their leader, the previously coordinated troop of monkeys fell into disarray. Annie would not squander this chance. She skillfully dispatched the monkeys from the trees with a combination of strikes, sweeping motions, and thrusts. Without the towering trees as cover, the aggrieved gray wolves transformed into relentless harbingers of death, mercilessly claiming the lives of the monkeys. The slaughter of such a significant number of monkeys promised a bountiful reward. Regrettably, Ding Jiu was not present to witness it and could only await their return to learn the outcome. He sighed inwardly, observing the screen as Asha Jia extinguished the torches, signaling that the ensuing events would not be favorable. Indeed, as the light faded, the once bright surroundings were again shrouded in mist. Watching the scene revert to a dreary gray, Ding Jiu retracted the drone controller. Anticipating their imminent return, he realized he must prepare the roasted meat promptly. Delaying until their arrival would likely lead to a hasty endeavor. However, simple roasted meat seemed rather monotonous. This time, he intended to prepare a variety of dishes for himself. For instance, he could make a large pot of braised meat, which, when served over rice, would easily satisfy the appetites of the little gray ones. Additionally, he contemplated cooking sweet and sour pork, braised pork, water-boiled meat slices, and kung pao diced meat. A medley of salty, sweet, sour, and spicy flavors would undoubtedly be a gourmet delight. Just as Ding Jiu was about to fill the table with an array of dishes, a faint buzzing sound suddenly filled the courtyard. It was somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it at that moment. While Ding Jiu furrowed his brow in contemplation, a familiar purple vortex abruptly materialized in the center of the yard. It was a magical portal, yet he had done nothing to summon it. How could such a portal appear so unexpectedly? As Ding Jiu pondered this perplexity, a familiar golden-haired girl emerged from the other side of the portal. It was Asha Jia, the flamboyant girl with whom he had traded the previous day. "What brings you here?" Ding Jiu inquired, puzzled. Just as Asha Jia was about to respond, her gaze caught sight of the sumptuous spread on the table, and she immediately became distracted. The tantalizing aromas wafting through the air made her swallow hard in anticipation. Ding Jiu was no stranger to such situations and instinctively set out a pair of chopsticks. However, he then remembered that Asha Jia was not his to care for, and he was under no obligation to provide her with food. The invitation to dine swiftly transformed into a paid meal, priced at 10,000 for a single sitting, with no credit extended. Contemplating the possibility that Ashaga might find the price exorbitant, he feigned reluctance, hesitating repeatedly before finally agreeing to lower the cost slightly. The idea was commendable. However, he misjudged Ashaga's capacity. Faced with Ding Jiu's exorbitant demand, Ashaga exhibited no intention of bargaining. Without hesitation, she tossed 10,000 survival coins towards Ding Jiu and proceeded to the dining table, indulging heartily in the feast before her. Ah, how spicy, yet how delightful! The peculiar blend of sweet and sour flavors was unusual, yet utterly enjoyable. Despite her petite stature, Ashaga possessed an impressive appetite. Describing her as a glutton would not be an exaggeration. She devoured an entire table laden with delicacies, including 3 rounds of grilled meat. Observing her unchanged belly, Ding Jiao found himself questioning whether she possessed a dimensionally expansive stomach. Otherwise, where could all that food possibly go? Chapter 40. The purchase of servants. Once more, to his astonishment, Ding Jiao realized that Remei had yet to satiate her hunger. Seeing her eyes glimmer with anticipation directed at him, he could not bear to let her go hungry. With a serious tone, he remarked, "It will require additional funds." Remei, with a casual flick of her small hand, tossed out 50,000 survival coins, boldly declaring, "Here are 50,000 survival coins. You may do as you wish." Tears of frustration streamed down Ding Jiao's face uncontrollably. After accepting the coins through teary eyes, he resolved to utilize every means at his disposal to retain Asha as a valued client. He prepared an array of dishes: frying, saute-ing, braising, steaming, and boiling. Anything that came to mind was meticulously crafted. Observing her delight in the food, Ding Jiao seized the opportunity to inquire about certain matters. "Call me Your Majesty," Remei insisted. With a darkened expression, Ding Jiao complied, addressing her as, "Esteemed Your Majesty, I have not employed the random summoning scroll. How did you arrive here?" This question needed clarity. Otherwise, what if someone invaded his home? It is merely a simple spatial teleportation magic. As long as one knows the corresponding spatial coordinates, one can teleport effortlessly, she replied. Upon hearing this, a sense of crisis surged within Ding Jiao. He quickly prepared another dish, feigning admiration as he said, "Your Majesty is truly formidable. Others surely lack such capabilities." Engrossed in her culinary experience, Asha failed to detect Ding Jiao's probing intentions and replied without lifting her head, "That goes without saying. Spatial teleportation magic is not something everyone can master, let alone the long-distance variety that I possess." "I suppose so. Only Your Majesty possesses the strength to teleport from the distant Evernight Mountains," he remarked. "Oof, where's the roasted meat gone? Bring me another plate." Thus, through his relentless culinary onslaught, Ding Jiao managed to extract a wealth of information from Remei. For instance, he learned that the Evernight Mountains lie in the extreme northern reaches of the survival world, where the absence of sunlight for years has resulted in flora predominantly consisting of fungi that thrive in shadowy, damp environments. Moreover, he discovered that the survival world is vast, with the misty forest being merely one of its many locales. Other extreme environments include desert survival, swamp survival, ocean survival, and so forth. However, when he inquired about why they had been teleported, who was responsible, and what their intentions were, she fell silent. Even the allure of gourmet food failed to coax a response from her. With a satisfied burp, Remei finally declared, "That was quite a satisfying meal. Consider the surplus survival coins a reward for you." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Please hold on. I wish to purchase more servants from you." Remei paused, realizing she had yet to procure fruit. This deviation from protocol was somewhat unusual, but considering his efforts to entertain her, she decided to make an exception this time. "By the way, how much fruit do you have left from last time? I will take it all." "Fruit? Did I not sell you all of it? I have yet to open any treasure chest today, so there is no stock remaining." Lamai did not notice that Ding Jiao had become distracted. With a snap of her fingers, the trading interface materialized before them. The selections were identical to those previously encountered. The tree demon was the first to pass. It was simply too unsightly, and gazing upon it daily would undoubtedly dampen one's spirits at home. The fox-eared maiden, however, appeared quite appealing. He resolved to choose the most attractive option. As the servant contract was transferred to Ding Jiao, Lisa hurriedly bowed respectfully to him. "Greetings, my master. I am Lisa of the Fox People," she said, her voice sweet and tinged with a hint of allure. Lisa, race, Fox People, attributes, strength 17, constitution 26, intelligence 42, agility 33. Given her attributes, it was evident that Lisa was of the intelligence type. "Please remain here for now. We shall discuss other matters shortly." "Of course, my master." Ding Zhou's attention returned to the shop, where he unexpectedly discovered a merfolk servant. However, was this price for real? A staggering 30,000? Your Majesty, can this merfolk servant live on land? Also, why is she priced so exorbitantly? One could acquire 30 fox people for that sum. Certainly, high prices come with justifications. Shall we consider acquiring one? In the realm of commerce, deceit is commonplace. Under ordinary circumstances, Ding Zhou would not have believed it. Yet, Lamai was another matter entirely. She proclaimed herself a queen. If she were to engage in such petty trickery, it would be utterly beneath her dignity. Moreover, considering that a meal could fetch several tens of thousands of survival coins, there was no reason to be short on funds. Well, have you made your decision? If not, I shall take my leave. Then I shall take one, but I wish to choose myself. As you wish. Ding Zhou, uncertain of which option was superior, consistently opted for the one with the highest appeal. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he noticed that most of the servants Lamai offered were female and possessed remarkable beauty. The selection process was overwhelming, and he felt as though he might become dazzled by the array of choices. This one will suffice. Margaret, race, merfolk, occupation, priestess, attributes, strength 42, constitution 28, intelligence 69, agility 33, skills, healing, chapter 41. 3 more subhuman maidens. Ding Zhou could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them vigorously and looked again. The attribute panel of the mermaid before him indeed displayed a profession and skills, leaving him utterly astonished. How could Her Majesty the Queen possess a profession and skills? Wasn't it said that one gets what one pays for? He wasn't deceiving her, was he? Not only was he not lying, but it felt as though he was being granted a fortune. Do you know how one can acquire a profession and skills? Ding Zhou asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. When the time comes, you will naturally understand, came the customary reply, and Ding Zhou was nearly weary of such pleasantries. Nevertheless, this time it mattered little. After all, Margaret was now under his domain. If Remei would not divulge the information, surely he could glean it from Margaret. As he observed Remei conjure the portal, he realized there was no time to waste and hastily continued browsing the shop for new servants. Although the mermaid was quite impressive, adorned only by a few shells covering her modesty and a shimmering fishtail, one was sufficient for now. There was no need for multiple. After scrolling through several pages, he stumbled upon a member of the avian race. With land and sea covered, all that remained was the air, so he made a selection. The price was also 30,000 survival coins. Having previously purchased a fox-eared maiden, he was slightly short on funds, so he sold some beverages and snacks to Remei to make up the difference. If you find any fruits, remember to save some for me, Remei had said before departing. Ding Zhou was not entirely devoid of fruit. After spending half a day yesterday and another half today, his wooden chest count had risen to over 85. If he wished, obtaining fruits would be a trivial matter. The reason he refrained from opening them was merely to exploit Remei's interest. Although she appeared to relish the delicacies he prepared, it was still a gamble. With the prospect of fruit in mind, it was likely she would come seeking him again in the future, providing another opportunity to purchase goods from her. Had he not been lacking the funds to acquire Edith, Ding Zhou might have hesitated even to reveal the beverages and snacks. Edith, race, avian, profession, archer, attributes, strength 36, constitution 33, intelligence 41, agility 63, skill, weak point attack. The attribute panel also showcased a profession and a skill, deepening his curiosity. After watching Remei depart, Ding Zhou immediately summoned the 3 maidens into the room to gather intelligence. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. The circumstances of the 3 were eerily similar to those of Annie and Ashaka. Their memories were shrouded in fog. Apart from a modicum of basic knowledge, they had no information pertinent to the survival world. How did you come to possess your combat professions? Ding Zhou persisted, unwilling to give up. The 3 maidens merely shook their heads in response. Observing the trio, each adorned with their own unique allure, Ding Zhou sighed. What could he do? Naturally, he chose to forgive them. Master, may I inquire what our duties are? The fox maiden Liza ventured to ask. Ding Zhou's thoughts returned to the present as he led the 3 maidens to the courtyard entrance. The temperature was set to drop significantly in the coming days, and he instructed them Please gather as much firewood as you can from outside. Here lie 3 iron axes and a pigskin backpack. You may take them for your use. Oh, and should you encounter a treasure chest, do remember to bring it back. Understood, my master. Originally, I was concerned that Margaret would struggle to adapt to life on land. Yet, upon witnessing her transform her mermaid tail into a pair of delicate, fair legs before my very eyes, all such apprehensions dissipated. After seeing the 3 ladies off, Ding Jiu returned to the barbecue pit to continue grilling the meat. Considering that time stands still within the treasure warehouse, he resolved to cook all the meat stored therein. Chapter 42. What days have you all experienced? Bearing 2 heavy backpacks. The hunting party returned just before dusk, weary and dust-laden. Upon their backs hung numerous bags filled with pelts. Master, we have returned, they exclaimed. Awoo, awoo, growl. Oh, new faces have arrived. Greetings, I am Ashago the rabbit folk. Hello, I am Lisa the fox folk. I look forward to your guidance. I am Margaret of the mare folk. Pleasure to meet you all. I am Edith of the avian folk. Hello, I am Annie of the cat folk. This is Big Yellow, Little Gray, and their subordinates. Ding Jiu refrained from interrupting the introductions among the women. After receiving the 2 backpacks returned by Ashaga, he began to inspect their contents. The bounty was indeed remarkable. 280 units of bear meat, 880 units of beef, 999 units of deer meat, 381 units of antelope meat, and 180 units of leopard meat. The 2 leather packs were brimming with chunks of meat and pelts. After a rough calculation, Ding Jiu estimated the total meat to be close to 5,000 units, with nearly 100 pelts. With great delight, he transferred the items into the system warehouse and proceeded to examine the leather bags on Little Gray and the others. These bags were haphazardly sewn from beast sinew and skin by Ashaga and her companion, lacking any compartments for organized storage, merely suitable for holding miscellaneous items. Initially, Ding Jiu held little expectation, yet upon opening them, he was met with delightful surprises. 2 bags of blueprints, 1 bag of fruits, and 4 bags of wild vegetables. It was truly serendipitous, as he had just wished for some vegetables while roasting the meat. Master, when will dinner be served? Annie inquired. Rest assured, dinner is already prepared. Ding Jiu replied, waving his hand. Over 200 pounds of roasted meat emerged, filling the yard with an enticing aroma. Annie, unable to contain her excitement, seized a piece and devoured it ravenously. Ashaga, displaying more decorum, warmly invited Lisa and the other women to sit. Master, will you not eat? Edith asked, noticing Ding Jiu still scrutinizing the bags. Ding Jiu waved his hand dismissively, not lifting his gaze. I've already eaten. Awoo. I ask, how does a wolf, especially a wolf king, develop a taste for sugary drinks? Awoo. I have little to spare, only 2 bottles for you. I want some too. Annie chimed in, her chatter irking Ding Jiu, who shot her a disapproving glance. However, he ultimately relented, saying, very well, help yourselves. With another flourish of his hand, he produced 50 bottles of beverages, cola, Sprite, 7-Up, and various fruit juices. For Lisa and the others, it was their first encounter with such delights. They were both curious and bewildered. Yet, witnessing the excitement and eagerness of Annie and her companions, they too joined in the fray. To their astonishment, the first sip brought forth a delightful surprise, their eyes widening in exhilaration. Previously, at the abode of the former master in LeMay, one might wonder what delicacies they indulged in. It was evident that they had chosen their master wisely. When they were presented with such exquisite cuisine, they transformed into gluttons, fearing that any delay might result in losing their share to others. Meanwhile, Ding Jiu, upon unveiling the food, began to scrutinize the bounty brought back by Annie and her companions. The chunks of meat and animal hides were already securely stored in the system's repository. Now, he was examining the wild vegetables in his hand. Unlike those from Blue Star, the vegetables before him were distinctly unique to this survival world. Were it not for his near-comprehensive basic life skills, he might have struggled to identify them. After categorizing them, he resolved to sort a portion for himself. The beast-eared maidens, clearly carnivorous, initially thought Ding Jiu was about to prepare a culinary delight upon witnessing the hot skillet. However, their interest waned upon realizing he was merely stir-frying vegetables. The ever-curious Annie couldn't help but mutter under her breath, remarking on Dingjio's peculiar taste for opting for greens over meat, which incited Dingjio to promptly give her a playful rap on the head. Chapter 43. Crafting warm clothing and filling our bellies. The 5 beast-eared maidens had developed a rudimentary understanding of their surroundings, perhaps accustomed to their busy routine. Barely half an hour had passed before Ashaga and Annie requested to return indoors to tend to the furnace. Dingjio, of course, did not oppose this and readily acquiesced. He also imparted to Lisha and the others the foundational skills of basic sewing, forging, and alchemy, regardless of whether they possessed the ability to craft garments or weapons. He provided them with some leather and iron, allowing them the freedom to explore their creativity. Uncertain whether the surrounding beasts had been entirely cleared out by Annie and her companions, it was a rare occurrence that no beasts ventured forth to attack that night. As the night passed, the temperature outside plummeted by another 10 degrees. Upon opening the door, a sudden chill sent a shiver down Dingjio's spine. "Master, would you like to change into warmer clothing?" Edith inquired with concern as she approached. "You have already crafted clothing?" Dingjio asked in surprise. "Yes," Edith nodded, then presented him with a piece of leather armor. Upon receiving it, Dingjio was astonished to discover it was made from leopard skin, styled with a distinctly fantastical flair. Swift leopard armor, defense, 10, agility, 5, durability, 30. While its defensive capability did not surpass that of bronze armor, it boasted an agility attribute. Moreover, compared to the cold, unyielding bronze, the leather armor crafted from beast hide offered significantly greater warmth. Once donned, it felt akin to wearing a lightweight down jacket, comfortably warm. The shivers that had once plagued his body ceased. Exhaling a breath of warmth, Dingjio rubbed his hands together and stepped outside. The biting cold struck his face, causing a slight sting. To his astonishment, he noticed frost forming on the seedlings. The temperature had evidently dropped below freezing. Initially, he thought a 10-degree drop was extreme, yet overnight the temperature had plummeted into the negatives. Without proper insulation, venturing out to gather resources would be nearly impossible. Upon opening the chat channel, Dingjio found it was ablaze with activity. "It's freezing outside. How can we possibly go out? I'm willing to pay top dollar for warm clothing. Message me if you have any. Everyone, don't lose hope. There must be a way to survive this crisis. Wah, are we going to die? I'm going insane." Dingjio noticed a message from Chu Yoshua. "Hey, handsome, are you awake?" Dingjio replied, "Is there something you need?" "Yeah." Dingjio responded with a playful image. "Yeah, you must have warm clothing, right? I'll take 5 pieces. Let us see what you're willing to offer in exchange." Chu Yoshua's face lit up with delight. "I knew it. What do you want?" "Blueprints for a level 3 house upgrade." "I don't have that." "Then there's nothing to discuss. Wait, I can trade you other blueprints instead. Send them over for me to review first." Chu Yoshua, territory expansion token, quality, ordinary, durability, 1 with description. Upon use, the land belonging to the house can be expanded by 100 square meters. Although it is not a blueprint for upgrading a 3-room house, it provides a timely solution for Dingjio. "Dingjio, I will take the item, but I can only trade it for 1 warm piece of clothing." Chu Yoshua, "That's far too little." "Dingjio, there's nothing I can do. Warm clothing is quite valuable right now. Wouldn't you agree?" Chu Yoshua's face puffed up in anger. "How can you take advantage of others in their time of need? No wonder everyone criticizes you for being so unscrupulous." "Dingjio, so do you want or not?" Dingjio calmly pulled out a cream bun and began to eat. As the temperature dropped rapidly, the worth of warm clothing became increasingly pronounced. Chu Yoshua was unaware of his situation. Unless she were foolish, she would have no choice but to trade. As anticipated, the reality unfolded just as he predicted. Noticing her prolonged silence, Chu Yoshua could no longer sit still. "I can make the trade, but I will need to offer something else for the other 4 pieces of warm clothing." Dingjio was not fooled and replied with a smile. "As I said, it all depends on whether your items are worth that price." Chu Yoshua ground her teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. "Wait a moment. I will ask others." "Dingjio, no rush. Take your time to inquire carefully. You might indeed find something to trade." Chu Yoshua, rolling her eyes, Chu Yoshua opened another group chat with her female friends. Chu Yoshua, "Sisters, the miser has warm clothing, but he is still the same, unwilling to accept ordinary items. Shun Pei Pei. Ah, doesn't that mean we'll have to spend a fortune? Pitiful. JPG Muya. Captain, you should seduce him. Once he is infatuated with you, all his belongings will be yours. Chu Yoshua. You shameless flirt. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Yoshua's ears burned with embarrassment. She felt a strong urge to reach through the internet and give Muya a good thrashing. Shinpei Pei. Hee, it's not a bad strategy. Shuejia. For the safety of all our sisters, you should just go along with it. Chu Yoshua. Go along with you, you big-headed fool. Why don't you pursue men yourself? Muya. We wanna. But the problem is he doesn't have any interest in us. We've sent him friend requests several times, but they have all vanished without a trace. Shinpei Pei. Exactly. Chu Yoshua. Ahem. In any case, that is the situation. If you wish to trade, speak up. Shun Pei Pei. Speaking of which, we have already accumulated so many supplies. Even if we don't venture out again, it should be enough for us to weather this severe cold, right? Chu Yoshua. One should not be so complacent. As the saying goes, those who do not plan for the future will face immediate worries. Who knows what the coming days will bring? It is better to be prepared. Muya. Shun Tiu Ning Feng Tianqing. What are your thoughts? Feng Tianqing. Then let us trade. No matter how expensive, life-saving items must be prepared. Shun Tiu Ning. Exactly. Shun Pei Pei. But what do we have to trade? Are you truly willing to part with something so precious? Chu Yoshua. Let us all share what we have and see if there is anything that can be temporarily set aside. It must be said that Chu Yoshua and her companions are all quite sincere individuals. With a decision made, they did not conceal anything, each sharing their treasures openly. Chapter 44. Profuse Bleeding Muya. Blueprint for Fountain. Blueprint for Iron Sword. Blueprint for Lighthouse. Shun Pei Pei. Blueprint for Water Purifier. Contract Scroll. Shinta Yuning. Archer Class Change Scroll. Phone Tianqing. Blueprint for Swimming Pool. Blueprint for Handgun Recipe for Mapo Tofu. Chu Yoshua. Goodness. Cold-faced lady. Where did you acquire that Archer Class Change Scroll? Are you unable to utilize it yourself? Trading it away? Have you lost your mind? Shun Pei Pei. Indeed. How could you consider exchanging something so vital? Have you lost your senses? Muya. If you have no desire to be an archer, you may pass it on to me. I would not mind. Chu Yoshua. Get lost. Muya. Very well. Chu Yoshua. Cold-faced lady. What Suya said holds some truth. After all, warm clothing is merely an external item, far less significant than the Archer Class Change Scroll. Shun Pei Pei. Ching Ching. You should also persuade her. Feng Tianqing. Cold-faced lady is no fool. She undoubtedly has her reasons. You should first listen to her perspective. All the women. Shinta Yuning. Ahem. I never suggested trading it. Why are you all so anxious? All the women. Muya. Why did you not say so earlier? Were you eager to see us make fools of ourselves? Shinta Yuning. I merely wish to share that the Archer Class change is not so simple. It requires an agility attribute of over 50 points. Chu Yoshua. That is rather high. How many points do you possess now? Shinta Yuning. Initially 9 points. After consuming 3 primary agility fruits, I now have 15 points. Shun Pei Pei. So, we must wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? Chu Yoshua. In the future, if anyone finds agility fruits, they should prioritize giving them to the cold-faced lady. Feng Tianqing. No problem. Shun Pei Pei. Agreed. Muya. Cold-faced lady. You have yet to disclose where you obtained this class change scroll. Shinta Yuning. It was acquired from a silver treasure chest. Chu Yoshua. Your luck is remarkable. To have encountered a silver treasure chest. Muya. I genuinely envy you. Feng Tianqing. If you were to change classes, what would you choose? Shun Pei Pei. I know. With her flamboyant demeanor, she must desire to become a succubus. Muya. Get lost. Chu Yoshua. Ah. Feng Tianqing. Haha. Shinta Yuning. Ah. Muya. While you all take pleasure in mocking me, it would be more prudent to determine what items to trade for warm clothing. The sooner we secure warm attire, the sooner we can venture out to gather resources. Chu Yoshua. You speak wisely. What are your thoughts? By the way, the blueprint for the iron sword is unnecessary, as that fellow has no shortage. As the 5 women deliberated on what items to trade, Ding Jiu was utilizing the territory expansion token. Ding, Do you wish to use the territory expansion token? Yes. You have used a territory expansion token. Your territory has expanded by 100 square meters. The vine walls in the courtyard seem to stretch outward as if pulled by an invisible hand, extending several meters before Dingzhou's eyes. Although it appeared modest, due to the uniform outward expansion, the total area certainly amounted to 100 square meters. Recalling the land transformation blueprints that Annie and her companions procured yesterday, 3 additional plots for cultivation were established adjacent to the planting area, where they sowed the seeds of primary strength fruit cores. With everything settled, the next endeavor was to construct the long-desired bathing area. The previous delay in its construction was due to a lack of available land. Now that the land was secured, he was determined to commence the building without hesitation. Prompt. Will constructing the bathing area consume 50 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of cement, and 50 units of iron? Yes. Ding. The bathing area has been completed. Bathing area, durability, 500 effect, odor removal. The bathing area was modest in size, measuring 3 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 2 meters in height. Inside, aside from a squat toilet, there was a set of bathing fixtures. Initially, he assumed it would be equipped with a water supply, but upon turning on the shower and pressing the flush button, he quickly realized his misconception. There was no water at all. After examining the surroundings without discerning the reason, he finally noticed a large water tank atop the bathing room outside. Dingzhou was left speechless. It appeared that he would have to transport the water himself. However, the dilapidated well in the yard could only yield 10 liters of water per day, barely sufficient for drinking, let alone for flushing the toilet. His expectations have been in vain. I have come to exchange for 4 additional warm clothing items. Let me see what you have first. Swimming pool, blueprint pistol, blueprint, mapo, tofu recipe. Do you think I'm a recycling station? What do you mean? Aside from the pistol blueprint being somewhat useful, the rest are merely decorative and of no practical use. Moreover, this pistol blueprint is likely similar to the wooden crossbow blueprint, yielding only a few bullets. Huh, chuckled awkwardly. She knew she couldn't fool Dingzhou. Had it not been for Pei Pei and the others suggesting she give it a try, she wouldn't have ventured into this predicament. How many can I exchange for? Only 1 item. What if I add these 2 as well? Lighthouse blueprint contract scroll. That should be enough for 4 items, right? Lighthouse blueprint, quality, white, requirements. Level 2 house, demands 300 wood, 100 stone, 100 cement, 100 iron, 1 magic ore. Effect, house visibility 100. What a valuable item. Its visibility was 10 times that of a lookout tower. Nevertheless, it was prudent to negotiate. Dingzhou forwarded the attributes of the pet house. I possess a pet house, so the contract scroll is somewhat redundant for me. Was it a loss for words? She had never imagined that what she deemed the most valuable, the contract scroll, would be perceived as the least useful. That is not entirely accurate. Even if you cannot utilize it, others can. You could trade it for something valuable with someone else. Wouldn't it be more convenient to exchange directly for warm clothing? Not necessarily, as you cannot guarantee that the other party requires warm clothing. What if they prefer the contract scroll instead, with multiple choices and various paths ahead? You certainly do not lack warm clothing. It would be prudent to reserve some additional items, for one never knows when they may prove useful. Dingzhou conceded that he was persuaded. Your words do possess a certain logic. However, you have experienced my warm clothing firsthand. Beyond merely providing warmth, they also offer a defensive quality, rendering them more valuable. Based on the items you have just presented, I can offer you a maximum of 3 garments. Chu Yoshue retorted, You miser. She continued, This water purifier blueprint can surely be exchanged for another piece, correct? Water purifier blueprint, durability 1-1 requirements, level 2 house, materials needed, 20 charcoal, 100 iron blocks, 30 fine sand, 20 rubber. Description, capable of filtering contaminated water. Dingzhou replied, Not sufficient. Chu Yoshue sighed, After all our transactions, can you not be a bit more generous? Dingzhou asserted, A deal is a deal. Have you forgotten that you once traded me a blueprint for a well? The filter is entirely unnecessary. Chu Yoshue felt a pang of sorrow. It was indeed her own doing that led to this predicament. However, the fountain could produce water, and the class change scroll must be reserved for personal use. leaving her with nothing to barter. After a moment of deep contemplation, she proposed, "Then I shall trade you a piece of information." Ding Jiu raised an eyebrow. "What information?" Chu Yoshue replied, "The information regarding class change." Ding Jiu was taken aback and inquired hastily, "Class change? Indeed, the very one you are contemplating, a transition to a combat profession." She confirmed. Ding Jiu questioned, "How can I be certain you are not deceiving me?" In response, Chu Yoshue shared the Archer class change scroll with him. This item, unlike those in the original Blue Star, could not be fabricated. Hence, Ding Jiu believed her. Ding Jiu asked, "What price do you seek for this class change scroll?" "I wish to purchase it." Chu Yoshue replied confidently, "Not for sale." Ding Jiu countered, "I can offer more." With a triumphant smile, Chu Yoshue reveled in the turn of events after such prolonged negotiations. She declared, "When I say it is not for sale, it is not for sale." Chapter 45. Acquiring the Goods. Ding Jiu. The Archer's class change requires 50 agility. Are you truly capable of that? Chu Yoshue. It's close enough. But don't harbor any thoughts about it. Though merely words on a screen, Ding Jiu discerned her unwavering confidence. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He had consumed all the basic agility fruits and only amassed 25 points. What gave Chu Yoshue the right to claim she had enough? Ding Jiu, I'll offer you 5 strength fruits. Chu Yoshue, I've already stated I'm not selling. Ding Jiu, 6 then. Chu Yoshue, it's not merely a matter of price. Ding Jiu, 7. Chu Yoshue, stop talking. Ding Jiu, 8. Chu Juice. Ding Jiu, 10. Chu Yoshue blinked, curious to see how far Ding Jiu would go. However, upon reaching 10, he ceased his increments. The initial impulse had faded, and he had regained his composure. Since a class change scroll was available, he was confident he could acquire one himself. Previously, he had to purchase house upgrade blueprints from Chu Yoshue, as he could not leave his dwelling. But now, he commanded a small army of 5 beast-eared girls and 7 wild beasts. Whether obtained from treasure chests or through defeating beasts, he was certain he could secure a class change scroll without being taken advantage of. Unaware of his thoughts, Chu Yoshue instinctively inquired, "Aren't you going to offer more?" "Perhaps I would agree." Ding Jiu, "No, a gentleman does not seize what others cherish. Let us proceed with our initial agreement." Throughout the night, Edith had crafted over a dozen leather armors. After accounting for the 5 girls and the 1 Ding Jiu wore, 6 remained, sufficient for their trade. Upon hearing Ding Jiu's willingness to engage in the exchange, Chu Yoshue should have felt elated. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of unease, as if something was amiss. "Ding dong, your friend Ding Jiu has sent you a trade request. Do you accept?" Chu Yoshue bit her lip and, with a slight reluctance, chose to agree. A trade interface materialized before her, revealing 4 leather armors already listed by Ding Jiu. She meticulously reviewed each one. Although their attributes varied slightly, they were generally comparable, prompting her to list items she had prepared in advance. Notification: you have acquired the following: lighthouse blueprint, water purifier blueprint, contract scroll, swimming pool blueprint, handgun blueprint. Mapo tofu recipe. Ding Jiu. Now, can you divulge the information? Chu Yoshue. The Archer's class change scroll is obtained from silver treasure chests. Ding Jiu. So it originates from silver treasure chests. No wonder you were reluctant to sell. With this knowledge, Ding Jiu felt reassured. Speaking of treasure chests, he had an abundance. At a rate of 32 per second, he would accumulate 764, 800 in a day, coupled with his stock from recent days. Even silver treasure chests would soon lead him to financial independence. Mapo tofu recipe. Durability. 1-1. Requirement: basic cooking skill. Description: upon learning, the deliciousness of Mapo tofu increases by 500. There was nothing more to ponder. Ding Jiu promptly selected to learn it, instantly gaining a masterful understanding of the dish Mapo tofu. His restless hands longed to take immediate action. Alas, it was a futile desire. He possessed an array of seasonings, yet the main ingredient, tofu, remained conspicuously absent. When will the treasure chest ever yield vegetables? Ding Jiugong bellowed, drawing the curious gazes of Edith and Ashaga. "Master, what is the matter?" Ashaga inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering what prey Annie and the others might capture today. Chapter 46. A major incident due to Margaret and Edith's professional commitments. Ding Zhou contemplated entrusting the hunting expedition to them. However, it was evident that, the lively little kitten was rather restless. Coupled with Edith's aversion to anything gruesome, the hunting party was modified from its original composition of and Asha to include Lisa and Margaret instead. Naturally, the duo of gray and yellow would accompany them as well. 3 women, 7 beasts, and 9 backpacks promised a harvest that was indeed promising. Asha remarked, "Master, do you not possess a device that allows you to monitor their situation? A mere glance would suffice." Dingzhu rolled his eyes. While the magical drone was indeed useful, it consumed magic cores at an alarming rate. Given that he currently possessed only 2, prudence was essential. Handgun crafting blueprint, durability, 2-3, requirements, level 2 shelter, materials needed, 100 iron blocks, 30 copper blocks, 20 steel blocks, 10 rubber, 20 gunpowder. Ding Zhou had all the necessary materials, thus he utilized both crafting opportunities. Handgun attack power, 100 durability, 150 magazine capacity, 12 effective range, 80 meters. Its lethality far surpassed that of crossbow, though the magazine capacity was somewhat limited. With 12 rounds in one and 24 across 2, it was hardly sufficient. Regrettably, the crafting of ammunition was complex. As a novice smith, he was unable to produce any. He decided to reserve the handgun for a critical moment. As for the water purifier and swimming pool, they were not immediately necessary, so he opted to store them for the time being. Regarding the lighthouse, he hesitated for 3 seconds before deciding to construct it, knowing it required a magic core. He had anticipated it to function similarly to a watchtower, but upon completion, he discovered significant differences. The watchtower offered a line of sight with a penetrating effect, allowing visibility through the crimson mist, which remained ever-present. However, the lighthouse emitted a gentle light that dispelled the blood-red fog. The moment it was activated, the mist vanished entirely within its radius, granting Ding Zhou his first breath of fresh air, devoid of the cloying scent of blood. Of course, this came at a cost. Any structure requiring a magic core would continuously consume its energy upon activation. Magical lighthouse, quality, white, durability, 1000, effect, vision 100, energy, 99, having just been activated. Ding Zhou was uncertain how long a single magic core would sustain it. However, based on comparisons with a magical ice tower and drone, he surmised that 1 core might maintain the lighthouse's operation for approximately 3 days. With the sudden drop in temperature, prolonged outdoor excursions were no longer advisable. Ding Zhou opened the chat channel to find it abuzz with fervent discussions on strategies for survival. In just 2 days, many had yet to gather sufficient supplies for the winter. Fearing potential calamity, they sought assistance from their respective guilds. Nonetheless, the situation remained precarious. Recruiting individuals into the association presents one facade, yet once they are initiated, a starkly different visage emerges. In response to their pleas for assistance, many adopt a stance of indifference. This is particularly evident with the notorious Hailong gang, which has amassed over 500 members. They have accumulated a considerable amount of resources, yet the majority of these individuals find themselves lacking essential supplies for the winter. When they sought to borrow some from Zhang Dehai, he, citing the same rationale, declined their request, claiming that the association also lacked provisions and that everyone must fend for themselves during this trying time. It is no wonder that so many voices are raised in indignation. They demand 100 units of basic supplies upon joining, proclaiming that all members are brothers, sharing both prosperity and adversity. Yet, when genuine troubles arise, they abandon their comrades, leaving them to navigate the hardships alone. Were it not for Ding Zhou, one might even suspect that thoughts of violence would surface. Chapter 47. Upgrading the well. Zhang Dehai and Zhang Dalong. Cease your pretense and promptly return our supplies. In Geneva, we demand a refund. However, not every guild operates in such a manner. For instance, the loose alliance founded by Chun Qian does not require an initiation fee. Thus no disputes have arisen. Meanwhile, Ma Taba and Teng Kengxian, both possessing substantial corporate management experience, have managed to pacify their guild members. even though they have yet to devise a solution to the drastic drop in temperature. The situation is far from dire. As for smaller groups like Chu Yushue and Yizi, composed of familiar acquaintances, they're a different story altogether. They consist of dormitory alumni or close friends. Though few in number, their camaraderie is remarkably harmonious. To an outside observer, it would seem as if they were merely on a vacation, devoid of the deceit one might expect in a survival world. While Ding Jiao contemplated the pricing for the leather armor, he noticed someone calling out to him in the chat channel. If the person were a stranger, he would have disregarded them entirely. However, since it was Yizi, the second-ranked player in the housing leaderboard, he felt inclined to respond. Had it not been for his exploits, she might have claimed the top spot. Securing second place as a female player, she undoubtedly possessed valuable items. With this thought in mind, Ding Jiao took the initiative to add her as a friend. As soon as the verification was completed, Yizi sent him a message. Yizi, it is quite challenging to add you as a friend. Ding Jiao, it's not too bad. Mainly, I received too many requests and am too lazy to respond to each one. Yizi, indeed. You are quite the celebrity in our District 1024. I can only imagine how many seek to align themselves with you. Ding Jiao, surely, you do not seek me out merely for flattery? Yizi, what I say is the truth. Ding Jiao, let us assume that is the case. Yizi, haha well, I do have a matter to discuss with you. Ding Jiao, what might that be? Yizi, do you have any thermal clothing? The temperature is so low that I cannot bear to be outside for more than half an hour. Ding Zhu, Ido. But it depends on what you are willing to offer. He subsequently shared the attributes of the leather armor. Adding a note, he remarked, not only does it provide warmth comparable to down jackets, but it also serves as defensive equipment. You cannot go wrong with this purchase. Upon reading the description of the leather armor, Yizi was intrigued and promptly inquired, what do you wish to trade for it? Food, weapons, or blueprints? Ding Jiao, anything of equivalent value will suffice. Yizi, please wait a moment, I will see what I can find. If Chu Yushue is the destined daughter, then Yizi is undoubtedly the daughter of fortune. Simply stepping outside could lead her to treasure, and even when encountering wild beasts, she often found herself in a position to scavenge. This allowed her to thrive, despite her apparent lack of strength. Had the weather not suddenly turned cold, confining her indoors, she might have discovered something warm. Despite being alone and not part of any team, her dwelling was filled with an array of items. Excluding food and drink, she finally selected a scroll from a collection. Easy. How about this? Building enhancement scroll? What do you think? Building enhancement scroll. Durability. 1-1. Description. This scroll can enhance all structures except for houses, improving their attributes. This was the first time Ding Jiao had encountered such an item. Without haggling, he readily agreed to the transaction. Notification. You have acquired Building Enhancement Scroll 1. Yizi. Pidasan transaction. Ding Jiao. Feel free to reach out for any future trades. Yizi, got it. I will definitely come to you when I need something. Closing the chat window, Ding Jiao gazed at the array of structures in the yard, feeling conflicted. The Arcane Ice Tower, Arrow Tower, Lighthouse, Watchtower, and others were indeed valuable. He wished to enhance each one. However, with only a single building enhancement scroll at his disposal, he pondered whom to strengthen. After a moment of contemplation, he reopened the chat window and sent a private message to Yizi. Do you have any more building enhancement scrolls? I would like to exchange for another. Yizi, I only have that one. Ding Jiao. All right then, sorry for bothering you. Yizi, do you like it that much? If I happen to find more in the future, I will trade them to you. Ding Jiao's heart stirred as he inquired. Where did you obtain it? Yizi, let me think. All right, I believe it was from a silver chest. I remember there were two beasts fighting and they both ended up injured, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Ding Jiao, you really are quite lucky. Yizi, is that so? Hee, I also think my luck is pretty good. I often win prizes when scratching lottery tickets. Ding Jiao was left speechless. However, knowing it was obtainable from a chest eased his mind. Once again, closing the chat window, Ding Jiao's gaze wandered over the various structures. Upon seeing the well, he suddenly realized that with the increasing number of family members, a mere 10-liter well was utterly inadequate. Even something as simple as taking a bath became a challenge. Should I enhance it first? The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. Finally, With a firm resolve, he opted for the enhancement. Ding! You have enhanced the small well. It has now been upgraded to a medium well. Structure: small well, medium well. Durability: 100-300. Capacity: 10 liters, 100 liters. Recovery rate: 0. 1 liters hour, 1 liter hour. Both the capacity and recovery rate had increased tenfold, meaning the medium well could produce 24 liters of water daily, sufficient for daily needs. However, even that may not be enough for extensive use. It would be ideal if he could enhance it once more. Ding! Gio glanced at the current number of wooden chests, which exceeded 1.3 million, ample for exchanging for a silver chest. Yet a single silver chest would not guarantee a building enhancement scroll. After some hesitation, he ultimately chose to forego the idea. After all, in a few days, he could open 100 chests, and there was no need to rush. One can always follow with another. Just as Ding Zhou contemplated the pricing for warm clothing, someone else sought him out. It was Chun Qian from the Wanderer tribe. Faced with a sudden drop in temperature, he had pondered various solutions, but could not find any, so he turned to Ding Zhou. After all, Ding Zhou was renowned for his versatility. Whenever there was a need, seeking him out was undoubtedly the right choice, even if he could be somewhat aloof. Not everyone would receive his attention. Chun Qian exerted considerable effort to add him as a friend. Ding Zhou, without any preamble, promptly shared the attributes of the thermal clothing. Chun Qian refrained from playing any tricks and specifically selected something from his collection as a response. Blueprint for greenhouse construction. Durability: 1-1 requirement. Level 2 house. Materials needed: iron blocks x200, wood x100, plastic x500, cement x50, bricks x50. Description: continuously consumes wood to maintain a stable temperature within the greenhouse. Ding Zhou: a valuable item. But do you not intend to keep it for your own use? If I recall correctly, you have also established a solo alliance, and you should be able to gather the necessary materials. Chun Qian: I lack the planting skill. Constructing it would be futile, and only someone of your stature could afford it. Ding Zhou: fair enough, but currently, this item is worth merely a piece of leather armor. Are you still willing to exchange? Chun Qian: yes. By the way, may I share this information with my acquaintances? They are all in urgent need of thermal clothing for their outings. Ding Zhou: feel free, but I do not accept subpar items here, and crafting leather armor requires time. So the quantity is limited. The highest bidder prevails. Chun Qian: understood. I will convey this to them. Chapter 48. Snowfall and Greenhouse Construction. Lin declared that winter was approaching. Observing the frost accumulating on the fruit trees, Ding Zhou was uncertain if they would survive the chill. To prevent their demise, he immediately began constructing a greenhouse upon acquiring the necessary blueprints. Beep: insufficient plastic, unable to construct greenhouse. Well then, 500 units of plastic equate to 500 bottles of water. Although Ding Zhou possessed an ample supply of water, he lacked the requisite empty bottles. To amass enough, he resorted to using several iron buckets to hold the water. After pouring out over 300 bottles, he barely managed to gather the necessary amount. Beep: greenhouse construction completed, totaling 30 square meters. Shall we now transfer the planting area inside? Indeed, Ding Zhou currently had 15 planting plots, occupying merely half of the greenhouse's capacity. Gazing at the vacant space, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies began to surface, and he lamented not being able to purchase additional blueprints to expand it immediately. Fortunately, he did not genuinely suffer from OCD, and after several deep breaths, he gradually calmed down. Aside from the metal framework and transparent film, the greenhouse contained only a heater to regulate the temperature. To elevate the warmth, one had to consume more wood. Conversely, to lower the temperature, one simply needed to reduce the wood consumption rate. That said, despite its durability being inferior to that of a house, the greenhouse was quite suitable for habitation. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, it would be prudent to allow Xiao Huihui and the others to move inside. As time passed swiftly, the influx of individuals increased, causing the production of leather armor to lag behind demand. In order to assist more people, Ding Zhou reluctantly joined Edith in the crafting of leather armor. While he busied himself with garment making indoors, he was startled to see snowflakes beginning to fall outside. Oh my heavens, it is snowing. Goodness. This makes venturing outside even more challenging. In my quest to gather wood, my palms are now raw, and the heavens conspire against me. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? Isn't there warm leather armor available for sale? Why not purchase a piece? I can't afford it, alas. Is there no kind soul willing to gift this poor child, who has endured for over 300 months, a garment? I've heard that beggars are often wealthy. I wonder if that is true. Alas, it is nothing but bread and water for me, and I am utterly sick of it. Is there not meat available? Why not consume that? Meat is even less palatable than bread. For heaven's sake, I am a master chef of Sichuan cuisine, and yet since my arrival here, I have managed to ruin even grilled meat, turning it to a foul taste. All those years of culinary skill seem wasted. Did not someone say that one must learn skills to succeed? True, but where does one acquire such skills? There are not even any NPCs here to learn from. One must either open treasure chests or defeat monsters. Those are the only two ways to obtain resources at present. Yet why does no one claim to have succeeded? How do you know they have not? Do you truly believe everyone is as loose-lipped as you, unable to keep a secret? Chinziwei, well, actually 2 days ago, when I opened a bronze treasure chest, I obtained a skill book called Basic Planting. However, that thing requires a planting plot to cultivate anything. And I still haven't quite grasped what a planting plot is. Chunqian, it's this land transformation blueprint. After transforming the land with this blueprint, it is referred to as a planting plot, measuring 1 meter by 1 meter. Chun Ziwei's face lit up with joy as she eagerly asked, Brother Chun, could you sell me this blueprint? Chun Qian, I could, but I've already used it twice, and there is only one opportunity left. Chun Ziwei, I want it. Even just once? Please, pretty please. Chun Qian, ahem, then just message me privately. Chapter 49. The hunting party encounters a monstrous creature in accordance with the nature of this world. With the arrival of snow, a significant drop in temperature is inevitable. For safety's sake, and considering he already had an ample supply of meat, Ding Zhou decided to inform Xiao Hui and the others to return early. Chu Yoshue, selling snowboards and sleds, willing to trade for anything. Message me if interested. Wow, another skilled individual. The area truly has its fair share of talent. Selling snowboards right after the snowfall? This person is quite astute. Just hope the prices aren't as exorbitant as Ding Haizi's. How dare you call Lord Zhou greedy? You have some nerve. What is there to fear? If you're capable, let him come and confront me. While others may be oblivious, Ding Zhou, the subject in question, was well aware that the snowboards and sleds in Chu Yoshua's possession were undoubtedly crafted from the basic woodworking skill book he had sold her. Frankly, to think of selling such items immediately after the snowfall shows a degree of cleverness on her part. Of course, with Ding Zhou preoccupied with crafting simple heaters and warm leather armor, he had no intention of competing for this business. Tightening the leather armor around him, he noticed that even the air he exhaled was laced with vapor. It was unbearably cold. He hurriedly shut the wooden door, stretched his limbs, and retrieved the drone's remote control, preparing to call back Annie and the others. However, to his surprise, as the screen activated, he beheld them engaged in a ferocious struggle with a colossal creature. Standing 2 meters tall and stretching 5 to 6 meters long, its dark, armored skin was marred with bloodstains. This was the first time Ding Zhou had encountered such a beast, resembling an enlarged rhinoceros. Each of its movements echoed with a resounding thud against the ground. Any casual charge from it could easily topple a tree that 3 men could barely encircle. Even from behind the screen, Ding Zhou felt a tremor of fear, not daring to utter a sound that might distract them. The creature's hide was exceedingly thick, rendering blades ineffective. They needed to target its vulnerabilities, as Mermaid Margaret exclaimed. But where exactly was its weak point? Catgirl Annie was in a state of urgency. I'll attract its attention along with De Huang. You try to attack its eyes. If we can blind it, victory will be ours. Rora Wu, aware of the formidable opponent before them, De Hui and De Huang did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, they maneuvered to the creature's rear, occasionally biting at its hindquarters. Annoyed by the persistent harassment, the beast furiously turned to crush them. One opportunity. Catgirl Annie narrowed her eyes, inhaling sharply as she propelled herself to her utmost speed, darting into the creature's blind spot. Perish! With a mighty throw of her iron spear, she aimed with precision. Whoosh! Thud the creature's right. I was instantly pierced, releasing a bone-chilling roar. Dark crimson blood splattered over her. In that moment, the creature no longer cared about pursuing De Huang and the others. It collapsed to the ground, intent on crushing Annie, the assailant. Not good. Annie, quick, evade. Margaret's face paled as she urgently warned. Annie, realizing the creature's intent, executed 3 backflips, narrowly escaping the impending danger. The cunning fox maiden, Lisa, had been patiently poised for action, and at this moment, she drew her crossbow, aiming for the creature's other eye. With a swift twang, the iron arrow struck true, piercing the monster's left eye. "Well done, Lisa," she exclaimed with a triumphant tilt of her head, wiping her nose with pride. Just when everyone believed victory was assured, an unforeseen change occurred. The blinded creature suddenly emitted a powerful suction, causing the surrounding purple mist to frantically swirl towards its body, coalescing into a bizarre purple vortex. "What is it doing?" The cat girl, Annie, inquired with heightened vigilance. "I cannot say for certain, but it surely cannot bode well," replied the mermaid, Margaret, with caution. "Regardless of its intentions, let it taste my arrow first," Lisa declared, gritting her teeth as she released another shot. However, to everyone's astonishment, the arrow, which should have penetrated deeply, rebounded off the creature's skin instead. Chapter 50. The evolution of the monster. How is it that being blinded has made it even stronger? Lisa, the fox girl, pondered in confusion. "It may have evolved," Margaret, the mermaid, replied, albeit uncertainly. "Evolved? How do you know this, Meow? Look at its chest area. Isn't it beginning to sprout scales?" Margaret pointed to the location of the creature's heart. "Indeed, it does seem so. We must act swiftly. If it successfully evolves, we may face a creature encased in a shell. Let us work together. We must interrupt its transformation." The 3 women exchanged determined glances and nodded in agreement. Swish, bang, crash. However, they quickly found themselves disheartened by the creature's remarkably tough skin. Despite their immense efforts, they were unable to inflict any wounds upon it. What should we do? What should we do? Just as despair began to set in, the hunting instincts of Little Gray and the others provided a glimmer of hope. Perhaps sensing the creature's newfound resilience, they instinctively employed the cunning technique of canines, the anal excavation. Even if your skin has hardened, surely your most delicate areas cannot have evolved as well, or you would be constipated for eternity. Seeing the wolf and tiger manage to injure the monster, Annie, the cat girl, suddenly had a moment of clarity. "So that is how we can attack." With a flourish, she sheathed her blade and leaped into the air with a burst of speed. As she soared, she performed a mid-air rotation, landing forcefully on the iron spear embedded in the creature's right eye. With a resounding thud, the spear plunged deep within, causing the monster's right eye to erupt in a shower of crimson and ivory. With a furious roar, the creature abandoned its evolutionary process. Its forelimbs rose abruptly before crashing down. The ground trembled violently, as if shattered, fissures spreading outward from beneath its feet. Those nearby, both human and beast, quickly retreated, yet were still caught in the aftermath of the tremor. Annie suffered the worst, being the closest. Despite her attempts to distance herself, the ferocious shockwave struck her directly. She felt a rush of warmth in her mouth, blood spilling forth as her body was hurled backward several meters. "Annie," Margaret gasped in alarm, momentarily disregarding her own injuries. She cast a healing spell just in time, allowing Annie to regain some semblance of consciousness. With great effort, Annie managed to stabilize herself before hitting the ground, narrowly avoiding further injury. However, she remained unsteady, her legs trembling uncontrollably. To make matters worse, the monster seemed to have singled her out, charging toward her relentlessly. For the creature, the mere 10 meters separating them was but a few strides. Just as it appeared that Annie would meet her demise beneath the beast's hooves, Ding Jio, observing through the drone, could no longer remain passive. He immediately powered up the drone, racing against time to rescue Annie before the creature could stomp down upon her. "Master, the Master is intervening. Master, this creature's hide is too thick. We may not be able to defeat it. I have just witnessed the recent battle. It would be prudent for you not to engage it directly, but rather to lure it towards the house." Dingju responded via drone. Is that truly advisable? Given its massive size, what if it were to demolish the house? Mermaid Margaret expressed her concern. Precisely for that reason, we must proceed as suggested. Otherwise, once it has fully recovered, it will prove even more formidable. There is only one survivor in this vicinity. Sooner or later, the monster will come knocking. Rather than participating in a peak competition, it would be wiser to take advantage of the current situation to strike while it is down. After hearing this, Mermaid Margaret found the reasoning sound and decided to take on the task of luring the creature. However, it was snatched away by Foxgirl Lisa. Margaret, your mobility is not as advantageous as mine. Ride on Big Yellow with Annie and proceed first. I will hold off with Little Gray. Mermaid Margaret glanced at her fishtail and recognized the validity of Lisa's statement. Please be careful then. Chapter 51. The main player, the Harpy Race. Edith, the monster drawing task may sound perilous, yet in practice, it is far from dangerous. Primarily, the creature's two eyes have been rendered blind, making it exceedingly challenging for it to locate Lisa, who rides on her Little Gray companion. Furthermore, armed with a wooden crossbow, Lisa can engage the monsters from a safe distance. The chase ensued for over an hour, with both parties returning to the vicinity of the house. Despite the seemingly brief duration, considering the running speed of the Little Gray, they covered a distance of at least 20 kilometers, even with intermittent pauses. Of course, Dingzhou was not idle during this time. To bolster their chances of success, he ensured that all arrow towers, arrow buildings, and magical ice towers were fully stocked with ammunition. Simultaneously, he instructed the rabbit girl Asha to deploy all remaining trap blueprints at the entrance, ensuring they could ambush the blinded creature effectively. Master, we are back. Meow. You must help me avenge Meow. The first to return were the mermaid Margaret and her companions. After several of Margaret's healing spells and a few potions consumed by the cat girl Annie, her wounds had mostly healed. Upon arriving home, she rushed to Dingzhou, indignantly recounting the creature's cruelty. Dingzhou instinctively ruffled her little head and replied with a smile, "Do not worry. I guarantee it will not return." Master, I am sorry. On this outing, apart from the three of us and the Little Gray and Big Yellow, the rest of the wolf pack has perished. Margaret, the mermaid, expressed her melancholy. Dingzhou, having observed the situation through the drone, understood that this was not their fault and comforted her, saying, "It is not your fault. This time, it was merely bad luck. Learn from this experience and be more cautious in the future." "I understand," she replied. Boom! The sound arrived before the creature did. The weight of the monster, several tons, created an imposing presence as it charged forward. Even from a few kilometers away, one could feel the tremors of the earth. "Master, I have drawn the monster over. You must be on guard." Lisa, the fox girl, shouted loudly. Awoo! The Little Gray, panting heavily, perked up and began to howl incessantly. "Led it towards the main gate," Dingzhou responded, amplifying his voice. "Received. Little Gray, run this way." Awoo boom. It has arrived. Low-level trap. Effect. Upon activation, it can ensnare the prey for 5 seconds. The stronger the prey, the shorter the duration of confinement. It has come. It has come. The distance of a kilometer was swiftly traversed. Thanks to its built-in recognition feature, the trap remained undetected by the Little Gray. However, the monster in pursuit was not so fortunate. As its front paw landed, the trap erupted into a cloud of white smoke, manifesting thick wooden beams that ensnared the creature, immobilizing it momentarily. Crack, crack, crack. Nevertheless, the rudimentary trap was evidently insufficient to hold it for long. With brute force, the monster struggled, causing the wooden beams to splinter one after another. Not even 3 seconds could it withstand. Fortunately, Dingzhou's true weapon was not the trap itself. In a moment the monster was ensnared by the trap. The magical energy towers within the house were likewise activated. The iron arrows they launched, although identical in design to those fired from the wooden crossbow, possessed a lethality twice that of their wooden counterparts. Therefore, despite the monster's evolution into a scaled form, it could not withstand the barrage of iron arrows. However, the most significant damage was inflicted by Edith, the avian warrior. With a graceful flap of her wings, she ascended into the air. Executing a weak point attack, she plucked the bowstring with her fingertips. releasing 3 poisoned iron arrows that struck simultaneously into the creature's vacant eye sockets. The monster immediately recoiled in agony, thrashing its head and violently pounding the ground with its limbs, managing to break free from its confinement. Fortunately, the deceleration effect of the magical ice tower remained in effect. With its speed halved, the monster found it increasingly difficult to pursue its quarry. Seizing this opportune moment, Edith, leveraging her aerial advantage, swiftly flew to the opposite side of another trap. Once again, she unleashed a barrage of 3 consecutive weak-point shots, transforming the monster into a veritable target for arrows. Alas, the absence of visibility into the creature's attributes meant that its remaining vitality remained a mystery. Chapter 52. The demon beast. The prospect of flying is indeed exhilarating. Observing the avian figure of Edith effortlessly toy with the monsters in the air, the feline girl Annie felt a pang of envy. In comparison to Edith, she perceived her own capabilities as woefully inadequate. However, the mermaid Margaret discerned a deeper significance. The ability to soar was but one aspect, as it was primarily the archer class that conferred such advantages upon Edith. Both Lisa and Margaret wielded crossbows, yet the damage inflicted by Edith was markedly superior to that of Lisa. Ahem. The fox girl Lisa blushed. Currently, her efforts against the monsters were proving fruitless. At that moment, under Edith's provocation, the monster fell into the second trap. Although they were aware that their attacks would inflict minimal damage, they nonetheless hurled their iron spears. As Ding Jiao had stated, even ants can bring down an elephant. With their numbers, they aimed to wear down the beast. As for the little ones, it was best they stayed out of harm's way. An accidental stomp could spell disaster. After the second trap, the third was also triggered under Edith's guidance. Enduring 3 consecutive assaults, the monster's fury was once again ignited. A familiar scene unfolded as the creature unleashed its earthquake skill. A violent surge of energy erupted from beneath its feet, radiating outward. Edith, soaring above, remained unscathed, but the blood-sucking vine wall bore the brunt of the attack. Suffering a staggering reduction in durability from 2,000 to a mere 250. Should it endure a few more impacts, it would likely be obliterated. As the monster charged forward, Ding Jiao cast aside any hesitations. Replacing his iron spear with a handgun, he fired a shot that echoed through the air, creating a gory hole in the monster's bloodied head. With cumulative damage taking its toll, the creature finally faltered, collapsing to the ground. Ding Jiao showed no mercy, firing another shot at the fallen beast. Notification: you have successfully slain the Earth Demon Bull, earning 1 level 3 house upgrade blueprint, 1 land transformation blueprint, and 1 territory expansion token. Alert: as the first survivor to kill a demon beast, you are rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Regional announcement: congratulations to survivor Ding Jiao for being the first to slay a demon beast, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Regional announcement: congratulations to survivor Ding Jiao for being the first to slay a demon beast, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Regional announcement: congratulations to survivor Ding Jiao for being the first to slay a demon beast, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. The regional announcements rang out thrice, once again placing Ding Jiao at the center of attention. Li Dania commented, "A true expert indeed. While we struggle to endure this bitter cold, he has already commenced his hunt for demon beasts." What exactly is a demon beast? Has anyone encountered one? Certainly, but they likely became mere sustenance. Get lost. The snow outside has nearly reached 10 centimeters. Who knows how long it will continue to fall? I advise you to prepare early. Gathering sufficient wood is the priority. Some acquaintances opted to message Ding Jiao directly, seeking information regarding the demon beasts. Ding Jiao lazily responded, casually capturing a few images of the Earth Demon Bull's lifeless body and sharing them in the chat channel. The colossal figure, reminiscent of scenes from Syria, vividly illustrated the ferocity of the battle. Li Daniu, boss, amazing. To think you could slay such a terrifying creature. You truly are the one my brother has chosen. Li Daniu, you're quite loyal, still fawning over him at this point. Did he ever show you any favor? Fool. Li Daniu, if I'm not fawning over the boss, should I fawn over you, you worthless scoundrel? Chen Qian, Brother Jiao, how did you encounter it? What was its strength? How dangerous would you rate it? Ding Gio. I stumbled upon it in the forest. Its skin has evolved into scales. Ordinary blades cannot harm it, making it quite formidable. Chu Yushu. How ostentatious. Chun Qian. Where there is one, there will be another. Be cautious when we venture out to gather resources. We are not as strong as Brother Gio. Zhang Dahai. That SU. I'm not afraid of any damn magical beast. Li Dainyu. You scoundrel. Even stealing the rescue funds. Do you not fear that your offspring will be born without an orifice? Zhang Dahai. If you desire money so much, come find me. I'll return tenfold. Ding Gio disregarded these trivial matters and, after discussing the magical beast, closed the chat channel. Master, how should we handle this creature's carcass? Should we manually dissect it or decompose it directly? Catgirl Annie inquired, pointing at the Earth Demon Bull. Can you manually dissect it? Ding Gio retorted. Annie blinked, realizing she had posed a foolish question. Shall you do it, or shall I? Ding Gio, glancing at the massive body nearly 12 or 13 meters away from the entrance, smirked. You do it. It wounded you earlier. Now you can take your vengeance by disassembling it. Foxgirl Lisa, unaware of Ding Gio's ulterior motives, believed he was genuinely considering her feelings, her eyes welling with gratitude. Master, you are the best master in the world. Go on. Let me see what valuable items you can extract. All right, I'll do it. Catgirl Annie nodded earnestly. She hurried to the side of the Earth Demon Bull, stretched out her hand, and silently recited the disassembly incantation. The once mountainous Earth Demon Bull instantly vanished, replaced by an abundance of resources in Foxgirl Lisa's backpack. Notification: you have successfully disassembled an Earth Demon Bull. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 magic core, 30 Earth Demon Bull hides, 1 Earth Demon Bull tendon, and 15,000 Earth Demon Bull meat. Still no bones. However, the quantity of raw meat was substantial, amounting to 15,000. This also enlightened Ding Gio regarding the origin of the magic core. More astonishingly, the beast hides obtained this time bore scales. If fashioned into equipment, aside from warmth, they would undoubtedly offer exceptional defense. Edith, please take these Earth Demon Bull hides and ensure everyone gets new gear as soon as possible. Understood. Ashaga, here are the Earth Demon Bull tendons. See if you can craft a bow from them. I shall give it a try. Ding Gio kept the remaining magic core and Earth Demon Bull meat for himself. Master, these are the spoils from the monsters, a total of 3 items. Let me take a look. Level 3 House Upgrade Blueprint. Description: Level 2 House Upgrade Materials. Haha, it turns out to be a Level 3 House Upgrade Blueprint. Truly a windfall without effort. Ding Gio could not contain his laughter, for he suddenly comprehended the significance. The Level 3 House Upgrade Blueprint is indeed dropped only by defeating monsters. No wonder he had never seen anyone acquire one. As for the other 2 items, the Land Transformation Blueprint and the Territory Expansion Token, he had already utilized them, both being valuable treasures. It remains uncertain whether all monsters possess such a high drop rate, or if his luck was particularly fortuitous since he vanquished the very first monster. Regardless, it matters not. He has already obtained the Level 3 House Upgrade Blueprint, and the drops from other monsters are of no consequence to him. Chapter 53. Upgrading to Level 3 Concrete House. Name: Sturdy Stone House. Level: LV 2. Durability: 3000. Workbench: Level 2. Repair requirement. Upgrade requirements: bricks 10,000, rebar 2,500, iron blocks 1,000, cement 5,000, wood 1,000, stone 1,000. Level 3 House Upgrade Blueprint 1. Prompt: the current requirements for upgrading the house have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Prompt: upgrading the house. Ding. The house upgrade has been completed. Your sturdy stone house has been transformed into a concrete brick house. The process of upgrading the house was, as always, remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, the once singular ancient stone structure had evolved into a modern 2-story villa. The overall area had expanded by more than 3-fold, transforming the previously cramped living space into a more spacious environment. What a beautiful house. Master, is this our future home? The rabbit girl, Asha, gazed with starry eyes. It appears there are quite a few rooms, Master. May I have one to myself? The cat girl, Annie, playfully swayed her cat ears, making Ding Gio want to pet her. However, As the master, he must not show favoritism. He needed to maintain composure. Ahem, you may all choose your rooms. If there aren't enough, feel free to partition them as you wish. Thank you, master. Master, what kind of room do you prefer? Margaret, the mermaid, inquired with a smile. Ding Zhou waved his hand dismissively. I'm indifferent. After sending a few beast-eared girls on their way, Ding Zhou took out and used the territory expansion token. However, unlike the first expansion, the changes brought by this one were not as pronounced. Although 100 square meters sounded substantial, in comparison to the tripled courtyard, it merely added less than a meter in diameter outward. Unless one stood right before the blood-sucking vine wall, it would be nearly imperceptible. Nevertheless, Ding Zhou was not disheartened. One token was insufficient. Thus, he would utilize several. As long as Annie and the others could slay enough magical beasts, there would be no shortage of territory expansion tokens. Eventually, he would not have to worry about the territory being too small, but rather too large to manage. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Survivor Ding Zhou for being the first to upgrade a house to level 3. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Survivor Ding Zhou for being the first to upgrade a house to level 3. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Survivor Ding Zhou for being the first to upgrade a house to level 3. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Since Ding Zhou had also been the first to upgrade to level 1 and level 2 houses, the inhabitants of District 1024 were not overly surprised by his achievement of reaching level 3. Apart from the usual envy, there was also a touch of disdain from the dark-hued individual. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Chu Yushue, who had previously sold Ding Zhou the blueprints for the first 2 house upgrades. This time, she was not only shocked, but also felt a pang of regret, as she had traded numerous valuable items to Ding Zhou in their prior transactions. Originally, she had contemplated profiting handsomely from Ding Zhou once she acquired the blueprint for upgrading to a level 3 house. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. Regrettably, there was something even more disheartening. Upon hearing that Ding Zhou had successfully upgraded to a level 3 house, several teammates urged her to inquire with Ding Zhou about the source of the level 3 house upgrade blueprint. Each of them had previously obtained and sold numerous level 1 and level 2 house upgrade blueprints, yet not a single one had ever come across the level 3 blueprint. Previously, the reasons for this eluded them. Now, with Ding Zhou as a tangible example, their curiosity was undoubtedly piqued, and they sought to uncover the truth. Chapter 54. The barbecue feast commences. Chu Yushue was certainly aware of this fact. However, the thought of Ding Zhiyin's penny-pinching nature left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as Chu Yushue prepared herself for a considerable financial setback, Ding Zhiyin surprised her. This time, he did not demand a fee for information. Instead, he directly revealed the source of the blueprints to her. Unable to contain her curiosity, Chu Yushue inquired, "Why are you being so forthcoming this time?" Ding Zhiyin, taken aback, replied, "Isn't it better to be straightforward? Or do you prefer that I demand a consultation fee to satisfy you? If you continue like this..." Chu Yushue interjected, "I didn't, that's not me. Stop making baseless accusations. Goodbye." With that, she hurried away, as if fearing Ding Zhiyin would demand money from her. Fortunately, Ding Zhiyin was in a good mood. Otherwise, they would have engaged in a lengthy conversation for hours. Just as one inquiry departed, another arrived, posing the same question. In truth, many individuals harbored their own suspicions. They privately messaged Ding Zhiyin, primarily seeking confirmation. Upon learning that the creatures were indeed magical beasts, many expressed their frustrations. How absurd, they lamented. They could barely handle the beasts that merely grazed on grass, and now they were expected to confront magical beasts? It would be akin to sending them to their doom unless they could unite. Yet, with the passage of several days without encountering any allies, how could they possibly unite? Ding Zhiyin remained oblivious to the lamentations echoing in the chat channel. Once he had dismissed all his friends, he finally found the time to examine the upgraded housing attribute panel. Name: Concrete Brick House. Level: LV3. Durability: 15000-15000. Workbench: Level 2 upgradable. Repair requirements: none. Upgrade requirements: 10,000 fine steel, 100,000 iron, 10,000 rebar, 50,000 cement, 5,000 magic cores, 30,000 wood, 30,000 stone, 1 level 4 house upgrade blueprint. With a durability of 15,000, even if magical beasts were to attack, they would be hard-pressed to breach it in a short span of time. Noticing that the workbench also met the upgrade requirements, he opted to proceed with the upgrade. Workbench, level 3, current craftable items. Wooden table, wooden chair, stone axe, stone pickaxe, iron bucket, iron axe, iron hammer, furnace. He acquired the recipe for a furnace. Ding Juyin decided to attempt crafting one. It was circular, standing at 2 meters tall, and bore a somewhat fantastical design. The panel description was quite simple. Furnace, current smelting recipes, cement, fine steel, magic armor. Ding Juyin selected cement for his next experiment. Prompt: smelting 1 unit of cement requires the consumption of 10 units of stone, 10 units of wood, and 10 units of water. Would you like to proceed? Ding Juyin raised an eyebrow. The consumption was a bit steep. Fortunately, it could be obtained in the marketplace, so he had no genuine intention of proceeding with the smelting. Next, he turned his attention to fine steel. Prompt: smelting 1 unit of fine steel requires the consumption of 100 units of iron and 500 units of wood. Would you like to proceed? The consumption was similarly substantial. Ding Juyin chose not to synthesize it either. Finally, he turned to the magic armor, which piqued his curiosity the most. Prompt: smelting 1 unit of magic armor requires the consumption of 10 units of fine steel, 10 units of magical beast hide, and 1 unit of magic core. Would you like to proceed? Once again, it proves to be a considerable drain on resources, particularly as it necessitates the use of magical cores. Even Ding Jio finds himself reluctant to forge ahead with the synthesis, opting to set it aside for the time being. Closing the window, he directs his gaze towards the blood-sucking vine wall, which also stands ready for an upgrade. The required materials include 5,000 units of bricks, 2,000 units of steel bars, and 2,000 units of cement. Although the materials needed are quite substantial, Ding Jio is fully prepared to meet the demands. Notification: congratulations! Your blood-sucking vine wall has successfully upgraded to a reinforced concrete blood-sucking vine wall. Reinforced concrete blood-sucking vine wall, level 3. Durability: 5,000, 1,000. Special attributes: blood-sucking, self-restoration. Sturdy. Description: the durability of the reinforced concrete blood-sucking vine wall can be restored not only through construction materials, but also by absorbing blood when not of full value. Despite the substantial upgrade, the wall's surface remains unchanged, covered as it is with numerous blood-sucking magical vines. However, the newly acquired sturdy attribute enhances the wall's durability by an additional 1,000 points, a remarkable improvement indeed. Master, when will we be dining? We are so hungry. The voices of his companions echoed in unison. Have you chosen your rooms? Ding Jio inquired as he turned around. We have already made our selections. There are a total of 10 rooms, and we have reserved the largest one for you. Although it is rather empty at the moment, they replied. I possess a considerable number of furniture blueprints. You may choose as you wish later. How wonderful! You are so kind, master. Allow me to assist you, said the rabbit girl Asha, instinctively taking on the task of roasting the meat. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the ingredients were sourced from magical beasts, but the aroma wafting through the air was significantly more enticing than before, eliciting drools from the 6 companions and 2 beasts present. Ding Jio wiped the corner of his mouth and produced an additional 200 portions of magical beast meat. Asha, roast all this meat. Let's indulge today. Wow! Long live the master. Chapter 55. The Blizzard One cannot deny the exquisite taste of beast meat. Its wild and unique flavor is incomparable to that of ordinary game. Prior to his journey, Ding Jio had indulged in various delicacies, yet none could rival the allure of beast meat. He initially believed that 200 pieces of several hundred pounds of beast meat would suffice for the multitude, but once the feast commenced, it became apparent that it was far from adequate. Observing the eager, glistening eyes around him, Ding Jio waved his hand grandly, producing another 200 pieces of beast meat. Prepare more, he commanded. Today, everyone shall feast to their heart's content. Long live the master, came the jubilant cries. Master, do you have any beverages? Spring water seems unworthy of accompanying such splendid meat, the cat girl Annie inquired, her tail swishing eagerly behind her. Alas, there are none left. You drank it all last time. Ding Jiu replied, having not opened a treasure chest in days, leaving no provisions for drinks. He had worried that Remei might arrive without anything to exchange, yet she had not shown up at all. Had he known, he would not have fed her so generously before. Perhaps he should have adopted a strategy akin to those cunning merchants, employing scarcity to lure her into frequent visits for meals. Regret washed over him, feeling as if he had missed a golden opportunity. Transforming his frustration into appetite, he savored the last morsel of roasted meat. Hours later, satiated and content, he found himself ready for sleep as darkness enveloped the sky and the snow intensified, hinting at an impending blizzard. With a satisfied burp, he slowly rose, feeling the effects of his indulgence. The house had expanded threefold, allowing for both Xiao Huihui and Huang to join him indoors instead of residing in the greenhouse. However, the enlargement had its drawbacks. The fireplace, once sufficient to warm the entire house, now only heated the hall. The 3 rooms on the first floor and the 4 on the second were left unheated, necessitating additional stoves, which significantly increased the demand for firewood. In total, they required 200 pieces of wood daily, a burden that would have been insurmountable for anyone else. After a long day of labor, Ding Jiu lost interest in staying up late and retired to his room for rest. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, he felt an unfamiliar presence beside him. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it, smooth and soft, with a slight undulation. Startled, he opened his eyes to find none other than Lisa, the enchanting fox spirit. "What brings you here?" he asked, taken aback. "Master, I couldn't sleep alone," she replied, her voice a beguiling mix of reproach and allure, stirring desires within him. "If you cannot sleep, you could join someone else," he suggested. "But I wish only to sleep beside you," Lisa insisted, tracing delicate circles on his arm with her finger. If he were to feign ignorance now, it would be a true act. Previously, they had only one room, and with so many people, such arrangements were unavoidable. Now, with Lisa presenting herself so willingly, Ding Jiu saw no reason to maintain pretense. Thus, an unexpected encounter unfolded between man and beast. Indeed, one must admit that beast-eared maidens are truly captivating. Even with the esteemed Red Romance VIP card, Ding Jiu nearly succumbed to defeat. However, in a bid to uphold the dignity of the human race, he gritted his teeth and seized the Jade Wolf pen, diligently crafting over 1,000,000 words throughout the night, barely managing to gain a slight advantage. The toll of such exertion left him utterly drained, causing him to sleep well into the afternoon the following day. This marked the first occasion he had indulged in such a leisurely slumber since arriving in the Misty Realm. Feeling a gnawing hunger, Ding Jiu rose from his slumber, intent on descending to seek sustenance. Yet, upon opening his door, a chilling gust assailed him, compelling a shiver to course through his body. How cold! Instantly, Ding Jiu donned a set of leather armor. Nonetheless, even with this added layer, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. If the interior was so frigid, one could only imagine the conditions outside. Chapter 56. Melting Snow. Infinite space overflowing. Ding Jiu rubbed his hands together and hurried down to the first floor. By this time, everyone else had already awakened, and upon seeing Ding Jiu, they all looked up in unison. Among them, the 2 residents of the second floor seemed to recall the sounds from last night, their delicate faces flushing a rosy hue, their eyes darting about in embarrassment. Those cunning vixens had indeed outpaced them. "Master, you must look outside. It's snowing heavily." "Is it truly snowing heavily outside?" Ding Jiu's heart sank as he hurried to the window. The sight of snowflakes cascading down in torrents, nearly piling up to the window frame, was quite astonishing. In such inclement weather, it was no wonder that several beast-eared maidens chose to remain indoors. "Master, what shall we have for lunch, Meow? How about congee? It's been a while since we last had it." "Master, what is congee? Is it tastier than roasted meat, Meow?" "You'll find out soon enough." Ding Jiu teased. Since he didn't need to keep a constant watch, he prepared everything and, while simmering the congee, opened the chat channel to see what others were discussing. "It's freezing. It feels as if I've fallen into an ice cellar." "Don't even mention it." I was sleeping by the warm stove last night, and didn't dare to stray even an inch. At least you had a warm stove. I only had a campfire and didn't manage to sleep at all last night, terrified that if I dozed off, I wouldn't wake up again. My feet are completely numb. I can't feel them at all now. TSK, better amputate. There's no hope. I'm not joking. My feet truly have no sensation. I'm not jesting either. Your feet must be frostbitten. Given the current medical conditions, amputation is the only option. Damn it, aren't there healing potions? Perhaps they could save you. Healing potions for frostbite? That is hardly scientific. Have you forgotten we've crossed over? Why are you still discussing science? Haha, true enough. Alas, it's only been a few days, and we're already facing a blizzard. Is there no respite? In the world of survival, how can one survive without a touch of cruelty? Dingio, do you have any warm stoves for sale? I would like to purchase one. Me too. I'd pay any price. Same here. Count me in as well one. Dingio, can I buy on credit? I beg you. You didn't gather resources when it was warm, and now you want to buy on credit? What about your dignity? What is it to you? I'm not asking you for credit, so step aside. Oh ho, getting anxious, aren't we? Am I the only one who thinks the snow is a good thing? At least we no longer have to worry about finding water. Wow, you truly are clever. I had no idea snow could be melted into water. I must go collect some for backup. Dingio raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation. Although he had upgraded the water well, he was still far from having unlimited access to water. Contemplating the infinite space in the system's warehouse, he suddenly realized that a blizzard might not be entirely disadvantageous. Moreover, it provided an opportunity to clear the snow from the yard. Ashaga, come help me stir the kanji. I'm going outside to clear the snow from the yard. Master, do you require our assistance? Inquired the mermaid, Margaret. No, I'm sufficient on my own. If you find yourselves with idle hands, please assist in chopping the meat. As it will be used for porridge later, Dingio replied, waving his hand in refusal as he produced 50 portions of monster meat to hand over to the women, then proceeded towards the door. However, as he opened the door, a ferocious gale surged in like a wild beast. Dingio was startled, instinctively raising his hand to shield his handsome face. Yet, even with this gesture, the icy wind felt like a blade against his cheeks, causing them to sting. Not daring to delay, he swiftly reached out, gathering the snow within a 3-meter radius outside the door into his system's storage. The blizzard intensified with this action, creating a vortex in the space he had cleared, making it difficult for Dingio to maintain his footing. Xiaomeng, Dingio muttered to himself as he struggled against the tempest to step outside. Initially, he intended to close the door, but Annie and the others, worried for his safety, vehemently opposed it. They even stationed one of their own at the doorway to watch over him just in case. Seeing this, Dingio chose not to protest. With each few meters he ventured outside, the surrounding snow was collected effortlessly, which was quite convenient. In a space of 500 square meters, neither vast nor trivial. It took Dingio a full half-hour to clear the accumulated snow from the yard, amounting to over 10,000 pounds, approximately 5 tons, with 6 individuals and 2 beasts. If they were merely bathing, sustaining for half a month would pose no issue. Dingio felt satisfied with the outcome. After clearing the snow, he did not hasten to return indoors, but instead made a trip to the greenhouse. Overnight, several fruit trees had matured: a primary physique fruit tree, a primary strength fruit tree, and a primary agility fruit tree. Dingio skillfully harvested them all and replanted their seeds. As for the use of these primary fruits, he had already made his decision. Although the cat girl Annie was quite combative and proactive, she lacked a combat profession. Thus he decided to allocate all the fruits to the mermaid, Margaret. The rationale for excluding the feathered Edith was not solely her aversion to battle, but also the evident importance of the healer's role in their team, which surpassed that of an archer. As long as Margaret maintained sufficient healing power and resilience, the others, even if somewhat weaker, could wear down their foes. Master, you have returned. Come, have a sip of warm water, said Asha, who was preparing the porridge. Dingio looked at her in surprise, smiling as he accepted the cup and sipped, pondering whether Asha might indeed possess a natural talent for cooking. If so, he could consider having her learn when he next acquired cooking skills. Master, how long must we stir this porridge? asked the rabbit girl, Asha. At least half an hour, until it reaches a thick consistency. That is when it becomes truly delectable. By the way, where's the meat you were chopped? Right here, Annie, the cat girl, exclaimed, raising her hands triumphantly. Well done. Asha, come here. I shall now teach you how to marinate the meat. Add ginger, scallions, and garlic. Include soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, oil, and sugar. Then, taking up the chopsticks, he stirred and stirred until the seasonings were thoroughly blended. Finally, just as the porridge neared completion, he added the meat to cook it to perfection, resulting in a delightful pot of fresh beast meat porridge. The audience erupted in applause. The beastly companions, sensing the moment's gravity, instinctively clapped their hands. With a hint of pride, Ding Zhio's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a dragon king. Thus, after indulging his inner teacher, time slipped away quietly. Unbeknownst to him, the porridge was almost ready. As he introduced the beast meat, a rich aroma wafted forth like a cloud, intertwining the sweet essence of grains with the wildness of the meat, both gentle and assertive, relentlessly tantalizing the taste buds of the 6 humans and 2 beasts. They found themselves involuntarily swallowing, their stomachs clamoring with hunger. Master, is it ready yet? Meowed one. Almost there. Master, I want a big bowl. Of course. Master, it should be cooked by now, right? Just a moment. Master, after much coaxing, the beast meat porridge finally emerged, having endured the persistent chatter of the cat girl Annie. There were 3 large pots, each half a person high. After serving himself a generous bowl, Ding Zhio retreated to the window, quietly savoring the view of the snowy landscape. Nearly half an hour had passed, yet the freshly cleared yard had already accumulated snow up to his ankles. He pondered when this blizzard would cease. However, at least they were confined indoors, and the beasts would likely refrain from attacking. This was, by all means, a stroke of fortunate misfortune. Ding Zhio mused as he began to enjoy the beast meat porridge. It must be said, the earth demon cow meat was quite versatile. It was delectable when grilled, and equally delightful when used in porridge. Despite being impervious to a knife in life, it could be cooked through in mere minutes in death, making it a naturally gifted ingredient. He decided then and there to include the earth demon cow in his culinary repertoire. Earth demon cow, hear me. Thank you, beep beep beep, though 3 large pots appeared abundant. They were merely sufficient for the 5 women and 2 beasts. By the time Ding Zhio had finished his second bowl, the insatiable souls had already devoured 2.5 pots. As he completed his second bowl, he noticed Annie the cat girl had begun licking the pot. Seeing that they still seemed hungry, Ding Zhio prepared 2 more large pots. Once they were satisfied, with the blizzard still raging outside and nothing else to do, Annie nestled like a worm in front of the fireplace for warmth. Master, I'm so bored. Is there anything to play with? Ding Zhio rummaged through his backpack and produced a deck of cards, asking, do you know how to play cards? What cards? Are they fun? In an instant, Annie, who had been wriggling like a worm by the fireplace, sprang up excitedly. With a swift kick, she leaped onto Ding Zhio. He struggled to pull his hand free and presented the cards to her, saying, these are playing cards, and there are several ways to play. If you'd like to learn, I can teach you. Play, play, play. I want to learn. I want to learn. Meowed Annie. Not only Catgirl Annie, but also several other beast-eared maidens turned their curious gazes towards the intriguing new toy. Ding Zhio, a self-proclaimed expert, could not help but smirk at the sight, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. With a decisive clap of his hands, the dining table, which had just been tidied away, was once again brought forth. Come, gather around. This expert is about to commence a lesson. Awoo, awo. What is this, little gray? You wish to learn too? Awo. But you are merely a wolf. Do you possess hands to play cards? Awo, awo. Upon seeing little gray raise its wolf paw, Ding Zhio was at a loss for words. That is a paw, not a hand. Awo, awo, awo. All right, cease your howling. I shall teach you, but if you lose, you must not imitate the mischievous husky that wreaks havoc. Awo, you inquire what a husky is? Hee, a husky is a most wondrous creature. It is clever yet foolish, adorably charming yet astonishingly misguided, and brave yet recklessly daring. At times, it transforms into a home protector, tearing apart foes and furniture alike. Yet at other moments, it resembles a spoiled child, gazing at you with innocent eyes, instantly disarming your temper. Awo awo. Ding Jio's expression darkened, feeling as though he had shot himself in the foot. Awo awo. All right, I understand. However, your current prowess is insufficient to bear the illustrious name of Husky. You must grow stronger before I can assist in your renaming. Awo awo. Chapter 57. Never winning at cards against 7. Pass. Howl. Against 8. No. Howl. Haha. Against K, the last card. Howl, goodness. You held on to those 4 4s until now. Little Gray, you are truly something else. Howl. Roar. All right. I concede. No need to rush me. Ding Jio, before leaving, irritably ruffled the fur of the large yellow tiger. He had initially thought that playing with these novices would allow him to dominate like a gambling god. However, it turned out to be a lamentable affair. Not only was he unable to best Catwoman Annie and Foxwoman Lisa, but he even found himself outmatched by Little Gray and the large yellow beast, bringing shame to the human race. Master, I have completed the Earth Bull Hornbow. Would you like to give it a try? Sure. Upon hearing Edith's enthusiastic call, Ding Jio's earlier despondency vanished, and he briskly made his way to the workbench. At that moment, Edith was already holding the Earth Bull Hornbow. Crafted primarily from the horns and tendons of the Earth Demon Bull, the bow had been meticulously forged through repeated hammering and bonding at the workbench. Its form was antiquated and recurve, with tendons on the outer side and horns on the inner side, unmistakably a formidable weapon. Master, take a look. The winged Edith gazed at Ding Jio with eager anticipation. He took the bow in both hands, estimating its weight to be around 20 to 30 pounds. To achieve sustained shooting, only those with considerable strength would be fit to wield it. Earth Bullhorn Bow. Quality. Superior. Attack power. 180. Effective range. 300 meters. Durability. 1000. Special effect. Explosive upon hitting a target. It causes an explosion effect, inflicting an additional 0.5 times the base damage. With nearly 200 in attack power, it was thrice that of the arrow towers. The additional damage upon hitting a target further solidified its reputation as a lethal weapon. Edith, you have done remarkably well. Really? Hee. The wings of the winged Edith seemed to resonate with her joy, emanating a shimmering white light. I'll step outside to test it. Ding Jio understood that ultimately, the Earth Demon Horn Bow was destined for Edith's use, but that did not preclude him from trying it himself. Tightening the collar of his garment, he stepped out of the room with the Earth Bullhorn Bow in hand. Outside, the accumulation of snow reached knee height. Instead of collecting all of it, he moved in a straight line towards the wall. Unfortunately, a blizzard was raging, severely limiting visibility. Practicing archery was impossible. At most, he could only listen for the sound. Retrieving an iron arrow from the storage, he raised the bow with his left hand and grasped the string with his right. Once fully drawn, he released. Whoosh! The iron arrow shot forth like a white streak, swiftly disappearing into the distance of the blizzard. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. The sound was tremendous, crystal clear even through the storm. Emboldened, Ding Jio launched another arrow into the distance. Boom! Delightful. Ahem! How unfortunate! I accidentally took a bite of the snowflake. Ding Jio wiped his mouth with disdain, losing all interest in the test shot. Upon returning to the room, he noticed the fairy Edith gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Ding Jio immediately assumed a solemn demeanor. Edith, this Earth Horn Bow is truly remarkable, and only you can wield it effectively, so I entrust it to you. It is my honor. The fairy Edith knelt before Ding Jio, raising her hands high as she respectfully accepted the Earth Horn Bow. Master, it is your turn again. Are you coming to play? Of course. I shall certainly win everything from you this time. Quickly, deal the cards. Soon, the sound of cards being played echoed once more. Chapter 58. Upgrading to intermediate planting, it must be said that playing cards is indeed highly addictive, easily causing one to lose track of time. When Ding Jio regained consciousness, the evening had quietly arrived. Outside, the blizzard had ceased, and the snow had blanketed the entire first floor, ensuring that those who survived would not lack for water for quite some time. However, to endure the chill brought by this blizzard, many had consumed more wood than anticipated. Were it not for the encroaching darkness and the depth of the snow, they would have risked venturing out to gather more. Ding Jio stepped outside for a brief moment, collecting all the snow in the courtyard into the system storage. Along with his previous collection, he amassed over 60,000 pounds, sufficient for several months of sustenance. Now that the blizzard has stopped, does that mean the weather will warm up soon? What a dreamer you are. The announcement stated that the extreme cold would persist for half a month. It's only the beginning of this ordeal. How could it warm up so quickly? Surely the temperature won't drop any further. We are nearing minus 30 degrees. If it continues to fall, how will we survive? If the survival world were so merciful, it wouldn't be a survival world at all. I feel this extreme cold disaster resembles the Ice Age, where the lowest temperatures might plummet below minus 50 degrees. Good heavens! Is it truly that severe? Indeed, it is that dire. So let us take it one day at a time and not harbor too much hope. These words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present, rendering them breathless. Ultimately, it was Chen Qian, the intellectual backbone of District 1024, who shattered the silence. Indeed, the Ice Age is profoundly despairing, but the survival world is an extraordinary realm. There must be solutions. That sounds lovely, but what can we actually do? I'm on the verge of breaking down. Yes, Chenggu, have you devised a solution? Actually, there's a way. The snowfall has provided us with the opportunity to collect snow water, and humans can survive on water alone for 7 days. Therefore, maintaining warmth is paramount for survival. That's merely stating the obvious. Ignoring the naysayers, Chen Qian paused before continuing. Thus, I propose we seek out the affluent to sign trade agreements. Borrow 1 and repay 3. But repayment should occur only after the extreme cold has passed. But what if someone dies in the meantime? Wouldn't that be a loss? Investment naturally comes with both gains and losses. Otherwise, how could it be borrowing 1 to repay 3? Gamblers often meet their demise. I believe we should focus on our own survival. Zhang Dehai remarked, after the extreme cold, we too can venture out to collect wood. There is no need to gamble. You're all too selfish. Rarely does Chun Gu devise a plan to save lives, and instead of supporting him, you openly mock and oppose him. Have you no conscience? If they had a conscience, they wouldn't be engaging in such predatory fundraising. Li Daniu interjected, why not consult with Jiu Gu? He is so capable. Surely he possesses a better solution. Chen Qian. Ma Tao Bao. Tong Kang Qian. Zhu Zhu. Yizi. Li Daniu, what do you mean by this? Why has everyone fallen silent? Zhang Dalong. The fervent fans are indeed terrifying. In the entire 1024 district, who does not know that Ding Jiao is a scheming merchant? Yet you still suggest seeking his assistance. Do you truly believe yourself to be a tycoon? Li Daniu. It's a mutual agreement, clearly priced. If you find what Lord Jiao offers too expensive, you're under no obligation to purchase it. TSK. How unexpectedly protective of him you are. Ding Jiao suddenly found himself somewhat fond of this Li Daniu. Having already added numerous individuals as friends, he thought to grant him a friendship slot. Notification: Survivor Ding Jiao wishes to add you as a friend. Do you accept? While engaged in a heated exchange, Li Daniu was taken aback by Ding Jiao's friend request. He could hardly believe his eyes. Lord Jiao had taken the initiative to add him as a friend. Was he dreaming? Smack! Li Daniu sharply slapped himself. Ouch, that hurt. He immediately grimaced, rubbing his cheek. It was real. This was too blissful. Without a moment's hesitation, he anxiously accepted the request. Li Daniu Ding Jiu. Landlord Jiu. Grains. I am truly honored to become your friend. Ding Jiao Li Daniu. No need to be nervous. I don't bite. Li Daniu. And no, I'm not nervous. I'm just very pleased. Ding Jiao. Very well, as you wish. I have heard you aspire to be my subordinate. Are you not afraid of being taken advantage of by me? Li Daniu, not at all. Even if I were truly exploited by you, Lord Jiao, I would accept it. Ding Jiao. Haha, amusing indeed. Since you've said as much, it would be rather petty of me not to accept you. However, there are no free lunches here. Ding Jiao. Here is the deal. You will assist me in gathering information from the chat channels. Any special or useful tidbits, take note and inform me. Of course, I won't leave you empty-handed. I can provide you with food and equipment free of charge. Li Daniu, no problem, boss. You can count on me. I'll ensure not a single fly goes unnoticed. Subsequently, Ding Jiao provided Li Daniu with various supplies, including a heater, leather armor, bread, beast meat, and wood. Li Daniu, boss, I've already purchased this simple heater from you before, so there is no need for another. Dingzhou, this one is the plus version, with a heating range of 5 meters. Are you certain you don't want it? Li Daniu's eyes lit up, quickly changing his tune. Boss, I humbly accept your generosity. Dingzhou, all right, it's settled then. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out to me. Li Daniu, thank you, boss. As he shifted his focus, Dingzhou opened the system warehouse. Having not opened treasure chests for several days, he found that his wooden chests had accumulated to over 10 million. If converted to silver chests, well, he realized he had miscalculated. It would take 1 million to exchange for a single silver chest, meaning 10 million would only yield 10. Originally, he had intended to open silver chests en masse. Now, however, it seemed wiser to wait until the last day or two. There was no need to start penny pinching right now. With this clarity, Dingzhou felt no further need to restrain his hands. System, I wish to conduct a mass opening of black iron chests. Ding, you have opened 100 black iron treasure chests. Congratulations on acquiring 30 sets of quilts, 50 pieces of warm cotton clothing, 50 pairs of thermal pants, 2 contract scrolls, a ton of fruit gift packages, 100 tons of white rice, 20 bottles of primary nurturing solution, and a copy of intermediate cooking skill book. Aside from the common building materials, this time, the 100 consecutive openings of the black iron treasure chests yielded a considerable amount of clothing suitable for frigid weather. However, unlike the leather armor made from beast hides, these garments, while more insulated, offered no additional attributes. They were merely ordinary down jackets. Nevertheless, donning one allowed him to brave even the fiercest snowstorm. As Dingzhou contemplated, he took out the intermediate cooking skill book to study. Ding, congratulations on upgrading your primary cooking skill to intermediate cooking skill. Cooking speed 50, deliciousness 50. In the future, there will be a certain probability that the food you prepare will possess special attributes. The higher the quality of the ingredients, the greater the special attributes that can be added. This marked Dingzhou's second life skill to reach intermediate level, and it appeared that all crafted items would gain special attributes upon reaching this tier. Would all life skills grant such benefits upon promotion? If that were the case, the black iron treasure chests were indeed indispensable. System, let us open another 100 black iron treasure chests. Ding, you have opened 100 black iron treasure chests. Congratulations on obtaining 10 sets of 3-piece warm clothing, 800 units of steel, 10 magic cores, 1,600 units of wood, 200 eggs, 5 complete seasoning sets, 1 refrigerator, 1 building upgrade blueprint, and 1 intermediate forging skill book. Dingzhou did not study the intermediate forging skill book himself. Instead, he entrusted it to the winged being, Edith. Given her previous performance with the Earthhorn bow, it was evident she possessed a knack for forging. Once she was adequately trained, all equipment could be entrusted to her for crafting. This was not mere laziness on his part. It was primarily for the purpose of cultivating Edith. Indeed, that was the plan. Since Edith was not particularly fond of combat, he aimed to develop her into a master forger. In the future, everyone would no longer need to worry about lacking equipment. Master, I will strive diligently. First came the weapons, followed by the intermediate forging skill book. If only this place were not devoid of the 3 kingdoms, Edith would have surely exclaimed. Silk has drifted for half a lifetime without encountering a worthy lord. If you do not abandon me, I would willingly pledge my allegiance as your adopted child. Recalling the earth demon cowhide acquired yesterday, Dingzhou instructed her to attempt crafting a piece now. Although she was not a professional seamstress, forging could yield equipment just as effectively, much like the previous leather armor. Master, I have already researched the earth demon cowhide. It is suitable for crafting heavy armor. Shall I proceed with the full set? How much earth demon cowhide is required for 1 piece? Dingzhou inquired. At least 3 pieces are necessary. Then let us craft 6 pieces, 1 for each person to have on standby. Whether they will be needed is another matter. Understood. Awoo, awoo. You wish to join as well? Yet, as he watched little Gray gnawing at his pant leg, Dingzhou found himself at a loss for words. He could only turn to Edith and say, then let us prepare a set for both Little Gray and Big Yellow as well. Is that feasible? I can certainly give it a try, she responded. System, Please initiate another 100 consecutive openings of the black iron treasure chests. Ding! You have opened 100 black iron treasure chests. Congratulations! You have acquired 1 building upgrade blueprint, 1 ton of white flour, 100 bottles of Ergo 2, 30 heads of cabbage, 1 fan, 1 motorcycle, 30 cans of pork, and 1 intermediate planning skill book. Perhaps it was due to the days of not opening treasure chests that had accumulated his luck. This time, all 3 rounds of 100 consecutive openings yielded skill books he could utilize, particularly upon upgrading his basic planting to intermediate planting. He was overjoyed to see the description of its effects. Intermediate planting. Effect: crop growth speed increased by 30, yield increased by 30, and 1 plot of land can be cultivated each day. Chapter 59. The quest for a prosthetic limb potion. Although he could only cultivate a single plot of land each day, over time, his efforts would undoubtedly yield more, especially now that his planting skills were merely at an intermediate level. Should he elevate them to advanced or beyond, the amount of land he could cultivate daily would likely increase. At that point, not only would he be able to plant exotic fruit trees, but even growing vegetables would become a trivial endeavor. Speaking of vegetables, Ding Jiao admitted to feeling a pang of longing. After several days of feasting on either meat or bread, although delightful, his body was signaling the need for vitamins. Otherwise, he might regret neglecting his health. Regrettably, he had only managed to cultivate cabbage thus far, which was devoid of seeds, rendering any attempt to plant it futile. A night passed in silence. It seemed the beast had entered a state akin to hibernation, as they had not appeared for 2 consecutive nights. However, contrary to expectations, it was not the little fox, Lisa, who continued her nocturnal escapades, but rather the enchanting mermaid, Margaret, who slipped in at last. Upon noticing Ding Jiao was still awake, the mermaid froze, her body stiffening, her face blushing a radiant hue reminiscent of a sunset, undeniably alluring. Master, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Ding Jiao found himself at a loss for words. Did she dare to intrude upon him with such timidity? Yet, having savored the exquisite experience with the fox spirit the previous night, he was not inclined to let the captivating mermaid slip away. He hastily approached her, drawing her into the room. Bang! The door shut behind them. Ding Jiao said about composing an extensive treatise on mermaid lore. It must be said that mermaids, as favored children of the sea, possess skin so smooth that it felt as though it would slip from one's grasp. The transition between human legs and fish tails was particularly imbued with an air of mystery. Even after exploring for over an hour, he found himself insatiable. Time meandered on. It was evident that Ding Jiao had overslept once again. Upon descending the stairs, he was met with a myriad of expectant gazes, a blend of reproach and affection, making him feel as though he had entered a spider's lair. Cough, cough. Has another blizzard descended outside? Why do you all appear so lost in thought indoors? It hasn't snowed, but the temperature has plummeted, meow. Even with leather armor, it's unbearable, meow. In such cold, why not try these garments? Ding Jiao presented 5 sets of cotton jackets and pants. How soft, meow. Unlike the leather armor crafted from beast hides, the cotton garments were filled with plush down, rendering them exceptionally comfortable. However, they were also relatively thick, and when Catgirl Annie donned one, she resembled an adorable little chubby cat. Oh, how warm. I'm actually starting to sweat, meow. I want to try too. Foxgirl Lisa eagerly grabbed a set and put it on. The chill that had lingered in her body dissipated immediately, replaced by warmth. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she flung open the door, stepping outside. Wow, it's not cold at all? Truly, master, you're amazing, meow. I want one too. Before long, the remaining girls donned their cotton jackets and ventured out, joyfully frolicking in the newfound warmth. How? Little Gray, feeling anxious, also wished to join in the merriment outside. Ding Jiao spread his hands, stating, "This is human clothing. It does not come your size." Oh, Little Gray was astonished, the background fading to gray. Ding Jiao, at a loss for words, pointed at the lazy dog, Da Huang, napping by the fireplace, and remarked, "Can't you learn from Da Huang? Isn't it delightful to enjoy a good nap?" Oh, go away. The cotton coat cannot be altered. You might as well stay indoors. Ding dong, ding dong. After educating Little Gray, Ding Jiao intended to don a cotton coat and venture outside. Just then, his private messages began to ring incessantly. Upon opening them, he discovered a message from Chu Yoshue. Chu Yoshue Ding Jiao. Ding Jiao, please respond. It's urgent. Ding Jiao Chu Yoshue, what is the matter? Chu Yoshue, do you have a more advanced healing potion? It's an emergency. Ding Jiao, have you been injured? Chu Yoshue, not me. It's a member of my team. Today, while out, we encountered a pack of wolves. We managed to win, but one of his arms was bitten off. Ding Jiao, did the healing potion not work? Chu Yoshue, the potion healed the wounds, but the severed arm has not regenerated. Ding Jiao frowned. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a survival world, he would suspect that Chu Yoshue had installed surveillance on him. Just last night, he had opened several bottles of advanced potions, and today, Chu Yoshue was seeking his aid. What a remarkable stroke of luck. However, this situation served as a warning to him. Such frigid weather not only trapped survivors, but made it equally challenging for the beasts in the forest to find sustenance. If they crossed paths, it would undoubtedly be a life-or-death encounter. Chu Yoshue, hey, speak up. Do you have it or not? If not, I will ask others. Ding Jiao, a true brother must be fair in dealings. I possess a potion that can heal severed limbs, but what do you intend to offer in exchange? Ding Jiao, Starlight Dew, quality, rare, effect, instantly restores all injuries for a short duration. Though he did not explicitly state that it could heal severed limbs, the effect of instant restoration of all injuries implicitly suggested as much. As for its origin, it was, of course, from a silver treasure chest. When he upgraded his house to level 3, the survival world rewarded him with a silver treasure chest. Additionally, after his first kill of a magical beast, he received another reward. With so much happening at that time, he had forgotten about it. It wasn't until the sage time last night that he remembered and rummaged through a corner to retrieve it, discovering several valuable items. To his surprise, someone sought them upon awakening. This time, due to the urgency of saving a life, Chu Yoshue did not engage in her usual bargaining with Ding Jiao. After confirming the details of the Starlight Dew, she revealed her own cards. Chu Yoshue, small fish pond, small gold mine, small fish pond, durability, 1-1 description upon use. Generates a small fish pond of 5 square meters in your territory, producing 3 fish daily with a maximum capacity of 15 fish. Small gold mine, durability, 1-1 description upon use. Generates a small gold mine of 5 square meters in your territory, producing 1 unit of gold per day, with a maximum capacity of 15 units. This was indeed the first time Ding Jiao encountered such a resource-type item. How about it? Would you like to exchange? Asked Chu Yoshue. 2 for 1, Ding Jiao replied. Exactly, she confirmed. All right then. To others, the Starry Moon Dew was undoubtedly a life-saving treasure. However, with his mermaid caretaker, Margaret, at home, the Starry Moon Dew seemed less significant. Moreover, the item that Chu Yoshue presented was genuinely filled with sincerity, prompting Ding Jiao to forego haggling. Upon receiving the item, Ding Jiao eagerly donned his cotton coat and exited the room. After upgrading to a level 3 house, the once cramped courtyard had transformed into a spacious area. Thus, Ding Jiao quickly identified a suitable spot to place the small fish pond and the small gold mine. The 5 square meter area was less a small fish pond and more a diminutive puddle. Inside, there was nothing but water and fish. The bottom was crystal clear, devoid of any decorative aquatic plants. Nonetheless, the 3 fish within were indeed plump, each the size of a forearm and weighing no less than 5 pounds. With the small fish pond in place, he would no longer need to worry about food and water. Of course, that was for others. For his household of gluttons, a mere dozen pounds of fish would barely suffice to satisfy their cravings. Master, they're fish. Meow, meow, meow. Master, you are amazing for acquiring fish, exclaimed the cat girl Annie, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Annie, calm down, Ding Jiao cautioned. If not for someone holding her back, she might have already leaped in to catch the fish. There is no rush. This pond refreshes 3 fish daily. While it may not be enough to fill our bellies, tasting them each day is certainly feasible. Exactly. Worst case, I'll let you eat them all, she giggled. Ah, you're such a good person, Asaja. The cat girl Annie turned and embraced the rabbit girl Asaja, burying her face in her ample bosom. Fortunately, Asaja was clad in a thick cotton coat. Otherwise, her attire might have been overwhelmed. Coughing lightly, Ding Jiao turned away, preparing to place the small gold mine. However, at that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained several building upgrade blueprints yesterday, which he had yet to use, and a new idea sparked in his mind. If the small fish pond counted as a structure, then could the building upgrade blueprints be used to upgrade it? Having thought of it, he acted on it. Ding Jiao took out a building upgrade blueprint and selected to upgrade the small fish pond. Notice, the specified item belongs to a resource point and cannot be upgraded using building upgrade blueprints. Well, it seemed he had overthought it. Retracting the building upgrade blueprint, Ding Jiao moved to another vacant space and rotated the small gold mine. To be honest, he still did not know the purpose of the gold nuggets. The main reason he agreed to the transaction with Chu Yoshua was merely precautionary. Despite opening numerous treasure chests, he had yet to discover anything related to gold. Adhering to the principle that the rarer something is, the more valuable it becomes, he decided to secure the small gold mine first. As for whether it would be useful in the future, that could be addressed later. The small gold mine blueprint landed, and a small mound resembling the entrance of a haunted house materialized out of thin air. It sat on the ground like a vertically sliced droplet, thick at the front and tapering at the back, allowing a clear view of its interior. As Ding Jiao curiously peered inside, a golden object abruptly materialized, clattering to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a well-purified ingot of gold, not particularly large, merely the size of an adult's fist. In terms of pre-transmigration gold prices, it was still worth a modest 2 million. What a pity! Had he possessed such a small gold mine before his journey, he would not have had to toil as a 996 worker. My master, are we no longer afraid of the cold? Shall we venture out to hunt again? Inquired the mermaid, Margaret. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Jiao ultimately shook his head in negation. You have already brought back an ample supply of meat, sufficient for our sustenance for quite some time. If you find yourselves restless, you may gather some snow outside. It may prove useful in the future. Although the reasoning behind collecting snow eluded them, Margaret did not press the matter, and with the idle catgirl Annie and foxgirl Lisa, they set out into the yard. Noticing that the 5 women were all preoccupied with their own tasks, Ding Jiao did not remain idle either. Presently, he possessed 4 architectural upgrade blueprints and was determined to utilize them all at once. The medium-sized well would yield 24 liters of water daily, adequately meeting the needs of their sizable group. Next on his list was the blood-sucking concrete wall. However, as it fell under the category of housing, the upgrade blueprints held no utility for it, leaving Ding Jiao with limited options. He contemplated the available targets: greenhouse, oven, earthen stove, arrow tower, mana ice tower, watchtower, lighthouse, and pet house. Upon reflection, the options were quite numerous. As he wandered about, he swiftly eliminated the oven and earthen stove from consideration, as upgrading them would yield little benefit. The pet house was similarly disregarded. With the wolf pack eradicated, only the small gray and the large yellow remained, rendering the pet house unnecessary for the time being. As for the watchtower and lighthouse, Ding Jiao opted for the latter. Lighthouse, quality, white, durability, 1000, effect, vision 100 energy, 95. Beep, please confirm if you wish to use the architectural upgrade blueprint to upgrade this lighthouse. Confirm. Beep. Lighthouse upgrade complete. Lighthouse, quality, green durability, 2000, effect, vision 300, inside ability to see invisible targets, energy 95, with the lighthouse upgraded. Not only had its vision increased to 300 meters, but also granted the newfound ability to perceive hidden entities. Ding Jiao felt that this upgrade was a significant boon. Just as he was inclined to proceed further, he was notified that each building could only utilize an architectural upgrade blueprint once. Frustration welled within him. Was this a game he could not win? Was he truly unable to develop freely due to such restrictive rules? Aware that this matter was unchangeable, Ding Jiao decided to apply his next architectural upgrade blueprint to the Mana Ice Tower. Notification: the Arcane Ice Tower has been upgraded. Arcane Ice Tower. Quality: green-blue. Attack power: 3080. Defense power: 150-500. Durability: 800-1500. Effective range, 50 meters, 120 meters. Energy, 72-100. Rate of fire, 3 seconds. Effects, vision, 10-30. Slow, 3-5. Freeze damage, 10. Current status, activated upon its upgrade. The Arcane Ice Tower not only experienced a comprehensive enhancement in all attributes, but also acquired an additional frost damage effect of 10 points, which would be deemed somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, the paramount function of the Arcane Ice Tower lies in its ability to decelerate adversaries. Inflicting damage is advantageous, yet its absence is not detrimental. The next objective is the upgrade of the Arrow Tower. Arrow Tower, quality, white-green, attack power, 50-120, durability, 500-1200, range, 30 meters, 60 meters, capacity, 300-300, rate of fire, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Effects, scatter, each attack can launch 2 arrows. Current status, activated, only 1 architectural upgrade blueprint remains. Ding Jiu glanced around and discerned that only the greenhouse and the pet house were suitable. Through a process of elimination, he ultimately opted to upgrade the greenhouse first. Notification: the greenhouse has been upgraded. Greenhouse, quality, white-green, durability, 250, size, 522-1032, effect, acceleration, increases crop growth speed by 20, energy 100-100, status, activated once again. A significant source of energy. It is fortunate that even now, opening the black iron treasure chest could yield several magic cores. Otherwise, he would be concerned about sustaining them. Chapter 60. Upon leveling up and fully integrating the attributes of 2 individuals, the greenhouse expanded in both size and robustness. What was once a flimsy structure of iron bars draped in plastic has now transformed into a splendid glasshouse. Regrettably, as a mid-level planter, only 1 plot of land may be cultivated each day. Otherwise, he would gladly embrace the persona of a Super Steve. In a moment of ennui, Ding Jiu took stock of the greenhouse, which now boasts a total of 21 plots, including the newly cultivated one. Among them, there are 10 primary physique fruit trees, 3 primary strength fruit trees, 3 primary intelligence fruit trees, and 4 primary agility fruit trees. To facilitate future harvesting, Ding Jiu resolved to utilize primary growth fluid to hasten their maturation. This strategy ensures that the subsequent batch of special fruit trees will ripen simultaneously, sparing him the need to patrol daily as he had before. Accelerating the growth of 20 special fruit trees demands a considerable amount of resources. However, the rewards are equally substantial. 30 primary physique fruits, 9 primary strength fruits, 9 primary intelligence fruits, and 12 primary agility fruits. Considering those previously consumed, this harvest would allow him to elevate at least 2 individuals to their utmost potential. The first candidate is the mermaid Margaret, who serves as a healer. After consuming 6 primary physique fruits, 2 primary strength fruits, 1 primary intelligence fruit, and 3 primary agility fruits, her attributes nearly surpass the threshold of 50 points. With her intelligence attribute almost reaching 100, Margaret, race, mermaid, profession, priestess attributes, strength 4220, physique 2820, intelligence 6920, agility 3320, skill, healing Margaret. Please cast a healing spell on me, Ding Jiu requested, eager to personally experience the transformation of the mermaid. Since it is a healing skill, it poses no harm. And thus Margaret consented without hesitation. With a graceful gesture, a green aura enveloped Ding Jiu, and despite the frigid environment, he felt warmth radiating from within. Even the exhaustion from the previous night dissipated swiftly, restoring his vitality and illuminating his previously tired eyes. Excellent. Truly remarkable, Ding Jiu praised, giving a thumbs up to Margaret. In response, Margaret beamed sweetly and impulsively bestowed a kiss upon him. Hey, when did you two become so close? Inquired the cat girl Annie, who was sleeping on the first floor, oblivious to the commotion on the second. The rabbit girl, Asha, also gazed at them with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Why are the master and Margaret kissing? Ahem, master. Who do you intend to let eat the remaining fruits first? Lisa, the fox girl, interjected with a question. Perhaps Edith. She's an archer, Ding Jiu replied. Me? But Annie and the others need to go hunting. Shouldn't they enhance their strength first? Edith quickly objected. The safety of the house is equally paramount. If enemies were to attack while they are out hunting, what would happen if you were not strong enough to fend them off? Ding Jiao considered her point. Compared to the mermaid Margaret, the avian Edith requires a greater quantity of special fruits, 10 primary vitality fruits, 5 primary strength fruits, 7 primary intelligence fruits, and 8 primary agility fruits. Only after consuming these can her initial quota of fruits be deemed complete. However, the results are quite promising. Edith, race, avian, class, archer, attributes, strength 3620, vitality 3320, intelligence 4120, agility 6320, skill, weakness attack. Each attribute has reached the requisite 50 points for class advancement. Ding Jiao immediately requested her to test her current strength. Edith did not disappoint him. Drawing her earth bullhorn bow, she unleashed a series of swift arrows. With 3 sharp whooshes, 3 trees, each as thick as 2 people embracing, were severed in half from a distance of 250 meters. What terrifying power! The cat girl Annie's eyes sparkled with admiration, wishing she too could possess such might. Excellent. Edith, henceforth, my safety will rest entirely in your capable hands. Unless I meet my demise, no foe shall lay a finger on my master, Edith declared solemnly while kneeling. All right, rise now. Do not kneel so readily in the future. Yes, master. Now, we still have some primary fruits left. Who among you wishes to partake? Ido, master. I wish to eat. Annie eagerly raised her hand. Ding Jiao did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at the remaining 3. The rabbit girl Asha shook her head vigorously. I shall pass. I've been at home, and my strength is the weakest, so I will forego the fruits. The fox girl Lisa also declined. I am in no rush. Let Annie eat first. Asha, Lisa, you are truly wonderful. I adore you both, Annie exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace both of them affectionately. In that case, let Annie eat first. However, since you have already consumed 5 primary vitality fruits, you may have at most 5 more this time, with a surplus of 9 going to Lisa. No problem. Chapter 61. Surviving 1,000 souls. The survivors are soon to converge. Another day has passed. It seems that the beast-eared parents have made a pact, as they sent another assailant to attack him last night. After 3 consecutive nights of crafting the beast-eared mother's illustrations, even the most resilient individuals would struggle to endure. Upon rising, Ding Jiao, with his legs trembling, sought a sip from the mermaid, Margaret. However, he discovered that she, along with Catgirl Annie and Foxgirl Lisa, had already departed early for hunting, leaving him all alone. With no other choice, Ding Jiao resorted to consuming a few 6-flavor Remania pills obtained from treasure chest. Although he felt their efficacy was minimal, it was better than nothing. Master, the armor has been completed. Please come and take a look. After a day's toil, the avian Edith finally fashioned the Earth Demon Ox armor, boasting commendable attributes. Earth Demon Ox armor, quality, green, durability, 4,000. Effects, toughness, reduces damage taken by 20 when attacked. Bulky, wearing it decreases speed by 10, sacrificing 10 of speed for a 20 reduction in damage taken, combined with a durability of up to 4,000. This armor is undoubtedly a formidable tool for frontline tanking. However, considering that Annie, the petite cat, follows an assassin's path, one wonders if donning such heavy armor would hinder her agility. Foxgirl Lisa, on the other hand, would fare better, wielding a bow as a marksman. A 10 decrease in speed would not daunt her. Well, it seems prudent to provide each of them with a backpack, allowing them to decide when to utilize it. The armor is commendable. Henceforth, I urge you to focus entirely on its production, setting aside the leather armor for now. No problem, master. Having gained experience from the previous crafting, I will only grow faster from here on. Take your time. There's no rush. After imparting instructions to the avian Edith, the rabbit girl, Asha, approached. Master, we have yet to sell the simple heaters made yesterday. Should we continue producing more? Let me take a look. Ding Jiao opened the trading platform, and indeed found 3 simple heaters still listed without any bids. Puzzled, he switched to the chat channel and discovered that the current survivor count in their district had dwindled to a mere 1,005 souls. He hurriedly reached out to Li Daniu via private message. Daniu, what transpired? Why have so many perished all at once? Li Daniu replied with a tone of concern. They were all killed by wild beasts. After a brief pause, he continued. At dawn, many homes were besieged by beasts. Unlike previous encounters, these creatures seemed to have gone mad with hunger. Even if injured, they would not retreat. Consequently, many lives were lost. Ding Jiu inquired, what about your situation? Did anything happen on your end? Li Daniu responded, fortunately, thanks to the equipment and potions you provided me, I emerged unscathed. Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured during this beast attack. He added, by the way, I was attacked by an adult leopard. I'll share half with you for a taste. There is no need. I have plenty of meat here. You should keep it for yourself. Well then, all right. As he closed the private chat, Ding Jiu noticed that the chat channel felt rather desolate. Many familiar names were absent, leaving him uncertain whether they had encountered misfortune or simply chose to remain silent. Chun Xian, recently, it is best for everyone to refrain from venturing outside. After several days without sustenance, the wild beasts have grown ravenous, and encountering them would be exceedingly perilous. It is so cold outside. Even if one wishes to go out, it is nearly impossible. Indeed, Mata Ba, alas, from a community of 10,000, only a little over 1,000 remain. I wonder how much longer my frail body can endure. Come now, if even the president of Taba cannot survive, how can we mere mortals hope to live? Another one has perished. My heavens, are we being driven to madness? Chun Xian, in a world of survival, there is always a path to endure. Everyone must not lose hope. Brother Chun, you are truly commendable. Should there be a next life, I, Old Wang, will still stand by your side. Chun Xian, Old Wang you. Before he could finish his statement, Old Wang's avatar dimmed. 1024 district current survivor count. 1,004. Ah, help. A flat-headed brother has come to my doorstep. Chun Xian, stay calm. You must remain composed. Although flat-headed brothers are reckless, they are not as formidable as carnivorous beasts. As long as you exercise caution and leverage the advantages of your terrain, you will surely be able to slay it. Oh no, my house is on fire. Had I known, I would not have used a torch to burn it. Now my abode is ablaze. Does anyone have water to lend for extinguishing the flames? Chun Xian, I will send you some snow. Use it to douse the fire. Thank you, Brother Chun. You truly are a good person. Goodness, how is there another one? This is bad. It is charging at me. Chun Xian's action of sending snow froze, and he despondently gazed at the dimmed avatar. 1024 district current survivor count. 1,003. Zhang Dahai. Thus, one must rely on oneself. If they had upgraded their houses to stone earlier, there would be far fewer dangerous situations. Li Daniu, how dare you speak so flippantly? If it weren't for you depleting their resources, they wouldn't have been short on means to upgrade their homes. Zhang Dahai. The state has been promoting anti-fraud campaigns for so long. It's foolish of them to fall for it. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Dalong. Exactly. The foolish do not deserve to live. The sooner they die, the sooner they can be reborn. Chun Xian. Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dalong, you've gone too far. Zhang Dahai. Ahaha, so what if I have? If you have the ability, come and bite me. Zhang Dalong. Do you really think of yourself as the world guardian? Tung King Xian. Young man, do not let your spirit run too high. Zhang Dahai. If one is not spirited, can they still be called young? Zhang Dalong, damn it. When it comes to scamming money, our brothers cannot compare to you. Truly, the elder laughs at the younger, and the bald man mocks the monk. While the few were bickering, several more perished in District 1024, leaving only 1,000 survivors. Ding dong. Regional announcement. The current survivor count in District 1024 is now 1,000. The personal lockdown has been lifted, and personal house coordinates are displayed, along with a newly added chat channel for the fog area. Ding dong. Regional announcement. The current survivor count in District 1024 is now 1,000. The personal lockdown has been lifted, and personal house coordinates are displayed, along with a newly added chat channel for the fog area. Ding dong. Regional announcement. The current survivor count in District 1024 is now 1,000. The personal lockdown has been lifted, and personal house coordinates are displayed, along with a newly added chat channel for the fog area. Chapter 62. From solo play to multiplayer, could someone elucidate the meaning of this announcement? I am but a remnant of 9 years of compulsory education. So I implore the learned ones below to clarify. 1 to 10,000 with a total of merely 1,000 individuals. From whence does this 10,000 arise? Why is no one stepping forward to explain? Where is Brother Chun? Why do we not hear his voice? Li Daniu. They have long since migrated to the cross-server channel. It is just you few fools still squabbling here. Cross-server channel? Alas, how is it that there is a commotion, yet I was not notified? Upon hearing the 3 regional announcements, Ding Jiu also ventured into the cross-server channel of the Misty Zone to observe. His initial focus was not on the chat content, but rather on the total number of survivors displayed in the upper right corner. 554, 119. Assuming each district contains 10,000 individuals, the Misty Zone comprises a total of 10,000 districts, yielding a grand total of 100 million. Remarkable. Ding Jiu recalled that they had only traversed here for less than 10 days, yet only 455 million remained. What was the mortality rate again? Ding Jiu could no longer calculate. You are from District 1024, correct? It seems you have arrived. The Misty Zone was merely awaiting your district. Your resilience is commendable, having only just joined. However, joining late may not necessarily be advantageous. Given the current ghastly weather, those who fail to band together will likely suffer even greater losses. 1024. Chun Xian, what do you mean by that? Could you elaborate for us? 1. Yi Huan. It implies that your lives are too resilient, which inadvertently jeopardizes yourselves. 1024. Shen Qian. 88. Chun Xiaoyong. For the sake of our shared surname, allow me to elucidate briefly. 88. Chun Xiaoyong. When you first arrived, you undoubtedly heard the 3 regional announcements. 88. Chun Xiaoyong. The implication is that when the number of survivors exceeds 1,000, we are engaged in solo survival. Conversely, when it falls below 1,000, we transition to multiplayer, wherein we may encounter one another. 88. Chun Xiaoyong. Had you entered multiplayer mode before the temperature dropped, you could have exchanged coordinates and united. 88. Chun Xiaoyong. However, you entered multiplayer mode amidst the chilling weather, even after a snowstorm. This spells disaster. 88. Chun Xiaoyong. In this dreadful weather, even stepping outside poses a challenge, let alone seeking others to unite with. Is this not dire? 1024. Chun Qian. 1024 rok, Li Daniu. 1024. Chu Yushua. 1024. Ma Taba. 1024. Zhang San. 1024. Tang Kengqian. 1024. Yi Zi. 9888. Luo Feng. Goodness, both Ma Taba and Tang Kengqian are in your district. You are indeed unfortunate, surely having been severely duped. 5555 by Zhuo. Geneva, refund. 4454. Huang Tong. Haha, refund 1. 4444. Chun Ting. Refund 2. 1024. Zhang San. The area code above is indeed auspicious. 1024. Mataba. Ahem. Let me clarify. I am merely an intermediary and do not profit from the price difference, so please do not seek refunds from me. 5555. By Zhuo. Yet you sell counterfeits. I have been deceived several times. 1024. Mataba. For counterfeits, you should consult Penny Dao. They have an abundance of them. 1000. Penny Dao. How dare you, old Ma, speak ill of me behind my back. 1024. Ma Taba. Oh, you are still alive? How delightful. How delightful indeed. Observing the bustling cross-region channel, Ding Jiu refrained from rushing to speak, continuing his role as a silent observer. However, his silence did not prevent others in District 1024 from mentioning him. Many were quite curious as to how their District 1024 managed to endure for so long. Only now entering online mode. Chapter 63. Matters concerning merging districts. Thus, Ding Jiu's name was promptly revealed. Li Daniu. Is there even a need to ask? Naturally. It is thanks to our esteemed Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu? Who is this audacious individual daring to refer to himself as Lord Jiu? Having traversed realms, he still dares to call himself Lord. Truly deserving of a beating. Li Daniu, cease your nonsensical chatter. Who claimed that Lord Jiu referred to himself in such a manner? That is merely our respectful title for him, the true overlord of our district. Chen Qian, Dainyu is correct. Lord Jiu is indeed our district's great benefactor. Many owe their survival to his assistance. Chu Yushua, though that scoundrel's heart may be somewhat dark, it is undeniable that he has been of great help to us. Heroine, then why not have him surface for a moment, so we may get acquainted? Bai Jiruo, could it be that he is shy? That would be quite innocent. Li Dainyu, that is called being low-key. Lord Jiu does not enjoy being in the limelight. Chen Xiaoliang, what a ridiculous notion of being low-key. Did you not graduate from elementary school? Li Dainyu, mind your own business. Ding Jiu shook his head, feeling as though he had mistakenly misidentified someone. Switching to the housing panel, he indeed found an additional coordinate, 1024, matching his district number, quite easy to remember. Now the question arose, which direction was east, and which was north? The misty forest offered no means of discerning direction. Ding Jiu smacked his forehead, Asaja. How do you determine direction when you venture out and find your way home? Our orc clan possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell. As long as the scent along the path has not dispersed, we can trace our way back. Well, that was the orc clan's innate talent, something a mere human could not emulate. However, it was feasible to create a compass. The only uncertainty lay in whether the magnetic field of this survival world was stable. One must hope it does not behave erratically like in a pirate's tale. Returning to the cross-server channel, the conversation had shifted from mutual boasting to cross-district searches for kin. After all, among the millions across servers, who could say if any of them had relatives among the throng? Regrettably, while the sentiment was noble, reality proved harsh. Searching for a few relatives among millions was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If time permitted, one could sequentially post inquiries district by district. Yet the issue was that the Misty Zone contained as many as 10,000 subdivisions. Even if each subdivision housed only a few hundred individuals, it would take several hours for each person to post a single message. It simply could not be accomplished. Thus, the search for kin would rely solely on luck. As for sending private messages by name, alas, individuals from different districts must include their district numbers. Otherwise, direct messaging was impossible. Furthermore, with so many sharing the same name, how could one be certain they were messaging the correct person? In any case, having been raised in the tomato orphanage, Ding Jiu had no relatives to contact. Master, please respond if you hear me, meow. While Ding Jiu was investigating the possibility of cross-region trading, the drone controller suddenly relayed a cry from Catgirl Annie. As he prepared to respond, he noticed something unusual in the footage captured by the drone. Why isn't there a response? Is it malfunctioning, meow? Master, please reply if you hear me, meow. I heard you. What's the matter? Ding Jiu replied while zooming in on the drone's camera. Master, we found a house that seems to be inhabited. Should we capture the people inside, meow? Indeed, upon hearing Annie's words, Ding Jiu was assured that his eyes were not deceiving him. The dwelling on the screen truly belonged to the survivors. It bore a somewhat Syrian appearance. The stone walls of the courtyard had collapsed in several places, and the stone house inside looked dilapidated, as if it would crumble at the slightest gust of wind. No need to capture them. It would just waste food keeping them alive. Just remember the location, and we'll decide what to do later. Understood. Then we'll go hunt elsewhere, meow. Be cautious. The beasts in the forest have gone several days without food and are ravenous. If you encounter them, do not be careless. Rest assured, master, such beasts are no match for us, meow. If I find out you were injured due to carelessness, prepare for your food rations to be halved. Please, master. If the rations are halved, we'll starve, meow. It's all right. Hunger won't kill you. You'll get used to it after a few times. Master, are you a devil, meow? How can you utter such terrifying words? Turn off the microphone and open the regional chat channel. Sure enough, there were discussions about Catgirl Annie and her companions. To Ding Jiu's surprise, the individuals they encountered turned out to be acquaintances of his. Well, to call them acquaintances might be slightly inaccurate. They were more accurately members of an acquaintances team, Shen Tu Yuning, one of the members of the beautiful girl squad formed by Chu Yushui. Standing at 1.78 meters tall, with legs measuring 1 meters, she was undoubtedly the goddess of the school. However, due to her cool demeanor and being a black belt in Taekwondo, few dared to pursue her. Big news, big news. We have an exotic girl here. My goodness, a living, breathing, exotic girl. It's truly a sight to behold. Chu Yushue exclaimed. Did you see her with your own eyes? Chun Qian inquired. Not me, but my best friend saw her. There were 3 of them, 2 with fuzzy beast ears on their heads, and 1 with a mermaid tail. Chu Yushue added, why wasn't I the one to see them? If only I could go out and befriend them. It would be even better if I could touch their ears or mermaid tail. Zhang Dehai remarked. You speak as if it's true. You don't actually think anyone will believe your nonsense, do you? No way, no way. Chu Yushue retorted, Humph. My best friend is not like you. She would never lie. What's wrong with lying? If you're capable, you could lie too. If you're foolish enough to be deceived, who can you blame? Chu Yoshue. With such bravado, why not share your coordinates? Let's see if I can eliminate you. Li Dainyu, This rascal truly believes we are still in the past. Now everyone is on the same map. If you dare to reveal your coordinates, watch me come and take you down. Zhang Dehai. Chapter 64. Ding Jiao continued to choose to go solo. Zhang Dehai remarked, this is utterly intolerable. It truly is beyond measure. Brother, must we remain like turtles, withdrawing into our shells forever? Zhang Dalong responded, do not rush, we are close, and it will be easy to find one another. Once I secure some warm clothing, I shall come and find you. Zhang Dehai replied, I shall await your arrival at home. Do hurry. Li Dainyu taunted, Zhang Dehai, weren't you just boasting? Why the sudden silence? Have you been intimidated? How dare you put on airs before me? Zhang San interjected, weren't we just discussing the allure of exotic women? Let's continue. Are they as beautiful as portrayed? Do they possess figures like those from anime, voluptuous and enticing? Fang Wenwen retorted, disgusting. Zhang San quipped, you can't possibly envy them. Fang Wenwen shot back, who is envious? Zhang San continued, whoever feels defensive is the one. Ma Taoba commented, first it was the orcs, and now these exotic women. The outside world is becoming increasingly perilous. Li Dainyu countered, those exotic women haven't attacked us. They may not be our foes. Chen Qian advised, better safe than sorry. Until we ascertain whether they are friends or foes, it is best to avoid contact while we still have the means to protect ourselves. Fang Wenwen expressed her concern. I fear that you men might be manipulated by the allure of these women, putting us at risk. Chen Qian replied, cough, they're not succubi. It's not that exaggerated. Chu Yoshue remarked with a sideways glance, where's Master Jiao? So much has transpired today, yet he has remained silent. Could something have happened? Li Dainyu jested, you have a mouth of ill omen. If anything were to happen, our leader would be safe. Yi Zi defended herself, I am merely curious. Why insult me? Chun Qian suggested, he is likely preoccupied with something important. Chun Ziwei inquired, has anyone managed to contact their family? Chu Yoshua lamented, every time someone speaks, they are overshadowed by others. How can we reach our families? Zhang San wished, if only the pinned messages lasted a bit longer. 5 minutes is fleeting. Li Dainyu lamenta. It's all the fault of the other districts. If they had informed us sooner, we could have reached our families earlier. Chun Qian countered, that is not entirely fair. If they had disclosed this matter from the start, we would have spent the entire pin time searching for people. Chun Qian continued, in that case, we would have had no extra pin time to gather other clues. The safety of our loved ones is paramount, but we must first ensure our own survival. Chun Qian added, although inter-district chat functions have been enabled, cross-server trading remains inactive. Even if we find our families, we can offer them little assistance. Chun Qian asserted, our most pressing concern is to seek opportunities to unite. He concluded, strength in numbers breeds greater hope for survival. Zhang San cautioned, while that is true, we must not forget the lessons learned from other districts. He remarked, it is easy to speak of unity, but what if someone harbors ill intentions? How can we guard against those who might lure others into danger? Zhang San pondered, who knows if aching of Myanmar might emerge among us? Chun Qian acknowledged, it is inevitable that such occurrences cannot be completely avoided. We must at least mention this in the chat channel before forming alliances. As long as people remain. Chun Ziwei questioned, what does being present prove? Perhaps they are being coerced into deceit. Chun Qian, it is not entirely impossible, which complicates matters. Li Dainyu, I say, what makes this so difficult? Zhang San, if it's not difficult, then why don't you propose a solution? Li Dainyu, you should listen carefully. In the entire 1024 district, who possesses greater prowess than my boss. Since we are to seek a powerful ally, why not choose the mightiest? Your trifling efforts will surely be disregarded by my boss. Zhang San. After all this talk, who exactly is your boss, to speak so grandly? Li Daniu, need you even ask? It is, of course, Lord Dingjiu. Chun Qian. Since when did you acknowledge him as your boss? We were completely unaware. Li Daniu. I'm merely emulating my boss's subtlety. One cannot proclaim allegiance to a leader while broadcasting it everywhere. Can they? That would be quite embarrassing, haha. The crowd is left speechless. You certainly do not seem so subtle now. Chun Qian. Ahem, Daniu. Congratulations on achieving your desire. Li Daniu. Chun Qian. Well then, what you just said holds considerable merit. Lord Jiu would not covet our meager possessions, but would he be inclined to take us in? Based on his past conduct towards Ding Jiu, I doubt he would. Li Daniu scratched his head. I must consult the boss on this. Li Daniu Ding Jiu. Boss, are you there? Ding Jiu Li Daniu, what is it? Li Daniu Ding Jiu. Have you been following the chat channel? We were just discussing whose residence to visit. Ding Jiu, of course, would not admit to having just eavesdropped, feigning ignorance. Venturing out in this cold is perilous indeed. Li Daniu. Risk is unavoidable. Compared to remaining alone at home in fear, seeking out allies is a viable means of survival. Ding Jiu. That reasoning is not without merit. Have you decided whose house to visit? Li Daniu. I propose we go to your place, boss. Only you possess the requisite stature. However, Brother Chun fears you may not consent, so I am here to ascertain your opinion first. Ding Jiu. I must confess I do not agree. Li Daniu. May I inquire why? Ding Jiu. Human intentions are inscrutable. If too many gather, what will happen to my supplies? Though I am formidable, I lack the capacity to confront the entire district single-handedly. Li Daniu. Well. Li Daniu scratched his head once more. Chapter 65. Trading for Intermediate Intelligence Fruits. Just as I closed the private message with Li Daniu, Chu Yoshue reached out once more, diving straight into the matter at hand. Chu Yoshue, do you have any better thermal clothing? Ding Jiu. Indeed, I have some. Even if you hadn't inquired, I would still possess them, though the price might not be particularly appealing. Chu Yoshue pursed her lips, aware that this scoundrel would not offer anything without a catch. Chu Yoshue, I possess an intermediate intelligence fruit, and I wish to barter it in exchange for 5 sets of suitable thermal clothing, 500 iron arrows, and 5 steel weapons. Ding Jiu, where did you acquire an intermediate intelligence fruit? Chu Yoshue, I acquired it at the cost of my life. To obtain it, my best friend sacrificed an arm and nearly lost her life. Ding Jiu, well, that is indeed quite tragic. Ding Jiu, however, that does not entitle you to make demands of me. You believe you can exchange 1 intermediate intelligence fruit for such a multitude of items? Have you lost your senses? Chu Yoshue, but this is an intermediate intelligence fruit, which can augment intelligence by 10 points. Ding Jiu, yet, could I not simply consume 5 primary intelligence fruits to achieve the same effect? Do you think I am unaware of the consumption limit for primary fruits? How dare you attempt to deceive me? Ding Jiu's lips twitched, surprised that Chu Yoshue was aware of such details. Yet, how did she come to know? Even with her considerable strength, it seemed implausible that she could procure 10 primary special fruits in such a brief span, especially of the same variety. Chu Yoshue, people from across the servers have stated that each individual can consume a maximum of 10 primary special fruits of any type. Exceeding this limit yields no further attribute enhancement, necessitating the consumption of intermediate special fruits. It appears the information stemmed from across the servers. Had they not been so talkative, Chu Yoshue would not have suddenly become so astute. Alas, what a splendid tool she could have been now lost. Ding Jiu mused internally. Cough. Even so, this does not imply that 1 intermediate intelligence fruit is worth such a price. Ding Jiu, I have yet to fully consume even the primary ones. No matter how good the intermediate fruits are, I simply cannot afford them at this exorbitant price. Chu Yoshue, can you truly blame me? When I purchased your leather armor, you claimed it would provide warmth, yet the very next day, it failed as the temperature plummeted. Ding Jiu, did you not inquire whether it would keep you warm upon purchase? Chu Yoshue, I did, but... Ding Jiu, then it is rather unfortunate. Was it my doing that the temperature dropped the following day? Certainly not. Is it fair to hold me accountable for this? Surely not. Chu Yoshua. Then I demand a refund. Dingjio. I'm afraid once a transaction is made, there are no refunds. I do not offer a 7-day no-reason return policy. Chu Yoshua, what are we to do? Without thermal clothing, how can the 5 of us sisters meet? You cannot simply turn a blind eye to our plight. Dingjio, you could always increase your offer. If you were to add a little something more, considering our numerous transactions, I might just agree. Chu Yoshua. Haven Tea, we sold you all our valuable items? In this dreadful weather, we cannot even venture outside to procure new treasures for you. Upon hearing these words, Dingjio found them to be quite reasonable. However, he believed that it was impossible for anything to be inexpensive. Such a notion was utterly unattainable in his lifetime. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, how about this? I can offer you a rental service. You may borrow a mid-level intelligence fruit for 1 day. And after that day, you must return it to me. Chu Yoshue retorted, my mid-level intelligence fruit was obtained by my best friend at the cost of her life. And you think you could deceive me with a day's rental? Do you think our deep bond has been cast aside so easily? Dingjio replied bluntly. What deep bond are you even talking about? Chu Yoshua shot back, with your straightforward demeanor. You should be wary of remaining single for life. Dingjio calmly responded, as if you have a boyfriend. Chu Yoshua's face flushed crimson. Although I don't have a boyfriend, the line of men pursuing me stretches from the school gate to the girls' dormitory. Dingjio pointed out, yet you still remain unattached. Fustet, Jujus et Galim. My lack of a boyfriend is due to my own choice, whereas your singleness stems from your inability to attract anyone. That is a significant difference. Dingjio replied, an explanation is merely a guise, and that guise reveals you have no boyfriend. Chu Yoshua, exasperated, cried out, you are infuriating. I challenge you to a face-to-face duel. Dingjio smirked, then provide your coordinates. I wonder who will end up besting whom. Chu Yoshua felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. She had never encountered such a blunt individual. Could he not yield, even a little? Were it not for the hopes of her entire village resting on her shoulders, she would have severed ties with Dingjio long ago. Chu Yoshua declared, 1 day is absolutely insufficient. That would put me at a severe disadvantage. Dingjio proposed. How about 2 days then? Chu Yoshua retorted, get lost. Dingjio continued, all right, if you don't wish to rent, then you may consider purchasing it. This mid-level intelligence fruit will serve as a deposit. As long as you can procure 2 more within 3 days, we are in business. Jujus et Galim. 1 fruit nearly cost my best friend's life, and you expect me to acquire 2 more? If you wish for my demise, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Dingjio replied, oh, you are underestimating my intentions. Why would I wish for your death? If your team were to unite, surely you could handle a single beast. Chu Yoshua huffed. If only you knew the immense sacrifice my best friend made to slay that beast, you would understand my sentiments. Dingjio encouraged, please begin your performance. Chu Yoshua ground her teeth in frustration. Why does that sound so disconcerting? She continued, my best friend sacrificed an arm, and she also lost nearly half of her home. She added, had it not been for the stone walls and the stone house that bought her some time, she might have been devoured by that beast long ago. Dingjio raised an eyebrow, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Isn't that the dilapidated stone house that Catwoman Annie and her group encountered? It must have been destroyed by the beast. Jujus into that, hey, I've been speaking for quite some time now. Do you not possess a shred of sympathy? It's a shame that everyone regards you as a hero in our district. Dingjio awkwardly confessed, actually, I am not fond of beef. Chu Yoshua retorted, oh, Dingjio, didn't T9 years of compulsory education teach you to act like a decent person? Do you not have an ounce of the socialist guiding principles left? Dingjio, if you find the intermediate fruit too perilous and difficult to procure, you may also offer that beast carcass as compensation. By the way, what manner of beast is it precisely? Chu Yoshua is a forest snow deer, quite a sight to behold, though somewhat fierce in nature. Dingjio, the forest snow deer is splendid. It nourishes both yin and yang, enhancing beauty and complexion. Let's agree on this. Chu Yoshua, that will not suffice. I can offer you no more than half, and we must retain the magic core of the forest snow deer for ourselves. You may only have the venison. Dingjio. In that case, I shall also require half of the deer's blood. Chuyoshua. Huh. Shall I also provide you with the deer's hide? Dingjio. If you do not give it to me, do you intend to keep it for yourselves? Surely not. Could it be that you? Juzus. Nonsense. Be careful not to suffocate yourself with such thoughts. Dingjio. You need not concern yourself with that. What a jest. At this moment, not only do I fear suffocation, but I'm also anxious that it may not suffice to replenish my vitality. Chapter 66. A joyous meal of dumplings. Intermediate intelligence fruit. Quality. Green. Effect. Slightly increases intelligence attributes upon consumption. This enhancement in intellect is suitable for numerous individuals. However, the mermaid Margaret, serving as a healer, undoubtedly takes precedence. Dingjio decided to hold on to it for now, intending to present it to her upon her return. As for the half-carcass of the forest snow deer, it was, to be frank, reminiscent of his initial experience with wild wolf meat, uneven and unappealing, with either bits of skin clinging to the meat or vice versa. It was far from appetizing. Nevertheless, the quantity was substantial. There were 7 large pieces, each weighing between 60 and 70 pounds, totaling over 400 pounds. Most importantly, this forest snow deer meat lacked the usual gamey odor associated with ordinary beasts, instead exuding a delightful fragrance reminiscent of grass and woodlands. The scent of the iron bucket filled with deer blood was particularly potent, evoking a sense of being enveloped in a primordial forest, rich with the aromas of leaves and moss. Dingjio found himself increasingly enchanted by the scent, while simultaneously lamenting the waste of such a splendid natural air freshener, now tragically slain. How fortunate it would have been had he encountered it alive. He would have surely captured it and kept it in his pet house. Master, when shall we commence our lunch? The several hundred pounds of forest snow deer meat not only captivated Dingjio, but also stirred anticipation in the keen-nosed Ashaga. I shall prepare it immediately. For lunch today, we shall have black pepper venison fillet, scallion stir-fried venison tenderloin, steamed venison ribs, and braised venison legs. Dingjio watched as each dish name he announced made the catgirl Annie and the harpy Edith unable to suppress their saliva. Were it not for their current tasks, they would have rushed over to supervise his cooking. Deep bonds can lead to a swift indulgence. It was now the 9th day since Dingjio arrived in this survival world, and the 8th day of the treasure chest system cycle. The count of wooden treasure chests had reached 256 in just 1 second. In a day, that equates to 22, 118, 400 chests, over 20 million. Even if exchanged for 100 consecutive openings of black iron chests, that would amount to more than 20 times, adding in the over 10 million saved from previous days. It was an abundance that could never be exhausted. In light of such joyous circumstances, Dingjio decided to treat himself to a grand feast of dumplings, especially since he had opened so much flour without utilizing it even once. Ashaga, Edith, please set aside your task for now and come help me make venison dumplings. Master, what are dumplings? What do they taste like? Are they delicious? Asked the curious rabbit girl Ashaga. Is that even a question? As the saying goes, nothing is more delectable than dumplings, and nothing is more entertaining than a sister. Ahem. Dumplings are a traditional dish from my homeland, crafted by encasing filling within a layer of dough. But do not be misled by its simplicity. The preparation is far from easy. They can be steamed, pan-fried, boiled, or even deep-fried, depending on personal preference. As for the taste, Dingjio wiped the corner of his mouth. It is undeniably exquisite. He pondered the 3 women and 2 beasts still hunting outside. If they were to discover he was indulging alone, it would surely incite chaos. After some contemplation, I decided to include their share as well. Consequently, the quantity of dumplings to be prepared increased significantly. However, with Dingjio having consumed a plentiful amount of the primary special fruit, his strength has more than tripled compared to before his journey. Coupled with the formidable assistance of Ashaga and Edith in the kitchen, preparing a mere 100 servings of dumplings became a trivial task. Ashaga, you shall knead the dough. Edith, you will chop the meat filling. After all, great strength yields miraculous results when speed and power are sufficiently wild. The dough kneaded and the meat filling chopped will naturally possess an extraordinary texture. After guiding the two women a couple of times, Dingjio confidently entrusted the task to them. As for himself, he busied himself with concocting the soul-enhancing sauce for the dumpling filling and the dipping sauces. To accentuate the unique herbal aroma of the forest deer meat, he incorporated finely ground mint leaves into the seasoning. The refreshing combination resonated with the essence of nature, reminiscent of morning dew illuminated by the first rays of sunlight, vibrant and invigorating like a gentle spring breeze. In addition, he prepared an array of dipping sauces, including spicy, tangy, scallion, and ginger garlic flavors. If these dumplings did not explode with flavor, he would gladly reverse his name. While the two women were busy chopping and kneading, Dingjio began to prepare a few simple stir-fry dishes previously mentioned, given that there were only 3 of them and dumplings as the main course. The quantities of these dishes were modest, around 20 or 30 pounds to satisfy their cravings. After just over 2 hours, the 2,000 dumplings were all wrapped up. At the request of the two women, Dingjio steamed 10 baskets of dumplings, pan-fried 10 baskets, deep-fried 10 baskets, and boiled 10 baskets, filling the entire house with the enticing aroma of dumplings. As the last dish was served, the ever-eager Ashaga promptly placed a steamed dumpling into Dingjio's bowl and began to feast. Oh my, this is absolutely delicious. I feel like my tongue might just melt away. Master, can we have dumplings often in the future? They're simply too delectable. Of course. Since you both have learned the preparation steps, just leave the cooking to me after you wrap them. The two women had not acquired the culinary skills, so that final step was essential for him to handle. As for creating an automatic dumpling cooker akin to an oven, it was not out of the question, but it warranted further exploration. Ah, master, this dark dish is also incredibly tasty, fragrant, spicy, and with a hint of charred flavor. How intriguing. That is black pepper deer fillet. The meat is tender and best suited for stir-frying. The crushed black pepper enhances the aroma and adds a piquant kick that invigorates the unique freshness of the deer fillet. How profound. And what about this one? It has a sweet, refreshing taste. That is braised deer leg. Given that deer leg meat is relatively firm, it requires prolonged simmering to become tender and flavorful. Thus, I chose the braising method incorporating cane sugar. I never realized cooking held such depth of knowledge. I feel overwhelmed. Haha, that must be a sign of a lack of understanding. Here, drink a bowl of deer blood soup to replenish yourself. Just as they were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Amidst the sounds of howling wolves and roaring tigers, it seemed that the hunters had returned from their expedition. The 3 women and 2 beasts were no ordinary beings. After a prolonged absence, the tantalizing aroma of dumplings wafted through the air, captivating their senses. Their eyes widened in delight. The cat girl Annie, a true gourmand, transformed into a lively little wildcat, dashing in with swift, eager steps. Master, how could you indulge in such a feast without us? This is utterly unfair, Meow. Dingjio rose with a smile, gently ruffling her fluffy head. Fear not, for I have prepared your share long ago. I shall serve it to you shortly. Make it quick, Meow. How was the hunt today? Did anyone sustain injuries? Dingjio inquired while boiling the dumplings. The catch was rather meager, Meow. I suggested we venture further afield. Yet Margaret insisted that we are not in dire need of food at the moment, so there is no urgency to take such risks. Margaret is indeed correct. We currently have no shortage of provisions, and it is wise not to embark on perilous journeys. Master, we have returned. How roar, welcome home. Please, take a seat and enjoy a bowl of deer blood soup. The boiled dumplings will be ready shortly. Chapter 67. Establishing the survivor base. The protagonist, Dumpling, is truly delightful. There are still some unfinished dumplings on the table, and the cat girl Annie, unreservedly, reaches for one and starts to devour it. The rich flavor of the vegetables, the refreshing essence of mint, and the spicy dipping sauce instantly captivate Annie, the little feline. Her head spins, and her mouth does not cease its delightful munching. This time, without needing Dingjio to explain, the rabbit girl Asha embellishes the knowledge she has just learned. The 3 girls and 2 beasts listen, momentarily stunned, even slowing their hands that were reaching for the dumplings. Seeing the beloved hometown delicacy so well received in this foreign world, Ding Jiao, who is frying dumplings, feels an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him, invigorating him with boundless energy. While Ding Jiao and the others enjoy their lively dumpling feast, the others in Zone 1024 are fervently discussing the matter of unification. After learning of Ding Jiao's decision from Li Daniu, they are left to choose among themselves. The intellectually astute and helpful Chun Xian, alongside the well-known and experienced Ma Taoba, become natural candidates. However, each has their own supporters and fails to achieve the unanimous confidence that Ding Jiao commanded. Thus, after much argument, no one is willing to yield. I only trust Brother Chun and will follow him. I admit Chun Xian is a good person, but in this apocalypse, good people don't tend to last long. I believe someone like Ma Taoba, a big boss, would be more suitable as our leader. If that's the case, why don't you go support Zhang Dehai and his lot? They're bad enough. Associating with them? I'd be sold and then have to count the money for them. I vote for Brother Chun. I vote for Tung Kengqian. Well, I'm sticking with Ma Taoba. Beautiful Chu, what do you think? Chu Yushue, don't look at me. I have my own team. Zhang San, beautiful Chu, do you need more people? I'd like to join. Chu Yushue, no, I only recruit women. Zhang San, I can cross-dress. Chu Yushue, get lost. Zhang San, all right then. Chu Yushue, actually, you all need not argue. The level 2 house is only so large. Even if we split it into 2 floors and fill the yard, it could accommodate at most 100 people. What is the point of your squabbling? Beautiful Chu is so clever. Although a few behind the scenes had not spoken up, they were watching Chu Yushue's remarks with keen interest. At that moment, they realized they had been somewhat lost in the matter, failing to consider such a straightforward issue. Ultimately, they decided to maintain the status quo and establish their own survivor bases. Chun Xian S Free Alliance, Ma Taoba S Ma Taoba Merchant Guild, Tung Kengqian S Penguin Alliance. Each of these is a large group exceeding 100 members. Just as Chu Yushua pointed out, such a multitude is sufficient to overflow a level 2 house. There is no need to rush to add newcomers. Li Daniu, after all this arguing, have you figured out how to unify? The weather is changing daily. We don't want to freeze to death before finding anyone. Zhang San, and what about you? Do you plan to seek refuge with Master Jiao? Li Daniu, I would like to, but it seems that 9th Master has no such intention, so I can only continue living alone. Zhang San, have you never considered taking someone in? Li Daniu, I am but a subordinate myself. Who am I to recruit? I would never betray 9th Master. Zhang San, who said anything about betraying 9th Master? Have you not seen Young and Dangerous? Even under the leadership of Jiang Tiansheng, there are 12 Hall Masters, each with their own subordinates. This is quite normal, you know. Li Daniu, what are you trying to say? Do you wish to align with my leader? Zhang San, ahem. Is that not perfectly reasonable? Who in the entire 1024 district would not want to be associated with 9th Master? I wonder what stroke of luck you stumbled upon to be chosen as a subordinate by 9th Master. Li Daniu, I'm digging my nose. Li Daniu, don't think I'm unaware. You were the one who criticized me the most back then, calling me a sycophant, merely kneeling before 9th Master. Zhang San, I did not. That was not me. Do not speak falsely. Zhang San, now I remember. There was indeed someone, but it was not me. It was that rascal Zhang Dehai. You must be mistaken. Li Daniu, digging my nose. Zhang San, look, others are beginning to genuinely unite. If we remain solitary, we will suffer losses. Li Daniu, I have a leader. Who am I to fear? Zhang San, you say he is your leader, but if you must trouble him for everything, what use is he to you? Are you the leader, or is 9th Master? Li Daniu. Zhang San, therefore, you ought to recruit more individuals. This will enable you to serve 9th Master better. Li Daniu, your tongue is as sharp as ever, Zhang San, and I concede I have been swayed by your words. However, I must consult my leader first. Unless he consents, your arguments are of no consequence. Zhang San, of course. That is essential. Upon receiving a private message from Li Daniu, Ding Jiao initially feared something was amiss. After reading, he realized that Li Daniu wished to establish a survivor base akin to Chun Xian and the others. Ding Jiao, what prompted this idea? Li Daniu was entirely forthright, recounting Zhang San's proposition in full. Ding Jiao pondered and asked, Do you believe you can effectively manage a survivor base? Are you not concerned about being usurped? Lidaniu. Heh. Isn't that why I have a leader? If trouble arises, surely you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Zhang San rolled his eyes. Do you think I can teleport? Lidaniu. That is fine. As long as you help me avenge any grievances afterward, I'm content. Ding Jiu. Since you have expressed it so, then go ahead. However, I shall not extend any assistance. Whether you can establish the survivor base depends on your capabilities. Lidaniu. I assure you I will complete the task. By the way, 662-73 are the coordinates of my residence. You are always welcome to visit. Zhang San. So, did Ninth Master agree? Lidaniu. The leader has consented, but he also stated that he would not provide us with any assistance. Zhang San. While it is somewhat regrettable, just the name of Ninth Master is sufficient for us to draw genuine support. Lidaniu, I must say, I have yet to agree to your joining. Zhang San. There is no need for formality between us. No need to ask, I shall join. Lidaniu, your audacity is quite remarkable. Zhang San. Thank you. Lidaniu. Middle finger Zhang San. Sunglasses emoji Lidaniu. Eye poking emoji Zhang San. I shall shield myself. Lidaniu. Both hands covering eyes Zhang San. Zhang San. All right, enough with the meme battle. It's time to seriously consider a name for our team. Lidaniu. How about calling it the Ninth Master S branch? Zhang San. Be cautious. If the Ninth Master finds out, he might take offense. Lidaniu. Then perhaps the Ninth Master S base will suffice. Zhang San. Must you persist with the name of the Ninth Master? Can we not choose something more imposing? Like the World Association. Lidaniu. Though I am but a farmer, I have seen the tales of valor. To adopt such an ominous name. Do you wish for our lives to be short-lived? Zhang San. You have a point. Let us ponder further. Chapter 68. Opening a silver treasure chest after satisfying his thirst, Ding Jiu began to tally the harvest of the hunting team. They had only managed to hunt 5 beasts, totaling a mere 1,300 pounds, a stark contrast to the tens of thousands they had previously acquired. Not a single magical beast had been encountered. However, they did gather 18 primary fruits. Excluding the 3 that enhanced physical attributes, the remaining fruits were all given to the cat girl Annie, bringing her nearly to full capacity in all primary fruit attributes. As for Lisa, the 3 physical attribute fruits were designated for her consumption. To Ding Jiu's surprise, the fox girl Lisa declined. Why not? Don't you wish to grow stronger? Ding Jiu inquired, perplexed. Lisa calmly explained, of course I do, but I believe that De Huang is more suited to them. Why is that? Ding Jiu pressed further. With a steady tone, Lisa responded, I utilize a crossbow, which allows me to attack without needing to be close to my target. In contrast, De Huang and the others require proximity to strike. The sooner they enhance their strength, the more beneficial it will be for both us and them. Ding Jiu acknowledged her reasoning, but added, do you know why I prioritized you for the attribute fruits? Lisa furrowed her brow in confusion and shook her head. Ding Jiu, not one to keep her in suspense, revealed, it is because you are capable of job advancement. Lisa's interest peaked as she asked, are you suggesting that I could have a combat profession like Margaret and Edith? Ding Jiu nodded precisely. But such advancements come with strength requirements. One must reach certain attribute thresholds to succeed. Lisa likiti noted, ise. But I still believe it would be more advantageous for De Huang and the others to consume them first. And if we can advance our strength to attain combat professions, might it be possible for De Huang and the others to evolve into battle pets? Ding Jiu responded, battle pets? Are you referring to creatures akin to magical beasts? While that is not out of the realm of possibility, I currently do not know how to facilitate their evolution. Lisa suggested, then let us enhance their strength first. After all, there is no harm in doing so. Very well, Ding Jiu conceded. Since you are willing, we shall proceed as you suggest. He glanced at Little Gray and then at De Huang. Theoretically, it would be best for De Huang to consume the fruits, as he was the king of beasts. However, Little Gray had been the first to join him, and had sacrificed much for their family. Leaving him out would surely hurt his feelings. With a sudden inspiration, Ding Jiu presented a physical attribute fruit to Lisa under her puzzled gaze. Then it was time for Little Gray and De Huang to partake. Each would receive one. Fairness was paramount, and no one could accuse him of favoritism. Howl! Roar! Go ahead, enjoy, he declared, distributing the fruits. He restrained Lisa, who seemed ready to speak again. Turning his attention to the mermaid Margaret, he extended his hand, revealing a deep blue fruit. It resembled a primary intelligence fruit, yet its color was richer and its aroma more enticing. Margaret licked her lips and asked, "Master, Haven tea, I already consumed my fill of fruits. Why do you offer me another?" "Alas, I cannot consume any more. You may give it to someone else," the mermaid, Margaret, declared. Dingji remarked, "What are you thinking? This is an intermediate intelligence fruit. The limitations of the primary fruit do not apply to it. Do eat it." Margaret blinked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she hesitated to say, "Am I to be the one to eat it first again? Might that be inappropriate?" Dingji replied, "Did I not mention that you are the only healer in our party? Only by enhancing your healing capacity can we mitigate the risks we face." With a playful glance, Margaret rolled her eyes at Dingzhio. Though she understood that his reference to a healer and healing capacity was not meant in the same vein, the words still sent a flutter through her heart. Receiving the intermediate intelligence fruit from Dingzhio, she felt compelled to clarify, "Master, I must reiterate, my profession is that of a priestess, not a healer. The term healer is rather unflattering." Dingzhio waved dismissively. "I am aware. It is merely a matter of habit. I shall refrain from it in the future." Margaret countered, "You have said this before, yet I have seen no change." "Rest assured, I will make a concerted effort next time," Dingzhio assured her. The intermediate fruit was capable of enhancing attributes by 10 points. Upon consuming the fruit, Margaret's intelligence attribute surged from 89 to 99, tantalizingly close to the elusive 100. Dingzhio recalled that the planting area for today's harvest had yet to be cultivated, so he took the leftover seed of the intermediate intelligence fruit to the greenhouse. Intermediate physique fruit seed. Quality, green status, normal, requirements, intermediate planting skill. Planting area. Seeing that there were no specific requirements for the planting area, Dingzhio quietly exhaled in relief. Intermediate intelligence fruit tree. Maturity time, 15 days. Harvest count, 1-1. Current status. Lacking water, lacking fertilizer compared to the primary fruit trees. The intermediate trees not only took significantly longer to mature, but they also required several times more water and fertilizer. After pouring 2 large buckets of snowmelt and 10 units of fertilizer, Dingzhio contemplated using the primary cultivation solution to accelerate its growth. To his dismay, the application of the primary cultivation solution did not alter the growth cycle of the intermediate intelligence fruit tree in the slightest. Intermediate intelligence fruit tree. Maturity time, 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Harvest count, 1-1. Current status. Growing, he certainly did not suspect the primary cultivation solution had expired. Thus, one possibility remained. The intermediate special fruit tree required an intermediate cultivation solution for it to mature. The primary cultivation solution could only be found within bronze and black iron treasure chests. This led him to the conclusion that an intermediate cultivation solution could only be obtained from treasure chests of at least silver quality. Shall I attempt to open one? Dingzhio did not consider himself obsessive-compulsive, yet Margaret's 99 intelligence attribute was undeniably glaring. He felt an incessant itch in his heart. He could not rest until it surpassed the 100 mark. "So shall I open one?" While he hesitated vocally, his body acted with unwavering honesty. No sooner had he spoken to himself than a silver treasure chest appeared in his hands. "Let's open one." Dingzhio, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together before taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. "Ding! You have opened a silver treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained a Magic Energy Fire Tower 1, Magic Core 5, Magic Metal 10, Intermediate Cultivation Liquid 3. Ah, indeed, I am a chosen one." Upon witnessing the emergence of Intermediate Cultivation Liquid, Dingzhio burst into hearty laughter, joyously leaping around the greenhouse. Chapter 69. Almost collided with a little wildcat, alas. The master has gone mad. The sudden, maniacal laughter of Dingzhio led to a misunderstanding by the cat girl, Annie. Just as she dashed out of the room, the other 4 women and 2 beasts set aside their paintings and followed suit. They soon found Dingzhio leaping and bounding in the greenhouse, resembling a deranged individual. Master, Master, I'm here, Annie called out, just as a soft, adorable creature unexpectedly joined Ding Geo midair. This was of little consequence. The problem arose when the anxious little wild cat surged forward at an astonishing speed. With no means to absorb the impact while suspended in midair, Ding Geo, along with the cat, was sent flying. Fortunately, the greenhouse had been upgraded, no longer merely a flimsy plastic cover, which cushioned their fall. However, this mishap caused significant damage to the greenhouse structure. Ding Geo, having acted as a cushion for both, felt a sharp pain searing through his back. Master, Master, are you all right? Please don't scare me, Annie pleaded. Annie, calm down. Your panic will only frighten the master further. Seeing Ding Geo roll his eyes, the mermaid, Margaret, quickly lifted the cat girl Annie, who was anxiously shaking Ding Geo's shoulders. She also remembered to cast a healing spell on Ding Geo. The familiar warmth not only alleviating the pain in his back, but also replenishing his energy from the previous night. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a myriad of concerned gazes. Master, I'm so sorry. I acted too impulsively, Annie lamented, realizing she had inadvertently harmed Ding Geo. Her once lively ears drooped in dismay. It would be a lie to say Ding Geo wasn't upset, having traversed so many days in this world. It was indeed his first experience of injury. Yet, witnessing Annie's pitifully cute demeanor as she bowed her head in apology, the anger that had initially surged within him began to dissipate. I'll let go. She is my little one. What more can I say? Ding Geo sighed, affectionately ruffling the little wildcat's head before adding, This time I'll let it slide, but you must refrain from such impulsive actions in the future, or else. Master, meow, meow, meow. Annie's face brightened instantly, joyfully embracing Ding Geo once more, though this time she moderated her strength, hanging on to him without letting go. With no choice, Ding Geo wrapped his arms around her. Master, did something good happen? You seem so cheerful, inquired the fairy, Edith, with curiosity. Indeed, Master. Your laughter could be heard all the way to the other room, added Margaret, the mermaid. Ding Geo felt his face flush at their inquiries. However, he was not one to be easily embarrassed and promptly replied, I encountered a bit of good fortune. You'll soon see what it is. With that, Ding Geo produced a bottle of intermediate growth liquid and poured it onto the designated spot for the intermediate intelligence fruit seed. Soon, the onlookers beheld a small, grass-like plant breaking through the soil, growing steadily until it reached approximately 10 centimeters in height before halting. Master, could this be? Indeed, it is the fruit tree that sprouted from the intermediate intelligence seed I just planted. Remarkably, its growth is astonishingly rapid, breaking through the soil in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were astounded. Ding Geo remarked, of course, it cannot grow that quickly. It is due to my investment. The women appeared bewildered. You could spend money on planting? With a flourish, he continued. Using intermediate nutrient solution, it breaks ground in just 3 seconds, resilient against flooding, drought, and lodging. Slow growth? With intermediate nutrient solution, it bears fruit in 5 seconds, the branches bending under the weight of the bountiful harvest. Long cycles? With intermediate nutrient solution, it can be harvested in 10 seconds, turning everyone into experts in an instant. Ding Geo, growing animated, even broke into a rap dance with the cat girl Annie, while the mermaid Margaret and others clearly did not grasp his humor, regarding him with expressions of disbelief. They thought to themselves, has our master lost his mind? An awkward silence ensued. After his rap, Ding Geo noticed the peculiar atmosphere and realized he had perhaps gotten a bit carried away. He felt an urge to traverse time once more. Clearing his throat, he said, Is the intermediate nutrient solution truly that remarkable? The winged Edith broke the tension with a question. Ding Geo, ceasing his fidgeting, replied in a composed tone, Absolutely, allow me to demonstrate once more. He opened the sapling panel. Intermediate intelligence fruit tree. Maturity time, 11 days, 23 hours, 37 minutes. Harvest count, 1-1. Current status, severely lacking water for minutes. 12 seconds. To his astonishment, the nutrient solution had reduced the growing period by 3 days. This was an unexpected delight. However, it was also the first time Ding Geo had encountered the status of severely lacking water. He dared not gamble on what might happen when the countdown expired. promptly retrieving snow water to irrigate it. He poured a total of 5 buckets before alleviating the drought condition. Intermediate intelligence, fruit tree. Maturity time, 11 days, 23 hours. 37 minutes, harvest count, 1-1, current status. Severely lacking nutrients. Conversely, the status shifted to severely lacking nutrients. There was no countdown, so Ding Jiao took his time, applying the nutrients gradually. Upon reaching the 20th application, the maturity time finally began to fluctuate. Ding Jiao eagerly accepted the intermediate nutrient solution from the winged Edith and poured it onto the tree. What followed was a miraculous sight. The once 10-centimeter sapling visibly surged in growth. The women instinctively held their breath, anxiously watching. 11 centimeters, 12 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 25 centimeters, 32 centimeters, until it reached 40 centimeters, its branches and leaves adorned in a delicate azure hue, utterly enchanting. The growth rate is astonishing, Margaret, the mermaid, exclaimed with awe. Master, this intermediate nutrient solution must be exceedingly rare, Edith expressed, her face radiating admiration. Will you continue, Master? The rabbit girl Asha's eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a luminous glow. Master, is it possible for us to cultivate this intermediate nurturing solution ourselves? Inquired the fox girl Lisa with eager anticipation. The intermediate nurturing solution can only be obtained from silver-grade treasure chests or higher, making it exceedingly rare. As for self-cultivation, unless we have companions with a profession akin to that of an apothecary, it remains an elusive dream. As Ding Jiao explained, he diligently watered and fertilized the seedlings. Using the same quantities as before, 5 buckets of snow water and 20 portions of fertilizer. Currently, only 1 bottle of the intermediate nurturing solution remained, and to hasten the growth of the intermediate intelligent seedlings, 2 more bottles would be required. It seemed that opening another silver treasure chest was the only option. Upon this realization, Ding Jiao felt a slight flush of embarrassment. He had just declared that only 1 chest would be opened. Who would have thought the situation would turn so swiftly? Fortunately, this matter was known only to him, or else he would face further humiliation. Chapter 70. Everything is excellent. Yet I reluctantly reject the gambler's system. I yearn to synthesize a silver treasure chest. Reminder, you have consumed 1 million wooden treasure chests to synthesize 1 silver treasure chest. With merely 1 silver treasure chest in hand, Ding Jiao would certainly not employ his mental faculties to access the system as repository. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a silver treasure chest, the curious women gathered around, intrigued by the sight of such a high-tier chest for the first time. Is this truly a silver treasure chest? Its shimmering silver hue is far more aesthetically pleasing than the wooden chests. Master, do open it and reveal its contents. I shall proceed. Ding Jiao inhaled deeply, extending his hand to gently rest upon the latch. With a soft click, the silver treasure chest swung open, and an array of items materialized before the assembled crowd. Among them were a magic energy blade resembling a large sword, a magic core, a semi-transparent defensive barrier, and seeds of magical grass the size of rice grains, among others. To the mermaid Margaret and her companions, these appeared to be splendid treasures. Yet, Ding Jiao's heart yearned solely for the intermediate cultivation fluid. However, after surveying the items, he found not a single vial. Damn it! Is this prompting me to open another? As he hesitated on whether to exchange for another silver treasure chest, Margaret and her companions had already begun examining the various treasures. Small defensive barrier, quality, blue, durability, 5,000, energy 100 000 100 000, range 1,000 - 10,000, description, can be recharged using magic cores. This small defensive barrier can even adjust its protective area. How convenient, exclaimed the fox girl Lisa, embracing a metallic cylinder taller than herself. What you possess pales in comparison. My battle blade is far superior. Not only does it boast an attack power of 800, but it also inflicts a wind blade cutting effect upon striking. Had I wielded this weapon against the Earth Demon Bull, I could have severed its head with a single blow. Magic energy blade, quality, blue, attack power, 800, energy, 100 special effect, Wind blade cutting. Each use consumes 10 energy points. If energy is below 10 points, activation is impossible. Energy can be restored using magic cores. I have these magical grass seeds the rabbit girl Ashaga intended to contribute her thoughts. But recalling Ding Jio's earlier comments, she fell silent. All right, without an apothecary, there is little use in cultivating them. Master, what troubles you? Your expression appears quite dismal. The angelic Edith, as always, reached out to cradle the small cat that clung to Ding Jio. It's nothing. Ding Jio shook his head, offering a bunch of bananas before promptly exchanging for another silver treasure chest. This time, however, he refrained from any further delay and opened it immediately. Ding, you have opened a silver treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained an Assassin Class Transition Scroll 1, a Stealth Skill Book 1, Poisonous Dagger 2. Magic Cores 5. The contents of this silver treasure chest surpassed those of any he had previously encountered. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is a gathering of assassins. However, due to the failure to procure the intermediate cultivation fluid that Ding Jio desired, his emotions were somewhat conflicted, torn between joy and disappointment. Alas, there is even a transfer scroll available this time. Master, your luck is simply extraordinary, exclaimed the fox girl, Lisa, in a fit of excitement. What profession does the transfer scroll pertain to? Inquired the mermaid, Margaret, with urgency. Let me see, it is for the assassin profession, requiring the transferee to possess at least 50 points in agility, 30 points in strength, and 25 points in constitution, Lisa stated while examining it closely. Assassin Transfer Scroll Durability 1-1. Requirements: Agility 50, Strength 30, Constitution 25. Description: upon usage by those who meet the requirements, the scroll will instantly facilitate the transition to the assassin profession and randomly grant one basic skill of the assassin class. Upon hearing this, the mermaid Margaret shifted her gaze to the cat girl, Annie, nestled in the arms of the feathered being, Edith. Annie, do your current attributes meet this requirement? Me? The cat girl, taken aback by the sudden inquiry while munching on a banana, blinked in confusion. What were you talking about just now, Meow? Lisa rolled her eyes in exasperation, but reiterated the earlier conversation. As Annie listened, she compared her attributes on the panel, nodding occasionally, then shaking her head intermittently. Annie, race, catfolk, attributes, strength 2810, constitution 3320, intelligence 16.8, agility 43.6. All other attributes met the criteria, except for agility, which fell short by a single point. Just 1 point? How unfortunate. What are you worried about? Our master is here, with so many basic fruit trees around. It would be easy to hasten the ripening of one, exclaimed Annie. Master. Annie's agility is just 1 point short of meeting the transfer requirements for an assassin. Do you think? Oh, just 1 point in agility? Then let us go hasten a basic agility fruit tree, Ding Jio replied, noting that he still had plenty of basic cultivation fluids in his backpack. It's merely a matter of hastening a basic agility fruit tree. There is no problem at all. The emphasis should be on the intermediate cultivation fluid, and intermediate cultivation fluid. It could be 1 or 2, but certainly not 3. Perhaps it was due to his earlier arrogance and pride that he inadvertently offended some divine entity. Just moments ago, he had failed to obtain the desired items twice in succession. Although he still possessed a fair number of treasure chests, an odd sense of unease lingered within him, as if mocking him with the notion that no matter how many he opened, he would never acquire the coveted intermediate cultivation fluid. Could he tolerate this? Stubbornly, he exchanged for another silver treasure chest. Just as he was about to open this silver chest, Margaret timely roused him from his reverie. Recalling how close he had come to becoming a reckless gambler, Ding Jio broke into a cold sweat. That was close. I almost opened all the treasure chests in the warehouse. Edith, you open this silver treasure chest. I'm going to find a basic agility fruit tree to hasten. Chapter 71. Intelligence Surpassing 100. The mermaid's sister discovers a new skill after handing over the silver treasure chest to Edith. Ding Jio felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, as I've always asserted, gambling is detrimental. There is nothing inherently wrong with opening treasure chests. Even converting all my reserves into silver-grade items would not pose an issue. The true folly lies in the desire to show off. How foolish of me. In a bid to impress a group of bestiared girls, I nearly lost my sanity. Such treachery! Exhaling deeply, Ding Jiu sought out a nearby beginner agility fruit tree. Thanks to the dual effects of intermediate planting skills and greenhouse cultivation, the fruit tree, which had only been planted yesterday, was now a mere 3 days away from maturity. Alas, due to the urgent needs of Catgirl Annie, it must be sacrificed. After a series of 4 consecutive rounds of watering, fertilizing, and applying the primary nurturing solution, 3 emerald green fruits appeared, swaying precariously on the branches. The beginner agility fruits have arrived. Annie, feel free to consume them all. However, I'm just 1 point shy of my agility attribute, meow. No worries. Your beginner fruits have not yet been fully consumed, and moving forward, any beginner fruits suitable for you will be prioritized, Ding Jiu assured her. Really? Thank you, master. Catgirl Annie quickly finished the half-eaten banana in her hand before sweetly indulging in the beginner agility fruits. Upon consuming the 3 fruits, her agility attribute surged by 6 points. Any, race, catfolk. Attributes, strength 2810, constitution 3320, intelligence 16.8, agility 4312. Now, let us try the job change. Thank you, Sister Lisa. Catgirl Annie took the assassin job change scroll, following the instructions to mentally recite the incantation. No sooner had she completed the final syllable than the scroll transformed into a swirl of black light, penetrating her body. Annie shuddered violently as a chilling aura surged from her spine to the nape of her neck. This frigid energy coursed through her blood vessels and nerves, flooding her limbs, making her feel as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She trembled uncontrollably, just as Ding Jiu and the others suspected something was amiss. A dark rune abruptly manifested on her forehead. Its emergence was as sudden as its disappearance. Before Ding Jiu could utter a word, Annie ceased her shivering, her previously icy demeanor returning to its original sweet and gentle nature. Master, I have successfully changed to the assassin class, meow. Congratulations. Ding Jiu utilized his master privileges to inspect her character panel. He discovered not only had she successfully transitioned her class, but she had also gained an additional 20 attribute points. As an assassin, it was only fitting to allocate all points to agility. Any, race, catfolk, class, assassin, attributes, strength 2810, constitution 3320, intelligence 16.8, agility 6320, skill, stealth assault, when attacking while in a state of invisibility. Speed is doubled, and critical damage is guaranteed. Fortunately, there exists a tome of invisibility within the silver treasure chest. Otherwise, the Catgirl Annie would have wasted her chance to learn the stealth assault skill upon class transition. Invisibility skill description, durability, 1-1 requirements, scout, thief, assassin. Effect, grants the target invisibility for 5 seconds, reducing movement speed by 50 while invisible. The Catgirl Annie joyfully accepted the invisibility tome handed to her by Ding Jiu, and in an instant, she mastered it. Ding Jiu promptly urged her to demonstrate. Unlike the optical invisibility he was familiar with, Catgirl Annie vanished right before his eyes in a tangible manner. Were it not for the ability to still touch her corporeal form, one might have believed she had simply ceased to exist. The foxgirl Lisa sniffed the air, expressing her regret. It's a pity it cannot completely eliminate scent. Otherwise, it would be even better. The mermaid Margaret shook her head, but that is not entirely accurate. In true combat, scents will linger in the surroundings, making it quite challenging to locate her based on that alone. The foxgirl Lisa suddenly realized. Indeed, I had overlooked that. Annie, here are 2 specialized weapons for assassins. I shall give them to you as well. Venomous dagger, quality, green attack power, 150 special effect, poisoned upon striking a target. It induces a poisoned state that lasts for 10 seconds. While the attack power is not particularly high, possessing 2 of them makes them formidable, surpassing the strength of the Earthhorn Bow, though falling short of the Arcane Blade. Upon receiving them, Catgirl Annie effortlessly twirled her wrists, making the 2 venomous daggers dance gracefully in her hands. The dark green luminescence swirled like a serpent, both enchanting and perilous. Witnessing this, Ding Jiao could not help but reminisce about his school days when he would twirl a pen to appear cool. That was a fleeting moment of his youth. Master, I apologize. I could only procure these items from the recent silver treasure chest. Please take a look. The winged Edith approached, feeling embarrassed as she presented 7 or 8 items. Aside from the ordinary provisions of food and water, only 4 items were noteworthy. 15 magic cores, 5 bottles of moonlight dew, 8 bottles of intermediate cultivation liquid, and 10 units of arcane metal. Compared to his previous finds, these were indeed lacking, which explained her sense of guilt. Yet, upon seeing the gleaming 8 bottles of intermediate cultivation liquid, Ding Jiao felt a pang of melancholy as well. It seemed he had been exceedingly fortunate earlier. How had he not opened any intermediate cultivation liquid until now? We currently have numerous weapons and structures that require magic cores, and your ability to obtain 15 at once is truly a significant boon. Moreover, the Moonlight Dew is a lifesaver. Acquiring 5 bottles is a stroke of luck that rivals my own. Really? The winged Edith's spirits lifted somewhat. Absolutely. Now, let us hasten to mature the intermediate intelligence fruit tree. Ding Jiao gently grasped the delicate hand of the fairy Edith and returned to the mid-level intelligence fruit tree. Following the previous method, he repeated the process 3 times, allowing the tree to undergo the entire cycle of growth, blossoming, fruiting, and withering within a mere span of seconds. After collecting 3 mid-level intelligence fruits, Ding Jiao presented them to the mermaid Margaret. Recognizing Ding Jiao as a capable and proficient master, Margaret refrained from any objections this time and happily began to consume the fruits. Initially, it was merely anticipated to enhance her intelligence attributes. However, the final outcome astonished everyone. After Edith consumed the first mid-level intelligence fruit, her intelligence attribute immediately surged past the 100 threshold. Just as she was about to eat the second fruit, she suddenly discovered that she had passively comprehended a new skill related to the priest profession without the need for a skill book. Purification effect can eliminate all negative states from the target and grant the target immunity to all negative skills for a duration of 3 seconds. Chapter 72. A Little Cotton Garment. Seeking Lord Jiao Master, I seem to have comprehended a new skill. You have gained a new skill? Let me see. Ding Jiao swiftly opened the character panel of the mermaid, Margaret. Upon noticing an additional purification skill in the skills section, he felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "Aren't there still 2 intermediate intelligence fruits that remain uneaten? You should consume them at once." The mermaid, Margaret, deduced Ding Jiao's intention and promptly consumed the 2 fruits. However, this time, she did not acquire any new skills. Ding Jiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that the quantity of fruits consumed was insufficient? That seems unlikely. Even after consuming the initial fruits to their full capacity, no skills were acquired, which surely cannot be the reason. While Ding Jiao contemplated this matter seriously, the fox girl, Lisa, provided a clue. Master, could it be related to the attribute points? The recent assassin job change scroll required the agility attribute to reach 50 points. Might Margaret's ability to comprehend a new skill be due to her priest profession's intelligence attribute reaching 100 points? After a moment of reflection, Ding Jiao nodded in agreement. Your reasoning has merit. Therefore, the remaining intermediate nurturing liquids can be set aside until we acquire other types of intermediate fruits for further experimentation. Very well. After uprooting the withered fruit tree, Ding Jiao replanted an intermediate intelligence seed and then led his companions out of the greenhouse. Upon entering the courtyard, the biting cold wind was as fierce as ever. The chills stung his face, prompting Ding Jiao to instinctively retract his neck. Recalling the small defensive barrier he had previously activated, he centered it around the house and positioned a metallic pillar beside the entrance. Beep. Please confirm the placement of the array I at this location. Confirmed. Beep. The array I for the small defensive barrier has been successfully placed. Please select the desired area size for defense. To be honest, Ding Jiao was unsure of the exact dimensions of his territory, but it certainly spanned at least half the size of a football field. Thus, he selected an area of 3,000 square meters. Beep. Setup complete. Activating low-level defensive energy shield now. Buzz. A semicircular wave of unique energy emanated from the array I. sweeping over his body and expanding outward until it halted at a radius of 31 meters. Small defensive barrier, quality, blue, durability, 5,000, energy, 100, 100, 000, range, 3,000, adjustable, 1,000 to 10, 000. Description, insufficient energy can be replenished using magic cores. Even though the energy shield extended a few meters beyond the territory's boundaries, it was of no consequence. After all, it remained within the attacking range of the Arrow Tower and Magic Energy Tower. Whatever comes, we shall vanquish. Yet, I wonder what kind of attacks this 100, 000 energy shield can withstand and how long it will endure. Currently, with no monsters outside, there is no way to ascertain this. I must simply wait for an opportunity. Ding Geo shook his head discreetly. Yawn. I thought it would shield against the cold, but I was mistaken, meow. The cat girl, Annie, rubbed her nose and donned the cotton garment she had just removed. You truly are quite clever, Ding Geo remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Several other girls erupted into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Humph. Cat girl Annie, displeased, pouted and proceeded to employ her newly acquired invisibility skill to conceal herself. 2 rows of small footprints in the snow stretched all the way to the small fish pond. And it was only then that Ding Geo remembered he had forgotten to collect the fish today. Jean Dehai, brother, are you really coming to find me tomorrow? What if we encounter wild beasts along the way? I've heard they become ravenous and will attack humans mercilessly. Jean Dalong, you are well aware of the situation in our district. If we do not regroup, it is only a matter of time before something goes awry. Jean Dehai, but that seems far too perilous. Should we not allow others to scout the path first? Jean Dalong, you know my capabilities well. A mere handful of beasts cannot pose a threat to me. The sooner we unite, the sooner we can venture forth to plunder from others. Jean Dehai, then do take care tomorrow. If anything goes wrong, remember to contact me, and I shall come to your aid. Jean Dalong, just stay at home and wait patiently. After closing the private messages, Jean Dalong smugly patted his cotton coat. As the former leader of the Sea Dragon Society, which once boasted thousands of members, they not only collected membership fees, but also managed to acquire numerous treasure chests. With resources in abundance, there was no urgency to open the chests. Little did he know that this decision would ultimately benefit him, for once the cold air invaded. Opening bronze-level chests and above would yield a chance to obtain cotton clothing. This was one of the primary reasons he felt confident about meeting Jean Dehai. Huang Dashin, Brother Chun, I have compiled the statistics. We possess a total of 5 sets of cotton clothing. Chen Qian, only 5 sets? That is rather insufficient. Huang Dashin, it is unavoidable. After the blizzard, venturing outdoors becomes exceedingly difficult, and without going outside, we cannot search for treasure chests. Huang Dashin, perhaps you could inquire with Lord Geo. He might have some. Chen Qian, indeed. It is curious how he manages to procure rare resources as if they are inexhaustible, selling one after another. Huang Dashin, ISNT had said that he is using hacks or has somehow bound himself to some multipliers. Chen Qian, you should read fewer novels. Indulging too much in such tales brings no benefit. In truth, it was not solely Chen Qian's rogue alliance that was keeping track of resources and coordinates. The Taobao Merchant Guild, led by Ma Taobao, as well as the Penguin Alliance helmed by Tang Kangxian, were also diligently cataloging their respective teams' resources and individual locations. The notion of regrouping was not merely about everyone flocking to their respective house coordinates. Instead, they planned to delineate areas by coordinates, gathering first at nearby locations before moving to more distant ones. It would occur in batches until everyone had converged upon the residences of Chen Qian, Ma Taobao, Tang Kangxian, and their companions. While the rest was manageable, the critical shortage of cotton clothing was a significant concern for every team. Although it was possible to take turns, that would consume too much time. In a world where survival was uncertain, they did not believe that peace would persist indefinitely. What if in a few days, the cotton clothing became ineffective? What if the number of magical beasts outside increased? What if the halted blizzard resumed? Or what if hail were to fall? It is universally acknowledged that matters of convergence should be addressed promptly rather than postponed. That very evening, After partaking of dinner, Ding Jiao was preparing to indulge in a warm bath to rejuvenate himself when a flurry of private messages erupted incessantly. Upon inspection, he discovered that Chun Qian, Ma Taoba, and Tang Kengxian seemed to have coordinated their efforts to reach out to him simultaneously. The greetings they bore were remarkably similar, either inquiring about his meal or inviting him to join them for a round of barbecue delicacies and drinks. It was indeed peculiar of these seasoned individuals not to initiate contact during mealtime, but rather to engage him post-dinner. Ding Jiao messaged Chun Qian, "Is there something you need?" He then addressed Ma Taoba, "Do you have something to discuss?" Finally, he queried Tang Kengxian, "Is there an issue at hand?" Chapter 73. Creating Joy with Resources. Playing without money. Chun Qian addressed Ding Jiao. My brothers wish to procure supplies from me, yet they lack warm clothing for the harsh weather. I thought to inquire with you. Ma Taoba then added, I am in need of several dozen pieces of warm clothing. Do you have any available, and at what price? Given the volume, could you offer a discount? Tang Kengxian remarked, the cold is unbearable, and I intend to purchase some warm garments. Are you selling any? It seems they all came seeking to wholesale clothing from him. However, Ding Jiao had a limited stock of warm garments. Aside from the 5 sets sold to Chu Yoshua, only 3 or 4 sets remained in the warehouse. Ding Jiao responded to Chun Qian, Ma Taoba, and Tang Kengxian. The availability of warm clothing depends on your offers. If the price is too high, you will deem it excessive. If too low, I shall incur losses. What do you propose? Chun Qian replied firmly. As long as you are not depleting our essential survival supplies, I am willing to trade whatever we have. Perhaps having prepared himself beforehand. Chun Qian's response was resolute. Ma Taoba was determined, contemplating leveraging the purchase volume to negotiate a lower price. Tang Kengxian shared the same intent. However, both understood that moral coercion would not sway Ding Jiao, so they refrained from mentioning any irrelevant matters. Ding Jiao, of course, did not acquiesce and focused his discussions primarily with Chun Qian, although the items Chun Qian possessed were not as superior as those of Chu Yoshua. They were abundant and varied. After a meticulous selection, Ding Jiao was content to trade for 60 sets of warm clothing. System. Please initiate 100 consecutive draws for the bronze treasure chest. Ding, you have opened 100 treasure chests. Congratulations, you have received 10 large bags of rice flour, 10 liters of heavy oil, 1 kitchen knife, 30 pairs of warm trousers, 25 pieces of warm clothing, 30 loaves of white bread, 50 bottles of water, and 1 book on basic planning skills. System. Let us proceed with another 100 consecutive openings of the bronze treasure chest. Ding, you have opened 100 bronze treasure chests. Congratulations, you have received, after 3 consecutive rounds of 100 openings. Ding Jiao finally amassed the 60 sets of warm clothing. Upon completing the transaction, both parties felt immensely satisfied. Ding Jiao then retrieved 3 land renovation blueprints and eagerly rushed into the greenhouse. Since these blueprints were unused, the greenhouse was instantly expanded by 9 plots of planting land. However, instead of planting intermediate intelligence fruit trees, he opted to cultivate various initial fruit trees. This choice was primarily due to the fact that many individuals and beasts in their vicinity had yet to fully consume the initial fruits, making it unnecessary to hastily utilize the planting land for intermediate trees. As Ding Jiao had not responded for an extended period, both Ma Taoba and Tang Kengxian grew anxious. Fearing being blacklisted by Ding Jiao, they reluctantly decided to part with their resources to negotiate a trade with him. Although their offerings were modest, they were better than nothing. This time, Ding Jiao did not leave them waiting. Ding Jiao addressed Ma Taoba, speak. How many pieces do you require? Ding Jiao then turned to Tang Kengxian. Now, how many pieces do you need? Ma Taoba. Ding Jiao, I require 40 pieces. Tang Kengxian. Ding Jiao, I require 50 pieces. Ding Jiao. Ma Taoba, is this sufficient, or shall we procure more? Ding Jiao. Tang Kengxian, is this sufficient, or shall we procure more? Ma Taoba. Ding Jiao, such exorbitant prices, affording so many is a challenge, so we must make do. Tang Kengxian. Ding Jiao, I am out of funds. Huh? Ding Jiao chuckled, tempted to retort, create joy with your salary. Without money, one cannot indulge. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, fearing it might offend. Although this time he did not entirely deplete their finances, he nonetheless drained a significant portion of their resources. In high spirits, he continued to cultivate his land. 1 plot, 2 plots, 5 plots, 9 plots, 15 plots. This time, he successfully cultivated 15 new plots, bringing the total to 46. Each plot yields 3 fruits, and after deducting 3 intermediate fruits, he is left with a bounty of 135 primary fruits. Remarkable. Ding Jiao felt a surge of exhilaration. Upon returning to his room, his elation made slumber elusive. Just as he contemplated counting sheep, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Ding Jiao raised an eyebrow. Another visitor? Yet, the courtesy of knocking beforehand was rather surprising. Master, it is I, Ashaja. Ah, it was the earnest rabbit Ashaja. This was not unexpected, yet it was somewhat inconceivable that someone as straightforward as her would dare to visit him at such an hour. Chapter 74. The initial migration, the innate malevolence of humanity. Ding Jiao rose and approached the door, opening it to reveal the honest rabbit, Asha, blushing outside. She donned a white battle robe, previously seized by the enchanting fox lady, Lisa. Unlike Lisa's beguiling allure, nor the mature wisdom of the mermaid, Margaret, and distinct from the angelic purity of Edith, Asha possessed a refreshing innocence uniquely her own. Witnessing such a naive child being misguided into a nocturnal ambush stirred a pang of sorrow within Ding Jiao. To impart the harsh realities of human nature, he resolved to assume the role of a villain, providing her with a lesson steeped in blood. Ahem, Asha, is that outfit not Lisa's? How did it come to adorn your form? Lisa said the master would appreciate it, so I wore it for him, Asha replied candidly. Ding Jiao's lips twitched. This little fox truly understood his preferences ahem, perhaps meddling in affairs that did not concern her. He made a note of it in his ledger. Well, ahem, this garment indeed suits you, looking quite adorable, but it should not be worn indiscriminately. I understand. I shall only wear it for the master. So straightforward. Ding Jiao seized his pretense and ushered the rosy-cheeked little rabbit into the room, knowing that you might not wish to see it. He refrained from displaying the extensive compendium of bee-steered maidens, which he had labored over through the night. Once again, Ding Jiao overslept. Whether it was due to fatigue or some other reason, today's temperature felt markedly lower than yesterday. He retrieved the thermometer he had unearthed from the bronze treasure chest the previous night and placed it outside the door. The needle, initially pointing at 31 degrees, began to reverse with a visible swiftness until it settled at a chilling -35 degrees. Goodness, -35 degrees. Venturing outside without proper insulation would likely result in frostbite within an hour, or even succumb to hypothermia and perish. The inhabitants of Zone 1024 fretted that the temperature might continue to plummet, prompting them to commence their migration at dawn. In the early stages, they were exceedingly anxious, often glancing back, fearful of encountering ravenous beasts. Fortunately, during this initial migration, they adhered to the principle of proximity. The furthest coordinates would not exceed 60, with the closest being merely 10. Unless one were unfortunate enough to return home or lose their way, reaching the rendezvous point within an hour was assured. As for how they discerned direction amidst the mist, Ding Jiao was initially at a loss until Li Daniu found him and divulged the information. It turned out that the newly added house coordinates served not only to confirm the location, but also functioned as a mini-map. By focusing on the coordinates, a small map of 100 by 100 units would materialize, with the house coordinates positioned at its center. The coordinates at the 4 corners would differ from the house coordinates by 50 units in both the horizontal and vertical axes. For instance, if Ding Jiao's house coordinates were 10, 24, then the coordinates at the lower left corner would be -40, -26. As for the existence of negative coordinates, Ding Jiao speculated that it might belong to the territory of another district. Since the merging of districts has not yet occurred, they remain isolated, reminiscent of the previous single-player mode. Even if one were to venture in that direction, it would merely lead to the opposite end of the map, without transcending the confines of District 1024. Moreover, the minimap is fixed and does not shift with the player's movement as one would expect in a game. The successful congregation of players rendered the chat channel much more vibrant. Some individuals, eager to flaunt their achievements, even shared their group photos. Wu Wenyo. Group photo. JPG Wu Wenyo. The first squad of the Solo Alliance has successfully convened. Congratulations are in order. Bystander. Hey, was the journey smooth? Did you encounter any beasts? Wu Wenyo. Nonsense. If the journey had been fraught with difficulties, would we have managed to gather successfully? Chun Shiwedding. As if you were the only one to succeed. Our Taba Association has already amalgamated several squads. Wu Wenyo. Spare me. I've heard that your Taba Association has to take turns wearing winter coats, making it impossible to act in unison. Chun Shiwedding. Defamation. You are slandering our Taba Association. Wu Wenyo. This rumor has spread widely. Why put on an act? Pix nose. JPG Fong 11. Are you still accepting new members? I would like to join you. Chun Shiwedding. So now that you know it's safe, you want to join? You really know how to take advantage of a situation. Wu Wenyo. The Taba Association ISNT accepting new members, but our solo alliance is. However, all the regional teams have already been allocated, so you newcomers will have to wait for the next migration. Fong Wenwen. Haven TU, all gathered already? Can't you form a team to come and fetch me? Chun Shiwedding. You really have a big face. Fong Wenwen. I wasn't asking you. Why are you butting in? Chun Shiwedding. I can't stand some people behaving inappropriately, flaunting themselves everywhere and tarnishing our reputation as women. Fong Wenwen. Ugly people cause trouble. If you're so unattractive, no one loves you, so just back off. Chun Shiwedding. Blah blah blah. Who are you calling ugly? You are the ugly one. Fong Wenwen. I speak of whoever responds to me. Chun Shiwedding. You blah blah blah. Fong Wenwen. You blah blah blah. Gotta run. Ding Jiu initially intended to observe their migration, but ended up witnessing a scene akin to a quarrel in the marketplace. Indeed, no woman could compare to a beast-eared girl. They lacked the gentleness, sanctity, virtue, and wisdom that one might expect. Ding Jiu had no interest in watching the altercation, so he switched the chat channel to the inter-district section. Although the refresh rate was quite overwhelming, with thousands of new messages per second, he could simply choose to browse through the previous chat records without being affected. With nothing better to do, he decided to pass the time in this manner. To be honest, despite the rapid entry into cooperative mode in other districts, the outcomes were not necessarily favorable. After perusing for a short while, he observed many individuals engaged in insults. Yes, it was yet another quarrel. However, this time they were denouncing certain factions for treating people as mere livestock, much like the Hailong gang founded by Brother Zhang Dehai in District 1024. The Sea Dragon gang operates online, deceiving individuals to extract resources, while other factions entice victims offline, abducting both people and their assets. Those possessing beauty become mere instruments of gratification for the powerful, while those deemed less attractive or unwilling to conform are relegated to the status of laborers. They toil from dawn until dusk, receiving only meager sustenance to barely survive. It is a tragic plight, a profound tragedy. Perhaps it is an aspect of human nature. Many regions harbor such individuals. In the absence of legal constraints, the demons within them seem liberated, engaging in wanton misdeeds. If there exists a benevolent and orderly faction within the area, there is at least some hesitation on the part of the wrongdoers. However, if the entire region is overrun by malevolence, the situation becomes truly dire. Social order collapses entirely, and the law of the jungle prevails as the sole reality. One must either succumb to join the ranks of the wicked or remain steadfast in their principles, ultimately becoming prey. Chapter 75. Zhang Dalong achieves the first kill in Zone 1024. Zhang Dalong, I am a man of Chun, if you kill me. Chun will not let you off, the man pleaded. I would spare anyone not associated with Qin Qian. Blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me. Zhang Dalong scoffed disdainfully. With a merciless swing of his long knife, he slit the man's throat. Beep, you have slain the survivor Peng Fei. Do you wish to loot all of his possessions? Can I really plunder resources after killing someone? Zhang Dalong halted in his tracks, joy illuminating his face at the prompt that appeared before him. Initially, he had merely intended to relieve some pent-up frustration, But this unexpected delight was a pleasant surprise. Looting. Beep. You have acquired wood X320, stone X180, bread X8, rabbit meat X3, water X8, cotton jacket X1, cotton pants X1. Upon choosing to loot, not only were Peng Fei's clothing and weapons taken, but everything from his inventory was also extracted. If memory served him correctly, they had been warned before the group's migration to transfer their resources to other households. Yet it seemed this individual was unwilling to comply. The sheer volume of items in the backpack made it difficult for Zhang Dalong to carry. Regrettably, since the trading platform could only be utilized within a dwelling, he was forced to sift through the spoils, discarding what was of little use. Zhang Dalong I've just stumbled upon something intriguing. Zhang Dalong, what is it? Zhang Dalong grinned as he sent a screenshot of the corpse. Startled, Zhang I responded with a tense tone. Bro, you've killed someone? Zhang Dalong replied nonchalantly, don't be so alarmed. It's merely a kill. What is so remarkable about that? But if others find out, Zhang Dalong interjected, our brothers have become the pariahs of Zone 1024. What could be worse than this? Zhang I's expression shifted, and with a fierce determination, he declared, you're right, brother. Since they left us no way to survive, we need not coddle them. Zhang Dalong nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. This is the mark of a true brother. Moreover, killing has its immense advantages. One can plunder all the resources from a fallen. Look, my backpack is nearly overflowing. As Zhang Dalong shared the screenshot of his laden backpack, Zhang I's breath quickened. Just before his brother departed, he had transferred all his resources to him, carrying only a small amount of food and water. How could it be that so little time had passed, and he had amassed such a bounty? To kill and plunder brings riches, while building roads and bridges leaves no corpses. Zhang I had an epiphany. Now is the perfect time to kill. Hurry, come here, let us venture forth and ambush them together. Haha, splendid. By the way, keep an eye out for others in the district who are being ostracized. Let us see if we can recruit them and strengthen the Black Dragon Society once more. Zhang I, intrigued, inquired, what about women? Should we recruit them too? Zhang Dalong replied, what is wrong with women? When they unleash their fury, they can be even more perilous than men. Besides, in certain matters, women may be more adept than us. Zhang Dahai, now I understand what to do. This person is rather juvenile, speaking with such grandiosity, completely unembarrassed. How impressive. These organization names obviously exude political correctness. Could they possibly be established by officials? It's a pity we're not on the same team. Otherwise, there would be no need for villains. Ding Jiu reclined languidly in his chair, munching on an apple while eagerly scrolling through the screen. Upon encountering an amusing comment, he couldn't help but chuckle. Although the honest rabbit, Asha, was quite curious about what Ding Jiu was viewing, she had her own tasks to attend to and refrained from disturbing him. As for the little angel, Edith, she was even busier. Crafting the Earth Demon Bull armor was an incredibly laborious endeavor, leaving her no time to concern herself with other matters. As time passed swiftly, the hours slipped away unnoticed. Watching short videos easily led to losing track of time, just as browsing the cross-server channel did. By the time Ding Jiu regained his senses, the hunting party had already returned. Master, we had a bountiful harvest. We stumbled upon a den of hibernating evolved polar bear cubs, exclaimed the fox girl, Lisa, with excitement. Hibernation? Evolution? The combination of these two terms struck Ding Jiu as rather peculiar. Master, I exerted myself greatly this time, chimed in the cat girl, Annie, in agreement. Is that so? Well, Annie, you truly deserve it. Tonight, I shall reward you with a large fish. As Ding Jiu reached out to pet the little wildcat's fluffy head, she swiftly vanished upon hearing the mention of a fish reward. He could easily guess she had darted off to the fish pond to select her prize. Master, these are the items dropped after defeating the Ice Snow Magic Bear. There are 3 in total. Please take a look, said the mermaid, Margaret, as she laid the items before Ding Jiu. The first was a wand, Ice Snow Magic Bear staff, quality, green, attack power, 250, effective range, 200 meters, durability, 800 special effect, summons a polar bear, summons an ice-snow polar bear to assist in battle, which can exist for up to 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Can this enhance healing? Ding Zhou inquired. Margaret gently nodded. I have tested it. It can enhance my healing effectiveness. Then you should use it. Ding Zhou offered the staff to her. However, Margaret declined, saying, Master, you should wield it. Its summoning ability is quite remarkable and can protect you well. I have no need to venture out. Holding it would merely be a waste. But there is no but. With it, you can have the Ice Snow Polar Bear take on the monsters instead of De Huang and the others, sparing them from returning home injured every day. Of course, with Margaret, the healer, in the team, even if De Huang were to sustain injuries, they would be healed immediately and would not return wounded. Ding Zhou's statement was primarily to convey this sentiment. Ultimately, Margaret was persuaded by Ding Zhou and accepted the Ice Snow Magic Bear staff once more. After successfully managing the Ice and Snow Magic Bear staff, Ding Zhou shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 items. Random Summoning Scroll, level 1, durability, 1/1 description, 50 chance to summon a merchant, 50 chance to summon a monster. He had previously used this item and was fortunate enough to conjure the servant merchant, Lemay. It was uncertain how she was faring now, considering her prolonged absence. In a dimly lit chamber, Lemay, filled with resentment, suddenly sneezed. A yawn? Who? Who dare speak of this queen? Receiving no reply, Lemay transformed back into her true form, a dark temporal dragon stretching over 1,000 meters. Roar! Damn the will of the world. Is it a crime for this queen to slightly bend the rules? I caused no significant disruption, yet you confined me to this dark chamber for a month? Do you truly believe this queen is but clay to be molded? Dark Dragon Empress Bow. Boom Chapter 76. A moment of arrogance, a lifetime of regret. Despite the bravado of that insufferable individual who insisted on being addressed as Your Majesty, her lack of decorum and haughty demeanor were impossible to overlook. Her flamboyance and myriad trivial flaws could not diminish the fact that she was exceedingly wealthy and generous in her dealings. After so many days apart, Ding Zhou found himself yearning for her presence. A yawn escaped him. Cursed be the incessant chatter of that insufferable fool. Heaven forbid she discover the source of her annoyance, for he would surely flay them alive. His stomach growled, a reminder that his snacks and cola were dwindling. How was he to endure? Had he known, he would have purchased more provisions. The thought of rationing his meager supplies sent him into a frenzy, unleashing an energy wave potent enough to devastate the entire misty forest, yet left this dimly lit room unscathed. Ding Zhou stowed away the random summoning scroll and glanced at his final item. Resource upgrade scroll. Quality, white, durability, 1 description upon use. Allows for the successful upgrade of a resource point. Could this be? Before he could finish his thought, the cat girl Annie, who had dashed out moments before, returned in a flutter, brandishing a hefty carp. Master, I wish to eat this fish, she exclaimed. Find a bucket to place it in. I shall upgrade your snack pond. What snack pond? Ding Zhou inquired, perplexed. Annie blinked in confusion, while Lisa, the fox girl, interjected, she refers to your little fish pond. Annie's eyes widened with excitement. Does this mean I can have fish for every meal from now on? Be careful not to tire of it, Ding Zhou chuckled, shaking his head as he stepped outside, with the little wildcat following closely behind. The others, disinterested in the exchange, found seats around the table, leisurely indulging in the snacks and fruits laid out before them. Meanwhile, Ding Zhou arrived at the edge of the fish pond. As he silently invoked the resource upgrade scroll, the small pond began to radiate a brilliant white light, which flickered for 3 or 4 seconds before vanishing, signaling the completion of the upgrade. The pond, originally a mere 5 square meters, had expanded to an impressive 50 square meters. Due to spatial constraints, it gracefully expanded towards the walls, morphing from a circular shape into a semicircular one. Medium fish pond, quality, white. Description, generates 10 ordinary fish daily, with a maximum capacity of 100. Wow, the fish pond has grown significantly, Annie exclaimed, and there are more fish inside. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. There are 12 fish. Master, may I catch a few more? With a grand gesture, Ding Zhou declared, catch them all. Tonight, we feast on a grand fish banquet. Thank you, master. You are the best. Annie's eyes sparkled with delight. The clothes remained on, yet she was determined to leap into the fish pond to catch fish. Ding Zhou hurriedly lifted her up, exclaiming in exasperation, "Are you out of your mind? It's freezing outside. What will you do if you catch a cold?" "But I just caught fish that way." Cat girl Annie innocently replied, turning her head. "The previous pond was only so wide and shallow. It barely reached my knees. I could scoop water out with a stick. If you jump into this one, it will easily submerge your petite frame of one. For meters. And I might as well eat that fish raw." "Master, raw fish isn't very palatable. You should at least grill it," Annie said with utmost seriousness. Ding Zhou's face darkened. After all that, were her thoughts solely on food? "Is something wrong, master? Why do you look so glum?" she asked, her childlike innocence shining through. Ding Zhou took a deep breath, but ultimately succumbed to temptation. He reached out with mischievous hands, playfully pinching and squeezing the little wildcat's face. "You are truly adorable. Little kitty, I adore you." 30 seconds later, Ding Zhou regained his composure, recalling that he had previously crafted several fishing rods. He rummaged through the system warehouse and finally unearthed 3 from a corner. Fishing rod, white, durability, 20, effect, fishing efficiency increased by 10 in Blue Star. Fishing was merely a pastime among his various hobbies. He was familiar with baiting hooks and casting rods. Yet the intricacies of fishing terminology, types of rods, fish behavior, suitable fishing spots, and bait were realms he knew little about. "Master, that stick doesn't look very long. Can't really catch fish?" Annie inquired. "This is a fishing rod, designed for catching fish." "Fishing? Ahem, you can see for yourself. I'm quite the expert in this," Ding Zhou asserted, refusing to show any hesitation before the little wildcat. As for bait, worms were out of the question, and there was no corn available. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved an apple, slicing a small piece. He attached it to the hook and cast it into the water. "Is this all it takes, master?" Annie asked curiously. "Shoo, be quiet. You'll scare the fish away." "Oh." Although Annie didn't fully understand, she took his words to heart and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. However, her beautiful cat-like eyes remained ever watchful, darting between Ding Zhou's fishing rod and the large fish swimming in the pond. Her curiosity piqued. "Dear fish, please bite. I need to impress this little wildcat. Rest assured, I will prepare you with the most extravagant culinary techniques, ensuring you leave no regrets." The fish school collectively thought, "Then I suppose we owe you our thanks." "Master, is it ready yet?" Annie whispered, her voice cautious. "Ahem, Annie, fishing requires patience." "Is that so?" "Of course." "Ah, look, the fish is on the hook." In his excitement, Ding Zhou completely forgot his earlier admonition about maintaining silence while fishing. With a straightened back and a firm stance, I excitedly reeled in the fish. "Master, you truly caught a fish. You are remarkable." "Haha, they say I'm a professional at fishing, and now you believe it, don't you?" "Indeed I do. Quick, fetch the landing net." "What landing net?" "Oh, never mind. This fish is only a few kilograms. It's no trouble without one. Just be careful. Don't let it slip away. You truly enjoy jesting. I am indeed an expert at fishing. Once hooked, a fish would never escape, unless in another life." "Huh? Splash." "Master, the fish has slipped away." Chapter 77. The current population in Area 1024 is 563, master. Master, Ding Zhou, known for his thick skin, found himself blushing in this particular moment. "Master, ahem, Annie, that was merely my erroneous demonstration. You mustn't emulate it." The cat girl, Annie, blinked her eyes. Although she often appeared carefree, it did not imply a lack of intellect. She simply exercised it sparingly. However, since Ding Zhou was her beloved master, she feigned being moved. "Master, understand, Meow. I will earnestly learn from you, Meow. Your attitude towards learning is commendable. Here, take this. I shall teach you how to fish." Ding Zhou produced a brand new fishing rod, skillfully diverting the conversation. Annie, intrigued by the prospect of fishing, happily accepted it. First, do this, then that, and finally, remain still for a while until the fish bites. Is it truly that simple? "I understand, Meow." The cat girl, Annie, mimicked the movements with great enthusiasm. At the opportune moment, Ding Zhou placed 2 chairs by the pond and set up an advanced heater. As the flames flickered to life, the chill within a 3-meter radius dissipated, creating a cozy warmth, maintaining a comfortable 5 degrees despite the occasional cold breeze, which provided a unique contrast of sensations. "Hey, master, look, I caught a fish." Just as Ding Zhou finished organizing their setup, Annie had already hooked a fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand to assist her. To his surprise, Annie employed sheer strength to haul a large carp out of the water with a vigorous yank. "Master, look, I caught a big fish, meow." "Haha, you're amazing." Ding Zhou forced a smile. Hee hee. After placing the fish into a metal bucket, Annie quickly dropped her line again. Determined not to be outdone, Ding Zhou immediately employed his rudimentary fishing techniques from memory, skillfully maneuvering the rod to entice the fish to bite. Success. His method proved effective, and soon enough, he felt a tug on his line. Exercising caution, he skillfully played the fish before finally reeling it in, a hefty 5-pounder, undoubtedly the king of the pond. "Did you see that? A mere fish, easily subdued. I shall not concede, meow." Annie, misinterpreting his determination as a challenge, felt a surge of competitive spirit. "Here it comes." With characteristic force, she effortlessly yanked another fish onto the shore. "I have one too." The dignity of a fisherman cannot be challenged. As Ding Zhou continued to reel in his catch, he called out loudly. Annie hastened to attach another apple to her hook, casting it just before Ding Zhou could land his fish. They wielded the same rod and bait, yet it all came down to luck and perception. Though the pond spanned 100 square meters, its crystal-clear water allowed them to discern where the fish swam. Earlier, when 7 or 8 fish were present, the two could fish side by side. As the underwater fish dwindled, an unspoken competition began to unfold between the solitary fisherman and his feline companion. Each would tease the other, casting lines in a playful back and forth, vying for the last catch with fervor. With only one fish remaining, Ding Zhou resolved to employ his ultimate fishing technique, the dual rod tactic. "Master, that's unfair. How can one fish with 2 rods?" The cat protested. "Oh, this is merely a stratagem," Ding Zhou replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, an incessant notification interrupted their playful rivalry. Initially indifferent, Ding Zhou succumbed to curiosity and checked who sought his attention. Lidani messaged, "Boss, something's gone awry." "Boss, are you awake? A grave matter has arisen in the district." "Boss, it's time to rise and shine." In a span of mere seconds, an avalanche of urgent notifications flooded his screen, prompting Ding Zhou to contemplate blocking Li Daniu out of sheer exasperation. What calamity has befallen the district? Why the panic? Ding Zhou inquired. "Zhang's brothers have committed murder. Li Daniu Raplia." Ding Zhou was taken aback, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. Today, our 9 Gates commander was supposed to collaborate with Chun Xian's Rogue Alliance and Ma Taba's Merchant Guild. Yet those 2 ruffians from Zhang's clan ambushed our people en route. In just half a day, they have slaughtered over 100, instilling fear throughout the district. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhou set aside his fishing rod, abandoning his playful antics with the cat, and seated himself to respond. How could 2 individuals possibly kill so many in such a brief span? Chun Xian suspects they may have gathered a crew dedicated to murder and plunder, and they might have even infiltrated our ranks with spies, Li Daniu explained. "Goodness, a treacherous web indeed," Ding Zhou remarked. "Not quite that severe. At least they lack our personnel," Li Daniu reassured him. "Then why the urgency to contact me?" Ding Zhou pressed. "I wish to inquire if you possessed any viable methods to neutralize those 2 rascals. Until they are dealt with, none dare venture out to migrate." "Do you know where they are hiding?" Ding Zhou asked. "Unknown," replied Li Daniu. "Then we are at an impasse," Ding Zhou stated. "Are you truly out of options, boss?" "The misty forest is vast, shrouded in fog. Without precise coordinates, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack," Ding Zhou lamented. "What shall we do then?" Li Daniu questioned. "Nothing to be done," Ding Zhou shrugged. Li Daniu, distressed, lamented the plight of his comrades. Having assisted them with numerous schematics and resources, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of abandoning them. "Very well," Ding Zhou relented. "I shall lend you an item of equipment for the time being." "What equipment?" Li Daniu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "The Earth Demon Bull Armor," Ding Zhou revealed. Wow, is this truly for me? Li Daniu gasped, drooling with excitement. Remember, it is a loan, not a gift, Ding Jiu clarified. Certainly, if you can afford it, I am willing to sell it to you. Li Daniu remarked, Boss. You said it, so you must not go back on your word. Ding Jiu reassured him. Rest assured, I shall not renege. With a chuckle, Li Daniu exclaimed, Long live the boss. I shall take my leave now to discuss matters concerning those two beasts with Qin Xian. Ding Jiu simply nodded. He then closed his private messages and opened the chat channel for their region, only to be dismayed to find that the number of survivors had dwindled to a mere 563. Goodness gracious, if this continues. I might have to resort to playing solo again. Master, I have caught the last fish. Let us hasten back to prepare a grand feast, exclaimed Catgirl Annie, bounding towards Ding Jiu with 4 large buckets. Seeing her mouth water with anticipation, Ding Jiu couldn't help but smile. Regarding the Zhang brothers, he felt a sense of helplessness. At best, he could ask Annie and her companions to keep an eye out while they hunted. If fortune favored them and they encountered the brothers, he would have them handle the situation. If not, it could only be said that fate had spared them. Upon coming to this realization, Ding Jiu felt a weight lift from his mind. With a smile, he accepted the 2 buckets of fish from Catgirl Annie and called out joyfully, Let's return home and prepare a grand feast. Chapter 78. Do mermaids eat fish? Zhang Dehai exclaimed, With such abundant resources, brother, we're destined for wealth. Zhang Dalong replied, Alas, if only we had the blueprints to upgrade to level 3 houses. Otherwise, we could have elevated our homes to that standard. Fong Wenwen interjected, Brother Long, we had an agreement that once our endeavors bear fruit, I would receive my share. Since we all live together, why must we divide what is ours? As Zhang Dalong spoke, he chuckled softly while exploring the contours of Unipeak. Fong Wenwen shot him a coy glance, yet did not push him away. Instead, she feigned shyness and said, Oh dear, don't climb too recklessly. Your brother is still here. No worries, Dehai and I have always been inseparable. I possess far more experience than you. I assure you I can help you become a renowned singer. Zhang Dehai joined in, and soon, melodious sounds filled his room. However, their performance paled in comparison to Ding Jiu's. Within a mere 15 minutes, they had succumbed to exhaustion. TCH, is this all? I'm not yet sated. Rise, and let us continue the revelry. Beep, beep, beep. Why is that persistent admirer contacting me at this hour? Fong Wenwen took a deep breath and inquired. Good evening, Brother Dashin. Is there something amiss on your end? Do you require my assistance? Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I have long wished to help you. The mountain boy had never encountered such a top-tier temptress. The sweet, melodious tone was enough to make Huang Dashin's bones feel weak. Wenwen, do not worry. Everything is fine here with me. By the way, do you have enough food and drink? Would you like me to send you some? No. Brother Dashin is destined for greatness. He cannot afford to go hungry. I am merely a young girl. Missing a meal or 2 is of no consequence. Consider it a means of dieting. Please do not starve yourself for my sake. That is unacceptable. What if you fall ill from hunger? Now, be obedient. I shall send you some supplies right away. No. Wenwen cannot take any more of Brother Dashin's provisions. I shall venture out tomorrow to search for treasure. Absolutely not. The outside world is fraught with danger. You must not go out, or else Brother Dashin will be upset. Please, Brother Dashin, do not be angry with me. I promise to be obedient. As long as you comply, I shall remain calm. You are truly wonderful, moi. How adorably charming you are, Wenwen. Wait a moment. I initially sought her out to inquire about the list, yet I have completely forgotten about that matter. But never mind. A gentle and lovely girl like Wenwen would certainly not engage in any nefarious acts of disclosing the list. Indeed, that must be the case. As for the earlier incident where Fong Wenwen raised her voice, I apologize. Those infatuated admirers often possess a self-imposed filter and can easily fall into self-deception. Surely, a goddess would never speak ill. She must have been pushed to her limits. Setting aside the facts, are you not in the wrong? This is truly a remarkable statement. Qin Qian addressed Huang Dashin. Have you found any suspicious individuals? Huang Dashin replied. No. Could it be an issue from Ataba's side? Qin Qian responded. We cannot dismiss that possibility, but we must remain vigilant. Continue your investigation. Leave no stone unturned. Huang Dashin acknowledged, understood. "Master, you've returned," exclaimed a cheerful voice. "Wow, so many fish. Please help us prepare these. Tonight we shall feast on a whole fish banquet." "A whole fish banquet?" "Indeed. Dishes such as sweet and sour carp, chopped pepper fish head, poached fish, braised fish, beer fish, and steamed fish await you, guaranteed to leave you craving more." The excitement was palpable, with not only Catgirl Annie but also Mermaid Margaret eagerly anticipating the meal. After all, Ding Gio had never disappointed them when it came to cooking. As Ding Gio prepared the ingredients, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Mermaid Margaret's tail, causing his smile to falter. He pondered, is a mermaid truly a fish? Was it somewhat cruel to mention a whole fish banquet in her presence? "Master, is something the matter?" Margaret noticed Ding Gio's peculiar expression and turned to him with curiosity. Do you mind eating fish?" Ding Gio finally inquired. Margaret blinked in confusion. "Of course not." "Oh, then there's no issue." Ding Gio felt somewhat foolish for asking. After all, Margaret, living in the ocean, must have consumed fish, shrimp, and shellfish. It wasn't as if she could survive solely on seaweed. She was a mermaid, not a monk. A vegetarian diet would hardly keep her vibrant as she was now. "Master, we have already cleaned the fish," came the announcement. "So soon?" Ding Gio turned around, astonished to see that in mere minutes, they had tidied up 13 fish completely. He immediately joined in, igniting 2 stoves simultaneously, steaming, stir-frying, braising, stewing, pan-frying, and finally preparing a spicy grilled whole fish. The aroma filled the room, a perfect symphony of scents. Fish, delicious fish, exceptionally delectable fish. The one most delighted that night was Annie, the little wildcat. Her tiny mouth hardly paused, and in a few bites, both meat and bones disappeared into her small belly without a trace. Ding Gio knew these fish would not suffice for the crowd, so he retrieved the marinated meats, roasted meats, and warm rice that he had previously stored in the system's warehouse. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." "Meow." Catgirl Annie looked up, her face smeared with various sauces. Ding Gio sighed, retrieving a napkin to clean her up, saying, "It's fine. You may continue eating." "Meow." Annie grinned widely and resumed her feast. Chapter 79. Skyborn Beasts. Gale Frost Eagle. It was the 11th day since Ding Gio had traversed into this realm, and it was a day he had eagerly anticipated. This marked the conclusion of the 10-day cycle of the most formidable homebody system, with a staggering rate of 1.024 wooden treasure chests per second. A single day amounted to a remarkable 88,473,600 wooden treasure chests. Adding the over 50 million he had previously saved, the total soared to over 140 million. Indeed, Ding Gio found himself pondering his own humanity. He activated the territory expansion token. Ding. Territory expansion token successfully used. Your dwelling area has increased by 100 square meters. Once more. Ding. Territory expansion token successfully used. Your dwelling area has increased by 100 square meters. Ding. Territory expansion token successfully used. Your dwelling area has increased by 100 square meters. The notifications chimed 5 times in succession. The 5 territory expansion tokens he had exchanged with Mataba and Tung Kongqian were fully utilized. His space had expanded by 500 square meters, augmenting the yard by 1/8. The previously ample defensive barrier now snugly enveloped the surface of the sanguine concrete wall. "Master, the Earth Demon Cowhide has been exhausted. Shall I craft ordinary leather armor?" inquired the avian Edith. "There is no need for ordinary leather armor. Even if it were crafted now, no one would purchase it." As night fell, another 15 souls perished in Zone 1024. The market for leather armor had dwindled, and even the trade in food and wood had suffered. On one hand, the dwindling number of survivors had saturated the market. On the other, many individuals no longer resided alone. With companions at their sides, their courage had swelled. Undertakings once deemed too perilous were now approached in teams, and resources that had previously been scarce were now sought collectively. Yet with loss came gain. In the past, only a select few dared to venture far for hunting, thus limiting the quality of goods available for exchange. Now, with an increase in hunters, the bounty of valuable items had correspondingly risen. Throughout the entirety of Zone 1024, Ding Gio confidently asserted that no one dared to rival his financial prowess. None could surpass him. Master, what should I do now? Edith inquired once more. Well, it seems there is little left to be done. You may choose to rest or take a stroll in the yard, Ding Jio replied. In that case, I shall patrol the perimeter of the yard. It was evident that Edith was not one to remain idle. After conveying her intentions to Ding Jio, she soared into the sky under his envious gaze. Watching her glide freely through the heavens stirred a sense of envy within Ding Jio. System, does the sky fall within the confines of the dwelling? It does. Is there a height limitation? There is none. If I ascend to 10,000 meters, does that still count as within the dwelling? Indeed. And what if I were to construct a grand platform in the sky? As long as it does not exceed the boundaries of the yard walls, it is considered within the dwelling. It was somewhat regrettable, yet Ding Jio felt no profound disappointment. The absence of a height restriction was a significant boon. He gazed into the distance, longing for the heights above. If one were to construct a tower several thousand meters high, would it not be possible to behold the entirety of the misty forest? Well, perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, it is called the misty forest for a reason. Visibility is hardly attainable. This simple truth he had previously acknowledged, yet it eluded him today after witnessing the celestial angel take flight. Indeed, it seems that idleness breeds fanciful thoughts. Just as Ding Jio was lost in self-deprecation, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly echoed through the sky. Moments later, a colossal shadow emerged from the distance, swiftly cutting through the mist and advancing towards the winged being Edith. Ding Jio's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out, "Edith, be careful!" Chapter 80. Defiance leads to death. The colossal eagle was enveloped in shimmering silver feathers akin to ice crystals. With wings spread wide, measuring over 20 meters, it obscured the sky like a legendary cooped. Its piercing eyes shone with a chilling brilliance, cutting through the mist with a heart-stopping intensity. Its talons, sharp as iron hooks, and beak, resembling a jagged icicle, tore through the cold winds. As it pierced the fog, it resembled the scythe of death cleaving the heavens, both awe-inspiring and enigmatic. Edith, be cautious. Though the winged being Edith was airborne, her agility remained intact. Upon sensing the presence of a massive creature lurking in the mist, a sense of vigilance arose within her. Now, with Ding Jio's warning echoing in her mind, she could no longer afford to patrol her territory. Her wings beat powerfully, swiftly changing direction as she executed an abrupt halt and retreated rapidly. With a piercing cry, the frost-winged eagle, sensing its prey's flight, let out an ear-piercing shriek that resonated like countless icicles clashing in a tempest. The icy chill enveloped the atmosphere, causing the blood within its quarry to freeze, rendering them momentarily immobile. Ding Jio felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, plunging him into a haze of dizziness. Even Edith, closer to the source of the threat, was not spared from this disorienting effect. Had it not been for her wings instinctively flapping, she feared she might plummet. As the eagle's talons drew nearer, her descent seemed inevitable, a grim fate against the tempest. Just as the frost-winged eagle believed it had secured its kill, a barrier of white energy suddenly manifested before Edith, boldly intercepting the fatal strike. The anticipated blow faltered, and the frost-winged eagle hesitated in its dive, quickly adjusting its posture to circle back into the sky. At that moment, both Ding Jio and Edith emerged from their stupor, their faces reflecting a shared sense of alarm. That was close. Thankfully, the small defensive barrier held. Otherwise, the little angel would have been in grave danger. Suddenly, the ground defenses were triggered. 2 arrow towers, 1 arrow fortress, 1 magical ice tower, and 2 magical fire towers unleashed a barrage upon the frost-winged eagle. In an instant, dark blossoms erupted upon the eagle's form. Its defenses were evidently inferior to those of the Earth Demon Bull. While it could negate the slowing effect of the magical ice tower, it was not spared from the piercing arrows and fiery projectiles that left it bloodied. Feeling the threat, the frost-winged eagle flapped its wings vigorously, striving to ascend. At that moment, Edith seized her opportunity. Gripping the Earth Bull horn bow in her left hand, she drew and released an arrow. The combination of targeted strikes and explosive effects unleashed a power that overshadowed even the magical fire towers designed to counter the Frostwind Eagle. The arrow struck true, creating a gaping wound that exposed bone. Charred feathers mingled with the blood that gushed forth, filling the air with a pungent scent of scorched flesh. The excruciating pain elicited a shrill cry from the Frostwind Eagle, its voice laced with terror and rage as it desperately flapped its wings, attempting to stabilize its plummeting body. However, the ethereal Edith did not grant it that opportunity. Her angelic visage turned frigid as frost in that moment. With a swift whoosh, 2 more arrows were loosed, causing its momentarily stabilized form to falter once again, plummeting like a severed kite. The once mighty Gale, Frost Eagle now appeared as disheveled as a cold crow with broken wings. Upon witnessing Edith successfully strike down the giant eagle, Ding Zhio's shock transformed into elation, and he brandished a 2-meter-long steel spear, rushing towards the location where the giant eagle had fallen. Yet, someone else's reaction was swifter than his own. It was the rabbit maiden Ashaga, who emerged from within after hearing the commotion. Initially filled with a hint of uncertainty, she recognized the gravity of the situation the moment she caught sight of the giant eagle. Without hesitation, she abandoned the materials in her hands, donned her imposing Earth Demon bull armor, and wielded her glimmering magic blade, charging towards the Gale Frost Eagle. "Hey, Ashaga, be gentle. Don't truly slay the giant eagle," Ding Zhio shouted after her, unable to keep pace with the rabbit maiden. "Understood," Ashaga replied without turning her head, switching her magic blade for a massive steel hammer as she ran. With a resounding crash, the Gale Frost Eagle ultimately fell to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Struggling to rise and flap its wings, it sought to take flight once more. However, Ashaga, who had just arrived, would not permit it the chance. She pushed off the ground and soared into the air, her body arching like a bow as her hammer descended heavily upon the giant eagle's head. Demacia! Boom! The Gale Frost Eagle was once again sent crashing down, making intimate contact with the earth. The Gale Frost Eagle was bewildered. It had merely wanted to step out for a leisurely afternoon tea, yet had encountered such formidable resistance. It dared not cry out. The once timid rabbit had transformed into a ferocious bear, and the hammer in her hand swung with such ferocity that it nearly left an afterimage, striking the eagle until its head was bloodied and battered. How cruel! Ding Zhio stood upon the blood-soaked concrete wall, his lips twitching as he observed Ashaga's brutality. Yet, he refrained from intervening. Clearly, this giant eagle was a magical beast, its physical prowess evident. It was not something that Ashaga, who had barely consumed a few low-grade fruits, could hope to slay. The reason for allowing Ashaga to unleash her fury was twofold. Firstly, the eagle was gravely injured, its mobility severely hindered, and it had been pinned to the ground, completely losing its advantage. Secondly, it was under the unwavering aim of Edith's Earth Demon Hornbow, rendering it unable to act freely. Unless it wished for its demise, it dared not retaliate. "Master, shall we kill it?" Ashaga inquired coldly, taking a deep breath as she pointed at the Gale Frost Eagle, which lay incapacitated on the ground. The eagle trembled, instinctively curling its body in fear. It had been thoroughly intimidated by Ashaga's onslaught, both physically and psychologically. Ding Zhio did not give his consent. If he had intended to do so, he would not have urged Ashaga to show restraint earlier. "Let us confine it to the pet house. If it can be trained, we shall keep it, and if not, we will slay it for meat." Upon hearing that it would not be killed, the terrified Gale Frost Eagle finally raised its bloodied head, seeking to express its loyalty. What was it calling out? As it is not yet his pet, Ding Zhio is unable to comprehend its cries. The creature claims it is easy to train and pleads for its life. I remarked, "With such a large frame, how can you possess such a timid heart?" Ashaja assisted with the translation, and Lin Wei could not resist a sarcastic comment. The Gale Frost Eagle rolled its eyes, filled with resentment. "If you dare, have that winged creature lower its weapon, and then let us see if my courage remains so small." "Come in," Ding Zhio said, not allowing the giant eagle's apparent surrender to diminish his vigilance. After all, in his experience, eagles are inherently fierce and untamed beings that require a gradual approach. Although he had deactivated all defensive measures, his thoughts remained fixated on the option to re-engage them. Simultaneously, he donned the same Earth Demon bull armor as Ashajia. Should the giant eagle exhibit any signs of rebellion, he would not hesitate to turn it into a stew. Chapter 81. The Doubtful Gale Frost Eagle with a Piercing Cry. The Gale Frost Eagle, clearly capable of understanding human speech, displayed remarkable perceptiveness. Upon noticing the unwavering gaze of the three individuals before it, the creature hesitated to make a move and obediently retreated into the pet house. The moment it entered, Dingjio immediately received a notification regarding the premises. Notification: a Gale Frost Eagle monster has been added to the pet house. Click to view details. Gale Frost Eagle. Quality: green. Attributes: strength 38, constitution 42, intelligence 76, agility 79, skills: ice arrow, sonic attack, status: severely injured, loyalty -20, loyalty at a dismal -20. It was no wonder Dingjio felt a sense of unease. It seemed that the eagle's earlier compliance had merely been a fade. Was it contemplating an escape once its injuries healed? Absurd. It had already entered his pet house. Escape was not an option. After reopening all the recently closed defensive measures, Dingjio instructed Asha, craft a robust iron chain at the workbench. Understood, master. The Gale Frost Eagle, clearly attuned to Dingjio's intentions, revealed a glimmer of apprehension in its eyes. It realized it was to be bound. How could it possibly flee now? Oh, and prepare a muzzle to prevent it from unleashing its sonic attack. Caw! The Gale Frost Eagle expressed its discomfort. This left it with no opportunity whatsoever. Do not fret. This is merely precautionary. Once you genuinely wish to join us, I shall release you. Caw asserted its willingness to join immediately, with Edith serving as a temporary translator. Loyalty, -30 goodness. Loyalty decreased instead of increasing. How could it claim to sincerely wish to join them? Edith, this creature is rather cunning. Help it loosen up. Understood, master. Caw. It protested, stating that it had already agreed to join, so why must it be struck? This was quite the predicament. Ignore it. First, give it a good thrashing. Caw. This time, Edith refrained from translating further, brandishing her exclusive forging hammer, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon it. The impact of 59 points of strength against the eagle's 42 points of constitution was akin to a mother chastising her child, resonating with a series of crisp cracks through its bones. Caw, silence. Wait for me to finish. Caw. Bang. 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 After 5 continuous minutes of hammering, Edith finally ceased her assault. Dingjio stepped forward to meet the Gale Frost Eagle's gaze and inquired, "So, are you willing to join us now?" Caw. The Gale Frost Eagle nodded fervently. Loyalty, -40. Dingjio clicked his tongue. The creature's bones were remarkably resilient. Continue. Caw. The Gale Frost Eagle was taken aback. Even if it couldn't comprehend his words, surely it could perceive its own nodding agreement. Why persist in striking it? Bang. Another round of relentless hammering ensued. Observing the now tattered feathers of the Gale Frost Eagle, Dingjio grinned and prompted, "Well, have you made up your mind?" Caw. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, mere verbal agreement is insufficient. True consent must reside within the heart. Subsequently, Dingjio displayed its attribute panel before it. Swift Frost Eagle, quality, green. Attributes, strength 38, constitution 42, intelligence 76, agility 79, skills, ice arrow, sonic attack, status, severely injured, in danger, loyalty, -40. Do you see that? This is the quantified representation of your prowess. Observe the last line, loyalty, -40 points. With this, do you still dare claim you genuinely wish to join us? Caw. The Swift Frost Eagle stood frozen in disbelief. Good sir, my esteemed friend, if you possessed such discerning abilities, why did you not express it sooner? Must I endure this incessant charade? Thus, it is paramount for a bird to recognize the winds of change. Now, I shall inquire once more. Do you wish to join us? Caw. The Swift Frost Eagle nodded fervently. The previously declining loyalty finally began to rise. Loyalty, -30, loyalty, -20, loyalty, -10, loyalty, 0, loyalty, 5. Loyalty. 10. Then there was silence. Ding Jiao, maintaining a stoic expression, thrust the attribute panel before its eyes. You see, this predicament places me in a difficult position. Mere words are of no consequence. True commitment must be felt. With only 10 points of loyalty. How can you claim to have truly invested yourself? Stubborn, are we, Edith? Loyalty. 11. Tell me, are you not rather foolish? Without someone to oversee you, you would remain oblivious to the rise in loyalty, would you not? Loyalty. 15. Loyalty. 18. That's the spirit. You are now a mature, swift frost eagle. You must learn to navigate your own path. It is rather inconvenient to always trouble Edith. Master, the steel chain has been completed. The rabbit girl, Ashaga, approached, dragging along a steel chain as thick as a thigh and nearly 8 meters long, clanging as she moved. Let me see. Steel chain, durability, 30,000. Description, of little practical use, but remarkably sturdy. What did you add to achieve such durability? Ding Jiao inquired with curiosity. Master, did you notice? I dared to add a bit of magical metal, and to my surprise, it enhanced the durability significantly. Ashaga replied, scratching her head shyly. Master, you won't hold this against me, will you? Of course not. In the future, if you have similar ideas, feel free to experiment. I possess an abundance of materials. Understood, Master. I shall endeavor to try more things henceforth. Ashaga beamed in agreement. Edith, you too. If you have any ideas, do not hesitate to experiment. There is no need to consult me specifically. I understand. Now, let us proceed to secure this creature. As the transparent Gale Frost Eagle, in a state of desperation, realized that Ding Jiao intended to confine it, it became agitated. Struggling to rise, it endeavored to implore Ding Jiao to abandon this dreadful notion. Do not be alarmed. Once your loyalty surpasses 60 points, you shall no longer be restrained. Chapter 82. The eldest sister returns to shop again upon witnessing his magnificent steel claws bound by iron chains. The Gale Frost Eagle felt as though the latter half of its avian life had been shrouded in despair. Had implored Ding Jiao not to treat it thus. Ding Jiao cast a glance at the loyalty meter, which ceased to rise beyond 25, remaining unmoved. From now on, you shall remain here obediently. As I previously mentioned, once your loyalty exceeds 60 points, I shall unfasten your leg shackles and grant you the opportunity to roam. Mere words are insufficient. One must also harbor genuine conviction. By the way, here is a vial of healing potion. Consume it now. It will aid in your recovery. Upon hearing that it could heal, the Gale Frost Eagle disregarded any doubts about Ding Jiao's honesty, opening its beak to swallow both the vial and its contents whole. Subsequently, a warm sensation coursed through its abdomen, and the wound began to itch, miraculously starting to scab over. What a splendid elixir. The Gale Frost Eagle requested a few more vials. Alas, there are none left. Ding Jiao swatted away the eagle's head as it leaned closer, his expression darkening. This rascal was quite heartless. Even after receiving treatment, its loyalty had not increased in the slightest. Truly, it echoed the saying, sweetness consumed, cannonballs returned. Nevertheless, with the Gale Frost Eagle's robust physique, even a single vial was sufficient to sustain its life. Not even one remains. Ding Jiao, disinterested in further discourse with this creature, observe its condition improve from life-threatening wounds to merely severe injuries before leading his team out of the pet house. The Gale Frost Eagle called out a few more times, receiving no response, before retracting its once proud head. Moments ago, its foolishly adorable eyes had sparkled. Now, in solitude, they radiated wisdom. With one claw, it stealthily scraped at the large iron chain binding it. To its dismay, its formidable claws, capable of shattering earth and stone, yielded no results. Aside from leaving a faint white mark on the chain, it caused no damage whatsoever. Despair washed over the Gale Frost Eagle. Yet it stubbornly increased its efforts, scraping several more times. Eventually, it even managed to produce a sawing sound. Regrettably, the anticipated outcome eluded it. That infernal iron chain was astonishingly harder than its own claws. Ding Jiao, of course, heard the slight commotion from within the pet house, yet he chose not to investigate. Given the Gale Frost Eagle's current severely injured state, even if it were to break free from its chains, what difference would it make? The turrets in the courtyard had already been activated. Should the Gale Frost Eagle dare to step even a foot outside the pet house, it would be met with an onslaught of cannon fire and iron arrows. Conversely, do not let the term small mislead you regarding the miniature defensive barrier. Its protective capabilities were far from lacking. Previously, it had withstood the Gale Frost Eagle's lethal dive attack, only losing 300 points of energy. In essence, even had they done nothing, the small barrier could have defended against 333 attacks from the Gale Frost Eagle. Even if the Eagle could strike once per second, it would take over 5 minutes. Chu Yushua Ding Jiao, I've heard you crafted new equipment with exceptionally high defense. Is that true? Ding Jiao Chu Yushua. Who did you hear that from? Chu Yoshua. Li Daniu. We encountered him while gathering resources outside. Ding Jiao, what a coincidence. Are you located quite close to each other? Chu Yoshua. It's not bad. We're just 85 coordinate points apart. Ding Jiao. That is indeed close. You didn't end up fighting, did you? Chu Yoshua. I am not like those two brothers from the Zhang family. They're the worst in the entire area. Truly two proverbial rats spoiling the broth. Ding Jiao, you must be cautious then. They're currently targeting people like you who venture out to collect resources. Chu Yoshua, we are not afraid. If we do encounter them, the outcome is uncertain. Ding Jiao, aren't there only 5 of you and all women? Are you truly confident in defeating the Zhang brothers? Chu Yoshua, there are now 6 of us. We met a lovely girl during our migration. Seeing her alone, we invited her to join our team. Ding Jiao, that's still not many. The Zhang brothers have blood on their hands and are quite ruthless. Are you sure you can be merciless against them? Chu Yoshua, what is there to hold back against such scum? Ding Jiao, I'll just listen. Chu Yoshua, I've been talking for so long and forgot the main point. That set of armor on Li Daniu is from you, right? Do you have any spares? I could use a few. Ding Jiao, that is quite expensive. Chu Yoshua, no worries, I am quite wealthy now. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiao's eyes brightened. However, he did not rush to quote a price. Instead, he feigned surprise and asked, Didn't you say you were out of money when you wanted to buy the cotton jacket? It's only been a day. How have you suddenly acquired funds? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Chu Yoshua, who is deceiving you? Chu Yoshua, and how dare you bring up the cotton jacket? How much did you sell it to me for? And how much to others? Chu Yoshua, are you a schemer who only overcharges regular customers? Ding Jiao, the retail price cannot be the same as the wholesale price. Besides, have you considered how much you're requesting? Weapons and hundreds of fine iron arrows. The price I offered is already quite reasonable. Chu Yoshua, so according to you, am I wrongfully accusing you? Ding Jiao, yes. Chu Yoshua, as expected. I should not talk to you so much. You manage to infuriate me every time. Ding Jiao, is it my fault then? Chu Yoshua, I am not angry. I'm not angry. Ding Jiao, picking nose. Chu Yoshua, Ding Jiao, shall I take my leave? Chu Juice. She had not even bought anything yet. How could she let Ding Jiao leave? Chapter 83. The peculiar tool, user Chu Yoshua. Oh well, never mind. I've grown accustomed to being misled by you so many times. Let us discuss the matter of armor. This time, I require 6 pieces. Ding Jiao, you haven't even examined the attribute panel, and you're already asking for them? Chu Yoshua, it's all right, I trust you. Do you think I would tell you that I've seen that piece belonging to Li Daniu? Ding Jiao, very well, but asking for 6 is quite a lot. I fear you may not be able to afford it. Chu Yoshua, please tell me the price. Ding Jiao, all right, considering the perfect convergence of your team, I shall dictate the price this time. However, I worry that if I set a price, you may not be able to meet it. Chu Yoshua, if you don't mention it, how would I know whether I can or cannot? Ding Jiao, fair enough. For now, I need the territory expansion token, land transformation blueprints, intermediate special fruits, and the defense tower blueprints. Chu Yoshua, the items you seek are indeed valuable. You have quite the discerning taste. Ding Jiao, just tell me if you have them or not. Chu Yoshua, we do not have enough land transformation blueprints, so I cannot sell you any. However, we possess 2 territory expansion tokens that we do not currently require, so I can sell those to you. As for the intermediate agility fruit, we know where to find some, and we might part with one once we secure it. Regarding the defense tower blueprints, we had one, but it has already been utilized. Dingjio. Then what is the point of your words? With what you just mentioned, you couldn't even buy a single piece of Earth Demon Bull armor. Chu Yoshua. I was merely curious about what you might need. Chu Yoshua. It is no surprise that our esteemed Master Dingjio from District 1024 seeks only scarce goods. Dingjio. Flattery will get you nowhere. The price remains unchanged. And I 1T part with a single coin less. Chu Yoshua. TCH. As if you've ever given me a discount. Dingjio. Chu Yoshua. Enough of this banter. I, Chu Yoshua, am committed to purchasing those 6 pieces of armor, and even Jesus couldn't change that. Dingjio. Interesting. It seems you truly possess something valuable, given your bold claims. Juzus. Guet. Dingjio. Do you think I'll guess or not? Chu Yoshua. Do you think I'll guess if you'll guess? Dingjio. Do you think I'll guess if you'll guess if I'll guess? Chu Yoshua. Do you think I'll guess if you'll guess if I'll guess? Ah, this dull game is utterly unamusing. I shall cease playing. Dingjio. Being invincible is a profound solitude. Being surrounded by many is an emptiness, alone at the pinnacle. Juzus. Dingjio. It appears you are in quite a good mood today. You've yet to become irritated despite our lengthy conversation. Chu Yoshua. Oh. So you're aware that your words can sting? Why not change that? Dingjio. It's not myself who is wounded, so why should I alter my ways? Chu Yoshua. Such reasoning is indeed compelling. I am left speechless. Chu Yoshua. All right. I shan't boast any longer. My sisters are waiting for me to purchase equipment to return. Dingjio. Am I to blame? I wonder who is the one rambling on. Chu Yoshua. Blame me, all right? Chu Yoshua. Shadow Knight Advancement Scroll. How about it? Isn't this item splendid? Just 6 pieces of armor are insufficient for a trade. Additional payment is required. Dingjio. Then I shall refrain from trading. Chu Yoksue. No. This time it's your turn to add money. Wait. What do you mean you 1T trade? How can you not trade? Dingjio. Why should I be compelled to trade? Chu Yoshua. Is this item not desirable? Dingjio. It is indeed good. Chu Yoshua. Then that settles it. Dingjio. The item is excellent, yet it is of no use to me. Chu Yoshua. It may not be useful now, but it will surely be beneficial in the future. You could keep it for later. Dingjio. Do you take me for a fool? I currently lack even a night job change scroll. What would I do with an advancement scroll? With that spare money? Wouldn't it be wiser to exchange for something I can utilize at this stage? Chu Yoshua. While that may be true, you are the esteemed 9th master of our district. Acquiring a mere night job change scroll should be a trivial matter for you. Dingjio. It appears I have misjudged the situation. You are not merely calm today out of happiness. Rather, you are refraining from fleeing to ensnare me. Are you not? Chu Yoshua. How dare you tarnish my reputation without cause? Dingjio. Arms crossed, displaying indifference. Chu Yoshua. Humph. A dog biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. I thought of you the moment I acquired this Shadow Knight Advancement Scroll. Yet you speak of me thus. It truly wounds my heart. Meanwhile, in the house where Chu Yoshua resides, 5 uniquely styled beauties surround her, chattering and devising strategies. The newly joined Yi, facing such a situation for the first time, blushes like a schoolgirl caught in mischief. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to deceive 9th Master? How could a mutually beneficial arrangement be termed deception? Little Z, you are far too innocent. Oh, your cheeks are flushed. How adorable. Saya, keep your distance from Z. Do not infect her with your flamboyance. Cold-faced lady, I was just remarking that your icy demeanor has frozen little Z. Hey. Let us focus on the matter at hand. You two must not quarrel at this time. Indeed, we are at a critical juncture. Our success hinges on this moment. I suggest we directly tempt him. I've never seen a cat that refuses fish. Do you think everyone is like you? Perpetually flamboyant, like a reincarnation of Vixen? That may be true, but at least I do not resemble a walking freezer. Anyone who approaches shivers. As the two resumed their quarrel, Shun Pei and Feng Tianqing each took hold of one to separate them. Dingjio Chu Yoshua, continue your charade. Based on my understanding of you, I do not believe you are the type to shed tears. Chu Yoshua. Dingjio, you are so heartless, so cruel, So unreasonable. Ding Jiu Chu Yoshua. In what way am I heartless, cruel, or unreasonable? Huh. Do you truly believe I have not witnessed Jiang Yao's works? Chu Yoshua fell silent, too exasperated to respond. She glanced at her friends, lamenting what you all said was utterly unhelpful. Instead, it only made that scoundrel Ding Jiu mock me. Why are you so eager to engage in such frivolous banter? Muya retorted with a hint of irritation. Do you assume I can mimic your style? I simply cannot. Why don't you take a turn instead? I wish I could, she sighed, but that fellow hasn't even added me as a friend. What can I do? Shinta Yuning interjected. Didn't you claim that there are no cats that refuse to eat fish? Why not have Xiao Xue send your photos to him? Surely you jest. Are you implying that I lack confidence? Muya shot back. You cold-hearted schemer, attempting to lead me astray. However, if you wish for me to share my photos, you must do the same. After all, you're the head of our archery club. Surely, you possess the courage to do so? Is it possible that the renowned minister Shinta Yuning truly lacks the audacity? Chapter 84. The beauty trap is futile. Don't provoke me, Saoya. It's merely a photo, after all. What's there to fear? Let us hope so. Seeing that Shinta Yuning was not angered, Muya felt a sense of disinterest. However, shared joy and shared tribulation bind people together, adhering to the principle that the more participants, the greater the chances. Muya's incessant chatter led everyone to ultimately agree to send a photo. Indeed, just a photo. For some, the thought of sending a portrait was still a tad too audacious, leaving them a bit bashful. Ding Jiu, having received no response from Chu Yoshua, began to believe she had truly given up. Just as he contemplated whether to agree to raise the price, Chu Yoshua unexpectedly sent him 6 photos of young women. Each exuded a unique charm. Some were alluring and enchanting, others were cool and aloof, some appeared innocent and adorable, while others radiated vivacity and cheerfulness. Each possessed distinct qualities. Yet they all shared one common trait. They were all exceptionally lovely, precisely Ding Jiu's type. Of course, that was in the past. Ever since he embarked on penning the groundbreaking work Interspecies Physiology and Reproduction, his preferences had shifted. Now, he found himself drawn only to those with an element of the extraordinary. Ding Jiu. What is going on, Chu Yoshua? Have you been hacked? Juice. Aren't they beautiful? Ding Jiu. They're decent, but why send them to me? Planning to play matchmaker? Chu Yoshua. Well, that is not entirely out of the question, depending on your performance. Ding Jiu. In that case, I'll pass. I'm quite content on my own. Chu Yoshua. Men's words are deceiving. Not a single truth can be found in what you say. Ding Jiu. I speak only the truth. Given my current situation, if I truly wish to find a woman, I could simply shout in the chat room. Chu Yoshua. How could those common and superficial girls possibly compare to my friends? Ding Jiu. You seem rather upset. Surely one of those photos, ISNT you? Are you attempting to seduce me? Chu Yoshua. How could that be? Why would I send you my photos for no reason? I am no infatuated fool. Ding Jiu. Haha. You're getting flustered. Ding Jiu. Let me guess who it is. Chu Yoshua. I've already said it's not. Can you not understand human speech? Ding Jiu. First, let us eliminate the first photo. From our numerous conversations, it's clear you're not one to flaunt yourself so seductively. Chu Yoshua. You have an eye for detail. Ding Jiu. The second photo can also be dismissed. It's too icy, not at all like you. Chu Yoshua. Ding Jiu. Then we come to the 6th photo. Despite her height appearing impressive, it was surely taken from a low angle. I suspect her actual height does not exceed 1.50 meters. Chu Yoshua. Who said it wasn't T? I'm a full 1.52 meters. Ding Jiu. What is a mere 1 or 2 centimeters? Does it make a difference? Chu Yoshua. Of course it makes a difference. That is a substantial distinction. To say otherwise is disrespectful. Ding Jiu. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so anxious? Chu Yoshua. I'm not anxious at all. I'm merely assisting you in rectifying your mistakes. Ding Jiu. Then I must sincerely thank you. Chu Yoshua. You're welcome. Ding Jiu rolled his eyes and continued his commentary. As for the rest, I believe the 5th one is the most likely. His gaze, clear yet tinged with a hint of foolishness, was reminiscent of a college student yet to step into the real world, rather akin to you. Chu Yoshua. Who are you calling clear-headed and foolish? I am the academic representative of our class, quite clever, In fact, not foolish at all. Ding Gio smirked. If you were not foolish, how could you have been duped by him so many times? Of course, he would not voice this thought aloud. Otherwise, how could he continue to take advantage of her? Shinpei, little lowly, back to the topic. Let us not get sidetracked again. Chu Yushua, do you think I haven't mentioned it? The fact is, he looks down on all of you, preferring to remain single rather than entertain your company. Muya, that's impossible. Even if he dismisses Shun Tu Ning, why would he overlook me? Shun Tu Ning crossed her arms. What respectable person would fancy a flirt like Muya? Muya, that is still better than this big ice block. Yeezy, perhaps we should just let it go. I think the Shadow Knight's advancement scroll for 6 pieces of equipment is already quite remarkable. There is no need to be greedy. Besides, you all can't possibly outplay Jioyi, so why exert yourselves for no reward? Jioyi actually called her foolish, unaware that she was quite astute. She refrained from voicing her thoughts that might sow discord among the group. However, the scroll was obtained from a golden treasure chest, undoubtedly rare. Exchanging it for just 6 pieces of equipment felt like a loss to Chu Yushua, who still harbored some reluctance. Rarity is of no use. In our 1024 district, Jioyi is the wealthiest. If we don't sell it to him, are we to sell it at a low price to others? What do you all think? Chu Yushua looked at the other 4 women. Since even the beauty trap failed, what else could be done but to sell it? Muya was the first to agree. Though Shun Tu Ning remained silent, she nodded in agreement. As for Feng Tianqing and Shun Pei, it was needless to say. For them, trading or not trading mattered little, as long as they followed the trend. All right then, but perhaps we could ask them to throw in some steel arrows as a sweetener. With a decision made, Chu Yushue regained her usual confidence. Zhuzus Xingdu, Anzai. Let us not bicker any longer. A fixed price, 6 pieces of equipment plus 200 steel arrows, and you can take the Shadow Knight's advancement scroll. Ding Jiu Chu Yushue. Impossible, at most 50 arrows. The remaining 150 can be replaced with ordinary iron arrows. Chu Yushue Ding Jiu. No way, I only want steel arrows. Ding Jiu Chu Yushue. How much steel do you actually have? You boldly demand 200 arrows. Do you grasp the magnitude of this request? Chu Yushue Ding Jiu. Then I will concede. How about 190 arrows? Xingju Chu Zus Namuyado. Chu Yushue Ding Jiu. You should at least add a bit more. Ding Jiu Chu Yushue. I am just one person. Having 50 arrows in stock is already quite commendable. Ding Jiu Chu Yushue. I recall selling you a basic woodworking blueprint. May I ask how many wooden products you can craft in a day? Ding Jiu addressed Chu Yoshua, remarking that if one were to adhere to her demands, even the donkeys of the production team would be overwhelmed. In response, Chu Yoshua conceded, stipulating the requirement of 6 suits of armor, 50 fine steel arrows, and 150 ordinary iron arrows. Ding Jiu acquiesced to her request. He approached several arrow towers and removed all the iron arrows within, totaling 468. After setting aside the 150 arrows designated for Chu Yoshua, he was left with 218 remaining. However, he had no intention of returning them to the arrow tower, given that iron arrows were not particularly lethal against magical beasts. He planned to replace them entirely with fine steel arrows. With the necessity of a furnace now eliminated, the rabbit maiden Asha could produce 500 fine steel arrows in a single day, more than sufficient to supply several arrow towers. Yet, Chu Yoshue remained unaware of this fact. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have branded Ding Jiu as an unscrupulous merchant once more. The notion of delivering 50 fine steel arrows to her daily would certainly challenge her understanding of the relationship between the provider and the recipient, akin to turning the world upside down. Chapter 85. Discovery of the Underground Cavern, Shadow Knight Advancement Scroll, Durability, 1-1, Requirement 1. Knight Profession, Requirement 2, Strength 150. Constitution 120, Intelligence 160, Agility 220. Description: the Shadow Knight is a mysterious warrior who traverses the fine line between light and darkness. Once devoted paladins of the light, they now grapple with the duality of fall and redemption, bearing a cursed mission that embodies neither pure malevolence nor absolute righteousness. In comparison to the previous assassin class, the Shadow Knight exudes an undeniable aura of prestige. However, The prerequisites for advancement are notably stringent. The knight profession is manageable, contingent upon acquiring the corresponding advancement scroll. The crux lies in the attribute requirements. The basic attribute fruits can only be consumed a maximum of 10 times, yielding a mere 20 points. Although the intermediate attribute fruits have yet to be tested, Ding Jiu speculates they too may be limited to 10, amounting to 100 points. Together, these provide only 120 points, leaving a substantial deficit of 100 points to reach the daunting agility requirement of 220, unless higher-grade attribute fruits emerge. It remains uncertain how one might accumulate the necessary points in this perilous world where defeating monsters does not yield experience. After stowing the scroll, Ding Jiu contemplated sending a message to Li Daniu, requesting assistance in procuring land transformation blueprints. Li Daniu Ding Jiu, received, boss. Li Daniu Ding Jiu, by the way, boss. I encountered Chu Yoshue and the others today while out, and they asked me to check the attributes of the Earth Demon Bull armor. Ding Jiu Li Daniu. I'm aware. They just came to me to purchase 6 pieces of Earth Demon Bull armor. Li Daniu Ding Jiu. Wow, are they that affluent? Buying 6 pieces at once? Ding Jiu Li Daniu. Wealth often signifies strength. Don't entertain any ill thoughts. If something goes awry, I want to come to your aid. Li Daniu Ding Jiu. Of course not. I, Li Daniu, am not that kind of person. Ding Jiu Li Daniu. All right, that's all for now. Take care of yourself. Li Daniu Ding Jiu. Understood. Thank you for your concern, boss. Master, please respond. Something has occurred? Ding Jiu paused his work to inquire. Master, we have discovered an underground cavern and are preparing to explore it. Wait, what did you say you found? An underground cavern. An underground cavern? Huh. Have you stumbled upon a new dungeon while venturing forth? Do not rush down just yet. Allow me to connect to the screen first. All right. Ding Jiu abandoned his gardening and hurried back indoors. Master, are we under attack again? The rabbit girl, Ashaga, asked with confusion. No, it's Annie and the others who have made a new discovery. As Ding Jiu spoke, he placed the drone controller on the table and activated the remote monitoring function. Soon, the screen displayed the figures of Catgirl Annie and her companions. They stood near a pile of rocks, surrounded by trees, ensnared in thorny brambles, making passage quite difficult. The underground cavern they referred to lay concealed within the thicket approximately 10 meters away, a remarkably hidden location. It is unclear how they found their way here. Very well. You may enter now, but do exercise caution. Understood, Meow. Master, I shall keep a vigilant watch over them, the mermaid Margaret assured. I shall fetch a torch. The fox girl Lisa produced a torch and ignited it, casting a warm glow upon the dark entrance. The cat girl Annie, reacting swiftly, led the way ahead. Trailing behind were the large yellow and the small gray. The fox girl Lisa and the mermaid Margaret followed closely, one holding the torch to illuminate the path, while the other grasped a staff, ready to assist if needed. Annie, do tread carefully and do not rush. Understood, Meow. The group proceeded at a leisurely pace, exploring the depths. Be mindful of the ground and observe if there are any signs of living creatures, Ding Jiu advised. Upon hearing this, the fox girl Lisa lowered the torch closer to the ground and cave walls. Any discoveries? Ding Jiu inquired anxiously. The mermaid Margaret shook her head. No. It seems this place has been abandoned for quite some time, but there are signs of human excavation on the walls. Then do remain cautious. There may be traps. Understood. The party continued onward. Cautiously traversing over 30 meters, they encountered their first turn. Upon advancing, they discovered an expansive hall measuring over 100 square meters, shaped in an oval. Inside were 7 or 8 stone tables of varying lengths, adorned with numerous iron plates and utensils, all encrusted with dust, indicating that no one had cleaned here for quite a long while. Master, it appears that people once inhabited this place, and in considerable numbers, remarked Lisa. I concur. Perhaps they were indigenous inhabitants. Indigenous? Chapter 86. The Despairing Diary Master. Are you referring to us as the indigenous people? Meow the cat girl. Indeed, we have only been in this world for 11 days, making it impossible for us to have created such a deep chasm. But why do we lack any memories related to it? Mermaid Margaret furrowed her brow. Ding Jiu shook his head. I am uncertain. I had previously inquired with LeMay, but unfortunately, she did not provide any answers. Everyone come quickly. I have made a discovery. Margaret's sudden exclamation captured the attention of all present. Upon approaching, they found that a wall bore a multitude of peculiar inscriptions. What language is this? Ding Jiao questioned, visibly unfamiliar with the script. Foxgirl Lisa's eyes widened as if recalling something. These appear to be Beast script. Beast script? Yes, it is the writing used by our Beastman tribe. However, if these are your tribe's characters, then what are the texts we regularly observe on the data panels? Ding Jiao had always assumed that the words he saw were the written language of this world, only to realize he had been mistaken. Yet, he was not alone in his misjudgment. The beast-eared girls were evidently in the same predicament. Master, aren't those the characters from your world? Ding Jiao shook his head, no. Though I cannot explain why I can comprehend them, they are certainly not from my realm. What could this mean? Margaret inquired. Are the characters of your merfolk language different? Ding Jiao asked. Margaret also shook her head. Neither of these is ours. Let us set this aside for now and discuss what is inscribed on the wall. Catgirl Annie remarked, Don't look at me. My knowledge of Beast script is limited. Mermaid Margaret added, And don't look at me either. I cannot read it. I shall attempt it. I am familiar with the Beast script. In the end, it was Foxgirl Lisa, the most cultured among them, who held the torch closer to the stone wall. What does it say? Catgirl Annie, despite her inability to comprehend, stood on tiptoes to peer closer. The inscriptions revealed a series of diary entries, detailing, on the 9th of September, 3329 in the Beast King as calendar. Our lava dwarf tribe was transported to a world known as the Survival Continent. Wait, is Beast King as calendar your term? And if you're not the indigenous people here, how is it that they claim to have been transported? Ding Jiao interjected. This, too, is unclear to us. We possess no related memories, Foxgirl Lisa replied, her brow furrowed in concern. Should they trust the words etched in stone? Wasn't it more suspicious? If one person lacked memory, it could be overlooked, but the absence of recollection among all of them certainly raised questions. Ding Jiao was resolute in his thoughts. Sensing a troubling hypothesis, this world of survival was not the exclusive domain of a single race. Whether it was Catgirl Annie and her companions or Ding Jiao himself, they were all survivors who had been transported here, the only distinction being the timing of their arrival. As for why they had become slaves of LeMay, perhaps it was a consequence of failing to survive, or for some other reason entirely. The clues were exceedingly sparse. He could only speculate about this place. It was sufficiently shocking. Master, do you also believe that we orcs are survivors? The Catgirl Annie inquired anxiously. The likelihood is quite high. Let's continue to observe. Ding Jiao responded. The Foxgirl Lisa nodded gravely and resumed, translating the inscriptions on the stone wall. Survival Chronicle, Day 1. We ventured out in search of our kin, but to no avail. Survival Chronicle, Day 3. A frigid calamity has descended upon us. Although the temperature has plummeted, it poses no challenge for us, the lava dwarves. Even if the items we forge are not of our usual quality, they still suffice for warmth. Survival Chronicle, Day 6. A blizzard has erupted, rendering us unable to venture outside. We hosted a feast via our communication channel. Master, this is astonishingly similar to our own experiences, Lisa remarked. Continue translating, Lisa, Ding Jiao urged. Very well. Survival Chronicle, Day 10. The beasts of the misty forest have evolved, growing significantly larger, adorned with scales and menacing fangs, making them exceedingly formidable. On this day, we lost many of our kin. Survival Chronicle, Day 15. Only 1,000 of our kin remain. It was at this moment that we understood why we had not encountered others. We were separated by a barrier. We also realized that we were not the only lava dwarves transported here. Upon reaching this point, silence enveloped the group. If the writings were indeed true, it was profoundly despairing. First, the Orc tribe was transported here to survive, and then the human tribe followed suit. It felt as if they were being manipulated like puppets. Even if they managed to endure until the end, would it truly mean they were safe? Ding Jiao harbored doubts. After a brief pause, the Foxgirl Lisa inhaled deeply and continued her translation. Survival Chronicle, Day 16. Although the magical beasts of the misty forest are perilous, this does not deter our resolve to unite. Survival Chronicle, Day 18. After 2 days of searching, our lava tribe has finally reunited, and we rejoiced, even though only 482 of us remain. Survival Chronicle, Day 19. The frigid calamity has passed, and it seems the world itself celebrates the reunion of our lava clan. Survival Chronicle, Day 20. Just as we felt a surge of confidence that we could survive in this world, the tide of magical beasts surged forth. They obliterated our last refuge and shattered our final faith. Master, it mentions a tide of magical beasts. Could we also be slaughtered? The cat girl Annie asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. Did it not state that the tide would not emerge until after the cold has ended? We have ample time to fortify our homes into iron fortresses, Ding Jiu reassured. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. Our master is indeed remarkable. Annie sighed in relief. The other women, though silent, felt encouraged by Ding Jiu's words, silently motivating themselves to gather resources with greater diligence. Survival Chronicle, Day 21. The remaining 18 survivors have found a concealed location to dig an underground cave for shelter. However, devoid of faith and having lost the shelter of our abode, everything has become exceedingly arduous. On the 22nd day of survival, 2 individuals have vanished from the cave. Though unspoken, the group harbors suspicions regarding their fate. By the 26th day, only 7 survivors remain, our gazes devoid of luster, numbly existing. On the 30th day, just 1 survivor is left, and the second cataclysm, marked by oppressive heat, has now descended upon us. Yet, this is of little consequence to me, for I am utterly exhausted and possess no strength left to await the return of my kin from other regions. Barak, the hammer of melting, Final Testament. May the beast god endure for eternity. Chapter 87. Inheriting the legacy of the dwarves. Acquiring the level 4 house upgrade blueprint, damn it. Ding Jiu cursed inwardly. He had initially anticipated a dungeon, only to discover a forsaken survival shelter, crafted by human hands. It made sense, given the roughness of the surroundings. However, he couldn't help but admire the effort of a mere dozen individuals in excavating such a vast space. Master, do you believe the inscriptions on this stone wall to be genuine? Could they be a deliberate deception? Asked the mermaid, Margaret, shattering the heavy silence. Whether true or false mattered little. Making preparations in advance incurred no loss. Is there a conspiracy afoot? Ding Jiu mused. The sky could fall, and a tall person would bear the brunt. After just a few days, to begin worrying is a sign of idleness. Indeed, he conceded, suppressing any unnecessary thoughts as the 3 women continued their exploration of the cavern. Aside from the main hall, there were 3 narrow passageways. 2 led to barren bedrooms, empty and devoid of any treasures. The third led to a storeroom where various items were neatly arranged. Iron axes for lumberjacking, iron picks for mining, and iron hammers for forging. Initially, upon discovering the items, the women had rushed in, believing they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. However, disappointment washed over them as they realized that most of the contents were mere household tools. Such items were abundant at home and crafted from superior steel. Their effectiveness and damage far surpassed the mundane objects before them. Master, should we take these items back? Or their attributes? Ding Jiu countered. Quite ordinary, came the reply. Then let them be. By the way, aren't dwarves renowned for crafting weapons and equipment? Please examine closely for anything of worth. There are items, but they are merely ornamental, lacking any attributes, Margaret stated, lifting one such piece before the drone. This piece was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than the creations of the Feathered Edith, unmistakably crafted by a master artisan. Yet, upon inspecting its attributes, they were taken aback. Molten armor, quality white, durability, one with description, decorative item, shatters upon contact, good heavens. With only 1 durability, wearing this would be less practical than carrying a steel plate. Ding Jiu internally scoffed, but began to comprehend the situation. While the molten dwarves possessed exceptional forging skills, this survival realm operated under different rules. To forge items with attributes, one must adhere to its regulations, first mastering the corresponding life skills. Furthermore, after learning, one could not simply practice to enhance their level. They must acquire skill books of the corresponding level, progressing incrementally. Convenient, yet undeniably cumbersome. Nonetheless, Ding Jiao found himself rather fond of it. Soon, he was on the verge of becoming a full-time life master. Master, I found something remarkable. The sudden exclamation of Catwoman Annie interrupted Ding Jiao's contemplation. In the frame, Catwoman Annie approached, carrying a half-meter iron box, which she gently placed on the ground. Master, there are so many good things inside, she exclaimed. Is that so? Haha, then you have truly made a significant contribution. Ding Jiao responded, amused. Annie, flattered, proudly placed her hands on her hips. Unperturbed by her display, Ding Jiao's curiosity was piqued as he observed the movements of the mermaid Margaret. The first item was revealed, a scroll, specifically the coveted territory expansion scroll he had longed for. This scroll can enlarge the territory, so why Haven T they used it? Margaret inquired, puzzled. Just as Ding Jiao was about to explain, Foxgirl Lisa interjected. Their house was destroyed by magical beasts, right? Without a home, there is no exclusive territory, rendering the scrolls useless. Ah, so the house is that crucial. We must protect it at all costs, Ding Jiao mused. Rest assured, Margaret, during your absence, Asha and I will ensure the safety of our home and master, Edith the feathered person assured. Then it is entrusted to you. The second item was revealed, a blueprint for an arrow tower. While it would suffice for hunting beasts, it fell short against magical creatures, a mere consolation. The third item was a skill book on intermediate construction, whether due to the dwarves' preference for forging or their lack of basic construction skills. It now benefited Ding Jiao and his companions. The fourth item was yet another blueprint, this time for upgrading to a level 4 house. Upon seeing it, Ding Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his earlier disappointment fading away. Goodness, just now I said this place was not a dungeon, which left me quite disheartened. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. So far, not only in the 1024 district, but across the entire Misty Forest, few had achieved level 3 houses, let alone level 4. Be sure to keep it safe. You must not lose it, Ding Jiao urged. Master, what are you saying? It will be in the backpack. It's impossible to lose it, Annie replied. Haha, I'm just anxious. By the way, are there any remains of the lava dwarves in this cave? Since we have taken their legacy, we should give them a proper burial. There are none. It is completely empty. Not even an insect can be found. Well, that's fine. The sentiment counts. Now, quickly check if there are any more treasures in the box, Ding Jiao said eagerly. Margaret shook her head and turned the iron box towards the drone's camera. The rest are magic cores, a total of 28. Ah, magic cores are also quite valuable. 28 will last us for several days. I found them all, Annie declared proudly. For this great achievement, you shall receive all 10 fish as your reward for today. Really? Thank you, Master. Annie beamed. By the way, once you exit the cave, do not go hunting again. Return home at once, understood? Understood, my master. Turning off communication, I noticed the little angel Edith nearby. Ding Jiao immediately embraced her and planted a fervent kiss on her delicate lips. Haha, Edith, we have struck gold this time. Congratulations. Master, she replied. Although shy in the presence of the bunny girl Asha, the winged Edith felt a sense of joy for Ding Jiao. The concept of a level 4 house upgrade blueprint was something she understood, even in her amnesia. No, it's a shared joy, she said, and then kissed him once more. Observing the bashful bunny glancing over with a flushed face, Ding Jiao thought to himself, she is already my woman. I must not show favoritism. With a cheerful smile, he approached her and, amidst her fluster, bestowed upon her a passionate kiss. Chapter 88. The grand operation of the beautiful girl squad Xiao Yi. Could it be that in your past life you saved the galaxy? Your luck is simply extraordinary. Perhaps. Ever since I was young, I have rarely fallen ill. Even when purchasing soda, I often find myself receiving another bottle. Although I have never won a grand lottery, I have never suffered a loss either. TSK. Doesn't that fit the archetype of a fated child? Quickly come, and let me bask in your good fortune. Saya, do not lead the children astray. What if Xiao Yi's luck is tainted by your mischief? Do you take me for a virus? The group, filled with laughter and banter, arrived at their destination, the giant wooded forest. Hush, look over there. The attribute fruit tree is at the foot of that giant tree, and it has already borne 3 fruits. Given their size and color, they might very well be intermediate agility fruits. If that's the case, then after obtaining them, Sister Yuning would have enough attributes to transition into an archer, right? What a lucky bargain for that cold-faced lady. Muya feigned disdain, but had no intention of competing for them. As for the playful exchanges between the two, Chu Yoshue and the others had long grown accustomed to it. All right, let us proceed as planned. Earlier, to hasten their journey, they had only donned cotton clothing. Now that they were about to engage in combat, it was essential to don the Earth Demon Bull armor as well. Although it felt somewhat cumbersome, it was certainly preferable to losing their lives. Fortunately, they had all consumed some basic attribute fruits, or else, given their physique, they would have struggled even to walk, let alone battle monsters. Forming pairs, they cooperatively surveyed the situation near the giant tree. However, they were puzzled. Despite their diligent search, they found no traces of any beasts. Do you think this attribute fruit tree might be unguarded by any beasts? Muy sudendi inwidit. Impossible. Even the basic attribute fruits are fiercely guarded by beasts. How could an intermediate agility fruit be unprotected? It may even be a magical beast, so we must not be careless, Chu Yoshua emphasized once more. But what if the beasts have ventured out? It's hard to believe such a massive creature could be entirely absent, Muya suggested. This time, Chu Yoshua refrained from countering, as she too felt perplexed. Shall we venture out to test the waters? Shen Pei proposed. Pei has a point. Waiting idly is not a solution. Feng Tianxing nodded in agreement. Aning, what do you think? Chu Yoshua turned her gaze to the silent Shen Tu Yuning. Shen Tu Yuning furrowed her brow, and after a moment, coldly remarked, Don't you find that giant tree rather peculiar? Or is it strange? Don't you think it's too quiet? Such a massive tree, yet there isn't a single chirp from birds or buzz from insects. It feels utterly discordant. Once Shen Tu Yuning spoke, everyone sensed the unsettling atmosphere. Although the misty forest was shrouded in fog, it was teeming with life. Beasts, insects, and birds were abundant. Along their journey, they had frequently heard various sounds. However, since arriving here, everything had fallen eerily silent to the point of inducing dread. Realizing this, Yi and Shun Pei felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that this colossal tree is the guardian beast of the intermediate agile fruit tree? Goodness, must it be so sinister? Are monsters truly appearing? Great sage, there are monsters here. Come and rescue your master. Enough of the theatrics. If the great sage were truly to arrive, he would first deal with you vixen. Aining, come shoot an arrow at it, suggested Chu Yoshua. Certainly. Shinta Yuning wasted no time, drawing her homemade longbow and releasing an arrow towards the giant tree. Whoosh! Thud, however, to the surprise of the girls, the arrow struck true. Yet the impact was far less than they had anticipated. The originally penetrating steel arrow only managed to embed itself about 10 centimeters into the massive trunk. This depth was hardly sufficient to pierce the bark of a tree that was 5 to 6 meters in diameter and stood 20 to 30 meters tall. Goodness, what tough bark. It seems our suspicions were correct. This giant tree has indeed come to life, said Chu Yoshua, her expression grave. So what now? Should we still attempt to seize it? Feng Tianxing asked nervously. Of course. After all the effort we've expended to get here, would you be satisfied without at least trying? Jujusa Vito. Certainly not. Xiaoxua, what do you intend to do? Muya inwidit unuswani sitios. A direct confrontation is out of the question, given our small frames. We might not even withstand a single blow from it. This is a tree, where would it find a foot? Chu Yoshua rolled her eyes. Have you never played Warcraft? The ancient war trees of the elf race can walk, jump, and even rap. When facing an unknown enemy, we must broaden our thinking and anticipate all possibilities. What if it resembles the tree demon from a Chinese ghost story, whose roots can burrow underground and attack from a distance? Ez asked timidly. That word bite is well chosen, vivid and illustrative. Get lost. Chu Yoshua shot a glare at Muya, interrupting her banter. Indeed, expecting her to be serious is futile. Much like a dog that cannot change its nature. Z's thoughts are sound. We must also be wary of the giant tree's vines and roots. As for how to combat it, we shall employ the fire strategy from the 36 stratagems. Fire overcomes wood. No matter how hard the bark may be, we shall burn it. That is a fine idea, but what if we accidentally incinerate the intermediate agile fruits as well? Shin Pei asked anxiously. Chu Yoshue raised an eyebrow. Then we shall add a feinting strategy. Aiming, and I will create a distraction with fire from afar to draw its attention. And once it is diverted, you all can sneak in to seize the fruits. TSK. As expected of our class representative, your tactics are consistently cunning. Muya complimented with a thumbs up. All right, enough of the chatter. Let us prepare for action. Chu Yoshue said, while rummaging through her backpack. After failing to find what she sought, she quickly inquired, who has the gasoline? Bring it out so we can all share some, just in case. Yizi immediately raised her hand. I do. I have 5 barrels, each containing 10 liters. Chu Yoshue was taken aback. How do you have so much gasoline? Yizi smiled gently. It comes from opening bronze treasure chests. I'm not quite sure how it happens, but I often manage to obtain them. You truly possess remarkable luck. Chu Yoshue had once thought herself fortunate, frequently acquiring valuable items. However, she did not anticipate that Yizi, the embodiment of luck, would surpass her expectations. Previously, the 5 of them had collectively gathered only 2 barrels of gasoline, while Yizi alone had managed to procure 5 barrels. It was truly incomparable. Chapter 89. The tactical players with impure hearts, how about it? Will it work? Rest assured, the bowstring has been loosened. And with the reduced shooting speed, the fire cloth on the arrowhead will not be extinguished. As long as you have confidence, that is sufficient. We have also prepared the trap on the other side. As long as we can lure it over, we can ignite it with fire. I have prepared 5 gasoline rockets in total. Do you think that is enough? Shen tu yuning anquayod. That should suffice. If necessary, we can resort to torches. Although I am concerned that being too close might be hazardous, replied Chu Yoshue. Shen tu yuning nodded, agreeing that it is better to be cautious. There is no need to risk our lives for 3 intermediate agility fruits. Chu Yoshue nodded in affirmation. I share the same sentiment. If this plan fails, I will reach out to Li Dainiu and collaborate with them against the giant tree. I thought you would contact Lord Jiu instead. Shun Tu Yuning chuckled, her laughter as enchanting as ice blooming. However, Chu Yoshue shook her head repeatedly. That won't do. If we inform him, we might not even get a drop of soup. Curious, Shun Tu Yuning asked, do you have such faith in his abilities? Chu Yoshue retorted, if he had no strength, would he possess such valuable items? Shun Tu Yuning countered, could not be mere luck? Chu Yoshue replied, Xiao, he has had her share of luck, yet she does not possess such treasures. Shun Tu Yuning nodded in agreement. True enough. With a mischievous grin, Chu Yoshue remarked, regardless, Li Dainiu is under Ding Jio's command. If he cannot manage it, will Li Dainiu not seek his assistance? When the time comes, if he helps us, the spoils will remain entirely ours. How perfect. Shen Tu Yuning was left speechless, indeed. As Saoya said, you tactical players have impure hearts. Chu Yoshue rolled her eyes in annoyance. I'm doing this for our team. Each of you are truly ungrateful, eating from the bowl, yet cursing the mother. This was all suggested by Saoya. You may address her about it. You two are quite similar. With everything in place, Chu Yoshue and Shun Tu Yuning formed one team, one wielding a crossbow and the other a longbow to lure the creature. Muya and Yizi teamed up, lying in wait at the trap, ready to ignite the fire. As for Shen Pei and Feng Tianqing, they positioned themselves behind the giant tree, tasked with stealing 3 intermediate agility fruits once the tree departed. I am commencing the operation. Shun Tu Yuning drew back the adjusted longbow, mentally calculating the distance between them. As Chu Yoshue ignited the oil-soaked cloth tied to the arrowhead, a swift whoosh echoed. The fiery arrow shot forth at 1/3 of its original speed, targeting the most lush branches at the top of the giant tree. The cloth, drenched in gasoline, ignited fiercely, quickly setting the foliage ablaze. It's ignited a ning. Continue. Good. Shun Tu Yuning's eyes sparkled brightly as she drew the bow once more, releasing another arrow. This time, the rocket ignited the opposite end of the giant tree. The 2 arrows complemented each other, appearing like 2 ghostly eyes amidst the swirling mist. Gazing at the immobile colossal tree, Shun Tu Yuning hesitated and inquired, Xiao Shui, Could this giant tree truly be a monster? Chu Yushui, equally doubtful, suggested. Shall we wait a moment? At that instant, the seemingly inert giant tree stirred. A massive yellow eye suddenly protruded from its stout trunk, followed by numerous vines surging from the ground, reaching towards the two flames. Ning, stop dawdling. Quickly continue shooting. We cannot allow it to extinguish the fire, Chu Yushui urged anxiously. It's coming. Shen Tuyuning inhaled deeply and swiftly launched an arrow. This time, she executed a throwing motion, nearly hitting the pinnacle of the giant tree, adorning it with a fiery red crown. Although this inflicted considerable damage upon the tree, it also compromised their concealed position. A rustling sound ensued as several spiked vines, akin to writhing serpents, menacingly advanced towards the two. With a swift motion, Chu Yushui retracted her crossbow, replacing it with a finely crafted steel-long sword, taller than herself. With a serious demeanor, she positioned herself in front of Shun Tu Yuning, declaring, Ning, you continue the assault. I shall fend them off. I leave it to you. Shun Tu Yuning replied, placing unwavering faith in Chu Yushui's capabilities, and continued to ignite the giant tree. Chu Yushui did not disappoint her. The heavy steel sword felt as light as a feather in her hands. As the incoming vines attacked, she met them head-on with grand, sweeping motions, remarkably holding them at bay all on her own. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Tu Yuning released her remaining 2 arrows. As the flames on the tree intensified, it finally succumbed to fury, its body swaying violently. The ignited branches began to fall spontaneously. Incredible, it actually works? Chu Yushui exclaimed, astonished. Though it is rather unsightly, Shun Tu Yuning remarked, not inaccurately. The fire suppression had left the once lush canopy of the giant tree marred with patches of baldness, rendering it grotesque in comparison to its former self. Perhaps the tree sensed this criticism, for it commenced another frenzied shake. However, this tremor was more exaggerated than before, causing the ground to tremble violently. Goodness, the giant tree has grown legs. Xiao Shui, your predictions are uncanny. Sen Tuyu Ning Guspet. Phew. Thankfully, I was not mistaken. Chu Yushui breathed a sigh of relief. Had she been wrong, her meticulously devised plan would have been rendered futile, not to mention the waste of several barrels of gasoline. Nevertheless, the giant tree's current appearance was undeniably grotesque. Its so-called legs were not akin to those of a human or an animal, but rather hundreds of root-like appendages resembling octopus tentacles, densely clustered on the ground. Anyone with a fear of tight spaces would surely feel dizzy upon witnessing this, since the roots needed to support its movement. The giant tree adopted a new mode of attack. Its trunk, as thick as a thigh, descended with the force of thunder. This time, Chu Yushui dared not confront the challenge head-on. She swiftly retreated with Shen Tuyuning. Boom! The ferocious force of the colossal tree created a massive crater in the ground. The debris that erupted from the impact clanged against the earth demon bull armor worn by both women, resonating with a series of metallic sounds. Chu Yushui and Shen Tuyuning exchanged a glance, resolutely thinking that they must not be struck. Otherwise, a single blow could reduce them to mere pulp. Whoosh! Lacking arrows of fire, the duo opted to utilize ordinary iron arrows to divert the creature's ire. The enraged giant tree, oblivious to the trap, pursued them with reckless abandon. In its frenzy, it relentlessly bombarded Chu Yushui and Shen Tuyuning. Admittedly, the roots were indeed unsightly, yet their speed surpassed what the two had anticipated. Although still slower than their escape, the giant tree covered a distance of 100 meters in less than half a minute, a feat quite remarkable for such a behemoth. However, regrettably, this was where it would end. Chu Yushui and her companions would not allow the giant tree to evade them merely due to its swiftness. Upon witnessing the tree enter the trap they had previously set, Chu Yushui wasted no time in issuing the command to ignite the flames. Aya, Xiaoi, ignite the fire. Upon receiving the instruction, Muya and Yezii promptly set the gasoline on the ground ablaze. As the gasoline rapidly spread, the hay laid out there was instantly ignited, transforming the surrounding area into an inferno in the blink of an eye. Chapter 90. The scheme succeeds. The cold-faced matron transitions to Archer 5 barrels of gasoline. Combined with all the thatch reserves, transformed the vicinity into a blazing inferno at the moment of ignition. The colossal tree, situated at the heart of the flames, likely never anticipated the trap laid for it. Just as the fire was extinguished, it reignited upon its bark, perhaps due to its nature as an ancient tree spirit. Its intellect was evidently inferior to that of other beasts that had been transformed into magical creatures. Upon realizing it was ablaze once more, it instinctively employed its self-shedding branches' skill to extinguish the flames. However, this time it miscalculated. As the branches fell, while they temporarily quelled the flames, they simultaneously provided fuel for the inferno. The area surrounding it erupted as though ignited by an explosion of flaming oil, soaring to heights of 7 or 8 meters. Within mere seconds, the entire trunk was engulfed in flames. The instinct for survival kicked in, and the giant tree, disregarding its pursuit of Chu Yoshue and her companions, desperately sought to flee the fiery onslaught. The 4 women, now united, would not permit its escape, each armed with a longbow. They unleashed a flurry of arrows at the colossal tree. The damage was minimal, yet collectively, it amounted to a significant tally, albeit at the expense of arrows. Following this skirmish, they would likely need to seek out the unscrupulous merchant Dingjio for more ammunition. Caution! The giant tree is launching an attack. Quickly, take cover. Chu Yoshue had barely issued her warning when the tree's assault commenced. Its massive, flame-laden branches swung violently towards the 4. However, thanks to Chu Yoshue's timely alert and their protective Earth Demon bull armor, they sustained minimal injuries. Yet, the lack of a helmet left their long, dark hair scorched by the searing gusts. What a terrifying assault! If struck, it would be a challenge to emerge unscathed, gasped Muya. Therefore, we must not act recklessly. Even if it takes a bit longer to wear it down, we must avoid a direct confrontation, Chu Yoshue reiterated. Rest assured, we are not foolish. As time progressed, the giant tree, continuously tormented by flames, grew increasingly agitated. Its limbs, as thick as a man's thigh, flailed wildly, wreaking havoc upon the ground. Observing its entire form engulfed in flames, Chu Yoshue and the others ceased their assault, maintaining a safe distance as they awaited its demise. Xiaoxue, we have returned. At that moment, another duo rejoined them. How'd it go? Did you acquire the attribute fruits? Chu Yoshue inquired anxiously, while the others watched intently. Shun Peipei nodded enthusiastically. Yes, we obtained them, and they are all intermediate agility fruits. Wonderful. Quickly, let us give the fruits to a Ning, so she can transition immediately. Uget Jujus. Is it that urgent? Haven't we already gained control of the situation? Can we not wait until the giant tree is dealt with before consuming them? Chu Yoshue shook her head. No one can predict if unexpected circumstances will arise. Every enhancement counts. Very well. You are the captain. Your word is final. Shun Peipei retrieved 3 intermediate agility fruits from her backpack. Shun Tu Yuning understood that this was not the time for hesitation, promptly accepted and began to consume them. Don't forget to avoid eating the fruit pits. Those could be traded with that rascal Dingjio, Chu Yoshue reminded, recalling the matter with emphasis. Shun Tu Yuning shot her a silent glare. Who could possibly bite into a pit the size of a finger? Hey, do you think Master Jio collects these pits merely for planting? Or could he have some peculiar obsession? Muya asked with a mischievous grin. Shun Tu Yuning, who was savoring the fruit, suddenly found it less appealing upon hearing this. The others looked at her with a peculiar expression. It's always you, Muya. You have a knack for riling people up. Even eating a fruit of attributes can lead to such discussions. Aren't you afraid that once Shun Tu Yuning transitions to an archer, she might target you? Muya, if the pits aren't for planting, what else could they possibly be used for? Yi, a newcomer to the group, clearly oblivious to the underlying meaning of Muya's words, asked. Just as Muya was about to explain, Chu Yoshue swiftly interrupted with a light slap, scolding, "Stop corrupting the youth." Muya huffed in dissatisfaction. I'm merely enlightening her about the harsh realities of society. We know your intentions well enough. Go play. After addressing Muya, Chu Yoshue turned her attention back to Shun Tu Yuning, who had just finished consuming 3 intermediate agility fruits despite her discomfort. Her attribute panel was as follows. Shinta Yuning, race, human attributes, strength 616, constitution 718, intelligence 71410, agility 91430. It was clear that in preparation for her transition to an archer, the team had prioritized giving her the initial fruits. Haha, those attributes are impressive. Yuning, hurry and transition, so we can see. All right. Shinta Yuning responded with rare excitement, a hint of blush appearing on her usually stoic face. She took out the Archer transition scroll, and indeed, all the attribute requirements were met. Archer transition scroll, durability, 1-1, requirements, strength, 22, intelligence, 30, constitution, 25, agility, 50. Description, upon meeting the requirements, using this scroll will immediately transition you to the archer profession and randomly grant you 1 basic archer skill. Ding! Your attributes have met the transition requirements. Would you like to transition to the archer profession? Yes. As Shinta Yuning confirmed her choice, an unusual green rune appeared on her forehead. It emerged from her brow, spreading to the sides until it converged at her chin before vanishing. The entire process lasted merely 3 seconds. Had it not been for Chu Yoshue and the others intently watching Shinta Yuning, they might have missed this extraordinary occurrence entirely. Prompt. Successful job change. Rewarded with 50 free attribute points. Prompt. You have learned the archer's exclusive skill, charge shot. The longer the charge time, the greater the power. With a maximum charge time of 5 seconds, Shinta Yuning, race, human attributes, strength 616, constitution 718, intelligence 71410, agility 91430, skill, charge shot, free attribute points, 50. Is this really just 1 skill? This job change doesn't seem that impressive, Muya lamented. But we have 50 free attribute points, and our combined initial attributes don't even exceed that, Shun Peipei countered. Whether it's strong or not, we can find out by testing it. There's a target right in front of us, Chu Yoshue remarked, pointing at the distant giant tree still engulfed in flames. Speaking of which, this tree certainly has extraordinary endurance. It has been burning for nearly half an hour and is still ablaze. Yet, that is not the main point. The most significant aspect is that it has yet to perish, still striving to extinguish the flames consuming it. If it were them, they would likely last no more than a minute. Holding her breath, Shinta Yuning activated the charge shot skill, and to her astonishment, the arrowhead of her steel arrow began to emanate a brilliant white light. With a surge of determination, she refrained from releasing the arrow immediately, instead opting to fully charge for the full 5 seconds. As the charge time extended, the small white point at the arrowhead grew increasingly luminous, eventually transforming into a sphere of energy radiating an aura of destruction. Chapter 91. Just as the giant tree was vanquished, a new enemy emerged. Cool it, Lady Coldface. Just don't blow us up, murmured Muya, feeling a surge of trepidation from the ominous energy emanating from the arrow's white light. Fear not, I won't hit you, replied Shun Tu Yuning, casting a sidelong glance before releasing the arrow. The steel projectile pierced through the mist, striking the giant tree with a resounding explosion. Its force magnified 100-fold, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Wow, that is immensely powerful, exclaimed Shun Peipei, unable to contain her astonishment. The charging time is a bit too long, though. That's troublesome, Shun Tu Yuning remarked, visibly dissatisfied. It's quite impressive, at least when it comes to hunting beasts. 1 arrow should suffice, Chu Yushue responded, shaking her head in anticipation of the class change scroll. Meanwhile, the giant tree, after enduring flames and Shun Tu Yuning's charged blow, finally succumbed to the ground. Its massive body caused the earth to tremble upon its fall, generating shockwaves that even those several meters away, including Chu Yushue and her companions, could feel. Some were nearly knocked off their feet. Phew, you finally brought it down. I wonder what treasure it will yield, remarked one, with a hint of excitement. With Yeezy, the lucky girl, around, can we really worry about the quality of the loot? Another chimed in. Ahem, let us not put pressure on her, Chu Yushue interjected, though her smile betrayed her words. I suggest we check on the giant tree. It seems to have found a way to extinguish the flames. Yizi pointed out anxiously. What? The group gasped in shock, turning to witness the fallen giant tree rolling back and forth on the ground. The flames on its body gradually diminishing with each movement until they completely vanished. What the? Wasn't it supposed to be brainless? How does it suddenly know that rolling in the mud can put out the fire? Muya blurted out, unable to suppress her exclamation. It must have been inspired by my arrow. Shin Tu-Yu-Ning bit her lip, regretting her earlier shot. Don't be so arrogant. That arrow was a collective decision, not solely your achievement, another chimed in. Ayu is right. This isn't your fault. Rather than wallowing in self-blame, let's rally our spirits, someone encouraged. Even if it extinguishes the flames, look at its pitiful state. I refuse to believe that we can't defeat a crippled foe with our numbers, Chu Yushue asserted. You're right. Let's go for it. By the way, I have half a barrel of gasoline. We could try to reignite it, Yi suggested, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Muya, thrilled, embraced her and planted a grateful kiss on her cheek. Truly, you are our lucky charm, always useful in critical moments. All right, let's focus here. Chu Yushue intervened, rescuing Yi from Muya's embrace. After receiving the half barrel of gasoline from her, she did not use it to craft a rocket for Shun Tu-Yu-Ning. Instead, they quickly ignited several large bonfires nearby. Although the colossal tree lacked intellect, it possessed an instinct for learning. It had now mastered the art of extinguishing fires by rolling on the ground, and any attempts to rekindle the flames would be thwarted by its newfound method. Rather than waste gasoline on it, it would be more prudent to create additional bonfires to disperse the surrounding fog. Otherwise, we would be forced to confront it in darkness. Upon hearing this, Yezi admiredly gave a thumbs up. Sister Xiaoxue always thinks ahead. All right, let us all focus on the creature and prepare for battle. Compared to its earlier lush and towering form that shaded the skies, the giant tree now stood as a grotesque, bare trunk. Boom! Shin Tu-Yu-Ning was the first to strike. A fully charged arrow effortlessly hit its mark, creating a significant gaping hole in the charred body of the giant tree. Chu Xiaoxue followed closely, wielding a massive steel knife and hacking away, carving out large chunks of wood from the tree. The giant tree attempted to retaliate, but its branches and roots had been mostly reduced to ashes by the recent inferno, leaving it weaponless. In its moment of desperation, it surprisingly employed its remaining trunk to charge at Chu Xiaoxue. Quick on her feet, she leaped with her knife, narrowly evading the collision. The others, lacking the bravery of Chu Xiaoxue, opted for a mid-range strategy, hurling iron spears instead. Remarkably, their efforts proved fruitful within mere seconds. The tree was adorned with an array of spears, resembling a skewered confection. Excellent. This is how we shall proceed. I will continue to draw its ire, while you all pelt it with spears from a distance. All right, be careful. Everyone, give it your all. Half an hour later, the resilient giant tree was finally vanquished, yielding a silver treasure chest. However, the group, exhausted, had lost the motivation to open it and collapsed onto the ground, fatigued. Zhu Xiaos, who had remained tense throughout the battle, lay down the moment the tree fell, gasping for air. Goodness, I am utterly drained. I shall never battle tree demons again. It is not a task meant for humans. If it doesn't reward us with something valuable, I shall curse its entire lineage to bear offspring without anuses. Well, they don't have anuses to begin with. What a futile curse. Nevertheless, we have triumphed at last. Upon returning home, we must host a banquet in celebration. I concur. A celebration tonight is absolutely essential. I wholeheartedly agree. Shin Tu-Yu-Ning also wished to express her agreement, but the sound of approaching footsteps in the distance heightened her alertness. Taking a deep breath, she sprang to her feet, drew her bow, and began to gather luminescent energy at the arrowhead, shouting, "Who goes there? Step forward. I see you." Chu Xiaoxue and the others were startled by her sudden action, yet their trust in their companion compelled them to rise without hesitation, standing shoulder to shoulder. Aining, what is happening? Chu Yoshua gripped her steel blade tightly and whispered, "I just heard a flurry of footsteps coming from that direction. I estimate there are at least a dozen." Shin Tu-Yu-Ning replied softly. Chu Yoshua perked up her ears and focused intently, yet discerned nothing. "Are you certain you didn't mishear? It must be due to my recent transition to an archer. My senses have heightened considerably. allowing me to perceive sounds that you cannot, Shinta Yuning clarified. A deep frown crossed Chu Yoshue's face as she pondered the implications. This could pose a serious problem. Following their recent battle, the stamina of the group had been nearly depleted. If the newcomers were allies, it would be manageable. They could invoke Ding Jiu's name to intimidate. However, if they were akin to the Zhang brothers, notorious for their malevolence, it would indeed spell trouble. They had no surplus energy for another confrontation. Chapter 92. The Zhang brothers pursue. The Koi guides the way, although Muya often engaged in witty banter with Shun Tu Yuning. She was acutely aware that Shun Tu would not jest about such matters. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and aimed in the direction indicated by Shun Tu's day. Chu Yushue stood resolutely before the group of women, her voice ringing out. This is Shu Dao Mountain. If you do not show yourselves, we shall unleash our arrows. 3, 2, 1. What a bold beauty. I find it quite appealing. Just as Chu Yushue counted down, a brazen voice echoed from the other side, accompanied by a dozen or so individuals, each stained with blood. Their expressions varied from greed to excitement, and malice glinted in their eyes as they gazed upon Chu Yushue and the others. Brother Hai, you can't hoard all these beauties for yourself. Indeed, Brother Hai, while you feast, do not forget to let your brothers have a taste. Ha! Fear not, for I, Zhang Hai, am renowned for my loyalty. Once my brother and I have chosen our fill, the rest shall be yours to deal with. Brother Hai, you are magnificent. Damn it. What do these scoundrels take us for? Xiao Shui, let us take action. I'm going to annihilate them. Chu Yushui took a deep breath and calmly stated, everyone be cautious. If my eyes do not deceive me, those two at the forefront are the infamous Zhang brothers that have caused quite a stir of late. You all are aware of their deeds, so prepare yourselves to fight to the death. Ever since I was brought to this cursed place, I never imagined I could leave alive, Shun Tu Yuning coldly remarked, echoing the sentiments of the group. Shun Pei Pei and Feng Tianqing nodded in unison, understanding the gravity of their situation. As they were all sisters from the same dormitory, it was clear to them that they could not oppose Chu Yushue's call to arms. As for Yizi Yi, despite her trepidation, she clenched her longbow tightly, embodying a spirit of shared enmity. Our little firecracker is ready to resist, but that won't do. We would be heartbroken if we marred your beauty, the mockery continued. Indeed, little beauty, why not lower your toy bow? Do you truly believe a mere bulb can frighten us? Dear ladies, if you simply comply, I promise you a life of indulgence. Yes, Brother Hai dotes on beautiful women, ensuring you will live in luxury. It seemed they had already made up their minds about Chu Yushui, as their crude taunts only caused her brows to furrow deeper. Aning, since they deem your bow a toy, let's show them otherwise. Absolutely. Shin Tu Yuning had long been eager to make her move. With Chu Yushui as permission, she hesitated no longer. Drawing upon all her strength, she released her arrow, aimed directly at the Zhang brothers. Strike the horse before the rider. Capture the king before the thieves. Once the Zhang brothers were dealt with, the rest would undoubtedly scatter like loose sand. Then, a show of strength might intimidate them into allowing everyone to leave unscathed. Yet, while the plan was sound, how could the Zhang brothers, who had forged such a notorious reputation in District 1024, be without their hidden cards? Initially, they had indeed underestimated Chu Yushui and her companions. As the fully charged strike of Shinta Yuning was unleashed, the Zhang brothers realized they had encountered a formidable adversary. However, there was no time for regrets. With the steel arrow hurtling towards him, Zhang Dehai dared not hesitate and shouted, "Defensive enhancement." In an instant, his corpulent form swelled to twice its size, towering from 7 meters to 2 meters, his muscles bulging, resembling a diminutive green giant. Yet, this transformation was not the end. Simultaneously, he retrieved a massive steel plate, 3 meters high, from his backpack, shielding his brother behind it. Bang! The steel arrow struck the plate with a thunderous explosion, leaving Zhang Dehai and his companions momentarily stunned. Fortunately, despite the massive force of the attack, it was not enough to shatter the steel plate. Although Zhang Dehai's hands tingled from the impact, and he staggered back several steps, he remained unscathed. "Dehai, how are you? Are you hurt?" Zhang Dalong inquired anxiously. "What did you say? My ears are ringing. I can't hear clearly." I asked. "If You are okay? Bro, I am fine, but I need a moment, Zhang Dehai managed to say, clutching the steel plate to steady himself. Damn it, that was close. Zhang Dalong's face darkened with concern. We must capture that woman alive. I want her to suffer. The earlier jovial demeanor of Zhang Dehai vanished, replaced by a cold, sinister gaze. Do not worry, they cannot escape, Zhang Dalong reassured. Yet he remained wary of Shinta Yuning's earlier shot. Moreover, the surrounding brothers were still dazed from the recent explosive sound. He needed to wait for them to regain their senses before daring to counterattack. Unbelievable. This scoundrel possesses talent. Muya exclaimed indignantly. Could it be some form of green giant lineage? Shun Pei speculated. That is impossible, Muya immediately countered. If he were a green giant, we would simply surrender, Feng Tianqing concurred. Enough talk. While they are bewildered, let us flee. Chu Yoshua urged her companions, rushing into the mist. Though her body followed, Muya could not help but express her dissatisfaction. Xiaoxua, they don't seem that formidable either. Why not let the cold-faced lady shoot a few more times to obliterate them? Chu Yoshua replied calmly. Did you not see the pale complexion of Ning? After firing so many times at the giant tree, her stamina is already at its limit. That last shot was her final effort. How can you expect her to continue? Oh, is that so? Muya finally understood, glancing at Shinta Yuning's pale and delicate features. She could not resist adding, but I cannot be blamed. The cold-faced lady always looks so pale. Who could tell if it was due to exhaustion or if she normally appeared that way? Enough with the complaints. It will be better to save our breath for running, Shun Pei interjected. Damn it. I, Feng Tianqing, will remember this grudge. I will repay it in kind. Muya affirmed. Yes, we must seek vengeance. How dare they wish for me to be their bed warmer? I scoff at the thought. If I encounter them again, I shall ensure that they are rendered impotent. Shen Tu Yuning remarked. How audacious. Yet it is you who embodies such boldness. Chu Yushui, aware of their agitation, refrained from intervening. She shifted slightly to the left and approached Easy E, saying, Xiao E, among us, you possess the best fortune. Where do you believe we should flee? Ah, you seek my counsel? Easy E responded, bewildered. Chu Yushui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you are our lucky charm within the ranks of our formidable girl squad. Your intuition cannot be mistaken. But what if I misjudge? Fear not. It cannot possibly lead us to a worse fate. Precisely, Xiao E. Trust your instincts, and we shall follow you. Xiao E, it is your time to shine. Go. Easy E, with a serious nod, resolved that if everyone had such faith in her, they would venture this way, for she sensed that this path would lead them to others. Chapter 93. The one who breaks the stalemate is actually the bee-steered maiden? Oh no, they are attempting to flee. We must pursue them. Zhang Dalong had initially intended to take his time, but upon witnessing Chu Yoshue and her companions retreating into the mist, he immediately discerned their intentions. He hastily called upon his still-dazed companions to follow suit. How dare you, you wretched harlot? After striking me, you think you can escape? Not a chance. Zhang Dehai was particularly incensed. His defensive enhancement ability was time-limited, and he could not afford to squander it. He took swift strides, racing ahead of the others in pursuit. Chu Yoshue's expression shifted as she replaced her steel knife with a wooden crossbow, turning to release an arrow. Clang! Yet, it was intercepted by Zhang Dehai's steel shield. Ha, little firecracker. Why is your attack less vigorous this time? Have you lost your strength? Do not be deceived. He is merely trying to provoke you, Chu Yoshue quickly cautioned. Rest assured, we are not foolish enough to be incited. Lovely ladies, you cannot evade us. It would be wise to surrender and become our esteemed captive. Zhang Dehai continued to taunt from behind, provoking the 6 women further, their teeth clenched in frustration. Everyone, over here, we are certain to encounter someone. At that moment, Yi Zi, leading the way, suddenly shouted, Will we truly find someone? Shun Pei inquired, her voice laced with hope. I fear we might encounter more villains like the Zhang brothers. Muya expressed her skepticism. No matter what, it cannot possibly be worse than our current predicament, Chu Yoshua asserted. Under little Z's guidance, after several turns, the keenly perceptive Shun Tuyu was the first to hear movement ahead. Everyone, take heed. There are people 100 meters ahead. Wow, little Z, you are impressive. You said we would find someone, and you truly have. Hey, it's not too shabby. Shall we proceed? Xiao Xue? Let us go. I refuse to believe we can be any more unfortunate. Curse it, these little maidens can really run. Once I catch them, I shall make them pay dearly. Brother Hai, could there be a trap? And if there is, with so many of us, do you think we fear these little maidens? Ha ha, Xiangzi, your courage is rather lacking. With Brother Hai here, what is a mere trap? These ladies are exquisite beauties. Before the upheaval, you and T even have the privilege to lick their toes. Now that the opportunity presents itself, how can you falter? Who is faltering? I, Xiangzi, am exceedingly formidable. If you doubt me, I shall prove it. Is it your intent? You simply wish to indulge. In stark contrast to the beleaguered escape of Chu Yoshue and her companions, Zhang Dehai and his group found their pursuit increasingly effortless, regarding the women as their inevitable prize, relentlessly taunting them. This only fueled the anger and exasperation of the 6 women. Just as they approached their limit, 2 lanterns suddenly illuminated the fog ahead. They instinctively sensed that these were the individuals mentioned by little Z as the ones who could break the stalemate. With renewed determination, they surged forward at full speed towards the light. They have reached their limits. Hurry, pursue them, Zhang Dehai exclaimed with delight. Behind him, a dozen people emitted cries akin to those of a frenzied beast. Cat eyes, fox ears, and mermaid tails, what a sight! Is this truly the person you spoke of who could break the impasse? As they dashed into the illuminated space, the reality of those present became clear. Not only Muya, but even the typically composed Shinta Yuning was drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yi, are you certain they are our allies? We might be stepping from the wolf's den into the tiger's mouth, Muya said dryly. In truth, this place harbored not only tigers, but wolves as well. Shinta Yuning pointed expressionlessly at the figures of De Huang and Xiao Huihui. Aning, after your residence was attacked by magical beasts, did you not encounter beast-eared girls? Are they among them? Jujus inquit sopti. I only caught a glimpse of their outlines. I cannot recall clearly. However, even if they are not the same, they are certainly their companions. Shinta Yuning replied with a wry smile. Do you think they are natives of this world or fellow survivors like us? Shinpei suddenly asked. How did you even think of that? Chu Yoshue was taken aback. The implication was profound. Regardless of whether they were the former or the latter, they hardly seemed inclined towards peaceful coexistence. After all, if they were indeed the natives of this world, then humans would be the invaders. Confronted with invaders, it would be unnatural not to fight to the death. Conversely, if they were fellow survivors, it would surely result in competition. Merely sparing their lives would be a generous act. The notion of rescuing them was absurd. Unassuming Z, however, did not ponder such complexities. Upon noticing the beast-eared girls glancing over, she hastily called out for help. Hello, can you assist us? We're being pursued by villains. Annie, the cat girl, furrowed her brow, about to respond, when the Zhang brothers happened to catch up. Upon seeing 3 exceptionally attractive beast-eared girls before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Dehai's expression turned lecherous as he remarked, Hee hee, what a fortunate day for me to encounter such stunning beauties in succession. Brother Hai, these are genuine beast-eared girls. I have yet to experience such a thrill. You must leave one for us. Absolutely, Brother Hai, you cannot indulge alone. They chorused. Rest assured, there will certainly be a share for you all. Zhang Dehai laughed heartily. I want that mermaid. Zhang Dalong interjected, his gaze fervent as he looked at the alluring mermaid. Margaret, haha, since you have chosen the mermaid, I shall take that little wildcat. She looks wild and would surely be exhilarating to train, Zhang Dehai declared. So, does that mean the remaining fox spirit is ours? I've heard tales of fox spirits draining life from others. I wonder if it's true. I shall have to test it later, he added with a smirk. With such vile words exchanged, even the gentle mermaid, Margaret, could not conceal her displeasure. The fox maiden, Lisa, transformed from her usual enchanting smile to a demeanor of icy disdain, coldly remarked, We had no intention of meddling, but alas, some of you have developed quite the loose tongues. Oh, you fiery vixen, you possess quite the temperament. Soon enough, you'll be calling me husband. You seek your demise. This time, the fox maiden Lisa was genuinely incensed. Her only husband was her master, Dingjio, and the words of these individuals were nothing short of an affront to her lord. She would grant no mercy. Chapter 94. The Zhang brothers have perished. Muya. Goodness. Is this the power of the koi? We haven't even begun to sow discord, and they are already at each other's throats? Chu Yoshue, with a look of exasperation, replied, You ought to take this to private chat. Saying it here, you don't fear being overheard? Muya chuckled awkwardly. I was just caught up in excitement. Should we assist them? Shin Pei asked timidly. Muya immediately cast a bewildered glance at her. It was now Shin Pei who nervously chuckled. I was just thinking that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they lose, we might have to flee again. Besides, this mess was initiated by us. We can't just stand by and do nothing. That would be rather uncouth. Indeed, we cannot simply stand by. Chu Yoshua nodded solemnly. Just as Muya was about to speak again, her tone abruptly shifted. However, rescuing them requires a method. With our current exhaustion, we would only hinder them. Muya quickly conceded. Right. What we ought to do is recover our strength first. Look, they're about to clash. Meanwhile, on another front, even the kind-hearted mermaid, Margaret, felt a surge of murderous intent upon hearing the vile insults. Annie, hasten. Our master awaits our return. Understood, meow. Annie nodded and stepped forward, her figure vanishing into thin air. Zhang Dahai, still boasting, felt an unsettling sensation rise within him as he noticed her disappearance. Where did that little wildcat go? Unclear. I didn't see her. Could it be she went invisible? How could that be possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to turn invisible. Just as Zhang Dahai was about to curse, an icy chill suddenly enveloped his back. Instinctively, he turned and raised his steel plate in defense. Yet, the anticipated attack did not come. Behind him, aside from his brother Zhang Dalong, there was no specter in sight. What's wrong? Zhang Dalong inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Zhang Dahai frowned. I thought someone was about to ambush me, but it seems I was mistaken. No sooner had he uttered those words than he heard a faint sound, and a dagger pierced through his heart from behind. Dahai. Zhang Dalong's expression shifted dramatically as he swung his knife to fend off the cat girl Annie, cradling the lifeless Zhang Dahai, who could not close his eyes. Zhang Dalong felt a wrenching pain in his heart. He had promised their parents to take good care of his brother, yet he had allowed him to die before his very eyes. Unforgivable. Zhang Dalong's eyes turned bloodshot. Who dares to kill my brother? I shall ensure you pay dearly. Ah, Birish. Zhang Dalong roared, charging towards the cat girl Annie with all his might. However, while the intent was noble, the reality was grim. The initial physical prowess of beastmen naturally surpassed that of humans, let alone the fact that Annie had already transitioned into an agile assassin class. Though Zhang Dalong's side had the numerical advantage, they were at a disadvantage against the nimble and extraordinarily perceptive cat girl. They not only failed to gain the upper hand, but were also counterattacked by Catwoman Annie, resulting in several casualties. Among those particularly targeted, Zhang Dalong bore horrifying wounds that cut deep to the bone. Normally, such severe injuries would incapacitate him, if not prove fatal. Yet, Zhang Dalong remained vibrant, fiercely battling Catwoman Annie, with some of his wounds even beginning to scab over. His recovery ability was astonishingly more formidable than that of Annie, a beastman. Oof. I possess the talent for rapid recovery. Unless you can slay me in one stroke, you will eventually succumb to exhaustion, he thought. After struggling to subdue Catwoman Annie, Zhang Dalong attempted to disrupt her focus. However, she remained unresponsive, retreating a few paces and activating her invisibility skill, vanishing from sight once more. This is bad. She has gone invisible again. Brother Long, she truly can disappear. We cannot defeat her. Should we? Before he could finish, Zhang Dalong swiftly struck him down with a blade, growling, My brother is dead. Do you expect me to flee? Today, unless one side falls entirely, no one shall escape. But how can we fight her when we cannot see her? Isn't there still the two of them? Capturing them can threaten that witch. Zhang Dalong set his sights on the mermaid Margaret and the foxwoman Lisa. Charge with me. As long as we capture them, you can do as you please. Really? Indeed. People die, birds soar into the sky. For the happiness of my brother in the future, brothers, charge. Roar when not good, it's a tiger. Run. There are tigers and wolves. The terror of tigers and wolves was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Blue Star inhabitants. Upon witnessing the two fierce beasts join the fray, some timid individuals were instantly paralyzed with fear, frantically retreating to the outskirts. "Do not flee. Return to me," Zhang Dalong bellowed, attempting to instill discipline. However, recalling their previous experiences, they dared not approach him, each one desperately plunging into the fog, vanishing in an instant. "Damn it. There's no loyalty at all. I thought of you as brothers," Zhang Dalong fumed, stomping his feet in frustration. Suddenly, while Zhang Dalong was momentarily distracted, the invisible Catwoman Annie seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In the same position, with the same strike, the outcome was identical. Zhang Dalong, like his brother, was pierced through the heart by Catwoman Annie from behind. The only difference was that Zhang Dalong, endowed with the talent for rapid recovery, did not perish immediately. Instinctively, he retaliated, striking Catwoman Annie with his blade. Unprepared for his counterattack, Annie was caught off guard and suffered a wound to her shoulder. However, due to the Earth Demon Bull armor beneath her clothing, Zhang Dalong's strike did not inflict significant harm. Unbeknownst to him, he truly believed he had injured Catwoman Annie, and his pale visage suddenly broke into a maniacal laugh, as if experiencing a moment of revival. "Ha ha ha! The Vasi, you have witnessed it. I have avenged you. Ahem! Zhang Dalong has met his demise. Thus, the infamous Zhang brothers of District 1024 have all perished at the hands of Catgirl Annie." Chapter 95. On the way home, I found a corpse of a demon tree, revised. My goodness, is this really the end? What a fierce little kitten. I would love to take her home and care for her. Hey, keep your voices down. If she hears us, we might be in for a stab in the heart. Witnessing Catgirl Annie swiftly dispatch the Zhang brothers and send the rest fleeing, the beautiful girl squad was left in a state of shock, gratitude, and trepidation. "Thank you for saving us. Without you, we would have surely fallen victim to the Zhang brothers today." Ultimately, it was Captain Chu Yushue who mustered the courage to express her gratitude to Catgirl Annie. Annie cast a glance her way, initially disinterested, but paused upon hearing the mention of the Zhang brothers. Curiously, she inquired, "What did you just call them, meow?" Chu Yushue, puzzled by Annie's question, hesitated for a moment before responding, "The Zhang brothers. Is there a problem? Were there specific names, meow?" Annie persisted. "Oh no, surely, they wouldn't actually know them. If they discovered that the individuals they had just slain were the Zhang brothers, would they seek revenge?" As the silence stretched, Annie grew impatient, her tone sharpening slightly. "Hey, I'm asking you a question, meow. Don't you know their names? What's meant to be will come to pass." If the Zhang brothers were aware of the beast-eared girls before them, they would not have been so reckless earlier. Thus, Chu Yushue took a gamble. She discreetly signaled her 5 companions to prepare for a hasty retreat before replying, "Let me think. If I recall correctly, the Zhang brothers are named Zhang Dahai and Zhang Dalong. Are those truly their names?" Upon hearing these names, Catgirl Annie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her reaction, Chu Yushue felt increasingly anxious. Nodding would not suffice, nor would shaking her head. Noticing this, Annie no longer needed confirmation. She burst into joyous laughter. "Ha, how fortuitous, meow." Before we set out, Ding Zhou had repeatedly instructed us that if we encountered the Zhang brothers, we should hesitate not and slay them for the dogs. Though I did not understand why the master issued such commands, it was clear that those he wished to eliminate were our enemies, and we must execute our task with utmost dedication. However, in the vast expanse of District 1024, finding 2 people is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, until just now, they had made no discoveries. Little did they know, just as they were about to give up, the Zhang brothers had delivered themselves right into their hands. Is there something wrong with these two? Chu Yushue's body tensed. If Catgirl Annie exhibited even a hint of anger, she would turn and flee. Fortunately, Annie showed no signs of the unusual behavior that concerned Chu Yushue. Having acquired the information she sought, she disregarded Chu Yushue and her companions, turning to return to the side of the mermaid, Margaret. With great excitement, she exclaimed, "Margaret, do you know who those 2 I just dispatched were?" "Who were they?" The mermaid, Margaret, graciously inquired. "They were none other than Zhang Dahai and his brother Zhang Dalong, whom our master had instructed us to eliminate." "What? It was them? This is quite the coincidence. Hee, you think so too, don't you? Realizing that the situation was not as she had feared, Chu Yoshua let out a quiet sigh of relief. Watching the three women and two beasts gradually fade into the mist, her heart remained unsettled. So much had transpired today. First, she had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the giant tree. Then, she had been relentlessly pursued by the Zhang brothers. Had it not been for their fortuitous encounter with the three beast-eared maidens, she and her companions might have met their end today. My goodness, we finally survived, Muyo exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground in an ungraceful manner, vigorously massaging her legs with both hands. Shun Pei and Feng Tianqing, resembling deflated balloons, sat beside Muya, mimicking her self-massage. Shintiyu managed to maintain her composure, though exhausted, leaning against the tree and occasionally shifting her weight. That little cat was incredibly formidable, appearing and disappearing at will, swiftly resolving the situation. She admired her so much. Why didn't she ask for her contact information? Do you think I didn't want to? The key is that I was too intimidated. You are so brave. Why didn't you help me ask? I didn't want to either. Why should I help you? TCH, being scared is just being scared. Ignoring the bickering duo, Yi Zi tilted her head in curiosity. Where do you think those beast-eared maidens came from? Could there be a whole tribe? If there were, it would be quite normal. They can't just spring forth from stones, can they? Haha. If there had been a monkey-eared maiden there, I might have believed it. All right, enough playing in the sand. We should think about how to get home first. We were running around so chaotically that we didn't have time to mark our path. Unlike the beastmen, humans lack keen senses of smell. Whenever they venture out to gather resources, they must leave markers along the way. Otherwise, they would surely get lost. Oh dear, it really is like that. What should we do? How will we find our way home? Shin Pei asked anxiously. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yoshua suggested we could inquire in the chat channel. If there are any nearby residents, they might lend us a glance at a small map, allowing us to determine the precise direction. But will they respond? Given that the Zhang brothers have been terrorizing the area, the residents are likely on edge. At this time, asking them to reveal their house coordinates seems improbable. Then we could inform them about the Zhang brothers' demise. Surely, that would lend us some credibility. Let us hope so, but let us not get our hopes too high. We could reach out to Li Daniu and Ma Taoba. They surely wouldn't suspect us, would they? Li Daniu should be fine. They have the confidence. As for Ma Taoba, they are reluctant to discuss the matter of monetary compensation, likely requiring some form of remuneration. TCH, those unscrupulous merchants. If only we could locate the lair of the Zhang brothers. They have ruthlessly taken the lives of so many. Their dwelling must be replete with abundant resources. You truly are quite the clever one. Haha, are not their remains still left behind? Perhaps one of you should search for clues. There might be leads to uncover. Wait, why are you all looking at me? I do not fancy the role of a tomb raider. Hee, if you would rather not assume the title of tomb raider, we could bestow upon you the title of mountain mover, or if all else fails, the position of tomb inspector would suffice. Be gone. Meanwhile, on another front, the matter of eliminating the Zhang brothers is of little concern to Catwoman Annie and her companions. Had they not later learned from Chu Yoshua about the identities of the Zhang brothers, knowing they were the very individuals Deng Jiu sought to eliminate, they might have quickly forgotten the entire affair. Awoo, little gray, what troubles you? Awoo. Is there a strong scent of charred remains ahead? Is that in the direction of home? It would be prudent to investigate further. Awoo, little gray boldly led the way. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes of travel, they encountered a massive, pitch-black tree trunk obstructing their path. Initially, they presumed it to be merely a charred log, but upon closer inspection, they discovered it was, in fact, the carcass of a magical tree. It remains a mystery who could have slain such a magnificent creature. Such a splendid magical tree carcass should not go to waste. Collect. Notification. You have obtained 1 magic core, 1 tree heart, 500 fine ironwood. Chapter 96. What happened next? Why is it all gone? My heavens. Is that not the notorious Zhang brothers, who have met their demise? Truly, it is a cause for universal celebration. I long to set off a magnificent display of fireworks in their honor. Haha, I have long found those brothers to be quite displeasing. Oh, how you boast. When they were committing murder, were you to chastise them? That was because I was absent. You were simply afraid. No one would mock you for that. Actions are observed by the heavens. It's not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has not yet come. It is wise to remain grounded in life. You speak the truth. Those murderous fiends will inevitably face divine retribution. To speak of divine retribution is folly. The true power lies with the esteemed Chu Yushua, who managed to slay those two beasts from the Zhang family. I have heard that she has formed a team of beautiful young maidens, each more stunning than the last. I wish to join them. Are you hoping to join that team? You merely covet their beauty. How base of you. Unlike you, I could don women's attire. Chu Yushua, ahem, allow me to clarify. It was not we who vanquished the Zhang brothers, but rather a few passing beast-eared maidens. Chu, the great beauty, is far too modest. Indeed, why would those beast-eared maidens assist us in eliminating the Zhang brothers? Chu Yushua, it is because Zhang Dehai was overly arrogant, attempting to provoke them. In the end, his strength was no match for theirs, resulting in his demise. Chu Yushua, speaking of which, it was they who saved our lives. Chen Qian, Chu Yushua, is what you say truly the case? Chu Yushua, of course it is true. Killing the Zhang brothers is hardly a crime. If it were indeed our doing, why would I deny it? Li Daniu, Miss Chu, what are the personalities of those beast-eared maidens like? Are they easy to get along with? How should we behave if we encounter them outside? Chu Yushua, their temperaments are acceptable, albeit somewhat cold. As long as you do not provoke them, they should not turn hostile towards you. Ma Ta Ba, I have not heard of beast-eared maidens in other regions. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse. Tung Qingxian, each day alive is a gift. Why fret over such matters? Ma Ta Ba, I refuse to believe you have no ulterior motives. Tung Qingxian, that is impossible. We programmers are notoriously innocent. Ma Ta Ba, spare me. You innocent? Do not forget our first collaboration, when you took me to Red Romance. Tung Qingxian, silence. Business matters cannot be taken lightly. Haha, this is indeed gossip. Why do you not continue? Are the ladies at Red Romance not all endowed with slender waists, curvaceous figures, and long legs? Goodness, how enviable. Had I known I would traverse dimensions, I would have spent my entire fortune for a single visit. Come now, with your meager funds. You could only afford the most basic experience. Who do you look down upon? Even with a higher tier, I would still dare to indulge. As the conversation veered further off course, Fong Wenwen's face flushed with anger. Damn Zhang Dehai, damn Zhang Dalong. Had I known you were destined for a short life, I would have gone mad before ever allowing you the satisfaction. Fortunately, she did not follow them outside. Otherwise, given her meager combat prowess, she would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps left by the beast-eared maiden. However, it was not entirely a misfortune. While Zhang Dehai was still alive, he had restricted her to the most basic housing privileges to prevent any potential betrayal. Now that both Zhang Dehai and Zhang Dalong had perished, the sole occupant of the residence had unwittingly become its owner. This turn of events was beyond her expectations. As she gazed at the spoils amassed within the room, a flicker of excitement crossed her eyes, igniting an ambition within her. Who says women are inferior to men? She thought of the multitude of sycophants in her friend list. She, Fong Wenwen, aspired to be the version of Wu Zetian in this alternate realm. Master, please do not return. Edith, the ethereal being, murmured softly. Calculating the time, Margaret and the others will soon be back. Clearing his throat, Ding Jiu awkwardly replied, let us call it a day. In truth, he could not entirely be blamed. The little angel was simply too alluring. Coupled with the good news he had just received, his elation led him to commit a blunder that any man might make. Observing the exhausted rabbit girl, Ashaga, who had succumbed to slumber, Ding Jiu rubbed his aching back, feeling an inexplicable swell of pride. What a double victory! For the glory of the nation, he, a true son of Longhua, would wager everything without yielding. Let Ashaga continue to sleep. When Margaret returns, I shall summon her to bestow her healing prowess once more. The little angel, Edith, rolled her eyes and retorted, if Margaret discovers you intend for her to use her healing skills in this manner, she will surely be furious with you. Ding Jiu calmly waved his hand, unfazed. Margaret won team mind. After all, this is not the first time. He felt no concern whatsoever. Yet, truth be told, his constitution did require significant improvement. He could handle the honest rabbit with ease, but when faced with the little angel, he found himself somewhat at a disadvantage. Were it not for the remaining 6 flavor Remania pills, he would have been uncertain whether he could even muster the strength to rise from his bed. I can manage descending the stairs without your assistance. He declined the little angel's offer, making his way back to the first floor. Noticing that the cat girl, Annie, and the others had yet to return, he opened the chat channel to pass the time. Compared to yesterday, the population in Zone 1024 had diminished by another 36 individuals. Upon reviewing the chat logs, Ding Jiao discovered that the Zhang brothers were once again the architects of this calamity. It was unclear whether it was sheer luck or if someone was deliberately providing them with coordinates. This time, they did not attack in the wild, but rather launched a surprise assault on those who had already congregated in their homes. Their methods were ruthless, effectively wiping out entire groups, with fatalities numbering 5 or 6 at a time and 3 consecutive strikes. Panic began to spread once more in Zone 1024, with suspicions arising that there might be a mole within their ranks. Fortunately, the culprits were soon eliminated, restoring a sense of calm among the populace. To Ding Jiao's astonishment, the individuals who vanquished the Zhang brothers were none other than his own beast-eared maidens. What a delightful surprise it was. Merely in the morning, he had mentioned them, and by afternoon, they had executed the task. Such efficiency could only be attributed to those under his command. Upon encountering the plethora of conspiracy theories below, he couldn't help but chuckle. Had this been in the past, he might have found some resonance with them. However, ever since he laid eyes upon the journal inscribed on the stone wall within the subterranean cavern, he realized that even if conspiracy theories held any truth, the orcs would not be the architects. Ultimately, both orcs and humans, in their essence, are mere pawns in the game of survival. Moreover, they are remnants of a bygone era, belonging to a different epoch altogether. So how could they possibly conspire against one another? He scrolled further down, only to find that the ensuing discussions had veered off course. The mention of red romantic mist held no intrigue for him. What next? Why is there a lack of content below? Damn it, he detested fragmented narratives. It was disheartening to see such a prominent figure speak in riddles, lacking clarity and coherence. Chapter 97. Through life and death, the Toolman has truly changed Master. Master, we have returned. Before their presence was felt, their voices echoed. The wildcat girl Annie leaped into Ding Jiao's embrace, as she always did upon her arrival. Ding Jiao, accustomed to her exuberance, instinctively steadied himself, lest he be tumbled over once more. Welcome back. He affectionately ruffled the fur atop her head, the sensation as delightful as ever. On our way back, we encountered the Zhang brothers and took care of them, Annie reported. I was already informed of this in the chat channel. You all performed exceptionally well. Receiving the supplies from the mermaid Margaret, Ding Jiao's smile widened further, particularly at the sight of the Level 4 house upgrade blueprint, which stirred a palpable excitement within him. Name: Concrete Brick House. Level: LV3. Durability: 15000-15000. Workbench: Level 3. Repair requirements: none. Upgrade requirements: Refined Steel X10, 000. Iron X100, 000. Rebar X10, 000. Cement X50, 000. Magic Core X5, 000. Wood X30, 000. Stone X30, 000. Level 4 house upgrade blueprint X1. The other requirements were manageable. He had long since gathered enough. However, the 5000 magic cores were a different matter entirely. Ding Jiao had yet to acquire even 1/50 of that amount. Were it not for the fact that nearly 10 hours remained until midnight, he might have already indulged in opening some treasure chests. You all must be tired from this outing. Go rest in your rooms for a while. I will call you down for dinner once it is ready. Ah, but master, I'm not that tired. The cat girl Annie protested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ding Jiao patted her head once more before suggesting, since you're not fatigued, why don't you go and catch all the fish from the pond? They are your reward for tonight. Really? Then I shall go fishing, Annie exclaimed, her excitement propelling her out the door without a second thought. Once she had left, Ding Jiao summoned the mermaid to his room. Although she was puzzled, she obediently complied. Upon entering and witnessing the blissfully slumbering honest rabbit, she finally grasped the situation. after casting a healing spell upon the rabbit. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance towards Ding Gio for his recklessness. Doing this in broad daylight. How shameless. What if they had returned early? They might have caught us in the act. How are we to coexist afterwards? Little did the mermaid know. Honest Rabbit and the little angel had already been encouraged by Ding Gio to be forthright with one another, making her worries entirely unnecessary. Ding ding ding. Chu Yoshua Ding Gio. Are you there? Ding Gio Chu Yoshua. Ah, is that not our great hero from District 1024? Have you found your way home? Chu Yoshua. Thanks to you, there were members of the Jojo Alliance nearby. I borrowed a glance at a small map and have found the direction home. Ding Gio, congratulations. Chu Yoshua. A mere empty blessing lacks sincerity. Why not offer me a discount instead? Ding Gio. If others were involved, it would certainly be impossible. What do you say about a 10% discount? Chu Yoshua. What difference does that make? Contempt. JPG, Ding Gio. If you find it insufficient, then don't take it. Chu Yoshua. I'll take it. A little cheaper is still better. Ding Gio. What do you plan to exchange this time? Chu Yoshua. Naturally, it's for medicine. You won't believe it, but today has been incredibly unlucky for us. First, we encountered a gigantic tree that nearly exhausted us. Then we ran into that group of murderers from the Zhang family, and we were chased relentlessly. If it weren't for the fortunate encounter with a kind-hearted group of beast-eared girls, you might never see us again. Ding Gio. That truly sounds unfortunate. Chu Yoshua. Given my misfortunes today, don't you think you should show some kindness? Ding Gio. Perhaps I could give you a roll of tissue to dry your tears? Chu Yoshua. Just a roll of tissue? Have you no compassion at all? Machete. JPG. Ding Gio. Well, how about 2 rolls? Chu Yoshua. There are 6 of us. I'll need at least 6 packs to share. Ding Gio. Seriously, you really want that? Chu Yoshua. It's free anyway, why would I refuse? You would go back on your word, would you? Ding Gio was left speechless. When did you become so shameless? You weren't like this before. To the point of begging for handouts? Chu Yoshua. Huh. How much is pride worth? If you had gone through what I did today, you'd be just like me. Ding Gio. Chu Yoshua. All right, it's settled then. A total of 6 rolls of tissue, plus a 10% discount on future purchases from you. Ding Gio. Chu Yoshua. How much medicine do you have left? Ding Gio, what are you planning now? Chu Yoshua. Don't worry. This time it's serious business, and I won't deceive you. Ding Gio. How much do you need? Chu Yoshua. 30 healing bandages, 30 healing potions, and 10 antidotes. Oh, and I also need 1,000 iron arrows and 100 steel arrows. Ding Gio. The other items are fine, but I only have the last 200 iron arrows remaining. Chu Yoshua. No rush. We're still on our way back. We could trade once we reach home. Ding Gio. It's not about that. I only have those last 200 iron arrows, and I won't be making any more in the future. Chu Yoshua. Why is that? Just because I asked for a discount, you're giving up this business? Ding Gio. We're short-staffed and will only produce steel arrows from now on. Chu Yoshua. I see. You should have clarified that sooner. I misunderstood. Ding Gio. I've noticed you seem like a different person today. Chu Yoshua. Didn't I mention that if Ding Gio... Yes, experiencing life and death. Enlightenment in the dragon's lair, right? I understand. Chu Yoshua. It's best that you do. Now, can we negotiate the 10% discount to be even lower? Ding Gio. Leave me be. Hungry dragon roars. JPG. Chu Yoshua. All right then. Few closing private messages. Ding Gio let out a long sigh. Today, Chu Yoshua, this tool, has been rather troublesome, as she has dominated the conversation. However, he decided to endure for now. Once the identities of the beast-eared girls are revealed, he would return the favor. How much can you consume today? You must return it all later. Master, what shall we dine on tonight? The fox girl, Lisa, nestled close and seated beside Ding Gio. What would you like to eat? Ding Gio inquired with a smile. Lisa tilted her head, grinning mischievously, and replied, I desire something I have never tasted before. Ding Gio shot her a sidelong glance, remarking on her discerning palate. The fox girl Lisa flashed a charming smile, saying, Hee, I know my master is quite knowledgeable. Her voice was soft and enticing. It stirred a warmth within Ding Gio's heart. Enough of your playful antics. I shall prepare it. Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful. Well, I shall not fall for your flattery. Really? Lisa was skeptical. Ahem. Let us focus on serious matters. Refrain from your playful touches. So, master, have you decided what to cook? Last time we had dumplings. This time we shall have steamed buns. Steamed buns. Indeed, steamed buns. Blah, 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 blah. As she listened to Ding Zhio's explanation, Lisa's alluring gaze grew ever more vibrant, and her fiery red lips could not resist the urge to lick her tongue. Chapter 98. 100 consecutive openings of silver treasure chests. Overnight wealth. As the final second ticked away, Ding Zhio marked the 11th day in this place, which passed rather uneventfully. Gazing at the staggering 36 million wooden treasure chests within the system's repository, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The moment had arrived. The prospects of his future success hinged upon the outcome of this box opening endeavor. System, initiate 100 consecutive openings. Wait, no. Let me pause and prepare myself with a cleansing bath and incense first. With purposeful strides, Ding Zhio exited his room. Although he had already bathed, and the ritual felt somewhat superstitious, he was acutely aware of his own sentiments. If he were to unearth something remarkable, it would be splendid. However, should he end up with nothing, he would undoubtedly feel regret. Lacking incense, he fashioned 3 sticks as substitutes, and even took the time to draw an image of the god of wealth. Remarkably, after his meticulous preparations, he felt a surge of ceremonial significance, accompanied by a newfound confidence. System, let us proceed with the 100 consecutive draws of the silver treasure chests. Hint, you have consumed 100 million wooden treasure chests to exchange for 100 silver treasure chests. Ding, you have opened 100 silver treasure chests. Congratulations. You have received 50 energy breads, 1 demon energy motorcycle, 5,000 magic cores, 1 Barrett sniper rifle, 30 Star Moon Dew, 1 advanced planning skill book, 1 night job change scroll, 10 contract scrolls, 1 portable map, 1 advanced carpentry skill book, 5 territory expansion tokens, 1 Star Moon well, 1 swordsman job change scroll, 1 mage job change scroll, 2,000 magic metal, 2 magic cannons, 200 intermediate cultivation liquids. One could only say that the results of the 100 consecutive openings were indeed incomparable to those of a single draw. He also discerned that the silver treasure chests did not require the accumulation of 100 chests to reliably obtain job change scrolls, unlike their bronze and black iron counterparts. In fact, this time he had acquired 4 main battle job change scrolls for primary profession skills and 5 advanced life profession skills. However, what thrilled him the most were the 5,000 magic cores. Based on his prior experiences with single silver chest openings, he typically received only between 5 to 20 magic cores. Even if one were to assume a maximum yield from these 100 silver chests, it should only amount to 2,000 magic cores at best. Yet, he had received a remarkable 5,000, exactly equivalent to the number required for upgrading a level 4 house. If one were to attribute this to mere luck, Ding Zhio himself would find it hard to believe. System, was this orchestrated by you? The system does not interfere with any of the host's box opening results. Is that so? Then what about this night job change scroll? Is it not because you were aware of my possession of the Shadow Knight advancement scroll that you granted me this? You are overthinking it. Hey, I understand. It is meant to be felt rather than articulated, correct? Rest assured, I shall not speak of it indiscriminately. The knight profession was undoubtedly meant for him. Although his overall attributes still left much to be desired, Ding Zhio remained unperturbed. The mage requires a high intelligence attribute, and at present, only the little fox, Lisa, remains suitable. As for the honest rabbit, he is somewhat torn between transitioning to a swordsman or a shield guard. Given the current team configuration, the shield guard, as a frontline tanking profession, seems most appropriate. However, he is reluctant to let his partner take on a role that involves enduring punishment. Ultimately, he decides to allow her to choose for herself. After much deliberation, Ding Zhio resolves to let Asha make her own decision. As for the others, advanced woodworking, learn, advanced planting, learn, advanced forging, reserved for the little angel, advanced fishing, reserved for the little wildcat, advanced hunting, learn, prompt. Current materials meet the requirements for house upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the house now? Yes. With Ding Zhio's confirmation, A gentle white light envelopes both the house and the yard immediately. The beast-eared girls, having had a few experiences, not only felt no anxiety, but instead stood up in astonishment. Master is upgrading the house again, meow. It must be so. Aside from upgrading the house, I cannot fathom what else could cause such a commotion. Our master is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the poor wind frosthawk, confined to the pet house, feared that Ding Jiao intended to harm it, and began to whimper in distress. Loyalty increased by 10 points. If Ding Jiao were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be scolded for being foolish. Chapter 99. Upgrading to Level 4 Steel Fortress. Igniting the entire fog zone with a gentle approach yielding no results, one must resort to a firmer stance to compel compliance. Should Ding Jiao become aware of this, he would undoubtedly orchestrate a display reminiscent of the most severe punishments of the Qing dynasty. Compared to the previous 3 upgrades, the duration required for this 4th level enhancement was noticeably extended. Immersed in radiant light, Ding Jiao patiently waited for a full half-minute before the process concluded. Even without stepping into the courtyard, the transformation of the dwelling was abundantly clear. What was once a structure of concrete bricks had now been entirely replaced with sheets of high-grade steel, exuding a distinct punk aesthetic. Notification. As the first survivor in Zone 1024 to upgrade a dwelling to Level 4, you are rewarded with 5 silver treasure chests. Following the established pattern, one would have expected a reward of golden treasure chests for this initial Level 4 upgrade. However, the outcome was a collection of 5 silver treasure chests, leaving Ding Jiao feeling somewhat disappointed. Zone announcement. Survivor Ding Jiao is the first to upgrade a dwelling to Level 4, rewarded with 5 silver treasure chests. Zone announcement. Survivor Ding Jiao is the first to upgrade a dwelling to Level 4, rewarded with 5 silver treasure chests. Zone announcement. Survivor Ding Jiao is the first to upgrade a dwelling to Level 4, rewarded with 5 silver treasure chests. Chen Xian. Goodness. Has Master Jiao really reached a Level 4 dwelling? Li Daniu. Impressive boss. Zhang San. Truly remarkable boss. Zhu Zhu. We haven't even attained a Level 3 dwelling yet. Ma Ta Ba. In comparison to him, we are indeed insignificant. Fang Xinhong. This is actually beneficial. Other zones always claim we are the weakest. Let us see who dares to mock us now. Zhang San. Let us go over and engage in some friendly banter with them. Li Daniu. However, the cross-zone messages are moving so swiftly that they may not even see it. Zhang San. In that case, let us flood them with the same message, such as, congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. Li Daniu. Haha, you're quite clever. I may not be able to control everyone, but Brothers of the 9 Regions Alliance, listen up. Let us head to the cross-server channel to congratulate the boss. Received 1. Received 2. Received 88 Chen Xian. Such an entertaining event cannot exclude our Free Alliance. Free Alliance. Gather together to join in the festivities. Ma Ta Ba. The Ta Ba Chamber of Commerce should follow suit. We cannot allow others to underestimate our Zone 1024. Soon, the cross-server channel was filled with a cascade of congratulatory messages. 1024. Li Daniu. Congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. 1024. Zhang San. Congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. 1024. Chen Xian. Congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. 1024. Tang Kanxian. Congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. 1024. Chu Yoshue. Congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. 1024. Fang Wenwen. Congratulations to our zone's Master Jiao for being the first to upgrade to Level 4. If there were merely a few or a dozen such messages, their collective sound would scarcely resonate. However, when several hundred individuals gathered together, they instantly filled the cross-server screen, making it impossible for others to look away. 37. It's impossible. Didn't you just join the cross-server channel in Zone 1024? How could you possibly upgrade your house to Level 4 so quickly? One exactly. Even our district's Yige has only managed a Level 3 house. What give you the right? 888 fraudsters. You in Zone 1024 are nothing but a bunch of deceivers. Clearly, The folks from other districts did not believe a word from Li Daniu and his companions. This skepticism is understandable. After all, very few have managed to upgrade to a level 3 house thus far. So why would anyone from the recently joined Zone 1024 have achieved a level 4 house? 1024. Li Daniu. Our district has already released the reward announcement. How could it possibly be a lie? 1024. Zhang San, you must be envious, right? Ha! It's a pity our GOE is simply extraordinary. Your envy is futile. 785, a bunch of deceitful liars. It's hard to believe you. 996, spread the word. Zone 1024 is the district of fraudsters, akin to a bizarre version of Myanmar. 1024. Li Daniu, how dare you? Your family is the real Myanmar. Ding, cross-server announcement. Survivor Ding Jiao from Zone 1024 is the first to upgrade his house to level 4, rewarded with a golden treasure chest 1. Ding, cross-server announcement. Survivor Ding Jiao from Zone 1024 is the first to upgrade his house to level 4, rewarded with a golden treasure chest 1. Ding, cross-server announcement. Survivor Ding Jiao from Zone 1024 is the first to upgrade his house to level 4, rewarded with a golden treasure chest 1. 1024, Livenu. Now you've been slapped in the face. 1024, Zhang San. The cross-server announcement is out. What else can you say now? 1024, Fong Xinhong. Are you still daring to call us the district of fraudsters? How is this possible? How could the mere Zone 1024 be the first to upgrade to a level 4 house? 444, it must be fake, undoubtedly fake. 10,000, so it's Ding Jiao. Is it? I'll remember that name. Li Daniu. What a thrill. This is absolutely delightful. Zhang San. The last 3 rounds of cross-server announcements certainly dealt a harsh blow to their pride. Muya. Let them call us the district of fraudsters. They deserve it. Chu Yoshua. That said, Ding Jiao is quite the anomaly. We Haven-T even gather materials for a level 3 house. And he has already achieved level 4. Li Daniu. It's Ding Jiao, not just any Ding. He is quite the adult, yet still so naive. Juice. Disappointed Ding Jiao, however, found an unexpected joy. After calculating the outcomes for Zone 1024, he discovered he could also assess the Misty district, and the reward was the golden treasure chest he had long yearned for. He wondered what splendid treasures it might contain. Suppressing his curiosity, Ding Jiao began to meticulously examine the attributes panel following the house upgrade. Name, Iron Fortress, level, 4 durability, 500, 000, 500, 000. Arcane Workshop, level 1, repair requirements, none. Golden attribute, shared life chain, designates multiple members to share health points, should one sustain a fatal injury. The remaining members shall distribute the damage endured. Upgrade requirements, level 5 housing upgrade blueprint X1, village construction token X1, followers X10. Chapter 100. The Stormfrost Eagle revealed a durability of 500, 000, which indeed justifies its moniker, the Iron Fortress. However, the workstation has transformed into a magical energy workshop. Does this signify a shift from manual operation to intelligent automation? Ding Jiao scratched his face, intrigued by the nature of this magical energy workshop, pondering whether it resembled what he had envisioned. As for the newly emerged golden attribute, the chain of shared life, it could easily be deemed a life-saving artifact. Henceforth, he could feel more assured when the little wildcats ventured out. Ding Jiao continued to peruse the information, only to be taken aback upon discovering that the next level of upgrade necessitated a village, order, and followers. These 2 items seemed unrelated to upgrading a house. How could they be required? Or perhaps, once the house reached level 4, it would need to evolve into a village, ultimately becoming a domain lord stronghold? If that were the case, when Remei returned, he would need to acquire more inhabitants from her. He had also learned that job change scrolls could be obtained from treasure chests, rendering the pursuit of high-priced servants unnecessary. Upon reaching the first floor, the mermaid and the little angel eagerly gathered around him. Master, you are truly remarkable, having upgraded the house so swiftly. Master, I admire you immensely. Their cheerful chatter brought Ding Jiao immense delight. Master, you must see the magical energy workshop. The equipment inside is astonishingly advanced. It seems I shall have little to do from now on. Oh, Ding Jio's interest was piqued. He decided to explore together. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 had expanded the house's area by more than 5 times. The original workstation had been relocated to the rear of the house. Although Ding Jio had never been there before, the first floor had only a few distinct areas, making it easy to locate. As they approached the entrance, the sensing door opened automatically, and the lights within illuminated. Wow, how futuristic! If the corridor had exuded a punk aesthetic, the magical energy workshop embodied a sci-fi punk vibe. Within the 100 square meter space were numerous devices, with a black metallic sphere at the center capturing the most attention. Before Ding Jio could examine its panel, it activated promptly. Smart Unit 1 is delighted to serve you. What would you like me to create, Master? What can you produce? The current production list includes wooden tables, wooden chairs, wooden beds, stone axes, stone picks, stone beds, iron axes, iron picks. Isn't this identical to the level 3 workstation? Can't you create anything else? Master, creating other items requires specific blueprints. Ding Jio was at a loss for words. Isn't this just like the level 3 workstation? Master, the workstation is limited by the usage frequency of blueprints, whereas I am not. Once I have created an item, the blueprint's manufacturing method will be permanently stored in my production list. As long as you have sufficient materials and energy, you can produce as many as you desire. Really? Ding Jio asked, astonished. Indeed, he immediately retrieved an iron arrow blueprint from his system warehouse. Since he could craft it by hand, he had never utilized it before. Now I wish to forge an iron arrow. How shall I proceed? Simply place the blueprint into my transmission port, and then convey your requirements to me. Understood. The method for crafting the iron arrow has been successfully retrieved. Currently, the warehouse contains 856 units of iron blocks and 622 units of wood, allowing for the creation of a total of 622 iron arrows. Shall we commence the crafting of the iron arrow now? Indeed, but I require only one. Command received. Commencing the fabrication of one iron arrow. With the sound of a metallic sphere descending, Ding Jio beheld a familiar scene unfold. One of the 3 machines suddenly extended 2 metallic arms, one emitting a green light and the other a blue glow, before Ding Jio and his companions. An iron arrow was 3D printed in a mere 5 seconds. Notification. Iron Arrow X1 has been successfully crafted and is now stored in item cabinet number 1. Ding Jio swiftly located cabinet number 1 and retrieved the iron arrow. Iron arrow, quality. White attack power, 30 despite its white quality. The impressive attack power of 30 rendered it a formidable presence in the realm of archery. Recalling the numerous blueprints he had previously acquired and never utilized, he promptly fed them into the metallic sphere. It's full, Master.